Chapter 451 Living Clause Readings 75 Chapter 451 Zhashwei Feng is a professional player. How long will it last? Will it be a flash in the pan? Feng Xu Champions League rewards will be honored for a long time. Is it just the second world to promote the Fist Asian League and a bonus promised temporarily? Faced with these questions, Lin Feng had expected to immediately hold a press conference with the head of the Shanghai branch of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. President Li announced that the Second World had pledged $X billion in funds to pledge at the Shanghai branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and the Shanghai branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China would be the second. The Fist Champions League bonus issued by the world guarantees that the monthly bonus will not be less than the $X million promised by Lin Feng in Guangzhou during the year. The news came out of the industry, and all the doubts that shocked the industry suddenly disappeared. The monthly bonus of $7 and $5 per month is more than $10,000 for a year. Lin Feng. This $100 million guarantee and the interest are enough to support the Fisting Champions League years of strength. There is a $100 million guarantee for any doubts about Lin Feng 1. Those who fudge can only shut up. This also gives many students more reason to respond to the argument that their parents and teachers prohibit games. After all, this is also a professional saying. They are really not good enough to say more about it. However, in the face of excited students who are almost out of control, many parents and teachers still burst out many complaints that although the Second World can provide a brand new esports career, it may induce players to waste their studies. After all, they can finally enter. There are very few players in the Champions League, but there are countless players who are addicted to it. Tao, who is in retreat at home, is called a beast. Hearing that he was about to jump out of the reorganization, but think about his internet addiction, get rid of the concentration camp, Wang Wen was forced to shut down for a while and then continue to retreat and wait for the opportunity to re-emerge. Faced with the censure of parents and teachers and the eagerness of all parties, Lin Feng declared on the official website and purchased a period of time on Shanghai Oriental TV station to warn that all games are only for entertainment. Do not indulge in studies. But this piece of advice is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. Both the old and the parents are dissatisfied that the Second World should take up its social responsibilities to prevent minors from indulging in games. In the face of this argument, Wu Xiaopu and other people's bitterness. Brother Lin, these parents and teachers will really shirk their responsibility to educate their children, but it is their responsibility to push you down. Body. Li Zhu is angrily dissatisfied with these parents and teachers shirking responsibility. During this period, Li Zhu gave up all the catwalk activities and devoted himself to working as Lin Feng's personal secretary and life steward. Lin Feng served him like the emperor. Looking at Li Zhu, who was dressed in office beauty overalls, Lin Feng felt a little in his heart. Tuxian Li Zhu, who puts on his work clothes, has a different taste. Lin Feng lovingly pulled Li Zhu's jade hand. With a light sigh, I know that this is the main reason. I am afraid that the most important reason is because of the appearance of Avril X. Li Zhu will push everything and the catwalk will concentrate on staying by my side and waiting for myself. Friends, is this your silent resistance, with warmth and meticulous care to face the strong attack of Avril? Lin Feng gently pulled Li Zhu into his arms and hugged him tightly for a moment of guilt. But thinking of Avril's straightforward, honest, and proud personality is another warmth. Maybe I'm a little bit mean, but I'm Rebirth a little bit mean in this respect. Why don't you want to enjoy the blessing of the Chi people? Is it a great sin? I'm just an ordinary man. Lin Feng ridiculed secretly, but was determined in his heart that he would never let down the two girls who made him worry about him. By the way, what about Huang Meixi? I haven't seen her in the past 2 days when I went back. Lin Feng asked Ki. Oh, brother Lin. She and Li Zhu went back to Korea and said something is going on. They won't be back this month, Li Zhu said. Lin Feng nodded, although he was secretly surprised that the two of them didn't say a word to him, but they were always a bit. Lin Feng would not care too much. By the way, brother Lin, What are you going to do? These teachers and parents are so irritating. Lisa said with a pouting mouth. Hee, don't be angry. Brother Lin naturally has a way to deal with them. Lin Feng kissed Lisa's puckered lips and said with a smile. On the same day, Lin Feng announced through Shanghai Oriental TV that he would conduct a poll on the official website of Second World on how long should a minor play games a week. It called on all parents and teachers to participate in the voting to discuss one. Give all minors a reasonable time to play. If this measure parents and students agree that Lin Feng's Second World will strictly enforce this agreement, minors must have a reasonable play time. It is said that the minors discussed the negotiated game for a week, and the Second World will seal the game account time of all minor players. At the same time, Lin Feng urges all parents of minors to leave their mobile phones or phone numbers to Second World. If their children are past the prescribed play time, Second World will call to notify their parents to let their parents cooperate and supervise them. Don't parents and teachers want to evade responsibility? Lin Feng refuses to let them evade responsibility. Once this voting was launched, Lixuan was welcomed by all minor players. Although the Second World official vote is available at this time, there are only 4 options: weekly sun time, weekly heart divination, weekly X system, hourly, weekly quotes hours. But for all underage players, this has made progress. At least they can enjoy the game openly. Of course, all this requires parental consent to this measure. Although most teachers and parents do not understand computers and do not usually go online, Lin Feng's declaration was broadcast to a national audience on Shanghai Oriental TV and was promoted by major media reporters on how long should a minor play games a week. The vote is already the voice of discussion across the country. Both teachers and parents and various social experts have opinions on this form. What kind of games should teachers and students play with learning? It is best not to have it for an hour. But obviously no one dared to agree with this view of the teacher. Some netizen Dark Deacon said that if teachers were to prepare lessons every day in addition to class, would they not give time for leisure and entertainment? All the teachers directly ignored the words of Dark Deacon. However, this better not for an hour point of view never appeared again. Parents, proper games are still possible. But can children have this self-control? Many netizens expressed their views on parents' opinions. Netizen Quen Kai said that if you don't let your children learn how to discipline themselves, how can they be self-disciplined? This has been approved by all netizens. Forcing social experts to ban it does not necessarily solve the problem. Perhaps reaching an agreement with the students stipulating that their weekly playtime can be more effective. At the same time, it can also cultivate children's consciousness and self-discipline. This is a good way for netizens. If Second World can make this voting meaningful, it will undoubtedly win a certain amount of game entertainment time for all Chinese students and enough space for the Chinese game industry to survive. Long live the underage players! World Lin Feng is really old. As long as the parents can abide by the agreement, we can also abide by the agreement. Rival online game companies did not comment on this. In their opinion, Lin Feng is totally unnecessary and restricting the playing time of underage players is not good for online game companies. The main game player group of many online game companies is the players who are around the age of their companions. How can they suffer from the restrictions on the weekly game time of this group of players? However, they only dared to say these words in their stomachs and didn't dare to express them. Otherwise, facing them would be an overwhelming crusade across the country. After intense discussions between the parties, parents and students finally reached an agreement with each other on the weekly old hours of gaming and entertainment time. During this period, parents are not allowed to complain or block children from playing games. But children will no longer be able to play games when they are overwhelmed. The passage of this agreement was full of joy across the country. Many game companies naturally no longer have to worry about the prejudices and misunderstandings of people from all walks of life regarding games. Minors do not have to worry about being secretly frightened for playing games for a while. Parents no longer need to worry about their children playing computers day and night, and they can also cultivate children's habit of self-discipline can be said to serve multiple purposes. The first of the world-famous Linfeng clause was formally reached. However, when the whole country was jubilant about this agreement, Toes calling the beast jumped out again, claiming that there are too many online games for minors to choose from in the domestic online game company. It can be played in this online game company. Then go to another game company to continue the game so that minors can play unlimited games. What's more, even if you can't play online games, there are standalone games that are forbidden. Toe's argument of calling a beast was immediately supported by a group of teachers who criticized the so-called Linfeng law as a joke at all. But in the end it was just for the online game company to make money. In time, the direction of the wind changed again, and all the spearheads were again directed at the second world. Linfeng, who made this proposal, criticized Linfeng as an unscrupulous businessman who made money, and even many competitors took the opportunity to scold Linfeng for not. Thailand's busiest female anchor brand new exciting love video exposure fell to the male lead so hungry thirsty. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Chapter 452 Hongmen Banquet. Boss, I think I want to legalize underage players' games in China. It's basically a dream. These parents and teachers will only shirk responsibility. Why should we do this thankless thing? And it really stipulates underage players. Limiting 10 hours a week will always affect us somewhat. We are completely hot faces and cold ass. Wu Zhaopu looked indignant in the face of these reprimands. Linfeng didn't expect these teachers, parents, and some competitors to be so ridiculous, but some things are always done by people, whether it is for the legitimate rights and interests of minors, or for the future of China's game industry. Mr. Wu, this matter is indeed thankless. However, once it succeeds, the domestic game industry environment will be greatly improved, and it will also improve the situation of students skipping classes and playing games, which is definitely beneficial to the future development of the motherland. Otherwise, the motherland will go on in the long run. The future generation is worrying. Linfeng sighed. What's more, although restricting underage players to 10 hours of game time per week will have a certain impact on the earnings of online game companies, it may not be impossible to make money. Linfeng smiled. Can you still make money? Wu Zhaopu was taken aback. Linfeng nodded. And you can make a lot of money, and you can also reap the benefits that other money can't buy. Linfeng looked smug. Later, Linfeng held a press conference for reporters and announced that in the face of the critical time for underage players mentioned by Tao called the beast to switch to online game companies, a seminar on related aspects will be held, and he hopes that all domestic game companies will be able to send representatives to participate and discuss a countermeasure together. Faced with Linfeng's invitation, the major domestic online game companies did not want to go. There is no need to think about the so-called countermeasures, but there is only on sharing all player user information. But this is by no means what all online game companies are willing to do. Don't think about this sharing. It must be sharing their user information, not sharing the user information of the second world. After all, the second world is no matter the market share or the number of player registrations. All are far more than the sum of other online game companies. The minority obeys the majority, and naturally only the second world shares their user information. But in this situation, they have to go all over the country. Teachers, parents, underage players, netizens, and experts from all walks of life are paying attention to this matter. If any company does not come, the consequences will be unbearable. On May 15th, representatives of all online game companies gathered in Shanghai to hold the first China Game Forum with a far-reaching impact on future generations. The organizer Second World, the host Linfeng, the number of participants 37 people. First of all, I am very grateful to all company representatives for attending this China Games Forum and discussing the issue of minors playing games together. I hope that everyone can speak freely and express their opinions to fight for a reasonable game for minors. Entertainment Time also strives for a reasonable environment for the Chinese game industry. Lin Feng looked at the company representatives and said solemnly. Many representatives rolled their eyes, but they were silent. Chen Xiaoi, the beauty president of Nine Towns, is most indignant. Everything is clear. Unless the user information of various online game companies is shared, this Lin Feng clause cannot be reached at all. And now the domestic online game market has the largest share of Lin Feng's second world. In terms of proportions, it goes without saying that the second world is definitely dominated. In addition, each company has reached this Lin Feng law, which is of no benefit to them. It was Lin Feng who became famous at that time, but it was them who suffered. Most of the second world online games are more suitable for adult gamers, and the main force is adult gamers. The only minor player that dominates is Audition's all-star lineup. However, this game is not charged for the length of online time, but for the props. It can be said that this minor player limits the game time every week. The second world has little impact, but it has a huge impact on them. Especially the Magic Baby of Nine Towns company, the main players are underage players, and it takes a lot of online time to make a profit. If restricted, 9 cities will suffer the most. Many online game company representatives sometimes wonder whether Lin Feng's so-called restricting the playing time of underage players every week is aimed at 9 cities. Nine Towns president Chen Xiaoi snorted coldly. She was really upset about Lin Feng's face, and she was angry when she saw it. But she had to see Lin Feng's face again. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin Feng knew everyone's small abacus, and knew that if they didn't give these people a bit of sweetness, they would not compromise. Everyone, I think you should all know in your heart that only user data sharing can reach this agreement, so that all minors can get some reasonable gaming and entertainment time. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said slowly, I promise here, I will never use this to steal any company user information. Everyone sneered in their hearts. Who would believe it? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Does his second world need to do these despicable things to steal their information? It's really a villain's heart to save the abdomen of a gentleman. Fortunately, Lin Feng was also prepared for this. Dear company representatives, I would like to introduce one person to you. This is Liu Quandao, the person in charge of the Internet Police Department of the Ministry of Public Security of China. He will be the person in charge of this agreement and will be responsible for keeping the user information of each company confidential. Lin Feng introduced said a capable man on the side. Dear company representatives, on behalf of the Ministry of Public Security and the Ministry of Education, I would like to thank you all for attending this summit. I hope that everyone can think about the future of the motherland and the future of China's game industry, and work together to build a civilized and harmonious society. Therefore, I promise to strictly observe the user information of each company and will never leak it. Liu Guandao said very seriously and cautiously. Many company representatives were taken aback for a moment, but they didn't expect Lin Feng Yui to get on the line with the Network Police Department of the Ministry of Public Security of the People's Republic of China, and this made everyone extremely passive. This time the China Game Research Summit has the government behind it. If they disagree, they will inevitably suffer from various unspoken rules. Hongmen Banquet. All the representatives of online game companies frowned, secretly scolded Lin Feng bloody, secretly scolded him for being mean. Lin Feng smiled. This time, when he cooperated with the Network Police Department of the Ministry of Public Security, Lin Feng showed his favor to the higher authorities. If Lin Feng and the second world can really solve the conflicts between teachers, parents and minors due to the game, they will definitely be appreciated by the high level of the country. After all, the profit of the game industry cannot be ignored by the national government, but the pressure of public opinion from teachers and parents in society has also embarrassed the national government. This is faced with the grievances of hundreds of millions of students, parents and teachers. Social events, The national government really does not know what to do. At this time, Lin Feng stepped forward and took the initiative to resolve the contradiction. It was no better to be a mediator. Success. Everyone benefits. If it fails, Lin Feng will bear it alone, and the country will not bear any responsibility. But will you fail? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Everyone, I would like to introduce someone to you. A middle-aged man who has always been with Lin Feng. This is Li, the vice president of China Mobile. I have reached an agreement with him. When every underage player after the weekly game time reaches 10 hours, the telecommunications department will notify all parents who have left the phone by phone, and notify their children that the game time has passed this week, so that they can cooperate with the supervision. Each phone call will charge each parent 1 yuan. We share the 1 yuan profit equally with China Mobile. As for these profits, I propose that all the companies in the room share this profit equally, Lin Feng said with a smile. Everyone was shocked, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to want to make money from this aspect, and he actually proposed to divide the profit equally. As we all know, Second World is the company with the largest share of online games. If Lin Feng proposes to divide according to market share, no one can say anything. Now Lin Feng proposes to divide it equally, which is really surprising. Think about it, there are tens of millions of underage players in the country, and 1 phone call per week is 4 yuan in January. If calculated by 30 million underage players, it is 120 million, excluding half of the profit shared with telecommunications. You are here. There are 12 online game companies, and each company can divide 5 million yuan a month, which is a net profit of 5 million yuan without any expenditure. For the Second World, this profit is of course not a big deal, but for most game companies, it is just like giving away money in the snow, so that they can at least sustain it. Many company bosses have agreed, and it would be foolish not to agree to such a good condition. Lin Feng smiled. This is the effect he wants. With this profit, Lin Feng does not believe that these online game companies will not agree. As for making money, Lin Feng didn't think about it. Lin Feng's promotion of this plan this time did not make money, but fame and the trust of the country. As the company grows bigger and bigger, the Second World needs a good social reputation and national support. Especially now that the Second World secretly extradited Kevin Mitnick, the world's #1 hacker, to the company. In case the US FBI agency finds out in the future, find the Second World dignitaries and ask the Chinese government to surrender and assist Kevin for those who escaped by Mitnick. If the Second World is indispensable to the country, then the country will take the lead for the Second World at that time. The basketball tournament for primary and secondary schools is Lin Feng's bargaining chip. This time, it is Lin Feng's bargaining chip to mediate the conflict between minors and their parents and teachers for playing games. As long as there are more chips, Lin Feng believes that one day, the Second World will make the country indispensable and form dependence. Ultimately, it is not restricted by the local administrative department. However, Lin Dong, even if there are no online games, there are standalone games. If this problem is not solved, our agreement is just empty talk, and parents and teachers will not buy it. Chen Xiaoai said after a moment of indulgence. Mr. Chen, rest assured, I have entrusted the Infosys company in Bangalore, India's Silicon Valley, to design this software. It will automatically calculate the time according to the parameters of the graphics card that the player adjusts. Lin Feng said. Originally, Lin Feng planned to design software for his own company, but the Second World really did not have the manpower to design these in a short time. Bruce Allen proposed to outsource it and told Lin Feng that many companies in the United States now use some software. Outsourcing engineering, etc. to Indian companies not only saves costs, but also designs that are not much worse than those designed by the United States. The Indian software industry has already been among the top ranks in the world. Many game company representatives looked at each other and knew that there was no excuse to refuse this agreement. I will try my best to see if I can add another chapter. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. To be continued. The 453rd chapter Benevolent Business reappears. The first China Game Forum came to an end after only 3 hours of discussion. The results are quite gratifying. 13 online game companies across the country have reached an agreement to share all user information. Inspector Liu Guandao, the Cyber Police Department of the Ministry of Public Security of China, is responsible for its confidentiality work, and jointly introduced weekly measures to limit the playing time of underage players. Every week, all underage players will only be able to play 10 hours of game time. If the time is exceeded, 13 online game companies across the country will jointly temporarily seal all their accounts, and the telecommunications department will call all parents to let them know about the future. Adult children are supervised. At the same time, 13 online game companies across the country will conduct RAL name audits and RAL name audits on all registered accounts. If the registered accounts cannot provide valid ID documents, they will be regarded as underage players, with a limit of 10 hours of game time per week. It also appeals to all adults not to lend their ID cards to minors and to help them register. As for new online game companies to open in the future, they must actively join the Online Game Company Alliance and share user information. At the same time, they are not allowed to enjoy a monthly dividend of 5 million yuan, unless one of the first 13 game companies goes bankrupt and subsequently joins the game. The company can take its place. Of course, if the newly opened online game company does not abide by this agreement, you can, whatever you want. However, it will accept the joint criminal of 13 game companies across the country. Lin Feng believed that no one would be so stupid. It should be understood that these 13 online game companies have their own second world, and Tencent, which has the dominant position of domestic instant messaging, plus 9 Towns, NetEase and other companies. There is no new company have the courage to challenge 13 online gamer leagues, and these 13 online game alliances will become the masters of China's online game industry in the future. This is also another goal of Lin Feng's trip, to shuffle, monopolize, and firmly control the domestic online game market in the hands of himself and others, and then slowly turn it into his own hands in the future. Most miners expressed their understanding and support for the RAL name system for online games jointly launched by 13 online game companies such as Second World. After all, Lin Feng has bought them 10 hours of reasonable playtime per week, and most miners are already very satisfied. Of course, a small number of miners with extremely poor self-control are naturally thinking about finding some familiar adults to use their ID cards to access the internet to crack the RAL name system for online games launched by the Second World. This was expected by Lin Feng. This measure was useless back then, but Lin Feng had his own way to deal with these miners with extremely poor self-control. The National Bureau of Statistics announced that the registration of the 5th National Census has officially started. It is hoped that all census agencies across the country can master the survey methods as soon as possible, become familiar with the survey content, and improve their business level. Complete the 5th National Census as soon as possible. At the same time, the National Bureau of Statistics and the Ministry of Public Security jointly announced that in order to coordinate the conflicts between underage players and parents and teachers, the RAL name system for online games will be reviewed at the same time as the census. It is hoped that all game account players will submit their RAL name ID cards as soon as possible for the convenience of census personnel. Review together. At the same time, Second World and the other 12 online game companies declared that all new games developed in the future will require a RAL name ID to register an account, and the first account only needs to be registered with a RAL name ID, but the second is registered for the account. If the registered RAL name ID is the same, the account registrant must go to the local police station to verify the real identity before the registration can be successful. The release of these two news shocked the whole country, especially for those underage players who want to get through the game. It is undoubtedly a fatal blow. In this way, they will not be able to get through. For those adults who want to lend their ID cards to minors, registering a second account must go to the police station for confirmation, which is undoubtedly very troublesome, and all gamers are most afraid of trouble. Although this does not completely eliminate the use of counterfeit ID cards by minors, it will undoubtedly greatly reduce this base number, and naturally it will not cause social problems and arouse the indignation of students, parents and teachers. In this regard, all parents naturally applauded, so that they can completely limit the time for minors to play games, and the two parties have reached an agreement. If they do not comply, parents naturally have sufficient reasons to refuse their children to continue playing, and the reasons are fair. As for the fee of €1 per week for overtime notification calls, to all parents, as long as the child does not indulge in games, €4 a month is really nothing. Of course, Lin Feng announced that in order to prevent children from indulging in standalone games, he has commissioned India's Infosys to develop a software called Game Time Lock, which will limit families with children at home to 10 hours of computer per week. Once the game time exceeds 10 hours, it will be automatically locked, and the game cannot be continued until it is automatically unlocked next week. And in order to take into account the complex use of computers in internet cafes, when any game is launched, Game Time Lock will force the player account to be entered to verify the identity account. This Game Time Lock software will be available for download on major websites across the country, and it will be installed automatically and cannot be deleted. He also stated that if the parents do not know how to install it, they can call the repair site of dingdong.com, and their master will come professionally to help them install it for free. This point is welcomed by all parents again, and the whole journey is free, which is naturally even more joyful. Of course, there is no free lunch in the world. Second World commissioned Lin Feng's Dingdong.com maintenance sites in cities across the country to help it install it for free. Each household will pay an installation fee of €10. This cost is definitely not cheap. The country wanted to promise certain preferential taxation for the Second World, but Lin Feng refused. Lam Feng hopes that the country can give him a promise of exclusive management of Game Time Lock. After some consideration, a certain department of the national government agreed to Lin Feng's request in return for Lin Feng's adjustment to the conflicts between underage players and their parents due to playing games. Lin Feng was secretly excited. This time his own harvest has far exceeded his imagination. All software installed with Game Timer Lock will automatically pop up a 5-second advertisement window when you turn on the computer to log in, and then disappear and no longer appear. And this 5-second advertising window is Lin Feng's means of making money, and it is a monopoly. This 5-second advertising window is happy for all parents to accept. After all, there is no cost from downloading the software to installing the software. It is naturally acceptable to bear the 5 seconds of waiting time for advertising. Lin Feng's method of making money really admires all company bosses. Think about how many computers nationwide, especially with the increasing popularity of computers. There will be more computers in the future, all with such software. How huge this advertising resource is. How much benefit will Lin Feng get? In addition to the surprise of all the company's bosses, the first month's advertising auction was auctioned by a calcium supplement manufacturer at a price of 5 million. A month later, when the calcium supplement manufacturer was surprised to find that its sales volume had increased. After 2 times increase advertising investment immediately, the market is transparent. The sales of this calcium supplement factory has skyrocketed, which naturally attracted the attention of other companies. After investigation, it was found that the source of the increase in advertising was mainly due to the Game Time Lock advertisement. The tide is rising, the boat is rising steadily, and it has become another new growth point in the Second World. These are naturally something to follow. After Lin Feng launched the Game Time Lock and the real name authentication of the game account, the situation of underage players' self-control of the game time is very good, which greatly satisfied all parents, and during this period, most of the underage players have developed self-discipline and self-control. The habit of time is very helpful to every minor and to their future life. Of course, There are also many minors with extremely poor self-control who sneak online and want to take advantage of the loopholes. However, Lin Feng took the opportunity to introduce a punishment system. If these children were caught by their parents for secretly playing games, Lin Feng would deduct 1 hour from his game time next week and 2 hours for 2 times. This punishment makes many minors who violate the rules have to remind themselves to strictly control the game time. Of course, this world will never have perfect laws or regulations. Lin Feng's network RAL name system and game timer lock are naturally not perfect. There are always children who can catch the loopholes, and they will attract parents' love for fun. The scolding, but the number is very small, there are only 1 or 2 in 10,000, and naturally it will not cause a social problem. Faced with such a situation, the whole society praised Lin Feng and believed that the method was good, that is, to let children enjoy the happy time of games, but also to alleviate the conflicts between students and parents, and let minors develop the habit of self-discipline. In the meantime, all walks of life gave Lin Feng rave reviews and praised him as a social model. Faced with the voice of appreciation from the society, Lin Feng called for all schools to promote the basketball tournament in primary and secondary schools in an all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, beauty and labor. Lin Feng's appeal at this moment is naturally different from his previous appeal. Now Lin Feng holds the title of a national role model and is welcomed by all parents and most minors, as well as the support of the National Basketball Association and the Ministry of Education. All middle and elementary schools have to take it seriously. Besides, 10 hours of game time are given every week. Can't students play basketball? Besides, playing basketball may be able to pull minors back from computer games. After many trade-offs, Beijing's primary and secondary schools took the lead in setting an example and were willing to participate in the first national primary and secondary school basketball championships held in the summer. At the same time, several prestigious universities across the country stated that they would target the high school basketball championships. It promises to give priority admission to candidates of the right age with outstanding performance, and the Ministry of Education, under the lobbying of the Chinese Basketball Association, promises to give candidates who perform well in the elementary and secondary school basketball championships a certain point bonus. With all these positive benefits, major cities across the country have expressed their support. After all, you only need to spend a little time training every week, without delaying a lot of study time, and you can get extra points and be specially recruited by a prestigious school. Why not? Teachers and schools are also for the promotion rate. This is also good. What's more, the Ministry of Education has always hoped to reduce the burden on students, and this time it should be reduced. In a short period of time, the establishment of the National Basketball Championship for elementary and secondary schools and the conclusion of an agreement on reasonable playing time for minors have allowed Lin Feng's people to reach a peak in China. All the people know that Lin Feng, the richest man in the country, not only makes money, there is also a kind heart, which is called by the major media benevolent business. This is the second time that Lin Feng has been awarded the title of benevolent merchant since he was in Chu City. This is especially recognized by the national media, and it has also been recognized by social experts and ordinary people from all walks of life. This has a different meaning. Moreover, for Lin Feng, obtaining this title is profitable but harmless. What's more, through these things, we have a good relationship with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Public Security, which will benefit Lin Feng's future game approval and film approval. Otherwise, like the historical NetEase, the same World of Warcraft, once 9 towns operated for 4 years without any problems. Once NetEase took over, it was denied, or it was denied by the so-called Press and Publication Administration. It's really ridiculous. And he was forced to stop serving for 8 months, which is simply unheard of. The reason why Lin Feng is so enthusiastic about basketball tournaments in elementary and middle schools and playing online games with minors this time is not only to earn fame, but also to prevent problems before they happen. Make good relations with various key departments of the country in advance, so as not to be troubled by others in the future and suffer huge losses. When Lin Feng was secretly happy to get the title of benevolent merchant, he got another happy trouble. Players from Europe and the United States appealed in unison, hoping that Lin Feng would also increase servers in Europe and America so that he could join the King of Fighters online in many countries. The big family of the league come and enjoy this game together. After all, the prize money of the King of Fighters Online Champions League is really attractive, and it takes at least 10 hours a month to qualify for the Champions League. No one is unmoved, even European and American sports players. But this is really a happy trouble. It is a good thing for European and American players to join. But the King of Fighters Online is not popular in Europe and the United States. I am afraid that except for these European and American sports players who are tempted by the King of Fighters Online Champions League high bonuses to join in addition, not many players will play the King of Fighters Online. After all, simpler fighting games are popular in Europe and America, such as Tekken, such as Street Fighter. As for the headache, Lin Feng finally decided to divide the European and American players into two regions, one in Europe and one in the Americas. At the same time, they will build branches in the two regions. However, European and American players can only wait for the Second World in June. Europe and the United States can only join after the establishment of branches. In this regard, European and American sports players do not have too many opinions. They are already satisfied to join the share of the cup. June is June, which is only 1 month. At this point, the King of Fighters Online Multinational League will be added as 9 regional players, the competition will be more intense, and its Champions League rewards will also be revised. However, before the re-establishment of the King of Fighters Online Champions League bonus, all domestic players are looking forward to a whole year of Jiangxia King Yuan's loyalty to the country is finally about to open beta. However, Lin Feng received a call before the public beta of Jiangxia King Yuan, Essence of Loyalty to the Country. Lin, my second album is completed and it will be released the day after tomorrow. At the same time, I will hold my personal global concert. Shanghai is my third stop. Wait for me, Avril said in a confident and determined voice. Lin Feng's ears rang. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 454. Mars is about to hit the Earth. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75. Chapter 454. Mars is about to hit the Earth. With the launch of the primary and secondary school ball tournament and the establishment of the He Adult Time Agreement, the first internet addiction war has come to an end. With Lin Feng's Second World, the leading online game league won and ended, and Tao, who was spurned by thousands of people, disappeared from everyone. This book is reproduced from Shilu Literature.net. After Lin Feng hit the wolf ambition of Tao called the Beast to destroy the game industry, he not only obtained a lot of profit income, but also obtained the title of Benevolent Business, which greatly increased the image of his company and took the opportunity to fight against the country. The young and high-level leaders laid a certain friendly foundation, which should have been a happy thing for everyone, but as Avril called, Lin Feng was happy and surprised, as if he had knocked over a 5-flavored bottle in his heart, with mixed feelings. The good news is that Avril finally released his second album. This is 2 years earlier than in history, and a personal global concert will be held soon. Before his rebirth, as a fan of Avril, Lin Feng always wanted to go to a live concert of Avril, but he never had a chance. But now he has a chance, and it must be the first row. Avril's concerts have always been an ordinary one, with a shirt and jeans, roaring from start to finish, so refreshing to the bones. Think of this. Lin Feng felt excited about the realization of a long-awaited wish. But then I thought that Avril was about to land in Shanghai, and that tone, and her style, obviously came to declare war on Lizu. I was caught in the middle of the two people, absolutely angry. and couldn't appeal, who told me to hug left and right. By the way, both girls have strong personalities, but their expressions are different. Lin Feng's entanglement. It was seen by Lizu. Brother Lin, the soup is almost cold. On the table, Lizu reminded. Lin Feng answered. I think that Avril must first tell Lizu about coming to Shanghai, so that she can be mentally prepared. But I don't know how to say it. Big brother Lin, what's wrong? Do you have anything on your mind? Can you tell me? Lizu saw that Lin Feng seemed to have something to say, so he asked with concern. Lin Feng looked at the girls at the table. Huang Meixi and Lin Ziyue went back to South Korea, and Liu Yifei went to the crew of the family of gold fans. The original lively dining table was left alone. Lizu, Algra, Lin Yikan and Yuan Xianglai. The atmosphere is much colder. By the way, Lin Yikan was nicknamed. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to be called for, but he strongly protested. In a few days, I will send the propaganda department manager of Mylin Film Entertainment Co., Limited to Taiwan to help you negotiate theatrical performances. You these few days get ready. When Shi Wai gets up to go. Lin Feng thought for a while and said. When Lin Yikan heard it, her heart felt sweet. She stayed here for so long, except for shooting some publicity outside the catwalk, just learning. However, there has been no room for full play. This time Lin Feng asked him to go to Taiwan to film. Lin Yikan was naturally very happy. Ju, when Mixi and Wisdom come back, I will send someone to South Korea to help you negotiate a new play. Last year, I said that with 3 Korean actresses, I will never break my word. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Lizu. Let the 3 of Lizu go filming, not only to fulfill his promise in Korea. It is also for the future of fast food restaurants starting from its own. When returning to Chu City during the Spring Festival, Suk Xiaomai, the president of Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant, because of the kidnapping incident and getting married, temporarily forgot the Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant development plan that had been prepared before. After that, Lin Feng went to the United States again. After a long time toss, Suk Xiaomai soon I just went to Shanghai to hand this book of J to Lin Feng. Suk Xiaomai's plan is to add Korean fast food to the Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant. With the popularity of Korean dramas in the past 2 years, Korean food has also moved out of the country and became popular in Asia, where countless Korean snack bars have become popular in Asia. Suk Xiaomai wanted to seize this opportunity to make the Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant a turnaround. Lin Feng naturally had no opinion on this, and he remembered it. Korean food is indeed very popular. China has become popular with Korean food under the influence of Korean dramas. Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant launches Korean cuisine, which is naturally a bright spot. Although Lin Feng is determined to promote Chinese cuisine, he runs a fast food restaurant, and Chinese cuisine pays attention to color, fragrance and taste. Pay attention to the heat, naturally not suitable for fast food. Korean food is a good choice. Of course, now that the Korean drama network has just begun to become popular, it happened that Lin Feng had threatened to win 3 Korean actresses. So he took this opportunity to let the 3 of Lizu film the movie. It will also prevent the 3 of them from always walking on the show, and the wind and rain. I felt distressed when I saw it. Lizu nodded, but he always felt that what Lin Feng wanted to say was not what he wanted to say, but he cleverly didn't ask. She doesn't need to know so much about some things, she just knows that Lin Feng can't cheat. Of course, there is only one thing that Lizu cares about. This is something that all women can't let go of, and that is the specificity of love. Yuan Xianglai, you are still young. You will study for 2 more years, and then I will make you a star. Lin Feng lovingly touched this little girl who has been studying diligently since she came to China. Yuan Xiang recommended a slight nod to Lin Feng. Then continue to eat silently. Algra, are you interested in opening stores in other big cities in China, or sell your branded clothing through mydingdong.com, which can increase your sales volume and influence? Also, I can help you. What do you think of running a fashion magazine? For Algra, Lin Feng feels guilty. She ran into her virgin body to say that there is no aristocratic spirit that erupted from the guilt. She would stay away from him, but if possible, Lin Feng still hopes to give Algra a little compensation. Algra listened and nodded. For Lin Feng, she only felt that she was wronged. Lin Feng's several suggestions she is also welcome. Anyway, she is not afraid of owing Lin Feng's favor. Lin Feng took a look, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This is the arrangement today. One is to help a few girls develop better, but also to minimize the destructive power caused by Avril when she comes to Shanghai. If Avril comes to Shanghai at that time, a few girls will help Lizu. That's really Mars hitting the Earth. It's going to cause trouble, and Lin Feng doesn't know how to end it. Unless Lin Feng is cruel and chooses only one or neither. Obviously, this is impossible. Therefore, vaccinate well in advance. But this little trick of Lin Feng. But it was seen through by the well-informed and intelligent Algra. Lin, to be honest, what's the conspiracy? You Chinese have a saying that you don't have anything to do. You Chinese people have a saying that you don't have anything to do with courtesy. If you commit crimes, you can steal. Say, what conspiracy and tricks are there? Algra swept away a pair of apricot eyes, staring at Lin Feng, and asked, "I see what you said. What conspiracy can I have?" Lin Feng sweats profusely. Algra is too keen on this. "Yes, brother Lin. Just tell me if you have anything. Are you still so out of touch with us?" Lisa said. Brother Lin, everyone is like a family now. If you have any trouble, if we can help, we will definitely help. Ariel Lin and say firmly. Yuan Xianglai looked at everyone and continued to eat. In her eyes, Lin Feng has never had any problems that cannot be solved. Even if there are, Lin Feng can't solve them, so they can't solve them even more. But that's something Japanese elites would do. She didn't believe Lin Feng would do such a thing. Looking at the three girls with 6 pairs of bright A's, Lin Feng gritted his teeth after hesitating for a long time. He told the news that Avril was about to arrive in Shanghai. Avril will hold a solo global concert, and the third stop will be Shanghai. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he felt relieved. Look at Lizu. The 3 girls were taken aback for a moment, but Lin Feng did not expect that this was what Lin Feng said. Yuan Xianglai, who was eating, also shook her whole body, knowing in her heart that Lin Feng was so hesitant for that. But she didn't understand why such a person as Lin Feng was so jealous of this kind of thing. In Japan, there are not many women around a successful man, not to mention Lin Feng, the richest man in mainland China. The billionaires of the world are still so young. This is going to be in Japan, and I don't know how many women around me. Big brother Lin, is Avril really coming to Shanghai? Lisa's voice murmured, and she naturally understood why Avril came to Shanghai. In addition to Lin Feng, for whom? Brother Lin, what Lin Yikan wanted to say. However, thinking of her identity, and this was the emotional entanglement between Lin Feng, Lisa and Avril, it was really inconvenient for her to say anything. She just squeezed Lisa's hand tightly and sent a look of encouragement and support. HMPH, I said, it turns out that your little lover is coming to Shanghai. HMPH. Algra didn't have the slightest scruples. He snorted, and at the same time tightly hooked Lisa's right hand. Zu, don't be afraid, we will support you. Don't admit defeat, whether she is a pop diva or not. You shouldn't admit defeat either. Lin Feng's face sank. That's what he was afraid of. The look in Algra's eyes didn't mention much resentment. I give you so many benefits. Can't you speak nice things for yourself? You are still instigating in the middle. And if Algra and Avril meet at that time, both of them will be straight-tempered and both will be speechless. With Lisa's soft outside and strong inside, hey, it will be really exciting then. Feeling Lin Feng's complaining eyes, Algra raised her brows and looked smug. Lin Feng no longer cares about Algra, gently holding Lisa's jade hand. The master of these jade hands is the key. Brother Lin, if she wants to come, I will naturally welcome you. But I will never give up on you. And she can't take you away from me, Lisa said firmly. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. At night, in bed, Lin Feng enjoyed the wildest and craziest side since he met Lizu. and almost drained every trace of Lin Feng's energy. Go to the hall. Get down to the kitchen, get into the bedroom, this kind of Lisa is perfect. Brother Lin, can't I satisfy you? After several washan clouds and rains, Lisa hugged Lin Feng tightly and lay on his chest, with a trace of breath, whispering bitterly. Lin Feng was speechless, not knowing how to answer. It's just that sometimes thirsty people are really a little bit bothersome. Hope to enjoy the beauty of cheap people. Lisa's grievances caused Lin Feng a headache, but it was not the most troublesome. When Avril's second album was released the next day, the world was shocked, because the second album was called by Zhao Feng, an album title that made all the media's eyes swept away. Xiangzong's album title from Shanghai. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. The mixed-race female anchor forgot to turn off the camera after the live broadcast. The video of her life was exposed. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Main my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 455 is cool to the bone? Question mark. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 chapter 455th chapter cool to the bone. Booksin is small, the second album style, as Avril's second, knows the meaning of the album's name is cool to the bones, and it feels very close to Avril. This book is reproduced from Shilu Literature.net. But now, with the improvement of Lin Feng's English level, he learned that there are several meanings in Kurukani, on different occasions and in different tones. They will have different meanings. The first meaning is that the mainland is very cool to the bones, which means that Avril has always faced everyone's image and character, and is very cool. The second meaning is that it makes me very upset. This meaning is worthy of Shang's Yui. What makes Avril so upset? The third meaning is deep in the heart, deep in the bones, and lingering in dreams. This is the meaning of reverie. The fourth meaning is the meaning under my control. This is also puzzling. Different tones and environments create different meanings. When Avril promoted her second album in the United States, she said in a very sincere tone to all media reporters and fans, I have grown a lot in the past 6 months. I have experienced many things and experienced many things in my life, ups and downs. My songs are all my experience and expression of things around me. For me, each song is a very private personal experience and the most real-life experience. Avril said of the sentimental. There were tears in the corners of his eyes, which made all the hardcore fans of Avril sad. The good news media naturally guessed what the name of Avril's album meant, and asked Avril's music producer and administrative director Sam. To the curiosity of many reporters, Sam replied very officially, the album title only goes to the image that all fans are used to describing Avril. But apparently, Sam's answer could not satisfy the bone-kicking reporters, and many American reporters directed their concubine keffing at Avril. Said that they did not understand the meaning of calling one. Can Avril explain it? After all, her fans should also want to know the meaning of Little Toby. What you think is what you think. I don't care if you understand it or not, but I know that there is someone he must understand. And my album, as long as he can understand. I don't care if other people understand it. Avril, as always, is straightforward, frank, a little bit overwhelming. But it's this straightforwardness that makes her fans even more crazy. Although Avril didn't say what it meant, and instead ridiculed the reporter a lot, it seemed to many reporters that he had already got the news he wanted. In English, he and she have different pronunciations, and you can tell whether they are male or female. And Avril was talking about him, combined with the previous scandal. Obviously, what Avril said he was referring to Lin Feng. This conclusion came out and immediately triggered a storm in the global entertainment industry. Lin Feng has a girlfriend. The relationship between Lin Feng and Lisa has long been unearthed by enthusiastic reporters. Although the previous ambiguous relationship between Avril, Lin Feng and Lisa has been hyped by the media for a while, Lin Feng. After returning to China and not accepting any similar interviews, Li Zhu also rejected all catwalk activities and disappeared in front of everyone. Avril also suddenly went to record the second album and disappeared in front of everyone. The three protagonists of the scandal disappeared, and the scandal that excited Queen's media did not stop like this. Unexpectedly, today Avril suddenly said that this album recorded her mental journey in the recent period. In addition, the album titled Guobi was taken for him, which naturally reignited the interest of the global media. Especially after Avril released his second album on the internet, he announced the holding of a personal global concert. The station is Shanghai, where Lin Feng, Shanghai, China is located. This is undoubtedly even more exciting for many reporters. After the United States was unable to interview Avril, who was busy preparing for the global concert, major American media sent their reporters to Shanghai, China. European journalists were also rushing when they heard the news. All of a sudden, Shanghai Fenian meeting. Shanghai in May became an exchange meeting for journalists. Throw out a brick casually. At least 7 of them were reporters. At this time, Shanghai Lin Feng was drinking 3 whole bowls of porridge, eating a fried dough stick and 2 biscuits before Lisa let him go out. After fighting repeatedly last night, I almost vomited out again this morning. Lin Feng sighed that this woman was really unpredictable sometimes. Of course, Lin Feng knew what Lisa was doing, but it was really uncomfortable. But Lin Feng couldn't say anything. It's just a pain in my stomach. However, thinking of Lisa's dissolute Lin Feng from his bones last night, my heart shook again. Suffering, happy brother. This life is really fair. But after not taking a few steps, Lin Feng's feet floated slightly, staggering. Boss, are you okay? Li Rui stepped forward and asked with concern. Lin Feng shook his head. This is not easy to explain. Last night, with Li Zhu, Zhang Fei I battles the horse super. By daybreak, it's normal to have weak footsteps. Then I thought if I would enjoy the blessing of Chi people one day if I was Zaran. The shark body may not be able to bear it anymore. Sicheng, I died prematurely under my heart. No, you have to think of ways to strengthen your physique in this area in addition to enhancing exercise. Also go to scrape a little bit of talent in this area. Lin Feng thought to himself all the way. When I arrived at the company, before Lin Feng got off the car, he was blocked by many domestic reporters who had been waiting in front of the company. Donglin, what do you mean by the name Avril? She said that she only wanted one person to understand this album. Did she mean you? Donglin, may I ask if the third concert of Avril's global concert is in Shanghai, China? Is it also because of you? Then how do you deal with their relationship between you and Li Zhu and Avril? Numerous reporters kept patting the windows of Mercedes-Benz Zinjad 4, asking all the media and readers around the world. There are also questions that are of interest to Avril fans. Lin Feng frowned, but now he was not interested in satisfying the curiosity of these reporters. Fortunately, this is the second world headquarters, the site of Lin Feng. With the assistance of many security guards, Lin Feng easily broke free from the encirclement and suppression of many domestic reporters and entered the company. By the way, Mr. Wu, how many supercomputers does the company have now? Lin Feng went to the office. He called Wu Zhaopu. The relationship between Avril and Lisa gave Lin Feng a headache, and he couldn't think of a solution for the time being, so he had to devote himself to work first. Swordsman love, loyalty to the country is about to open beta. If the supercomputer can't be in place, it won't work. Without a supercomputer, Kuxin's advanced design concept would not be realized, and the investment of hundreds of millions of yuan in the second world would be turned into a water scoop. Boss, including the previously assembled Mo Wu supercomputers. During this time, Bruce Allen assembled 2 more supercomputers. The company has 3 supercomputers in total. However, the original Maoyu, due to the calculation speed and the stacking and method in the assembly, Bruce was not satisfied with it, so it was used as the Fist Multinational League. Maoyu 1 server completely replaced the previous setup server, and can completely handle the data traffic of Fist 6 inches players in Thailand, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Malaysia, explained Wu Xiaopu. Lin Feng nodded. Let Bruce Allen install the old super-well computer as much as possible. The company does not lack this money for the time being, and then slowly find a way to improve its operating system, Lin Feng said. Wu Xiaopu nodded, and after discussing some details, Wu Xiaopu smiled secretly and took out a Time magazine from his briefcase. Boss, this is the latest issue of Time magazine. You, Lisa, and Avril are on the cover, Wu Xiaopu said with a smile. Lin Feng took a look. This week, the people on the cover of Time magazine were him, Lisa, and Avril, with Lin Feng in the middle. Avril and Lisa are on separate sides, with the big title Who is the Goddess? And under the title, there is a subtitle called Tuga. This question mark. What does it mean for Avril's second album? There is also a small arrow above Lin Feng, which means that only Lin Feng understands the meaning of the call. Looking at the Time magazine in his hand, Lin Feng was deeply helpless. The relationship between myself, Avril and Lisa has become a global topic. This is the price of celebrities and there is no privacy. In particular, Lin Feng is the youngest billionaire in the world, and Avril is also the youngest rising pop queen in the American pop world. Together with Lisa who has been with Lin Feng early, the relationship between the three naturally affects global hobbies. The curiosity of gossips. After all, whether it is Avril or Lisa, whoever finally becomes Lin Feng's bride will own Lin Feng's general property. This is a few dollars. Moreover, Lin Feng is also predicted by the American media as the most likely person to become the next richest man in the world. Lin Feng sighed secretly. Wu Xiaopu also retreated sensibly. He handed the Time magazine to Lin Feng today, hoping that Lin Feng could make a decision as soon as possible. In Wu Xiaopu's heart, I still tend to give people a well-behaved and sensible Lisa. Lisa's gentleness and virtuousness are well known in the company. Everyone aims to have a woman who is as gentle and virtuous as Lisa and who also cooks good dishes. Of course, from a business perspective, Wu Xiaopu is more inclined to Avril. Although the second world is rich and Lin Feng is famous, sometimes if you want to do a good job or achieve a new business plan, you must rely on the influence of a superstar. Wu Xiaopu pulled his hair and didn't want to think about it anymore. He was tangled up after thinking about it. This problem is better left to Lin Feng's headache. Wu Xiaopu shook his head, turned and left. Lin Feng looked at the magazine, but looked thoughtful. What does Avril's second album Shanxinika mean? The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Thailand's busiest female anchor brand new exciting love video exposure fell to the male lead So Hungry Thirsty. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! The 456th chapter refers to 1,000 women. Chapter 456 referred by 1,000 women. Lin Feng left Time in the company and didn't want to take it home. Although this is his third time on the cover of Time magazine, it is of commemorative value. But Lisa is sad to see it. Unexpectedly, when Lin Feng was just home, he saw Algra sitting on the sofa, holding a copy of Time magazine in his hand. Hearing the sound, he looked up and saw Lin Feng come in, snort his nose, and put his hand on Time. Throw it to Lin Feng. What does under me skin mean? Algra snorted. Although Algra's mother tongue is English, he can't guess the meaning of the album's name. At this time, Lisa also came out with a bowl of soup, and saw Lin Feng with a grieving face and pouting his mouth. After putting down the soup, he walked to Lin Feng's side and took over his briefcase and jacket for Lin Feng, but it did not go as usual. Kiss home. Obviously, Lisa is jealous. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, hugged Lisa tightly from behind, buried his head beside Lisa's pink neck, took a deep breath, and said softly, I'm back. At this time, Lin Feng glanced at Algra and kept glaring at Lisa, and at the same time he kept making gestures, meaning that Lisa should be stronger, not so weak and bullied by Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked speechless, and stared at Algra fiercely, but apparently, there was no effect. If Algra was threatened by Lin Feng would not have so much trouble. Lisa received the signal from Algra and wanted to ignore Lin Feng, express his protest, make himself a little tougher, and prevent Lin Feng from bullying her so unscrupulously. But I have become accustomed to Lin Feng's answer, and I can't help answering it, although I have regretted it. But under Lin Feng's solid arms and strong man's breath, his whole body has become soft, thinking you have to harden your heart. But face how cruel you are to this man who has been entrusted to him for a long time. I'm so hungry. Can I have a meal? Lin Feng gently bit on Lisa's most sensitive earlobe, and said softly. Lisa's whole body softened, and he suddenly forgot Algra's instructions, turned back and kissed Lin Feng lightly, then turned to serve the meal. After Lisa left, Lin Feng triumphantly made a V gesture at Algra to represent victory. An angry Algra stomped his feet, his face of anger, but there was nowhere to vent. Seeing Algra's frantic expression, Lin Feng felt very happy. The rare opportunity to let Algra deflate, this feeling is really good. Fortunately, the meal is not long. Otherwise, Lin Feng really doubted whether Algra would go to the hospital with anger. Good fragrance. Friends, your cooking skills have improved again. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The food was refreshing, and Lin Feng's index finger moved. HMPH. But no matter how delicious the food is, you can't control someone's fishy mouth. Algra said sarcastically, as if he immediately found a chance for revenge. Of course, it was also annoyed that Lisa was too submissive. He was bullied by Lin Feng into this way, but he would not fight back. This made Algra really look down on it. Lin Feng was speechless for a long time by Algra, and he didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Lisa saw Lin Feng's depression, and cleverly relieved Lin Feng. Well, Algra, I believe Brother Lin will give me an confession in the end. He will definitely not let me down, Lisa said with a smile. Algra and Lin Feng sighed at the same time. As for why they sighed, the reasons were different. Algra lamented that Lisa was too submissive, and even Lin Feng, who was a little accommodating, overwhelmed. It should be replaced by her. She slapped Lin Feng a few times and then left. But thinking of her relationship with Lin Feng, Algra was speechless again. Isn't her relationship with Lin Feng more bizarre? Thinking of this, Algra sighed. Lin Feng sighed, but he sighed that Lisa was kind to him, so accommodating his girl, but he wanted the beauty of the same people, which made Lin Feng feel guilty. But at the same time, I heard the meaning of Lisa's words. Obviously, Lisa is not so weak, and he has also learned to use words to run himself. Lin Feng sighed when thinking that Lisa would be broken by Algra after all. By the way, your little lover is very sexual. You dare to say to reporters like that whether the reporter understands it or not. Someone understands it. It's really a sex. This is the first time I have such a star. I see. Algra thought of the report in Time magazine, and said in amazement, before asking again, what does the under me skin mean? Lin Feng frowned. As for the meaning of under me skin, Lin Feng has naturally wanted to understand. I am afraid that Avril is not only dissatisfied with Lin Feng's two boats, but also expresses that her love for herself has deepened into her bones, and at the same time, she is also announcing her this time the determination to come to Shanghai. Its complex meanings can be said to be numerous. I am afraid that apart from Lin Feng and Avril, it is difficult for outsiders to understand its full meaning. However, Lin Feng would not be satisfied with Algra's curiosity. It would be a big trouble to explain, so it's better not to explain. But how do I resolve the relationship between the three? In Lin Feng's thoughts, Avril's second album Under My Skin was released simultaneously worldwide. After listening to this new album that recorded Avril's mental journey, everyone understood the many complex meanings of Under My Skin. I understand what Avril wants to express, and I also understand Avril's feelings for Lin Feng. This Under My Skin album opened with two very dramatic Take Me and Together songs. Together is a typical expression of a girl's feelings, the desire to be with her sweetheart, and Take Me is the sublimation of feelings, hoping that one's lover can take oneself away and leave this troubled world. Hearing this, everyone who can understand Avril's singing can hear Avril's love for Lin Feng, and understand the meaning of the album Under My Skin. Avril's dream of Lin Feng's soul miss. Afterwards, the title song Don't Tell Me of the Under My Skin album changed its genre. but under the emotional setting of Take Me and Together, this change was just right. It was about a girl who fell in love with a man deeply, but the man suddenly left, making the girl sad and even angry. The girl vented her anger to the man, and also expressed her dignity and pride. Undoubtedly, this don't tell me is Avril's complaint to Lin Feng, the fact that Lin Feng made her fall in love with him, but then left. Hearing this, all the fans of Avril's song are angry and proud of it. Although Avril loves Lin Feng deeply, he loves his dignity and pride. Of course, at the same time, I have a deep understanding of the unpleasant mood of the album title. The following two tunes, Nobody Shown and Forgotten, the style changed again, not like Avril's style, slow and worried, expressing the heart's hard-to-coos emotions, melancholy, anxiety, restlessness, entanglement. Avril's singing made all fans of the song entangled with her for this relationship. In the end, it was the two songs of Hawk Nose and Freak Out with full style of Avril, which made all the listeners listen to the world revolving around, and the popular momentum of violent sex made people hooked, and at the same time he also vented that he was still that Avril, and that he was still the little punk princess Avril. Although I love you, I will always be me. And these two songs are even more scent of warning. If you don't cherish me, I will leave you alone. At the same time, it also conveyed Avril's determination to come to Shanghai. No matter what the result is, whether it will crash me or not, I want a result. Get or lose. After listening to the complex meaning of the title of the Under Me Skin album, all the fans of Avril's song understood, but after understanding it was a bit of sorrow. Everyone sighed at Avril's feelings, and at the same time was angry at Lin Feng's two boats. Avril's song fans are mostly women's sex. After all, Avril sings the aspirations of women's sex in the new era, the kind of unyielding, self-reliant women's sex in the new era. Therefore, after hearing Avril's entanglement and sadness about this relationship, Avril's loyal female song fan was a rebuke to Lin Feng, criticizing Lin Feng for hurting their little princess and let them the little princess is sad for him. Sad for him. Many fanatical fans of the song even threatened to ask Lin Feng to apologize to their little princess as soon as possible. It is best to hold 99 roses at the little princess concert and apologize personally to mend the broken heart of their little princess. Compared with the madness of Avril's fans, all media and music critics are amazed by Avril's sex and talent. Avril used songs to express her emotions completely, expressing her strong feelings. This album, the 4 changes in the style of music, let people listen to it, and at the same time, it is also deeply attracted. The charm of the punk princess is irresistible. Looking at the media's evaluation of Avril's second album, Lin Feng was full of emotion. These 12 songs are exactly the same as in the memory, but when I heard it before, I didn't hear anything other than a sexual musical feast. Now I heard it, but I was full of emotions, especially Avril's love for himself, which is even more plain and embarrassing. However, Lin Feng also has a question. Was Avril created this amazing Under Me Skin album because of herself, or did she create this album in the first place? This kind of feels like the chicken or the egg first. However, watching the bashing of Avril's fans on him, even Lizzo was scolded, Lin Feng was speechless. Avril has a strong personality, and even her fans are full of sexuality. They criticized him mercilessly and turned Lin Feng into the world's worst fancier. Thousands of women are invincible. Faced with these criticisms, Lin Feng looked depressed, and when he returned home, when he opened the door, Lin Feng heard the music of the title song Don't Tell Me of Avril's album coming from home. Lin Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect that Avril's songs would be played at home, which is really strange. Lin, you are really speechless. Algra saw Lin Feng come in, said something inexplicably, and went upstairs. Yu, what's wrong with her? Lin Feng asked strangely. Big brother Lin, you hate it, you hate it. How could you provoke Avril like this, but also hurt her heart? The corner of Lisa's eyes was moist. At home, she has listened to Avril's new album several times, and she has already stated from the song Avril's feelings for Lin Feng, his helplessness, and the entanglement. Speaking of hate, She really can't hate this popular diva who suddenly plugged in between her and Lin Feng. Lisa's words made Lin Feng listen inexplicably, but after Lisa's subsequent intermittent explanation, Lin Feng suddenly understood and smiled. Unexpectedly, I haven't figured out a way to solve the trouble between the three. Avril has already conquered Lisa with singing, which is undoubtedly good news. Yu, I really love you too. It's better. Lin Feng took the opportunity to lobby Lisa very affectionately. For this reason, Lin Feng couldn't give up anyone. Avril was definitely the most difficult to solve, so it's better to solve Lisa first. Brother Lin. Although I feel sorry for Avril's feelings, there is only one Brother Lin. I don't want to lose Brother Lin, so I can't let others take Brother Lin. Unexpectedly, Lisa resolutely said. When Lin Feng heard this, he was frustrated, but he couldn't blame anything. Originally, in modern cities, it is really difficult for two fashionable women to sex imitate Huang vying. It seems that this kind of blessing is by no means so enjoyable. However, Brother Lin, I will give Avril a fair chance to play. I want to prove that I have the talent that is not inferior to her. Lisa suddenly said confidently. Lin Feng was taken aback. Just like Avril chick knows singing her knows what will happen in the future, do what you want to do, keep smiling, really, a new day is waiting for you, I will work hard live, as if today is the end of the world. Lisa hummed softly. Lin Feng was stunned. Unexpectedly, Avril's influence on young women's sex has been under me skin deep into the bone marrow. Avril's global concert, which was focused by media all over the world, officially sang. The first stop in Toronto, Canada, the second stop in New York, USA, and the third stop in the country. Avril is here. With the horror sales of the second album breaking 3 million copies in the first week. Goal. Shanghai. Fly. Korean female anchor's private a secret video was exposed. Cute and full. Exclamation mark. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Exclamation mark. Chapter 457, If You Don't Come, I'll Go. Question mark. Avril's personal global tour concert started smoothly under the attention of everyone. In Toronto, Canada, the stadium that can accommodate 80,000 people is full. 80,000 fans in the stadium followed Avril for a crazy night and enjoyed a musical feast. New York, USA, continues to be mad. Avril's strong personal touch and explosive power of music make all the fans present go crazy. Avril became the youngest person to hold a global tour. The popularity of the first 2 world tour concerts was unexpected and unexpected. All the media and music critics have expected the popularity of Avril's concert, but they did not expect it to be so crazy, making tens of thousands of fans follow her crazy all night. The popularity of the first 2 concerts made everyone confident that Avril held a global tour at such a young age. However, it is still unwise for all music critics to choose Shanghai, China for the third stop of Avril's global concert. I think that Avril should first hold a few concerts in some economically developed countries in Europe and regions where Avril fans are more popular, and then go to Asia. The third stop is to go to Asia, Shanghai, China, which is really not sensible. Once the box office of the Shanghai concert in China is dismal, it will also have a negative impact on the subsequent world tour. Of course, this is just the opinion of music critics, but many media are trembling with excitement. Avril will use Shanghai, China as the third stop of the global concert, but it is of special significance. The first stop is Canada, which is Avril's home country. The second stop is New York, USA, which is the origin of Avril's music. The third stop is Shanghai, China, where Avril's rumored boyfriend is located. Avril chooses the world. The venue of the concert was carefully chosen. How would those old-fashioned music critics understand? Of course, whether the box office of the third station in Shanghai, China is good or not is of course not within the media's consideration. What they are looking forward to is the meeting between Avril and Lin Feng, and the hot scene when Lin Feng's current girlfriend Lisa and Avril meet. This is what all gossip people in the world care about most now. In 2002, At 9 a.m. on May 23, the Boeing 767 flight from New York to Shanghai arrived in Shanghai. Lin Feng's Shanghai villa. Sitting in the living room, Lisa looked cramped and worried. Although I knew that Avril would come, I was prepared for it, and I was determined to compete with Avril. But when Avril's flight actually arrived in Shanghai, there was something I couldn't tell. Nervous and afraid, holding Lin Feng's hand tightly, for fear that Lin Feng will be lost in the next second. Lisa was naturally angry about the relationship between Lin Feng and Avril. She didn't understand why she treated Lin Feng wholeheartedly, but Lin Feng could not treat her wholeheartedly. Although there are always countless women behind every successful man, Lisa hopes that Lin Feng can be different from other men. Are men always so bothersome? There was such an ambiguous relationship between Lin Feng and Liu Yinying before, which made Lisa secretly jealous. Finally, as Liu Yinying concentrated on taking care of the dingdong.com and the end was announced, it was not easy for Lisa to breathe a sigh of friendship. Unexpectedly, not long after the sweet days, when I returned to Chu City to see his parents, he provokes Huang Shuqi's engagement, and then the aphrodisiac incident broke out, making Lisa aggrieved to wait for Lin Feng to beat Lin Feng. Beating this made him feel uncomfortable. The man who made himself cry silently. It's not that Lisa never thought of giving up, so she might not have so much trouble, and she won't open newspapers and magazines every day, for fear of seeing Lin Feng and 20 scandal again. Although with Lin Feng's status and wealth, Lin Feng's scandals have been quite few. Except for Jessica Alba, there was only one Avril. But both of these scandals were earth-shattering, especially Avril, in front of more than 75 million American audiences, confessed his feelings and confessed to Lin Feng, which made Lisa jealous but also a little bit happy to find himself the best man in the world. But I didn't expect this scandal to be true, and Lin Feng fell in love with Avril. He also told himself that he loved both himself and Avril. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lisa felt anxious, and he felt like he was bitten by thousands of ants. I wanted to give up at that time, but giving up was not easy. Lisa is not an avant-garde and open-minded person. He is even a bit conservative in matters of men and women. His innocence is given to Lin Feng, and his feelings are in Lin Feng. How to give up? What's more, giving up a good man like Lin Feng? Where can she go to find a better man? But if she was asked to accept Avril, accept Lin Feng's flower heart, she couldn't do it. Moreover, Avril would never accept sharing the same man with her. In desperation, Lisa chose to fight in his own way, using his tenderness and meticulous care to influence Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng could turn around and be the sure. It's a pity that although Lin Feng received more love, but the man's faint heart was not influenced. Now that Avril is in Shanghai and the two are about to meet, what should she do? No, I must not lose. I cannot lose to Avril. I cannot lose to anyone. Lisa gritted his teeth and cheered himself up. Lin Feng felt the slight trembling from Lisa's hand. He wanted to be comforted, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only hold Lisa's hand tightly. From a moral point of view, Lin Feng knew that he was not as good as a beast. But people are selfish, human nature is weak and hypocritical. Lisa, he didn't want to give up, and Avril didn't want to lose either. Although the two have two extreme personalities, their inner qualities are the same. Both are women in the new era and will not accept what they call fraternity. But things like rebirth have been experienced by myself. Couldn't the two women be able to handle it by themselves? Lin Feng's reason is extremely ridiculous, but it is the truest thought in all men's hearts. Faced with two former dream lovers, Lin Feng didn't want to give up. What's more, how to resolve the relationship between the three is also an extremely difficult task, but it undoubtedly gives people a kind of alternative pleasure to wander on the edge of danger. Originally, when Avril arrived in Shanghai today, Lin Feng should pick up the plane. However, with the current relationship between the two of them, Lin Feng's picking up the plane must be blocked by many reporters at the airport, and it will definitely be a big trouble then. For the sake of safety, Lin Feng sent Li Rui to pick up the plane with a few spikier security personnel. Let Avril go to his villa to rest first. Although Avril came to his villa, it would definitely be upset. but the two girls have to meet sooner or later. Instead of making trouble outside, it is better to make trouble in the villa to avoid making many reporters laugh. Besides, both of them are public figures, and making trouble in front of outsiders is not good for their image and future. While Lin Feng was waiting for Avril to arrive, Li Rui called and said Avril would not come. Lin Feng frowned. After more than 20 hours of flight, Avril finally set foot on this mysterious eastern continent, which is the motherland of his sweetheart, and the excitement can be seen from Avril's sweet smile. Although Lin Feng has Lisa by his side, Avril is not too concerned. She is extremely confident in herself. This time she comes to Shanghai to retake Lin Feng. Originally, Avril thought that Lin Feng would wait for himself outside the customs. Unexpectedly, he had just left the customs. What was waiting for Avril was not Lin Feng's embrace, but the crazy shouts of hundreds of Chinese fans. Seeing the Chinese fan holding up his portrait and calling his name, Avril was slightly surprised. Originally, at the Shanghai station in China, Avril had already prepared for the bleak box office of the concert. Unexpectedly, seeing so many Chinese fans, this surprised Avril, and at the same time, he felt a little warmer in his heart. Hello everyone. I am Avril, thank you. Avril smiled sweetly and waved at the fans around, causing a scream. At this time, many reporters also gathered around, but it was blocked. Avril, the boss knows that you are tired from the journey, and he has prepared a room for you and is waiting for you in the villa. Li Rui and Avril are familiar with each other in the United States, and they are naturally the best candidates to pick up the airport instead of Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, Avril frowned when she saw that the pickup person was Li Rui and heard that Lin Feng hadn't come. Where's Lin? Why didn't he come? Avril looked at Li Rui with an unhappy expression. Avril, the boss is afraid of the inconvenience caused by the number of reporters, so he entrusted us to pick up the plane. Li Rui explained. After listening to this, Avril's sun-like smile disappeared immediately, and her face suddenly became gloomy. He put the suitcase in his hand on the ground, sat on the suitcase, and said angrily, "Call Lin and tell Lin if he doesn't come to pick you up, I won't leave." Avril was angry. Of course she must be angry. The third stop of her global concert was chosen in China. Everybody knows the reason, and Lin Feng naturally knows it. He traveled all the way to China, but Lin Feng was worried about these irrelevant people and things, so he didn't come to pick up the airport. This made Avril very angry and felt that he was not taken seriously. There are too many reporters. What's wrong? She is not afraid of being a star. What is Lin Feng afraid of? Many reporters knew that Avril was angry when he looked at Avril's expression, and swept around. Didn't see Lin Feng grin, and guessed why Avril was angry. Many reporters sighed secretly. Lin Feng did not show up. Today they are here for nothing. Just to Avril, it is not worthy of their labor. Flew all the way from the United States and Europe to China to squat guard. They are reporters, not paparazzi. Li Rui shook his head helplessly, and then persuaded a few words. Seeing that Avril was unmoved at all, he had to call Lin Feng. Hearing that Avril lost his temper at the airport because he didn't pick up the plane, Lin Feng also had a headache. He was trying to persuade Li Rui to persuade him, but Avril's voice was already coming from the microphone. Lin, I always thought you were someone who didn't care about others' opinions. I didn't expect you to be so timid. You disappointed me too much. I tell you, if you don't come to pick up the plane today, I will always sit here until you come. If you still don't come before 12 o'clock in the morning, I will fly back to the United States directly, and we will not meet again in the future. Avril's cold tone made a bone-chilling chill in my heart. After speaking, Avril hung up the phone and threw the robbed call to Li Rui. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 458, a special concert? Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 Chapter 458. After entering where, he still gave Li Rui the call. 1.C finishing. Leroy looked shocked. He didn't expect Avril to be so cool and express his feelings and anger so bluntly, which really made him admire and astonish, knowing that his boss was really in trouble this time. Many reporters were also taken aback. Netizen Avril's voice is not small. When Avril was on the phone, the reporters around him quieted down spontaneously. They wanted to hear who Avril was calling, so I heard it really. Avril actually threatened to return to the United States because Lin Feng didn't come to pick up the plane. This was violent news. Disregarding the waiting of thousands of fans, disregarding the long-established global concert schedule, disregarding my future, just because Lin Feng did not come to pick up the airport, he overturned all the schedules. This straightforwardness is staggering and makes many waiters. The reporter was excited for a long time. This situation was flat. Many reporters guessed that Lin Feng would definitely come. As long as Lin Feng came, it would be wonderful. Avril didn't care about his words being cheated by many reporters. She only cared about when Lin Feng would come. Avril. Lin Feng wants to explain something, but Avril has hung up the phone over there. Lin Feng sighed helplessly and shook his head. Avril's personality is really lovely and scary. Lin, brother, what's the matter? Lisa asked nervously when he heard the helplessness in Lin Feng's tone. Avril wants me to pick up the plane. If I don't go, she will fly back to the United States directly, Lin Feng said helplessly. If Avril is really angry and flies back to the United States, even if her global concert is smashed, and her popularity will be greatly affected, it will also affect her singing career in the future. It wouldn't be the case for any star, but Avril would. Therefore, I have to go now. Besides, this is my fault. Lisa and Algra listened and took a sharp breath. They didn't expect this Avril to have such a personality. But after thinking about it, it's no wonder that Avril is so angry. Avril came to China desperately, but Lin Feng did not pick up the plane, which is really chilling. Okay, I'm going to pick you up. You will wait a while at home. Lin Feng gently patted Lisa's pretty face, which was full of entanglements. Big brother Lin, can you pick up the poison too? Lisa asked weakly after hesitating for a long time. Avril has arrived, and she can no longer evade. Faced with Avril's powerful invasion, she is already unable to retreat. If so, she can only face it. She also went to pick up the plane, just to express his attitude to Avril. It's time for the net of the outer network and the inner network. This Lin Feng hesitated for a while, fearing that the two girls would quarrel in front of many reporters. That would be a big scandal. Let's go together. Just so I want to see with my own eyes how this Avril is. Algra also added aside. Algra is also extremely curious about the personality of Avril, and she would not let Lisa face such a strong Avril alone. With his weak personality, she would definitely be bullied by Avril. In the end, she could only cry secretly behind her back. Looking at Lisa's firm and pleading eyes, Lin Feng knew that he could not refuse. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng was heartbroken. Go and go. The big deal will be on the cover of Time, anyway. This matter can't be hidden. Let's go. After Lin Feng figured it out, he no longer hesitated, and walked out with Lisa's hand. At this time, Shanghai International Airport. Avril sat on the suitcase with a sullen expression, looking at everyone's upset. The band and staff who accompanied them all looked helpless. They have already learned the temper of the little punk princess. Many people have even been friends with Avril since childhood. They know Avril's nature well. When I know Avril is angry, it is best not to mess with her, so as not to be unlucky. Moreover, this company is now owned by Avril, and they are still employees of Avril's company, so naturally there is no reason to dissuade Avril. Many reporters wanted to come forward to interview, but seeing the angry and unhappy face of Avril, many reporters gave up after thinking about it. Although they depend on the news for a living, if they can, they are unwilling to touch the mold. Anyway, waiting for Lin Feng to come, it's natural to have a good show. They don't have to worry about not having news at all. Many reporters are also happy to be clean now, recharge their energy, and wait for the exciting battle soon. Many fans on the internet were squeezed behind by many reporters and didn't hear Avril's words, but under the whispering discussions of many reporters, they also understood the whole story. Unexpectedly, that his idol is so cool, he threatened to return to the United States because of Lin Feng's failure to pick up the plane. Although this behavior more highlights the personality of the little punk princess, it makes a group of Chinese fans feel chilled. They support Avril so much. I didn't expect Avril to abandon them because Lin Feng did not come to pick up the plane. The United States really makes these die-hard female fans worry about it. But those who arrived at the airport were all hardcore fans of Avril, who still supported Avril and chanted Avril not to leave China. They will always support her. Don't destroy yourself for a man. Avril, with a depressed face, sighed in his heart after hearing the fans' shouts and feeling the fans' enthusiasm. She also knows that her behavior is too willful, she doesn't respect her fans, and her career is not good. But she is like this, she has been this sex since she was a child, and if it changes, she will no longer be her. Now she is in a bad mood. How can she go to a concert? How can she do for the fans? But now she can do something for these fans who support her so much, to make up for the guilt in her heart. After thinking for a while, Avril took out his portable guitar from the suitcase, squeezed the reporter away, looked around, and jumped onto a small high platform in the airport where the airport staff could temporarily place goods. Everyone was taken aback by Avril's actions, but they immediately gathered around. Looking at the reporters and fans who surrounded me because of his strange behavior, Avril did not use any microphone, and directly shouted, "I am very happy to be in China and Shanghai. Thank you for your support. I know that I am more headstrong sometimes, but this is me. If he does not come today, I will definitely return to the United States and never come to China again. To make up for the guilt in my heart for recording your lovely friends, I am here for everyone singing." As my concert stage, everyone was shocked. I didn't expect Avril to admit it so frankly. If Lin Feng does not come, Avril will really leave Shanghai and return to the United States. And he threatened not to come to China again. This really broke the hearts of all the fans of Avril in China. But instead of hearing Avril here, at the Shanghai International Airport, sing for everyone, it made everyone a bit stupid, which is really too much. Surprisingly, but at the same time applauded Avril's behavior so that they can enjoy Avril's music. It's just that there is inevitably a wave of worry. This is without any electronic sound and microphone. Singing here can greatly test Avril's singing skills, especially if there are so many reporters around. If they are slightly flawed, they will be ruthlessly attacked by this group of reporters. Avril is also too bold. Although her singing skills are very good, it is too torturous. All the hardcore Avril fans are deeply worried about it. In the horror of everyone, Avril had already begun to sing loudly, without any electronic equipment. There is no microphone, no sound, only a guitar for composing and her crystal clear singing voice. But as the crystal clear singing came from the voice, the whole scene was silent. I knew that Avril was good at singing, but I used to be unable to listen to it under the mixing of various background music. Today, at this noisy Shanghai International Airport, everyone was shocked. The skillful singing skills, the beautiful voice, and the explosive singing voice cannot help but forget the noise around, and the possibility that Avril will return to the United States and never come to China. Enjoy this unexpected musical feast. There was silence in the airport, and only Avril's cappella without any electronic music modification reverberated in the airport. Although a lot of shocking background music was missing, the clear voice still intoxicated everyone. Originally, Avril's move was suspected of interfering with the operation of the airport. But under Avril's charm of singing, the airport leader acquiesced to Avril's move. Of course, even if the airport leaders do not allow it, I am afraid that the fans and reporters at the scene will not do it. The original busy traffic at Shanghai International Airport gradually calmed down with Avril's singing. Everyone couldn't help but pause for a while, closing their eyes and enjoying this unexpected concert. Many passengers even missed flights and itineraries that they had already booked because of this. However, a few years later, These people still looked intoxicated on the day and were proud of themselves at the Shanghai International Airport at that time because they enjoyed one of the most extraordinary concerts, witnessing the flow of people around him stagnating because of him, missing the time to board the plane, and missing the plane that may affect his life. Avril sang harder and showed his singing to the fullest. This mystery, she just wanted to give back to those who stopped and listened to her songs. It's just that Avril's band and staff were worried for a while. Avril was like this. Did her voice suffer? Can she hold on to the concert the day after tomorrow? There is no microphone here. There is no sound. In order to let as many people as possible enjoy her singing, Avril is doing her best to sing. And this is definitely a kind of damage to the voice. No one has ever hurt his voice so much before the concert. Watching everyone in the audience go crazy with his singing, Avril showed a sweet smile. Singing on a guitar like this, regardless of box office, regardless of income, singing my favorite song. This is the purest music. Avril used his musical talents at Shanghai International Airport to the fullest and brought a unique musical feast to all passengers at Shanghai International Airport. When this cold steel building was full of excitement, Lin Feng and his team finally arrived at Shanghai International Airport. As soon as Lin Feng got off the bus, he saw that Shanghai International Airport was full of people, but it was extremely orderly, without chaos. No noise. Everything was in order except for the rhythmic swing of his arms in the air. Lin Feng was secretly speechless, not knowing what happened. But I faintly felt that all of this was caused by Avril. Worried, Lin Feng separated everyone and walked in. The arrival of Lin Feng also attracted the attention of the reporters on the spot. Suddenly, a flash of flashing light interrupted Avril's singing, but Avril also noticed Lin Feng's arrival. Lin, you are finally here, Avril shouted. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Thailand's busiest female anchor brand new exciting love video exposure fell to the male lead so hungry thirsty. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 459. Private jet? Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 chapter 459 private jet. Lin. Read the whole text, all in point 1. 1. When Xwenichi finally came to Taiwan and died, Fenwei can't tell Lin Feng. Mouth, I couldn't help shouting this. Ivy shouted. All eyes immediately turned to Lin Feng. Some were angry. Some were jealous, some were lucky, and some were excited. The indignation is naturally Avril's fans. It was this man who told Avril to leave Shanghai to return to the United States and not to come to China again. The eyes of Avril's fans looked at Lin Feng, naturally angrily. Be glared by so many girls. Lin Feng was also the first time, only to feel cold all over his body. The whole body is as uncomfortable as the upper body of a ghost. In my heart, I secretly sighed that Avril was so charming. The jealous nature is the traveler looking around. Netizen Avril is singing here, showing his talents to his heart's content, and has captured the hearts of many men who didn't like Avril or even knew Avril. Now I see Avril looking towards Lin Fengner. The sincere eyes are naturally full of jealousy, especially when hearsay heard about Lin Feng's entanglement with Avril and Lizu. He was naturally jealous. Fortunately, it is naturally the band and staff that Avril accompanied. When Lincoln appeared, Avril would not go away. This global tour can be held as usual, and Avril's popularity and prospects will be affected, and they are not afraid of losing their jobs. The reporter was excited. Lin Feng finally appeared. Both the male and female protagonists of the scandal appeared. This is a violent news. They must not miss it. The flash flashed into one, looking at the stage singing because of being too intoxicated. As for Avril, who was dripping with sweat all over, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. He never thought that Avril would come to a live concert at Shanghai International Airport. However, The excited expressions on the faces of the tourists and fans around him fully proved Avril's weight. The extremely risky move was a big success. Avril jumped off the stage and walked to Lin Feng with a trace of dissatisfaction and a trace of joy. "Let's go." Avril lightly collided with Lin Feng, and said lightly. Lin Feng was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Avril called herself out with a big fanfare, but left in such an understatement, which is really confusing. Lin Feng wondered, and the many reporters who were waiting on the sidelines were even more puzzled. Originally thought there would be a good show, but unexpectedly, they didn't wait for anything. Naturally, many reporters were extremely depressed. Feeling the anger and frustration of many reporters, Avril showed a slight smug at the corner of her mouth. Although she is self-willed, she is not stupid. She is the only one who suffers from troubles in front of many reporters, and it is the reporters who are proud to make trouble by themselves. Their newspapers would not worry about sales, and her Avril was not so stupid. Besides, she took great pains to let Lin Feng come over, just to prove her status in Lin Feng's heart. Since Lin Feng is here, she naturally won't cause more troubles and let many reporters read jokes. Avril, what is the relationship between you and Lin Feng? Also, didn't you have any opinions when Lin Feng had a girlfriend? Seeing Avril and Lin Feng are leaving, many reporters were anxious. Immediately catch up and ask urgently. If they were surrounded by such a large group of reporters today, and waited for a long time, but nothing was received, it would be a shame for reporters to spread it out. Mr. Lin, who are you going to choose? Avril or your current girlfriend Lizu? Many reporters have one question after another, and if you don't ask at this time, it will be more difficult to ask in the future. However, Avril didn't care at all, just pulling Lin Feng away. Lin Feng was annoyed by the question, frowned and waved directly. The security guards around him immediately gathered around, blocked the reporters, and let Lin Feng and Avril get into the car. Before the Mercedes-Benz Wangfen, the car door opened. Lisa came out. "Hello, Avril, I'm Lizu." Lisa stretched out his hand, looking at the popular queen who is popular all over the world before him, feeling both worried and emotional in his heart. What a rash girl. But the personality is really frank and cute. Avril froze for a moment, narrowed his eyes, looked up and down, and stretched out his hand. "Hello, this is Avril Ramona Levine." Such a beautiful girl. No wonder Lin is fascinated. Reluctant to let go of it. Two catties. The girl officially met for the first time. The atmosphere is extremely peaceful, without the arrogance of swords as imagined. Unexpectedly, the world broke apart. A burst of flashes flashed. There are so many occasions where it's hard to catch all three people, so naturally they won't let it go. And the camera in his hand flashes wildly. Since they can't get news from the three people, they can only use what they are most proud of as reporters. However, many reporters only took such a picture, and then the three of them got into the car, leaving behind the many reporters only Mercedes-Benz who had gone away. Many reporters looked at each other and dispersed. Now it's time for them to look at the pictures and talk. How the newspapers will sell tomorrow depends on who can make up stories, and who makes stories more real and attractive. In the car, the two girls conflicted. Lin Feng naturally sat in the middle, but obviously, the middle was the most uncomfortable place. "Lin, you have a good vision. You want a cheeky face, a figure and a figure, which is enviable," Avril said with surprise. Regarding her figure, Avril knew that she lost Lizu, and her height of 2 centimeters was enough to crush her. But Avril doesn't feel inferior because of this. The body is given by her parents. She doesn't care whether she is beautiful or ugly or tall. Besides, Avril has her own pride. Unparalleled musical talent gives her the confidence to face any rival in love and the talent in music, but it belongs to her completely, and it is also the source of her pride. Lin Feng sighed in his heart, knowing that the war had begun. Lisa frowned. Avril's words obviously meant that she was useless except for Zhang's beauty. "Avril, you sing really well, and your personality is straightforward and likable. But I can't figure out why you are so persistent." Lizu also gritted his teeth in reply. "I regret that every musician is obsessed not to mention what the goal of obsession is. Avril glanced at Lin Feng and said with a faint smile. However, he secretly grabbed Lin Feng in his hand, complaining about her innocence and provoke her. It made her fall in love, and was jealous of others here. Lin Feng's expression was strange, his waist hurts. With sharp eyes, Lisa naturally saw Avril's small movements, and his mouth belated. But don't you know that some things already have masters? Lisa also learned from Avril, reaching out and secretly pulling the fat on the other side of Lin Feng's waist, venting his dissatisfaction with Lin Feng. Lin Feng grinned again. It hurts. It hurts. Hee hee. There is competition to prove that this thing is good. I don't want the bad things. Avril also saw Lisa's small movements, naturally unwilling to show weakness, and pulled at Lin Feng's waist. On the road, the two of them quarreled, making Lin Feng uneasy. For no other reason, the two girls grabbed Lin Feng's waist without saying a word. Lin Feng, who was pulling along the way, almost didn't burst into tears. Straight in her heart, the woman is cruel. The two women said they were in love with themselves, but they tortured themselves in this way. Still torturing himself in competitions. A man has a hard life, Lin Feng secretly said with tears. Fortunately, after a short while, the car arrived at the villa. Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, and was relieved from the fighting between the two of them. Of course, Lin Feng was fortunate that Algra, who was sitting in the front row, did not join the battle, otherwise I am afraid this short distance. It will be the most painful period in Lin Feng's life. Hey, Lin, your villa is very good. Get off the bus and see Lin Feng's villa, Avril praised, but then frowned. Unfortunately the surrounding environment is not good, a bit suffocating. Avril pointed to the surrounding walls and said. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. This is China. If there are no walls like this kind of mansion, I don't know what will happen. In the West, due to the soundness of the law and people attach more importance to the right to privacy, it is rare to spy on the privacy of others except for celebrities. Therefore, most of the mansions built are relatively open. The so-called walls are just fences, and most of these fences are just symbolic. Not only gentlemen can be guarded, but villains can't be guarded. Naturally, this kind of open architecture makes people more pleasant. Of course, the walls of Chinese architecture are not without benefits. At least Xiao Xiaozi wanted to come in. It was not so easy. For example, Algra's uncle Versace, if he were in China, it would be difficult for him to be stabbed to death in a mansion by robbers. Hey, I'm so tired. I'm really tired of doing this flight. Lin, is my room ready? I want to take a break first. Avril took the flight for more than a few hours. She was already tired, and the internet talent was in Shanghai again. After jumping hard for more than half an hour at the international airport, he came back in the car on the road and quarreled with Lisa again. This May I was already tired and almost unable to move. Well, the room is ready long ago. You should go to rest first. There will be a concert tomorrow, so don't be exhausted. Lin Feng led Avril upstairs. Lin, I'll go to rest first. Remember, don't wake me up. Alas, if there is a private jet, you don't have to catch a flight so tired. And you can sleep on the plane beautifully. Ivy mumbled and yawned and closed the door. The speaker is unintentional, the listener is intentional. Avril only complained about the pain of catching the flight, but Lin Feng heard it in his heart. With his current property, it is time to own a private jet. Otherwise, it's really not a problem to catch a flight every time on a business trip. The chances of being affected by various factors are too great. Regardless of Lin Feng, who is now the richest man in the country, he sometimes catches a flight. When encountering some unexpected factors, they still have to wait. If you buy a private jet of your own, it is much more convenient for both traveling and traveling. And there are more guarantees in terms of privacy. For example, if Avril had his own private jet, if you go to a concert tour around the world, you won't worry about being followed by reporters and being secretly photographed by paparazzi. Thinking of the total benefits of private jets, Lin Feng became more tempted. Brother Lin, what do you think? Lisa came up and took Lin Feng's hand affectionately. Wang Kai fought with Avril in the car, which greatly reduced Li's fear of Avril. And his attitude towards Avril has also changed a lot. Wang Kai was in the car. Although the two were diametrically opposed, Avril was not as aggressive as Lisa had remembered. Although he did not tolerate it at all, he had to be forgiving and forgiving, so as not to make Lisa too embarrassed. Of course, at this time, he also began to feel distressed whether the abandoned meat on Lin Feng's waist was hurt by himself. You said if I buy my own private jet, what do you think? Lin Feng didn't want to mention it again at this time, so as not to cause more trouble. He smiled and asked, in this way, you and the friends, and Liu Yifei sometimes rush to the show, so there is no need to calculate the time of domestic flights. Lisa's eyes lit up. Owning a private jet is undoubtedly everyone's dream. It's a pity that private jets are too expensive, but Lin Feng's financial resources are more than enough. Well, Lin, with your financial resources, it's time to buy a private jet. By the way, which model are you going to buy? You are so rich, but you can't buy it like the one at my house. In addition to being a little more convenient, it's not comfortable at all. Algra heard Lin Feng's words and leaned over, saying with enthusiasm. On the way to Wang Kai, she almost went crazy with a laugh. Looking at Lisa and Avril, you tugged, I tugged, and Lin Feng's face was full of pain, causing Algra to feel angry. Algra's mother Donatella naturally had her own private jet, but it was just a small private jet worth $10,000. In addition to being quick and convenient, it is no different from ordinary bricklaying. With Lin Feng's financial resources this time, Lin Feng bought this bargain. Lin Feng nodded. The private jet, of course, buy a good one if you want to buy it. You have to sit comfortably, or why buy a private jet? Lin Feng began to calculate his personal finances to his private account, which was originally $300 million. In addition to the acquisition of the Houston Rockets, which spent $10,000, the acquisition of a percent of the newly built Houston Arena, which his shares spent $100 million to invest in the second season of Prison Break. $100 million. Lin Feng still has $10,000 left, but the first season of Prison Break brought Lin Feng a profit of $10,000. Excluding fragmentary expenses, Lin Feng's personal account has $100 million left. $100 million is more than enough to buy a private jet. When it comes to private jets, one naturally thinks of Gulfstream Series, Challenger Series, Falcon Series, Legacy Business Jets, German Fox Sports and other models. These models are all good, and they are the favorites of the bosses of various companies and the rich. Gulfstream Aerospace Corporation has always been a famous manufacturer of luxury and large business jets in the world. After the Nian was completely acquired by General Dynamics, its main product was the Gulfstream series of aircraft. With the Gulfstream popular among the wealthy circles nowadays, to help the business jet theory, its wingspan, 7 meters. According to the captain, the height of the aircraft, 6 meters, the standard passenger capacity, 8 people to the old man, the maximum commercial load, ton, empty weight, 8 tons, the maximum gross takeoff weight, old tons, the maximum fuel range, 7 kilometers in Anhui, when the normal cruising speed is 8 blade kilometers per person, the maximum cruising altitude, Daejimi, and this one is extremely popular among the rich world today. Known as the Rolls-Royce in the sky, the Gulfstream sells for $10,000, and Lin Feng has more than enough financial resources. However, if Lin Feng wants to buy it, he plans to buy 2, one for his own use and one for the Houston Rockets. In Zo's away game, if you have your own special plane, you will have a great advantage when playing consecutive away games. It can avoid problems such as aircraft flight delays that cause the team's combat effectiveness to decline. And this is absolutely not allowed by Lin Feng. I bought the Houston Rockets by myself, just hoping that it can win the championship, and it must not cause the player's combat effectiveness to decline due to accidental factors. What's more, if the Houston Rockets can have their own team planes, they will have a bit more advantage in attracting players. After all, No player does not want to sit on a spacious and comfortable plane when going to play away games. Only if you buy 2 private jets, counting the subsequent renovation costs. I am afraid that the $1 billion in my hand will be spent. Maybe it is not enough. Airplanes are much more expensive to decorate than houses. A little decoration will cost you millions of dollars. How to do? Since mouth. Lin Feng had never realized that he would be so poor. Buying 2 airplanes will make you poor and in vain. At this moment, a phone call came. Hearing the voice on the phone, Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he had money to buy a plane. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Thailand's busiest female anchor brand new exciting love video exposure fell to the male lead so hungry thirsty. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 460, The World Cup is coming? Question mark 2 Gulfstream 200 aircrafts are priced at $90 million US, which is more than $100 million US including renovation and decoration. Lin Feng frowned, feeling depressed for his poverty. Just when Lin Feng was tangled, a phone call came. Hi, Boss Lin, do you remember me? Said a voice that seemed a little familiar. Lin Feng was stunned, and politely asked who the other party was. Boss Lin, you have forgotten things. Don't you remember me, Huang Yi? The voice on the phone said helplessly. Yellow Wing. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, and immediately remembered the bosses behind the usury who had corrupted him 7 million yuan because of Huang Shuqi's mother's gambling debts. Boss Lin, the World Cup is about to begin. I have ordered all the tickets for all important games during the World Cup finals. I wonder if Boss Lin is interested in going to the scene to cheer for the Chinese team. By the way, I would like to take a gamble. I think Boss Lin must not. I will miss this event. Right. Huang Yi said temptation. Lin Feng almost didn't laugh when he heard it. When I was worried that I was poor, someone came to deliver money. This is really drowsy and someone gives a pillow. The 17th Korea-Japan World Cup in 2002, the first time in the history of the World Cup, was jointly hosted by the 2 countries. This year's cup competitions were frequent with weak wins and strong upsets, and several winning hot teams stopped in the group stage. It can be said to be the most upset and biggest in the history of the World Cup. Of course, because the Chinese team appeared in the World Cup for the first time in history. As a once crazy fan, Lin Feng knew almost all the 64 games in this World Cup. Gambling, only in this World Cup. No one in this world is more proficient than himself. In order to prevent Huang Yi from hearing something wrong in his excited tone, Lin Feng took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions. When Huang Yi thought that Lin Feng would refuse, Lin Feng trembled with a slight lowness. Said in his tone, Mr. Huang, for this World Cup, all Chinese fans are naturally willing to go to the scene to watch the game. And I am very grateful for your invitation. As for gambling, Lin Feng deliberately stretched his voice and adjusted Huang Wing's appetite to the end. With a disdainful tone, he said, gambling is about betting on the heartbeat, and experiencing the instantaneous feeling of life and death. With my current wealth, with all due respect, I don't think Mr. Huang's funds can take on my bet. I'll bet at least there are tens of millions of dollars. Huang Yi thought that Lin Feng would not be able to gamble, but Lin Feng actually thought that gambling was too small and boring, fearing that he would not be able to repay the gambling debt, which made Huang Yi suddenly excited. What he was afraid of was that Lin Feng would not bet. He was not afraid that Lin Feng would bet big. He would dare to take it no matter how big it was. Behind him was the entire Southeast Asian super gambling group. As for Lin Feng's bet so big, Huang Yi didn't think much about it. Lam Feng is not without a gamble of over $10 million in Las Vegas. Although Lam Feng won that time, it does not mean that he can win this time. Besides, Huang Yi is not afraid of winning once in a while. With so many games in the World Cup, they can completely let Lin Feng spit out the money. Boss Lin, rest assured, no matter how big your bet is, I will dare to take it. I will introduce you to the boss behind me directly. They are very interested in Boss Lin, and no matter how big your bet, they can take it," Huang Yi said excitedly. Although introducing Lin Feng to the boss behind the scenes, his direct profits are much less, but introducing a super client like Lin Feng to the boss behind the scenes can increase his position in the group a lot. Hee, Mr. Huang, then well, see you then. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Boss Lin, see you then. Huang Yi said goodbye excitedly. Then the two agreed on a time to go to Seoul, South Korea, on May 30th to watch the opening ceremony of the 2002 World Cup in Korea and Japan, France vs Senegal. Of course, it was also the first bet. When he hung up the phone, Lin Feng couldn't help screaming and gave Li Zhu a hard kiss. Even Algra beside him, after Lin Feng was excited, he kissed, causing Algra to frown. Lin Feng had to be excited. This time, one is to solve his own funding problem, and the other is to take revenge for being blackmailed by Huang Wing last time with 7 million yuan. Third, it is the first time to watch the World Cup live, as a once crazy fan, or else excitement is strange. In this World Cup in Japan and South Korea, if I don't win them and go bankrupt, I won't be surnamed Lin. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Brother Lin, what's the matter? Why are you so happy? Li Zhu didn't know why Lin Feng was so excited, but she felt happy when she felt the happiness of her sweetheart. Friends, go to Korea and Japan to watch the World Cup in June. By the way, Algra, you are a European and you should also love football. Let's go to the World Cup together, Lin Feng said with a smile. Li Zhu listened and nodded. She doesn't love football very much, but she is very happy to be able to accompany Lin Feng to watch football. Algra heard it, but exclaimed in excitement. The most popular sport in Europe is football. In this country, you don't need to know who your own head of state is. You can also sing the national anthem incompletely, but you must know who are the most famous players on the football field and what you support. How do you sing your team song? In short, just mentioning football in Europe is crazy. Regardless of men, women and children, when it comes to football, it is just one word: fanaticism. Algra naturally loves football. Versace is based in Milan, so her favorite is AC Milan, and the most supported team is also Italy. In the past, she was in poor health, and because she was too young, she had never been to the scene to watch the game. This time, the first time she went to watch the game, it was a grand game of the size of the World Cup, so she was naturally excited. Italy, Italy, Italy. Algra couldn't help but began to chant the name of Italy, and at the same time he said differently the names of the stars of the Italian team: Buffon, Nesta, Maldini, Totti, Viin. Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect Algra to be so fanatical about football. However, I can understand the fanatical atmosphere he felt when he was watching the European Cup in Belgium in 2000. Okay, you go take a rest first, I'm going to the company. Lin Feng looked at his watch, and it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was time to go to the company. Li Zhu nodded. By the way, if Avril wakes up, you guys. Lin Feng was afraid that Avril would suddenly wake up, and the two fought again, trying to make Li Zhu give in. But he couldn't say this. Brother Lin, you go to the company, I understand. After Li Zhu stayed with Lin Feng for 2 years, he naturally understood Lin Feng's thoughts. Although he was a little tasteful, he still expressed magnanimously that he would be more modest. Lin Feng nodded. Anyway, this matter is already like this. No matter how bad it is, it won't go bad. Then Lin Feng went out to the company. Unexpectedly, when Lin Feng had just left the house, Avril's door opened. Avril came out with a probe and hooked his finger at Li Zhu. Li Zhu, I want to talk to you alone. Li Zhu's heart was tight, not knowing what Avril wanted to talk to himself. There was an instinctive tension and fear. Avril, if you have anything to say to you, just talk about it here. Algra stood from the side, afraid that Li Zhu would suffer. Who are you? Avril asked with a frown. My name is Algra Versace, and I am the head of the future of the Versace brand. Algra reported on his own home, wanting to suppress Avril by this, so that Avril would not bully Li Zhu. After Pop Diva, this name is very famous. Unexpectedly, Avril was only slightly surprised, and then didn't care about it. She is a punk princess. The most common clothes on her are street fashions, but Versace is a high-end fashion brand. The two can't stand up to each other at all, so she doesn't care if she is the future head of Versace. "I'm looking for Lizu, but not you." Avril cheered Algra coldly, and then looked at Lizu. "Are you so afraid of me? Then I can win." Motivated by Avril, Lizu refused to listen to Algra's dissuasion and walked in with his head up. Afterwards, Avril closed the door. Lin Feng had already arrived at the company at this time. Naturally, he didn't know what happened at home. Lin Feng was calculating what kind of private jet to buy. In this World Cup in Korea and Japan, if Lin Feng wants to win, he must win enough. These gambling groups want to make their own money. If they don't squeeze them out, they are too sorry for themselves. Since there is no problem with funding, Lin Feng doesn't want to buy Gulfstream 200. Although the Gulfstream is luxurious enough, the fuselage is undoubtedly a bit smaller and the internal space is also limited. Lin Feng travels, only counting the bodyguards of Li Ru and others. Now there are 8 people, plus he is 9 people. This is not counting the assistants and others accompanying him. If Lizu and others are accompanying him, the Gulfstream 200 would be small. The rich Russian man, Chelsea boss Roman Abramovich, spent nearly $1 billion to build the world's most luxurious private jet, the Abramovich Sky. Of course, Lin Feng does not have that much money, but Lin Feng still plans to buy a Boeing plane. Of course, if you want to buy it, you will buy a Boeing 767-300. This is also the kind of that Lin Feng crashed into the Statue of Liberty in the United States during 9.11 model. While buying it for yourself, it's also good for the US government to feel sick. By the way, what's more, I have had the experience of flying an airplane once, and if there is any accident again, I can go into battle and deal with it temporarily. Of course, occasionally the addiction of flying a plane can be over again. Boeing 767-300, Captain, 54.94 meters, wingspan, 47.57 meters, height to the top of the vertical tail 15.8 meters, fuselage diameter 5.03 meters, maximum cabin width 4.72 meters, cabin length 40.36 meters, typical layout for passengers 218,351 people. Lin Feng will modify it. The cruising distance maximum number of passengers 11,305 kilometers, the maximum cruising speed 0.8 Mach 851 kilometers per hour, the maximum cruising altitude 13,137 meters. It can be said that the Boeing 767-300 far exceeds the Gulfstream 200 in terms of cabin capacity and range. It is Lin Feng's ideal private jet. The price of a Boeing 767-300 is between $130,000 $140 million US, and after including the modification fee, Lam Feng initially estimated that it would cost at least $200 million US to build its own Lin Feng Sky. Fortunately, the 2002 World Cup in Korea and Japan came too timely. I'm here for the Korea-Japan World Cup. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Looking forward to the 461st Palm Swordsman? Looking forward to the 461st Palm Swordsman? Boss, 7 o'clock in the afternoon. The essence of swordsman: love and serve the country. Fly, Wu Zhaopu walked in excitedly and said, after more than a year of development, the large-scale domestic martial arts game with an investment of more than 100 million yuan is finally going to be released for public testing. By the way, how many supercomputers are there in the essence of swordsman: love and serve the country? Lin Feng asked. 3. Bruce has assembled 3, and Cohen has transplanted cloud computing into it. Now that these 3 supercomputers are connected in parallel through cloud computing, their computing speed has reached 40 trillion operations per second. The perfect operation of swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country depends on the actual situation. Wu Zhaopu carried a trace of excitement, but also a trace of anxiety. When Kuksin designed the essence of swordsman and loyalty to serve the country, stimulated by the World War developed by Minutes Wu Li, Kuksin also came up with the concept of all players playing on the same server. This concept is naturally beyond the capabilities of today's travel companies. Fortunately, the Second World hired Bruce Allen, a super DIY computer hardware player, to create a supercomputer tailored for the Second World. However, in order for swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country to run smoothly, Wu Zhao put conservatively set the official public beta at 7 o'clock tonight. There is only one zone, and it is only open to domestic players for the time being, and the limit is limited to 100,000 people at 7 o'clock. Log in. If the operation is okay, the second opening will be carried out at 8 o'clock, and 100,000 online users will be opened again. If there is no problem, continue to open at 9 o'clock and keep testing. Can 3 supercomputers withstand millions of people online at the same time? Although in theory, a group of servers can withstand 5,000 online players, a supercomputer can be at least 200 times more sex than an ordinary server. In theory, 3 supercomputers can withstand up to 3 million people online at the same time. But the question now is not just whether the Second World supercomputer can afford it, but also whether the player's computer can afford it. The supercomputers of the Second World must share part of the calculations of the player's computers, which puts a severe test on the 3 supercomputers. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. Under the leadership of Kuksin, the second game development department was conducting the final public beta check. Bruce and Cohen were also closely waiting for the arrival of massive data in the supercomputer room. Perturbed. For all domestic players, they have been looking forward to the open beta of Jiangxia King Yuan Zizong Baogo. This is the first large-scale martial arts tour in China, and its game background is one of the most tragic years in the history of the country. In the early Southern Song dynasty, the national hero served the country with loyalty. Speaking of, all players sighed for a while. Such a heroic figure was finally murdered by the treacherous thief Qin Hu and murdered to death on unnecessary charge. The general cannot die on the battlefield. For a general, it is undoubtedly the greatest sorrow. Now all players will be able to participate in this historical event, which makes all players excited and looking forward to it. The Second World officially announced that players will be able to change the historical background and development of swordsman love, loyalty and serve the country and have a completely open degree of freedom, which is not available in any previous game. In swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country, players can do whatever they want. For example, players can choose to assassinate Qin Hui to avoid the biggest tragedy in the history of the country, or choose to assassinate General Wu's main opponent Jin Wuxiu, which directly solved the crisis in the Southern Song dynasty, or even choose to assassinate the Emperor Jin Xizong. Finished Yan Qi, let the Southern Song dynasty reorganize the rivers and mountains, and unified China. In short, the degree of freedom of the player is completely open. In Jiangxia love, loyalty to serve the country, players are not subject to any restrictions. The only limitation is the player's own strength. At the beginning of the design, Kuksin set Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty to the country, as a completely open plot with multiple endings. Whenever the player triggers a plot and changes a historical script, Kuksin will launch successive large copies accordingly until the end of this historical era. And Kuksin designed a total of 3 large-scale expansion packs for Swordsman Love Online. Swordsman Love, loyalty and serve the country is only the first. Therefore, Kuksin is not afraid of the terrifying ability of the country players to dig out the game plot. Online lifespan. Of course, if you want to change all of this, you must have the ability to change the plot. For example, wanting to assassinate Qin Hu is the simplest variant plot, but this simplest variant plot also requires players to reach the first-rate master level capped at level 70. Top-level master level is level 60. In addition, at least hundreds of players of the same level must enter Qin Hu's mansion at the same time for the assassination to be successful. As for the subsequent rescue of and the assassination of the Golden Lord Wanyan Kun, it was even more difficult. Without tens of thousands of players acting at the same time, they would only die in vain. Although there is no experience to lose in Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty to the country, it will lose some martial arts proficiency, and the proficiency must be practiced again. In particular, Kuxin also designed a new rebellious system. If the player wants to change the historical background, risk to assassinate the king of the kingdom or the court officials of the Southern Song dynasty. If the assassination identity is exposed, the player can purchase the disguise before the assassination. The mask, but the battle has a certain chance to fall off. The court of the assassination target will fully want the player, and soldiers from all towns in the country will hunt down the player. Players can only go back to the martial arts in order to temporarily protect their safety. Of course, if you assassinate an NPC at the Emperor's level, the player will not be spared anymore except fleeing to hostile countries. And this rebellious punishment is not cancelled with the death of the player, but with a mandatory time limit. Therefore, it is not easy for players to change the plot. Although it is extremely difficult to change the plot, and the price paid is extremely painful, it is still extremely fascinating for all enthusiastic players. Go and experience the iron-blooded and helpless years with the National General. Of course, the gimmick of millions of players playing on the same server is also an important reason why all players are excited about it. According to incomplete statistics, on May 23, 2002, there were more than 2 million players waiting for the service of Jiangxia King Yuan's loyalty to serve the country. However, the official service was officially opened at 1900 hours, but there were only 100,000 places. The competition was fierce. Therefore, starting at 18 o'clock in the evening, a large number of players have clicked to open the client that has already been installed, waiting for the opening of the service of Jiangxia Love, loyalty to the country. Be prepared to enter the game at the first time to experience this network game where only legends can exist. As opponents of the Second World, 12 domestic online game companies are also paying close attention to the launch of Jiangxia Love, loyalty to the country. Although everyone previously established a domestic travel alliance in the first edition War the New Era, competition is everywhere. In particular, many people in the New Era Alliance are eager for a fewer 13 companies in the alliance, so that each of them can divide the money more. The charge for telephone notifications for minors when the game time is up to the limit in the week. The most nervous company is undoubtedly the company that operates 3D games in China. Now the only popular 3D games in China are Miracle from Nine Towns, Swordsman Online just represented by Perfect World, and Shanghai Ubisoft Computer. The software company is preparing to introduce the European and American masterpiece Endless Mission. The three companies are all members of the New Era and are currently pioneers of 3D games in China. They naturally pay close attention to the Second World launch of Swordsman Love, loyalty to the country, and they have mixed feelings. The Second World game now spans multiple genres, and everyone is jealous of the money that has been made, but it has also extended its tentacles to the field of 3D games, making many companies want to cry without tears. Does the Second World want to kill them all? But the bosses of these companies are helpless. Who let the Second World master so many resources? The Valve Game Development Team, the 3D Development Team, Cloud Computing, Supercomputer. Anyone is enough to make other companies covet, but they are all in the hands of a Second World company. Jealousy. The jealousy of the bosses of 12 game companies. Even Tencent, the communications market hegemon that holds the instant messaging software QQ, is extremely jealous of the Second World. Chen Xiaoai, the president of Nine Towns, also waited in front of the computer early, waiting for the launch of Jiangxia Love, loyalty to the country through the traffic detection software developed by industry insiders. Chen Xiaoai did not believe that Swordsman Love, loyalty and servicing the country would definitely allow all players to run on the same server as the Second World official advertised. Although Second World has a supercomputer that makes all gaming companies in the industry jealous, however, it does not mean that Swordsman Love, loyalty and retribution can carry millions of players online at the same time. especially the Asian version, will be launched, allowing Asian players to share the fun of large-scale role-playing games on the same server. The player's computer is absolutely unable to withstand millions of people online at the same time. Chen Xiaoi said, surely, especially when millions of people are online at the same time, the area of the game map involved is probably more than 100 times larger than the map of Miracle under the Nine Towns Company. She doesn't believe that Second World will develop such a large map. And how to upgrade, how to fight monsters, no matter how powerful the NPC is, but there are more ants can kill the elephant, especially the official announcement of the Second World that players can change the background of the game. This is even more a joke. Think about it. Millions of players rushed into the Golden Palace. What will NPCs resist? Especially the data of millions of players. Even supercomputers may not be able to process it. Chen Xiaoi sipped her tea lightly, waiting to see the cowhide shattered by the Second World. Most of the members of New Era hold such thoughts and watch the good show quietly. Fly. The mixed-race female anchor forgot to turn off the camera after the live broadcast. The video of her life was exposed. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. The 462nd chapter is full of 5 seconds. Question mark. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 chapter 462 full of 5 seconds. Who is the media? The first release of the 1.1.0 text version is also a face of excitement. 6 Entertainment Media Hype. Avril and Lina. The relationship between Zhu and the three people was operating happily, and the sales of newspapers were violent. Only the photo of Avril and Zhu shaking hands can be reprinted by many entertainment media, and the temporarily added issue is out of stock. The corners of the mouths of the entertainment reporters couldn't close together when they saw the entertainment reporters smile, and the reporters couldn't mention how uncomfortable they were. They also want to hype, and they want to report on the relationship between Avril, Zhu, and Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng is the president of the Second World, and the relationship with Sijiji is also involved. But therefore, after all, reporters, in order to report entertainment gossip for sales, always feel lost, so this self-esteem makes them force them not to think about this tempting idea. Fortunately, during this period of time, the Second World has been promoting swordsman love, loyalty to serve the country. Finally listed, during this period of time, there were overwhelming posters of Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty and servicing the country in more than starting point fast food restaurants across the country. All major figures on dingdong.com were all propaganda of Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty and servicing the country, and Lin Feng Baidu. All netizens click on Baidu, and a promotional video of Jiangxia love, loyalty to serve the country will pop up. There is also Lin Feng's Lin's Technology Co. Limited. Pacific Computer Network and Zhongguancun Online are also in the same vigorous advocacy. With the promotion video that popped up when Tencent landed, it can be said that as long as you are a mainland Chinese netizen, as long as you are online during this period, you will see the promotion of Jiangxia love, loyalty to the country. This is also the first time that Lin Feng has experienced the influence brought by controlling the media. In particular, the opening animation of Swordsman Love, Loyalty to Serve the Country released by Lin Feng on the official website of Second World. The Southern Song infantry was violently killed by the Jin dynasty cavalry, and the Song dynasty generals did not retreat. Ignite the pride in the hearts of all players. I smiled to the sky from the crossword, and left 2 Kunlans. Under this propaganda, many reporters can expect the popularity of Swordsman Love, Serve the Country, and this large-scale blade role-playing online game developed by domestic concubines has much to look forward to. All major fully open games, all players playing on the same server, and brand new upgrade system settings, all excited, all for reporters and game reporters. Can the new upgrade system settings be accepted by players? Will a completely open background be a failure? With the frenzied mining of Chinese players, Will all the plots be ended early? Can second world supercomputers withstand the impact of such high traffic? Can the player's computer load? These are all matters of concern and interest to the media. As a foreign colleague, I also pay close attention to the opening of the Second World Jiangxia Love, loyalty to the country. Millions of people are in a group of server games. Whether it is this whispering, the idea or the technical content contained in it is amazing. Online game companies in Europe and the United States are observing, carefully observing, if the second world. It really allows millions of people in an online game to play on the same server and run extremely smoothly. They will also consider whether to add a supercomputer to the company. Although they don't have such a super genius as Bruce Yiki and Ren, they are just a cat. There is no shortage of geniuses in the world, and it is more expensive to assemble a supercomputer. Think about it: if all players are running on the same server, and millions of people are online at the same time. It is exciting to think about fighting for their own beliefs and their own pursuits. This is a matter of the age of Ch, whether it is for game operators or for players. The seconds are ticking and ticking. The domestic players waiting for Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty to serve the country, are like ants on a hot pot, sitting in a hurry, watching time so slowly. Players with strong control pour a cup of tea, open it comfortably, chatting, watching movies, and waiting for the opening of Swordsman Love, loyalty to the country. With poor control, I clicked out Swordsman Love, loyalty and retribution from time to time. Although I knew it was too early to leave the server, I still didn't give up and clicked it out. I thought that maybe the server might be opened in advance, right? Those with extremely poor control will look foolishly at the client's mouse, constantly clicking on the login in the gray area, expecting the game to start suddenly and become the first lucky player to log into the game. There are different aspects of all beings. It's 7 o'clock, Wu Zhaopu said, looking at the clock, clenching his fists. Lin Feng raised his head and glanced at the clock. It was already dark. It was 7 o'clock, and Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty and servicing the country, was finally taken. But I wonder if Avril awoke. Will they fight again? The shadows of Avril and Lisa flashed in Lin Feng's mind, but in a blink of an eye, Kuxin's exclamation interrupted the thought in his mind. What's the matter? Lin Feng walked over. Boss, Miaozong, Ki Miaozong, the set number of 10,000 people online is full. Kuxin was a little excited and couldn't believe this fact. The enthusiasm of the players has exceeded their imagination. The number of old million people, Miaozong, is crowded. This is really amazing. This is definitely a record of online game players logging in at the same time. At this time, the players sitting in front of the computer waiting for Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty to serve the country, also looked different. Those players who were waiting for the opening of the server while filming, opened the game client in time and prepared to log in. Unexpectedly, when I just opened the game client, I saw the small game quota is temporarily full, and it will open again at 8 o'clock. It was a bit silly on the spot. Looking at the clock on the computer, it is only 7 o'clock in the internet, and it's only a few seconds later, and it's actually full. This is the quota for the old 10,000 people. At this time, looking at the news from the group, the players who were lucky enough to squeeze into the game shouted in excitement. These originally calm players were a little crazy in their hearts, especially seeing the screenshots of the game uploaded in the group. Games. I want to play games. These extremely calm players also started to open the client. After suffering an hour of waiting time, they clicked on the client from time to time to check it out. At the same time, they did not forget to pay attention to the group. While watching the screenshots of the game jealously, they silently cursed who suddenly dropped line. They can squeeze in. Of those players who clicked on the game client from time to time, only a few of them were lucky enough to squeeze into the game. Most of them gnashed their teeth and cursed those lucky players who squeezed into the group during the first forgiveness and took screenshots of the lucky players to show off. At the same time, don't forget to continue clicking login. Press the lock. Expect someone to drop the connection. The luckiest one is naturally the player who kept tapping the login button. At 7 o'clock, the Swordman Love, loyalty and reporting of the country web server opened. When the login button was lit, they immediately clicked in, especially watching the clock. Later, when I saw the message that the game quota is temporarily full, it will open again at 8 o'clock. These players who were a bit crazy at first, who were scolded by someone who was sick, laughed the most refreshingly, and also sent screenshots of the game to above the group. The players who have not logged in are envious. This lucky landing once again proved the truth that early birds have worms. The most exciting face is the other online game companies of the New Era Alliance in China. Tencent is better. As long as he is in his hands, Ma Huang is not afraid that Tencent will collapse. But the other online game companies, headed by Nine Towns, look ugly. Shazong, Second World. The online slots of players in the Second World were squeezed by enthusiastic players. This is too exaggerated. It's so small. Looking at the data displayed on the traffic calculator, Chen Xiao screamed a little bit unbelievably, and got up. After walking around the office a few times, I looked back at the data displayed on the display, opened a bottle of mineral water, and drank 350 milliliters of mineral water to make me feel better. How many users of Miracle are online now? Chen Xiao asked. Only 10,000 people are online on the internet. However, as the limit of players in Jiangxi Qingyuan, loyalty to serve the country has reached its limit, it has now returned to 250,000 and the online game director swallowed his mouth, a bit embarrassed. What? Chen Xiao's voice was 80 high, pointing to the supervisor and cursing. Didn't I ask you to promote a series of activities to keep the players? How did you do it? The game director was scolded by Chen Xiao and dared not to return her mouth, but she felt aggrieved in her heart. How could he not launch an event, double the experience, increase the rate of violence, and launch a new level? A series of activities are to counter the launch of Swordsman Love, the essence of loyalty to serve the country. Of course, not only 9 cities. One company, Perfect Horizon, Swordsman, even though it was launched on the internet, has also launched a series of activities to resist the Second World's strong landing in the large-scale role-playing online game market. Obviously, the results are frustrating. Chen Xiao squeezed and loosened her hands, loosened and squeezed in, watching the game director become speechless. It is best to pour a bottle of mineral water fiercely again, and the depression in my heart will be slightly relieved. At this time, the 10,000 players who were the first to log into the game have already begun to experience the game, experiencing the first domestically developed large-scale relaxation online game that is looking forward to a year. Hart is also one of those crazy players who keep clicking the login button. He was extremely lucky to log into the game the first time, but entering the game, slightly stunned. I usually enter new games, mostly in places like Novice Village, but Swordsman Love, loyalty to the country is different. All players appear in a closed room for the first time, and the first choice they face is the choice of martial art. During this period of time, Kuxen absorbed the suggestions of players and redivided the 10 major factions in Jiangxi Qingyuan, loyalty to the country, and divided them into 3 camps, decent, neutral, and evil. And this division of camps is also to prevent too many decent players and disrupt the balance between player camps. The addition of a neutral school can greatly alleviate this imbalance. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Korean female anchor's private a secret video was exposed, cute and full! Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! The 463rd chapter is the beginning of the game. Readx, 75 Chapter 463 Early Entry Game. Zhaogo Kuxin Remodified, Jiangxi Love. Jing loyalty and serve the country is divided into 6 Titwo, decent, neutral, and wicked. Read full text novels in Shilu literature net. Among them, there are 4 decent factions, Shaolin, New Dang, in my faction, and Beggar Gang. They belong to the Southern Song Dynasty court. The evil faction has 2 factions, Tenren sect and 5 poison sects, and their camp is the kingdom of Jin. Both good and evil players belong to the absolutely hostile camp, and they can compare freely when they meet. Unconstrained, and a small amount of martial arts proficiency will be reduced by being killed by a player of the opposing faction. In normal games, there is no penalty for death, and merit points can be obtained by killing the opposing player. These merits can be exchanged for money or equipment from the court. The neutral faction has 4 factions: Q Yinman, Tangman, Danwangang, and Kunlun. In the early stage, the neutral sect players are in peace with the two sides, but they can be united. However, once the neutral sect player chooses one of them as their camp, they will not be able to defect. If you defect, you will pay a very painful price. The real world time will be arbitrarily ratioed by both players within 1 week, and martial arts proficiency will be lost. Most Chinese players chose to be decent and joined the Southern Song Court against the Jin dynasty. Of course, there are also many players who choose to join the neutral martial arts, waiting for the future to choose freely. As for the evil faction, there are very few players to choose. After the player chooses for the first time, the system will list a series of questions for players to answer. These series of questions are related to the initial physical attributes of the player. It can be said that this choice will determine the direction of martial arts that the player can develop in the future. Faced with this unexpected choice, all players were a little dazed. These problems lie in the second world. There is no relevant description in the introduction of the game on the official website. Especially when choosing, there are big red letters reminding that every question choice will be related to the future of martial arts, which makes all players have to be cautious and answer the questions carefully. The player's caution is what Kuxin wants. Now, Second World has 3 supercomputers as servers. But whether the servers can withstand this massive amount of data and whether the player's computer can calculate this massive amount of data all need to be considered. The best way is to let players enter the game in batches and slowly test the load capacity of the supercomputer. After weighing it, Kuxin came up with this idea. Let the player choose the question to delay the player's simultaneous entry into the game. A total of hurried questions. The answer will determine the player is suitable for learning female internal skills. Still positive internal strength. It is suitable for learning agility-based escape. Martial arts like that, or learning martial arts like Jiang Long 18 palms. After answering the questions, the system will prompt the most suitable martial art for each player's physical attributes. It is up to the player to choose the martial art he likes. After the players carefully selected the sheep one after another, bursts of light flashed. The system automatically teleports players to their selected martial arts. Supercomputer load. The data is normal and very smooth. Bruce looked at the data displayed on the screen and nodded repeatedly. This data was in his expectation. At this time, most of the 10,000 players are still choosing carefully. Although there is a lot of data traffic, it is obviously incomparable with the massive data of the 10,000 players who are waiting for the meeting when they collectively appear in their respective schools. 10 minutes later, all players enter their respective schools. Supercomputer load 3 inches. Bruce threw his fist excitedly. Kihen's cloud computing is really good. If normal computers are interconnected to process data together, there will be a phenomenon of repeated data processing. In that case, Quen usually writes a small comment, and through cloud computing, Bruce can make these 3 supercomputers achieve the effect of Quen greater than 3. The supercomputer is okay. Is there a problem with the player's computer? The 4 players' mainstream computer configuration. The graphics card is still shows a card memory, just the Pentium 4.2 tires. The memory is the culprit, and this is the current mainstream configuration. Many players' computers are even more backward, a few lower grades, and running Legend and Audition are okay, but running Miracle is a bit difficult. Such a computer can you run Jiangxia King Yuan, Loyalty and serve the country smoothly. While Kuxin, Bruce and others waited nervously, all the players had entered their chosen sect, and when they saw the screen flashing in front of them, they exclaimed, "Is this a game?" Chen in my heart. I chose the Yudang school. decent. For swordsman love, loyalty to serve the country. In my heart, I have been yearning for a long time, and I wanted to enter the game for a long time to kill the enemy together with the national hero and fight on the battlefield. The Wudang school is also in my heart. My favorite martial arts school. Wudang Mianshang, Tiger Claw Wushu, Jikan, Liang Yi swordsmanship, Ji sword, Tunzong, the martial arts mastery. They were all in my heart for a long time. When the question of blade path was selected and the system judged Wudang School as one of the most suitable schools, in my heart I chose Wudang School without hesitation. The light flashed, after more than 20 seconds of reading the disc. Just as snake in my heart. When I felt impatient, the picture flashed, and a beautiful picture appeared in front of my eyes. Wudang Mountain is located in Danjiankou City, Hubei Province. It was called Mountain in ancient times. There are 72 peaks on the mountain. Taken from non-Zenwu is not enough according to legend. Zenwu Great was here to ascend to heaven. Of course, the Wudang faction in the game. The founder was Jiang Sanfeng. This is in my heart. Looking at the scenery in front of me, I was shocked. This is a game. It is clearly like I have visited Wudang Mountain in person. Of course, the so-called beautiful scenery is relative to the pictures of other online games today. Jiangxia Kiniyuan compared with the screens of the same type of Zou game, the number of clouds in the sky, the mountains in the distance, and the number in the vicinity are slightly rougher, but compared to the miracle screen that has already amazed domestic players. But it didn't lose half a point, and even slightly one in the depth of the scenery. High and deep, with flying clouds and mists. The majestic position is like a flying dragon walking in the sky. The beauty of the spirit and beauty is like a jade lady coming down. This is the beauty of Wudang Mountain. Now all of them appear in the heart. The picture is very good. The second reaction is big. The scene is so big. In my heart. Just walk around. It takes 7 minutes to walk from the foot of Wudang Mountain to the first gate, Xuanayu Gate. This is just a map of Wudang Mountain. The map of Wudang Mountain is so big. Think about the cities in the Central Plains, Hangzhou, Linan. How big should it be? Thinking of this, in my heart there was a burst of excitement. Although the map is large, as a player, the time spent on the map must increase. But only in this way can it accommodate that Kuhunga's song is on the small map at the same time, and Wanfa's family is running for 6 exercises at the same time. To complete the task, I am afraid that even finding a place to stand will be a problem. What's more, the Second World official also said that there are posts everywhere where players can quickly move to the destination through the colima in the post. The hostile country cannot move directly, and the monthly card will be considered after the card is officially charged. As long as there is a monthly card, no matter how big the map is, the map area is very large. Stepping on the stone steps, the child's heart is excited, and he is about to go to the Jingle Palace of the Wudang Mountain Hall. He can apprentice his teacher, and then begin to sway his ideals and ambitions in this martial arts world. Swordsman love, loyalty and serving the country uses real martial arts masters to capture the movement of characters in addition to running and jumping. There is also meditation to restore internal strength, restoring physical strength and other actions during sleep. On the way to Jingle Palace, Xinzhong tried all the actions. There was only one conclusion: smooth and super smooth. Although this is a role-playing game, but in terms of fluency, Xinzhong can swear absolutely it surpasses Miracle and Swordsman, and it feels as smooth as playing Anti-Terrorism Essence. But Anti-Terrorism Essence is a shooting game, which is a relaxing role-playing game. But I think that both games belong to the same company. Heart has the answer in his heart. Thinking of the relaxation of role-playing games, but the fluency and refreshment of first-person shooting games, this is in my heart. The expectation of the game is even greater. Fluency is rich. At this time, as a large amount of white light flashed at the foot of the mountain, more and more players entered the game. The computer screen got stuck slightly, and then it returned to normal. Seeing a large number of players at the foot of the mountain began to climb the mountain like him, in my heart smiled knowingly, and at the same time sighed at the strength of the Second World game development. Such a spectacular scene. Only the Second World can do it. Qin's Hong didn't leave at all. For the time being, when there are more people, we will go up together to apprentice skills. Anyway, we are all in the same camp. We are not afraid of being spoiled by each other. What's more, swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country practice has multiple modes, which can be used in the practice room. Practicing quietly alone, you can complete the plot task training. You can also practice through comparisons. Basically, the robbing of monsters can be eliminated with the footsteps behind him getting closer. Hart also clearly saw more and more players wearing antique novice suits like him approaching, looming in the jungle. A burst of surprise, and a horror of many people in his heart. At a glance, there are at least a few thousand people. And there are more white lights flashing at the foot of the mountain. I am afraid that there are at least tens of thousands of players from the Wudang faction. Hart looked up at the huge looming martial arts field on the top of the mountain, and felt excited when he thought of the scene of tens of thousands of people on the martial arts field. What a magnificent scale of this kind! What game can have such a magnificent scene? Even if it is a single-player game of 1,000 players, it is far from a strong scene like Jiangxia Love, loyalty to serve the country. This is a good game, absolutely good game. Regardless of the other settings and tasks of swordsman love, loyalty to the country, as long as the system is not stable and relatively balanced, with the advantage of millions of players online at the same time, it can become the most successful role-playing online game ever. Online game. The excitement is not only in my heart and the other lucky players after entering their respective sects, they are also amazed at this martial arts world as in Six Hearts. Especially seeing more and more players climbing the mountain with me, rushing to the sect. I am also excited to die. Online games. Online games. The more people, the more fun. With so many people in one game, it is absolutely fun to make people happy. However, at this time, the CEOs of various online game companies in the new era are paying attention to Jiangxia Love, loyalty and servicing the country. In order to inquire about the enemy, they have also dispatched company employees to log on to Jiangxia Love, loyalty to serve the country to see what it is worth learning and learning from. Of course, I also want to see whether Jiangxia King Yuan's loyalty serve the country can withstand millions of players online. Whether the player's computer can withstand this terrifying data. However, after logging into the game for the first time, looking at the magnificent game screens, the huge map, and the unparalleled smooth and refreshing operation, the boss of the Mouth Family online game company was just a dish. Swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country in terms of inherent conditions, has far surpassed the games currently operated by major domestic online game companies. How does this allow them to compete? Are we going to give up on the role-playing online game market again? A lot of them are already in operation. Or the boss of a company who is preparing to operate a role-playing online game is in a trance. Especially Nine Towns. President Chen Xiaowai clenched her silver teeth. Although Miracle is good, it is a Western magical genre. However, swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country is the most familiar martial arts type among domestic players, and the background of the game is the Southern Song dynasty which infuriated all Chinese people. Coupled with the absolute advantage of millions of players on the same server, how do these companies compete with the Second World? However, many online game company bosses are not completely discouraged, because there is still a key issue that has not been resolved in Jiangxia King Yuan Zijing serving the country. Can the player's computer load it? As many players gathered together, just a few seconds later, almost all of the players' computers seemed to crash, and the hard disk lights read wildly. But the screen did not display anything. What's going on? All the players slapped their computer monitors and shouted, just when they were cool. Suddenly stuck. It is strange not to be angry. At this time, these stuck players also remembered the previous predictions by the media and many online game companies that the player's computer could not bear the huge image processing data of Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty to the country. Fuck, a broken computer. Hurry up. Many players slapped the monitor angrily. There was a curse on the internet. I am dissatisfied with the computer hardware requirements of swordsman love, loyalty to serve the country. Contrary to the depression and anger of the players, the online game company, one of the many members of the new era, was full of laughter and applauded to celebrate. If the Jiangxia love, loyalty to the country is also a success, these online game companies do not need to mix up. Now, who will play their games? Exclamation mark. The clothes of the most female anchor in Thailand are almost out of pocket. Watch the video online. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Mainvmy 222 long, press for 3 seconds to copy. Exclamation mark. The 464th chapter online game frame number? Question mark. Second World Headquarters. Looking at the data fed back on the software, Cooksin's expression turned ill. Unexpectedly, the data traffic and image processing pixels generated by just gathering the players will cause 90% of the players' computers to crash. And this is just the data generated by thousands of players gathering together and only thousands of players running. If the player can crash, once the player apprentices, the data will be at least 3 times more than now during the fight. As for the smooth running of the remaining 10% of the players' computers, almost all of them worshipped relatively unconventional martial arts. Otherwise the crash rate is very likely to be 100%. Damn, it's been stuck for 3 minutes. How can I play this? The internet cafes were filled with such screams, and I watched the screen which only moved 1 frame every 30 seconds. Smooth screen, at least 30 frames per second? It would be strange if you say you are not in a hurry. Damn, stop playing. Stuck a person B. Many people complained about restarting the computer. No matter how good the idea, no matter how perfect the setting, no matter how good the picture, no matter how many people online games, cannot do without a most fundamental topic: smoothness. If the game is not smooth, who will play it? Just when many players couldn't stand it, and when they were about to start, a line of eye-catching text flashed on the screen. Please don't restart all players for the time being. The game is launching thematic screen cover system, which will minimize the players stuck phenomenon. After seeing this line, many players were stunned and asked what it was. During the automatic screen shading system, I reluctantly suppressed an irritable heart, and looked forward to the start of the automatic screen shading system that the official said with a hint of anxiety, to see if it worked. After all, for such a game, all players want to run smoothly, and no player wants to have fun in the end. Ninetown's president Chen Xiaoai and others originally cheered for Jiangxia Kinyuan, the essence of loyalty and servicing the country stuck, but suddenly such a line was displayed on the screen, and there was a burst of surprise. Automatic screen cover system. What system is it? The cheerful hall quieted down and waited for the automatic screen cover system to start. See what magical power this so-called automatic screen shading system has. At this time, the Second World Headquarters. Start the first level automatic screen cover system. Cooksin calmly gave the order. Although the card is dying and the player's computer only jumps to 1 frame in 30 seconds, Cooksin is extremely confident in the automatic screen cover system. The automatic screen cover system is specially designed for the advanced concept of swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country, and it is divided into 3 levels. The first level, the screen covers all the player data and surrounding scenes in the distance. The second level, the screen covers all players and scenes outside the visible range, clearly refers to the extremely clear view, which is blurred. The third level, the screen cover all data outside the player's attack range. This is also the ultimate extreme screen shielding system, which is prepared for large figures of millions of people in the future. The first level of the screen cover system is started in 30 seconds. All players in front of the computer obviously feel that the computer is smooth. Before, only 1 frame was skipped every 30 seconds, but now it is almost 1 frame per second. In comparison, it is indeed much smoother. But if you want a normal game, it is still a delusion. No player can withstand such a turtle speed. At the rate of 1 frame per second, If you want to go to the lecture hall to apprentice, I am afraid that this evening will be consumed. Hey, is there a difference between 1 frame for 30 seconds and 1 frame for 1 second? Chen Xiaoi said disdainfully. For online games, if you can't reach the smooth speed of 30 frames per second, you can't talk about smoothness, and don't want players to buy it. Start the second level screen system. Cooksin sweats his forehead slightly. Although the first level screen system has improved a lot, there is still a big gap between the improved performance and the expected performance. It also proves once again that today's player computer configuration is far from the requirements of the game. After 30 seconds, the secondary screen shading system is activated. The player yelled in surprise, and it was obvious that the manipulator was moving on the screen, but it seemed to be in slow motion, probably at a speed of about 10 frames per second. However, the speed of 10 frames per second is obviously still unsatisfactory. This speed is still challenging the player's endurance limit. However, the patience of Chinese players for an excellent game is far beyond everyone's imagination. Although the speed of 10 frames per second is like a race between the tortoise and the hare when compared with the smooth speed of the first game, the vast majority of players still forcibly resisting the urge to smash the computer, ran to the destination apprentice point. Wait. Just now the second world has launched a first level shielding system, a second level shielding system, or a third level. This kind of expectation is also the fundamental reason for the player to continue the game so persistently to endure tortoise speed screen. Chen Xiaoi frowned. Although the speed of 10 frames per second is still unacceptable, she worries about whether there are other countermeasures in the second world. If so, it will be a big deal for other domestic online game companies. It's not good. But besides waiting, she has no way to stop the popularity of Jiangxia love, loyalty to the country. Perhaps she can pray to God. Director Ku, do you want to activate the third level shielding system? The technician asked nervously. Cooksin frowned. If the 3-level screen shading system is activated now, the quality of the picture will be greatly sacrificed, and it may not be able to exchange for the ideal effect. Especially this is only 100,000 people online at the same time, and a school has at most more than 10,000 people. What if there are 1 million people in the future? It seems that this is the limit of the current player's computer. Software is software after all. Without the support of hardware, the performance of the best software is limited. Minister Ku, let our supercomputer take over now. Bruce Shin said. Cooksin Win said, nodding helplessly. However, I sighed in my heart. I am afraid that millions of players in the imagination cannot be reached at the same time, but being able to exceed 100,000 players online is already a very amazing record. Start the supercomputer to take over part of the player's image data. Start the cloud computing. After Bruce entered on the supercomputer for a while, as the supercomputer indicator light jumped wildly, the load rate of the 3 supercomputers rose geometrically. 5%. 10%. 30%. Everyone looked at the load rate of the 3 supercomputers soaring with different faces. Everyone underestimated the demanding computer hardware of Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty to the country. When the load rate of the 3 supercomputers finally stopped at 55%, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But after another weird thought, with today's player computer configuration, a single server is online for 150,000 to 180,000 people is the limit. The player's frame rate is 30 frames per second. The technician reported. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the speed of 30 frames per second was extremely smooth, enough to meet the requirements of any player. At this time, all the players who had been waiting in front of the computer for 10 minutes finally found that the screen suddenly returned to smooth again, a surprise, and controlled the characters, smooth and extremely smooth. It's as smooth as when you first entered the game. But at this moment, looking at the surrounding scenes with thousands of people, all players are testing fluency. There are jumping, running, and meditation. The scene is extremely messy, but it is extremely spectacular. All the players have just vowed that there is absolutely nothing. An online game has had such a grand occasion. The Shaolin faction chosen by the player to kill the wolf, looked at the crowd of players like ants, and was thrilled. With a cheer, when everyone was still in the surprise game again, he had already controlled the characters to run to the action hall of Shaolin Temple. Apprentice, I want to be the first apprentice. Become Shaolin's first player disciple. The player Kill Coyote secretly said in his heart. However, during the run, Killing Coyote switched perspectives from time to time. Swordsman love, loyalty to serve the country designed a variety of perspectives. First-person perspective, third-person perspective, looking down, and can also switch the distance of the scene to experience the amazing group of players, especially switch to a top-down view. After zooming out, I looked down from the sky and watched tens of thousands of people gather on the trails of Shashi Mountain and rush to the top of the mountain. The spectacular scene seemed to be watching an American Hollywood blockbuster. Excited, absolutely excited. At this time, Chen Xiaoai, the president of 9 towns and others, also saw that the screen of the game Jiangxia Love, Loyalty and Servicing the Country returned to the smoothness at the beginning of the landing, and their faces suddenly became dark. Although I don't know what technologies and methods the second world uses, it is undoubtedly a success in the second world. Both are fatal blows. Fortunately, our miracle is a Western magical category with different categories. Chen Xiaoai comforts herself, but it is a kind of comfort of RQ's spirit. Everyone knows that the success of Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Serve the Country will deal a huge blow to all large-scale role-playing online games, especially for the same type of 3D role-playing online games. The most annoying is Zuchi, the president of Perfect Time and Space. His Swordsman Online is the same type as Swordsman Love, the essence of loyalty and servicing the country, both of which are online martial arts, but in terms of the smoothness and refreshment of the movements, Zuchi. Although I didn't admit it, I knew in my heart that the character movements of Swordsman Love, Loyalty to Serve the Country, both in the details of the micromanagement, and the overall smoothness and refreshment, are better than Swordsman Online. Whoever allows the second world to have the development team of Counter-Strike, Counter-Strike is known for its smooth and refreshing action. This is what all online game companies are jealous of. As for the connotation, although Swordsman Online is based on Mr. Jin Yong's original work, Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Servicing the Country is adapted from historical events. It can be said that each has its own winning field, but there is no doubt that Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Servicing the Country it's even more exciting. The word is enough to make all the children of China excited about it. There are also this terrifying 100,000 players playing games on the same server, which is far from Swordsman Online. One server can host up to 4,000 people online at the same time, and the other party is 100,000. The gap is too big. The difference between cloud and mud. Perfect World President Zuchi smiled helplessly, facing the second world leading technology, amazing courage, and extraordinary courage. What else could he say? All players gather on the same server to play, and he thought it out. Zuchi, the president of Perfect Time and Space, felt resentful. But obviously Lin Feng dared to think about it and was able to realize it. Zuchi sighed. He lives in an age of online games mythology, which is not only his luck, but also his sorrow. However, the impact was more than just the game Swordsman Online. Almost the other 12 online game companies in the New Era Alliance in China were affected. Now the online rate is more than half lower than usual. Only Tencent's QQ online games have not been affected much, but Tencent is an anomaly, and many bosses do not treat it as an online game company. Moreover, Lin Feng personally owns 10% of Tencent holdings. This makes many online game company bosses feel resentful. Let him take advantage of all the advantages. Unlimited resentment. At this time, the player Killing Wolf has already entered the Dakshin Palace first. When he first entered the Dakshin Palace, Killing Coyote was very horrified. He had been to the Dakshin Palace in reality, But it was obvious that that action palace in the game before him was several times larger than the real one, and it was in the game. The scenes of are also far more solemn and solemn than those in the real world, which makes people feel admired. There are also the chanting of Buddhist scriptures from the speakers, and the heavy bells from time to time, which makes people doubt whether it is true. Came to the pure land of Buddhism. Music very much. Music has always been the strength of Xishanju, the original name of Kuxin and others in Jinshan Company. The music of the Swordsman Love series has always been popular among players, and this time it is adapted into an online game. The graphics, music, and fluency are all very good, and it has the surface qualities of a successful online game. The rest depends on the inner. As more and more players entered that action hall, Killing Wolf quickly finished the dialogue with the Shaolin Abbot and became a Shaolin disciple. When choosing to become a Shaolin disciple, there are two options: lay disciple and monk disciple. The difference is that monk disciples can learn more advanced martial arts of Shaolin school, such as Yi Jin Jing, Cleaning Marrow Sutra, etc., but they are not allowed to practice others. Absolutely. For example, by chance, he obtained Little Nuke Siangong and so on. Second World has reached an agreement with Mr. Jin Yong to obtain the copyright of his books The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Condor Heroes and the Eight Dragons. Absolute learning. A monk disciple cannot learn unless he rebels against his teacher. Of course, Nine Suns magical techniques such as Nine Suns magical art originally from the Shaolin school can still be learned. The lay disciples don't have so many worries, and they can learn as long as their physical attributes are suitable. They can learn without any worries, but the corresponding disadvantage is that they cannot learn the more advanced martial arts of the Shaolin school. Shaolin's eternal mastery such as the Book of Changes of the Tendons is nowhere to be found. Of course, players can also choose to go to the Shaolin Buddhist Scripture Pavilion at night to steal the scriptures. But the difficulty is, think about the unknown monks in the Shaolin Buddhist Scripture Pavilion, and the Shaolin 108 Arhat Array, as well as the pursuit of all Shaolin players' disciples. The difficulty is absolutely no less difficult than assassinating the Emperor of the Kingdom of Jin. How to choose is a difficult problem. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 465 Unique Martial Arts Combat System. Killing Wolf carefully read the introduction about monk disciple and lay disciple. After a little hesitation, he decisively chose to become a Shaolin monk disciple. Although after becoming a Shaolin monk, he can no longer learn other rare and unique skills such as Little Nuke Siangong and Duga 9 swords, but Shaolin Temple's 72 unique skills, as well as the eternal unique Yi Jin Jing and Washing Their Marrow the classics, is already a huge treasure. Killing Coyote would never give up near and far away, and chose to become a lay disciple for the vain and ethereal rare world. After the selection, there was a flash of light, and Killing Wolf was sent to his personal wing in Shaolin Temple. In Kuxin's design, considering that all players are playing on the same server, it is too crowded because of apprenticeship and learning skills. After the first apprenticeship, all players will be transported to their own independent wing, which is equivalent to the player being in the game. In the home, Killing Coyote sweeps around, and there is a treasure box storage space, which is used to store various equipment, medicinal materials and martial arts secrets obtained by the player in the game. A pit, for players to rest, can double the recovery of physical strength, internal strength, and endurance. There is also a monk in the room, which is the player's introductory martial arts mentor, and players can learn the introductory martial arts of their respective sects from their home. As for the later advanced June of Jianghu, players need to achieve a certain degree of contribution to the martial arts before they can learn advanced martial arts. As for the subsequent Town Sect Peerless Learning and Rarely Peerless Learning, not only need to achieve a certain degree of sect contribution, but also have to complete the task of the teacher before they can learn. Of course, for today's Killing Coyote, those who are too far away, can't bother to sigh the smell of sandalwood and Buddha in this wing, and hurriedly ordered the introductory teaching mentor to learn martial arts. Go to other big cities in the Song dynasty, of course, kill the golden soldiers by the way to complete the task. The 10 sects of swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country are all divided into palms, fingers, fists, legs, swordsmanship, hidden weapons, light skills, internal skills, and strange weapons. Players can learn all martial arts, but each kind of martial arts requires a certain degree of proficiency to improve, and each kind of martial arts wants to learn more advanced martial arts. It needs to complete a separate promotion task and corresponding sect contribution. Therefore, the time and energy it takes to learn all martial arts is undoubtedly very terrifying, and it is impossible for ordinary players to complete it. However, Chinese players have always been known for their horror, so Kuxin has set a title of all-rounder in martial arts when he is a game designer in martial arts, to reward players who have learned all martial arts and reached the highest level. With just such a title, it is conceivable that a large number of players will go crazy for this title in the future. And this is what Kuxin wants to express. In the game, there is no strongest, only stronger. Killing Wolf hesitated for a while and chose Palm Claws. Prajna's Palm and Shaolin Dragon Claw Hand are extremely magical in Jin Yong's writings. They are both extremely powerful stunts in Shaolin's 72 stunts, and they are also extremely fascinating for killing the wolf. Of course, killing Coyote is only an introductory disciple, and the master is still the introductory Veguo Palm, and the claw is the introductory Shaolin 13 claws. As for Light Gong, I learned Shaolin's introductory Light Gong Dragonfly Pointing Water Light Kung Fu Lifting Technique, and internal Gong Practiced and Divine Art, the introductory inner Gong that all Shaolin disciples learned. Looking at the moves learned from the character's attributes, Kill Coyote was excited, and wanted to find a weird to test the power of these moves, and also wanted to see how the screens of these moves were. However, swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country cancels the wild monsters in the Western magical fantasy. It is impossible to have half-orcs and scarecrows for players to level up after going out of the mountain gate. That kind of nondescript setting Kuxin, who has always admired Eastern culture, despised it. Therefore, if Killing Coyote wants to experience the martial arts moves he has just learned, he must go to the practice room, or take on the task of the division, or go to the territory of the Golden Kingdom to kill the patrolling golden soldiers. Killing Coyote did not hesitate, and went straight out of his wing, ran to the station below the mountain, and went to the territory of the Kingdom of Jin to kill and patrol the golden soldiers. Practicing is too boring. The task is too troublesome. Killing the golden soldiers is the most refreshing. However, along the way, the killing wolf, who is eager to experience martial arts moves, used the newly learned light skill dragonfly dotting water lifting technique on the way down the mountain. After using it, Killing Wolf was greatly amazed. The whole character is faster than that. It was more than twice as fast before use. Watching the surrounding trees retreating quickly and running from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain to apprentice, the envious look in the eyes of the crawling player was slowly, and the Killing Coyote screamed with excitement. It feels so good. The light work in swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country is definitely not just a name, but a real existence, which can change the player's normal running speed, and jump higher and farther than the normal state. Flying over the wall is definitely not a boast. Legend has it that when King Gong reaches the top level, it can fly on the grass and float on the water. Introduced on the official website of Swordsman Love, loyalty to serve the country. This is by no means a boast. It can be achieved in the game. Thinking of this, Killing Coyote was even more impulsive, wishing to learn all martial arts immediately and try the feeling of Xiao Jushan. While enjoying the refreshing sensation brought by light work, Killing Coyote also accidentally discovered that using the dragonfly pointing water lightning technique to drive on, his light skill proficiency is slowly increasing. As the official website said, the martial arts proficiency is good. Many ways. Of course, Killing Coyote also found that the use of light work requires the consumption of internal energy, and the exhaustion of internal energy can only be recovered by meditation. This light work is not something that you can use if you want to use it. Without internal support, light work can't exert its power at all. In 5 minutes, it took only 5 minutes to kill the coyote from the action hole to the foot of the mountain. Before apprenticeship, it took almost 20 minutes to climb the mountain, and the effect of light work was vividly reflected at this time. As more and more players are apprentices and learn about art, Cooksin and others in the Second World headquarters are also excited. In addition to the game screen and background, the new upgrade system settings, and the open plot, all players are together. In addition to the advantages of gathering on the same server, Swordsman Love, the essence of loyalty serve the country as one of the most exciting selling points. This selling point can also be considered epoch-making, with the innovation that created a genuinely unique martial arts combat system. This unique combat system is a combination of the strengths of the 4 large-scale online games under the Second World and Lin Feng's opinions. Lin Feng is extremely optimistic about this unique martial arts combat system, and even has the urge to enter the game to experience it. Therefore, Lin Feng is convinced that this new combat system will surely satisfy players. However, when Cooksin released relevant information about Swordsman Love, loyalty and retribution of the country on the official website, he only briefly introduced the combat system, but said that it is absolutely different from the combat system of today's Western magical online games. As for the details, let the players experience it by themselves. The brand new martial arts combat system will realize your dream of being a knight. The introduction to the battle system on the official website of Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty to the country. There is only this slogan, but it arouses the interest of all players. A new combat system different from Western magic online games. Chen Xiaoai, president of 9 Towns, gave a cold snort. She didn't believe that the Second World would develop any ingenious combat system. In Chen Xiaoai's view, the combat system of Miracle is already perfect. Gorgeous magic, gorgeous graphics and smooth fighting are the best combat system. The so-called martial arts online game is the same as the Western magic. There is no difference. At most the name of the move is different. The screen is different. Chen Xiaoai absolutely does not believe that Swordsman Love, loyalty and servicing the country will develop any different pictures. Perfect time and space. President Zuki's slogan for Swordsman Love, loyalty to serve the country. The brand new martial arts combat system, realize your dream of being a knight. It is also quite disdain. When designing Swordsman Online, its development team also racked their brains to make Swordsman Online distinguish the fighting style of Western magic online games, but finally gave up. Because, no matter how the design is like the Western magical gods, in that case, it is better to be as it is. And it is not thankless. But is this really the case? The Shaolin monk disciple Killing Wolf has passed through the post to the border of the kingdom of Jin. Looking at the vast plain, he felt excited. This is to follow General Yu to regain the central plains and reorganize the battlefield of Heshan in the future. Thinking of this, killing Coyote can't be oneself. There is a kind of urge to gallop and kill the enemy on the battlefield. At this time, a group of patrolmen came from a distance, and when they looked from a distance, the words recruit were displayed on it. Swordsman Love, loyalty and servicing the country categorizes NPCs into recruits, veterans, soldiers of 100 trainings, etc., and of course, army chiefs, 10 chiefs and centurions for the generals, because Swordsman Love, loyalty and servicing the country does not have traditional upgrade experience. Only martial arts practice proficiency. There is no experience in killing these soldiers and generals. But the increase in martial arts proficiency is no different. The only difference is that the strength of the NPC determines the size of the merit, and the player can exchange the corresponding reward with the court for the merit. What kind of combat system is the brand new martial arts combat system? Killing Wolf took a deep breath and ran to a single Jingo recruit. Jingo's recruits also yelled when they saw Kill Coyote and ran up with a spear. Killing Coyote used the first form of Veguo Palm Lingshan Buddha. Each kind of martial arts has different moves. As the proficiency increases, you will be able to understand more moves through the shortcut key. But Hugh's the first move was a bit stunned. A translucent window suddenly appeared on the screen, displaying several English letters, Z, X, C and other English letters. There is a line of text explanation on each letter, such as attacking the head, attacking carcass, attacking both hands, attacking legs, etc. Kill Coyote was taken aback, and instinctively chose to attack the head. In order to facilitate the observation of the effect of attacking moves, Kill Coyote chose a third-person perspective, and saw his own game character straddling his horse. His shoulders sank slightly, a loud shout, and a single palm to the head of the golden recruit. Take it. This trick is the first form of Veguo's Palm Lingshan ritual Buddha. So cool. Killing Wolf exclaimed. This trick Lingshan Buddha is definitely an authentic martial arts technique, not the rude, savage, simple hack and kill of Western magic online games, and the whole action is extremely smooth, without the slightest lag. It vaguely makes people feel like watching a Jet Li starring kung fu movie. However, what made Killing Wolf depressed was that he estimated the wrong attack range for this trick. Lingshan recruiting Buddha. He didn't shoot the head of Golden Country recruit with one palm. Instead, Golden Country recruit shot straight towards Kill Gang. The wolf stabbed. After screaming unlucky secretly, Kill Coyote originally wanted to make a tough move, and then continued to attack. Unexpectedly, another semi-transparent window flashed on the screen. Several buttons were still displayed on the screen, and each button had a line of text on it. For example, space jump to avoid, shift to dodge sideways, etc. Kill Coyote was taken aback for a moment, and quickly took a closer look. When Killing Coyote carefully read the above introduction, the soldier of the Kingdom of Jin had already stabbed him in the chest with a single shot, and his blood volume had dropped by half. The scared Kill Coyote was in a cold sweat, ran away quickly, took a golden saw medicine, and tested it alone from a distance before coming to continue fighting with the golden recruits. With the previous experience, I have become more proficient in killing Cockerel this time. After exhausting his efforts to kill this Golden Country soldier, killing Cockerel is staggering again and again, which is really brand new. Martial arts combat system. When the player is in battle, not only can he choose to attack the body parts of the enemy, but he can also choose how much internal force is added to each move, and the amount of internal force added also determines the attack power of each move of the player. And according to the different parts of the attack, the damage effect produced is also different, and the impact of the injury is also different. For example, attacking the head has the largest damage bonus, and attacking the neck has the second highest damage bonus, but it will cause some abnormal states of the opponent such as dizziness and other abnormal states, which affect attack and defense. Attacking limbs may cause the opponent to lose the mobility of an injured part. This flexible and changeable attack method makes Kill Coyote very addicted. There has never been an online game that has such a variety of attack methods, which makes Kill Coyote feel like playing a fighting game. What surprised Kill Coyote is the defense function. In the past, the so-called defense in online games was just comparing who has good equipment defense and who has thick blood. In Swordsman Love, Loyalty to the Country, players can choose a variety of ways to defend when they are attacked. For example, use light power to quickly dodge, or use moves to defend, or use body protection to fight hard. There are multiple options, and these multiple choices made Kill Coyote, who was accustomed to the competition equipment data and the blood of the competition characters to resist, was extremely unaccustomed at first, but once used to it, he deeply applauded this setting. The variability of attacks and the multiplicity of defenses make the entire game's combat system exciting, making the originally exciting battles more thrilling, exciting, and intoxicating. It's not just Kill Coyote who feels enjoyable. Other game players also have this feeling. It's so enjoyable to play, and it makes other players who have not been able to enter the game look green. They have never heard of it. There is such a unique way of fighting, but it is really likable. No, it should be said that it is fascinating. This way of fighting not only experienced the importance of the player's martial arts, but also experienced the player's operational level, which almost perfectly blended the two together. If you don't play this kind of game, you will have to be sent by heaven. In addition, the moves used by the players are all unique, with a strong Chinese martial arts style and the characteristics of various sects. It is absolutely like the new martial arts fighting system announced on the official website of Jiangxia King Yuan Zizong Baogo, an absolute martial arts fighting style. Instead of Western magic fighting style, especially after playing Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Servicing the Country, and then playing other Western fantasy online games, it almost feels like barbarians are fighting, only hacking and hacking, without any technical content. But the more fun Swordsman Love, Loyalty to Serve the Country, the more anxious the players who failed to enter the game in the first batch. But seeing that there are still 20 minutes before the second server start time, all the players who failed to enter the game burst into tears. They have to struggle for 20 minutes. 20 minutes. The player Gushang Station Bo cried out, "No matter what, I will start now. I must be the first among the second batch of players." The player Spinning Wood is also screaming, "Click, I click, I click. Damn time, hurry up." At this time, Chen Xiaoi, the president of 9 towns, and others were shocked. They did not expect that the martial arts combat system of Jiangxia Kinyuan, Loyalty and Servicing the Country was so unique, novel, and full of martial arts characteristics. Every move showed the magic of Chinese martial arts. Fascinated. "Can our game do this?" Chen Xiao's voice was filled with fear, a trace of unwillingness, and a trace of irritation, and she drank. "Mr. Chen, our game can't do it." The game manager smiled bitterly. Although they can ask the South Korean Miracle Development Team to develop a similar attack and defense determination system similar to Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Serve the Country, the smooth and refreshing picture is far from the smoothness of Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Serve the Country. Refreshing, but without this layer of smooth and refreshing, this brand new attack and defense determination system is a waste. Not only does it have no effect, but it will be criticized by the players. Technology. They do not have the technology that the Second World possesses. When they were still relying on operating agency games to make money, the Second World had begun independent research and development. And this was the gap. Cooksin watched the technicians collect the players' praise for this brand new combat system, and smiled confidently. "How can you imitate the Second World game so easily? This set can create a new genre martial arts combat system." Cooksin combines the smooth and refreshing feeling of Counter-Strike under the Second World company and the different advantages of carcass damage. The King of Fighters Online determines the attack and defense. The advantages, coupled with the advantages of Lin Feng's Swordwind Demon record borrowed from the later generations. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 466 Pac-Man Game? 75 Chapter 466 Pac-Man Game. The unique martial arts combat system of Friends of Heart. Easy reading on mobile phone. Arrangement is the reason. The advantages of this game: Counter-Strike, King of Fighters, Swordwind Demon record. Lin Feng provides ideas. At the beginning of the game design, Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Retribution used the weak engine of Counter-Strike. The advantage of Counter-Strike's persuasion engine is that it is smooth and refreshing. Players have been in the game for more than half an hour. Have a profound experience. It is not an exaggeration to say that Jiangxia King Yuan, Loyalty to Serve the Country is definitely the smoothest one of the large-scale role-playing online games played by these players. Afterwards, in the design, Kuxin also borrowed from the elements such as a shot at the head in Counter-Strike and carried it forward. For different parts of the injury, the game characters will have corresponding abnormal conditions. For example, if the head is hit hard, there will be a chance for a short-term stun effect. If the neck is hit hard, the ears will have difficulty breathing, which will affect the player's movement. If the limbs are severely injured, they may lose some of their mobility. In the King of Fighters series, Kuxin borrowed from the King of Fighters' perfect attack determination and defense determination. This has also increased the fluency of Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty to serve the country in a disguised form. At the same time, Lin Feng also told Kuxin, the first domestic fighting game of Swordwind Demon record, the biggest feature of which is the advantage of combo moves. With the engine of King of Fighters, it is now the swordsman love after being improved. The unique martial arts combat system of Baogo. However, now that players are beginning to enter the game, its unique martial arts combat system has not yet been fully explored. And now players cannot discover that there is also a secret combo system hidden in it. The combo system of Swordwind Demon record was naturally moved by Kuxin under Lin Feng's guidance to swordsman love, loyalty to serve the country. It's just that the combo of ordinary attacks is cancelled. After all, this is a large-scale online game. The combo should not be too cumbersome. It is directly connected by various moves. But now players are all newcomers. The martial arts level they have learned is still low, and there are fewer moves. It is still impossible to discover the continuous move system. As the player's martial arts level improves in the future, they will learn more moves. With the increase in martial arts, it will be able to gradually discover this continuous move system, which will be a surprise when the time comes. For an online game, if all the information is published on the website for players to refer to, it is not good. This is like watching the guide to play standalone games, without a lot of freshness in the exploration, and occasionally discovering a unique sense of accomplishment. Kuxin wanted to give players this freshness of exploration and a sense of surprise. Jiangxia love, the essence of loyalty and servicing the country's legacy system is Kuxin's surprise for all players. This sequence system can combine different martial arts moves, allowing players to give full play to their imagination to combine various combos. When designing Kuxin, Takashi Nishiyama gave him a lot of help, so that he did not need to set up inherent combos, but only needed to set the attack judgment of each martial arts move in detail. It was up to the players to explore on their own and to combine and connect freely. Trick. This can give the player the greatest sense of pleasure and accomplishment. This is also one of the reasons for the success of the King of Fighters series. At this point in the game, many players have gone through several battles and gradually figured out this brand new martial arts combat system. While screaming for fun, internal energy was also exhausted. Many players have no choice but to sit still and wait for their internal strength to recover. Now players are practicing introductory internal strength, and they are still in the realm of first glimpse of the doorway, and it takes a few seconds to restore full internal strength. That is 3 minutes. Players need to meditate for 3 minutes to regain their internal strength. Although this adds more realism, it makes the player a little boring while meditating. But what surprised all the players was that Wang Wen chose to meditate, and a catty popped up on the screen, and a window appeared on it. A game that almost everyone on Earth has played, at least seen. Pac-Man. Pac-Man was first launched on the arcade by Namco in the year. It was once all the rage. Until now, although it is hard to find its trace in the arcade hall, other game platforms such as home consoles and handheld consoles are equally popular. There is a figure. The content of the game is very simple. It is to control a Pac-Man and eat all the beans on the screen. When you eat Pac-Man, there will be enemies chasing you. When you are caught up by the enemy, it means the game is over. The game is very simple, but the gameplay is very good and very playable. This game, for most players, is a sweet memory. Unexpectedly, it was moved by the second world to the swordsman love, loyalty and retribution game to Kuxin when the players meditate. The type of Pac-Man game is to pass the boring waiting time of players when they meditate. Of course, Kuxin also made some simple changes to Pac-Man to make the screen more gorgeous. Pac-Man's appearance has also become a player, and the enemy has become a golden soldier. In addition, rewards have been set for Pac-Man. If the player can eat the least time-consuming seconds on the screen in one game, and restore all the internal power of Yuan, sit back. Second, it will take a few seconds and will increase the player's internal power proficiency. If you are caught by the enemy, you can continue the game until you have eaten all the beans, or the letter will arrive in seconds. If you finish eating all the beans before 10 seconds, you will be awarded additional internal skill proficiency according to the length of the game. If you fail to finish all the beans, you will not be awarded any additional internal skill proficiency. This additional reward system has made all players excited about the emergence of this Pac-Man game, which has awakened the memories in the players' minds and made everyone eager to try. Now it can not only pass the boring and useless meditation time, it can also provide additional internal skill proficiency rewards, which undoubtedly makes all players applaud. It can be said that after the launch of this Pac-Man game, no players complained about the waiting time for a few seconds to meditate. The player is the first player to eat all the beans on the screen in seconds. The internal power of the character is filled up instantly, and he also found that the internal power proficiency value has increased, plus only a few fights on the net. The first level, promotion to the second level, not only increases the upper limit of internal strength, but also increases the power by 2. After a daze, he shouted loudly, and immediately rushed to the next target. Other players have also discovered the additional internal skill proficiency rewards of the Pac-Man game. The rewards are definitely not symbolic, but real, and the rewards are absolutely exciting for everyone. Of course, this additional reward will only have a relatively obvious increase effect in the early stage. As the player's internal strength becomes deeper and deeper in the later stage, the increase in the reward will become smaller and smaller. Of course, apart from this extra reward, there is one more thing that excites many players. The martial arts proficiency of swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country is extremely fast, far exceeding any existing game. The martial arts upgrade of swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country, any martial arts is upgraded from the first level of the first realm, first glimpse of the door, to the 7th realm, shocking the ancient and the modern, and the 10th level. At most, only divination is required. Time. If the hour is quoted every day, it is the old day time. The traditional online game of swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country players' martial arts realm is temporarily capped at 7 realms, which are composed of martial arts realm and internal strength realm. If you want martial arts realm and internal strength realm to reach the perfect state together, you need at most blades, days, less than a month. Lishan can reach the full level, which is definitely the fastest upgrade among all existing online games, far faster than the hard-to-upgrade originator legend. This makes many players shout cool again and again. The happiest thing for players to play online games is to upgrade quickly, with a high rate of violence, and a lot of boron. But this so-called fast upgrade is only a superficial phenomenon. Jiangxia love, the essence of loyalty to serve the country. The strength of a character is determined by the martial arts he possesses. There are hundreds of types of martial arts in swordsman love, loyalty to the country, and martial arts are divided into 4 grades: Introduction Kung Fu, Jiang Peerless School, Peerless learning martial arts level. The higher the power, the greater the power, and it is impossible for players to practice only one martial arts and one internal skill. Even if you learned the 9 Suns Divine Art and other peerless internal skills, but suddenly got the Yi Jin Jing, the two do not conflict, and there is still a powerful strengthening effect. Would you not practice? What's more, there are more types of martial arts, and each type of martial arts has several moves. Only when any kind of martial arts is cultivated to the consummation state, can all the moves be possible. and it can exert the greatest power of this martial arts. What's more, swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country also has a continuous move system, which is a super catalyst that stimulates players to continuously practice new martial arts and new internal skills. The higher the level of each martial arts player, the more moves they will have, and the greater the power of the stroke combo. Snow rolling ball, seemingly easy to reach the full level, but the actual time invested in training is not as good as Legend. It's just that the practice of different types of martial arts dilutes the inherent and difficult upgrade system of Legend. Undoubtedly, this was a trick of Cook's Sin, but it was extremely successful, and there was no trace of the trick. Fly a little bit. Wu Xiaopu looked at the time and reminded him. Cooksin looked at his watch, and after thinking for a while, he cautiously let the technicians continue to open the landing, but this time only 50,000 places were reserved. This time it's even more exaggerated. Last time I used Meow, the old 10,000 places could be filled. This time the 50,000 places released, Miaozong was crowded with players who had been waiting for a long time. Bruce, what's the load on the supercomputer? Can we still increase the number of online players? Cooksin asked eagerly. Second level automatic screen shielding system, at a frame rate per second? The load of the old million people and 3 supercomputers can be up to 20%. It can also load up to 20,000 players. Bruce definitely said after some calculations. Okay, another 20,000 places will be released. Cooksin gritted his teeth and said, the fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Cup actress Idol's First Avenue wins the championship. Watch online. Please follow the WeChat public account. Main my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 467 The Magical Effect of Light Work. Cooksin is eager for swordsman love, loyalty to serve the country to accommodate more online players and create even greater miracles. Okay. Another 20,000 places will be released. Cooksin gritted his teeth and said. As soon as Cooksin's voice fell, the 20,000 spots were swept away by the player again at the moment of release. With the enthusiasm of the players, the online game quota of swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country is like a hot stock. How much is released and absorbed? The market does not hesitate, and the purchasing power is super strong. Supply exceeds demand. By 2002, on May 23, at 20:30 in the evening, a record 170,000 online players in Swordsman Love, servicing the country, were playing together on a server, and more players were still waiting in front of the computer stupidly for more. The quota is open. The load of the 3 supercomputers is 97%. Unexpected situations are inevitable. 3% of the remaining resources must be reserved and no more places can be allocated. Bruce looked at the display and said in a deep voice. In fact, 3% of the remaining resources is not enough in Bruce's view, and 5% is an ideal situation. But at the moment, it is naturally impossible. Cooksin nodded and sighed to himself. I thought it could be 1 million players, but now 170,000 have reached the limit, which is really a shame. However, it is still exciting for 170,000 players to play on the same server. Thinking of the players all over the mountains, Cooksin felt trembling excitement from the depths of his heart. Well, Minister Ku, please announce to the players that no more online slots will be opened for the time being. I think all players must be anxious. Lin Feng patted Cooksin on the shoulder and said. Cooksin was taken aback for a moment, and then he woke up in an instant. Immediately publish the news. Because the supercomputer load has reached its limit, no more online places will be opened for the time being. Now there are 170,000 players online in Swordsman Love, loyalty and retribution. It is unavoidable that the system is stuck due to unexpected conditions. Therefore, in the next 3 weeks, no more online places will be opened. Later, when our company has more supercomputers, it will open the game online slots again. This announcement was released, and all players who failed to enter the game sighed and looked disappointed. But now the game load has reached the limit of the 3 supercomputers in the second world, and they can do nothing. Although a bit of curse, but fortunately in the future second world will continue to develop places. Also let everyone have expectations. But at the moment, I can only look at the QQ group eagerly. After the lucky players entered the game, the stickers and excited draws in the QQ group made the players who failed to enter the game really upset. Internet cafes across the country also appeared for the first time. A computer was crowded with images of crowds of onlookers. This situation usually only appeared in the arcade hall, and a certain master was invincible in the game before it would attract crowds of onlookers. I didn't expect it. Today it appeared in internet cafes. Wow, a lot of players. Damn, look. Dozens of people beat up a golden captain, someone exclaimed. When everyone looked at it, swords, lights, swords and shadows, all kinds of geniuses appeared on the screen, making people look dazzling. Damn. There is actually a leg technique. Shaolin legs, shit, so handsome, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked at it again. On the screen, a game character flew up, and his legs kept kicking towards the enemy. As if Foshan has no shadows, this is a game, it is clearly a movie. Look, Yudang Tizanzong, so handsome light skill. Damn, when I can enter the game, I must join Yudang. This Tizianzong is so handsome. The man's scream caused everyone to look back quickly. A student-like boy controls a Yudang disciple to perform Yudang's supreme light kung fu Tianzong. 7 realms of grade, 10 levels in each realm. Avoiding the pursuit of 100 refined soldiers of the Golden Kingdom, and jumped onto the cliff. At first, the boy was just forced to be helpless and wanted to run farther with ladder cloud vertical, but the manipulation was too panic, and he ran to a steep mountain by mistake. He originally thought that the death was fixed this time, but just subconsciously. After pressing a few buttons, the characters in the game climbed up on the steep mountain wall. Exactly the same as the light work in the movie. This not only stunned the male students who operated, but also stunned the crowd watching behind him. Fuck, this is too handsome. The crowd of onlookers behind him couldn't help exclaiming. The rest of the people around him also agreed after hearing this. Indeed, isn't this handsome? Whether it's previous standalone games or online games, whether it's Chinese martial arts games or Western magical games, the so-called light work skills are mostly just numbers and data, and in fact they have no substance to the players. The change. Swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country uses it in every action of the players in the game. This is due to the excellent 3D engine of Counter-Strike, but also thanks to the addition of one person, Jade Raymond de Raymond. At first, Jade Raymond sounded like he thought it was a man's name. In fact, it was not. On the contrary, he was a pretty and very temperamental woman. The first impression he gave Lin Feng was that extremely hearty smile. The reason why Jade Raymond joined the company was also an accident. Originally Min Wu Li needed talents in action design for the design of World War, so he entrusted some friends to look for talents in this area in Europe and America. However, such talents are not easy to find. There are not many 3D action games, and some of them have been invited by big companies such as EA and Ubisoft. Although Second World is considered the best company in the online game industry today, its game market is mainly in Asia. The company's influence in Europe and the United States is not as great as Lin Feng's personal influence, and naturally it cannot attract top 3D action game talents. In Min Wu Li not holding much hope, Jade Raymond sent a personal profile to the company. Jade Raymond, 5 feet 6 inches tall, was born in Montreal, Canada. Worked as a game programmer at Sony, responsible for developing Sony online games, and then moved to EA. She was directly responsible for all the design of an online game and created a large amount of revenue for EA based on the characteristics and content of the online game. And with the introduction, a personal idea about a 3D action game is attached. After reading the introduction and the concept of this 3D action game, Mindwooly immediately decided to hire Jade Raymond as the action design consultant for the fourth game development department of Second World. Unexpectedly, what caused Mindwooly to vomit blood was that he finally recruited a 3D action game talent, but he was rubbed down by Cooksin softly and so hard and flickered to help him sketch the action design of the essence of swordsman love, loyalty to the country. And because of this, there is now the light power of Jianxia love, loyalty to serve the country, which allows players to use the light power in daily games. The male student was amazed by the enviable exclamation behind him. He didn't expect Yudang's Tizunzong light work to actually fly over the wall, and this wall is even more a steep cliff. The male student swiftly manipulated the character to climb up in the game. At this time, the Golden Kingdom's 100 training soldiers could no longer harm him, but his current goal was no longer to avoid the Golden Kingdom's 100 training soldiers. I want to see if I can climb to the top of the mountain. In the game, it is very simple to control the light power and climb. You only need to activate the light power, and then cooperate with the spacebar usual jump and the light power key set by the player freely, plus the mouse. The operation is not complicated. As long as there is a bit of game experience, people who are familiar with it in a few minutes quickly fly up, not far from the top of the mountain. The enthusiastic onlookers who looked behind him called out again and again. Although they can't log in swordsman love, loyalty and serve the country, it does not prevent them from applauding this game. Moreover, seeing that King Gong is so cool, they have the urge to enter the game even more. But now I can't enter the game, and I can only enjoy the eye addiction here. The male student was also agitated. He saw that he was about to reach the top of the mountain. Suddenly, the mouse shook slightly. The characters in the game slipped and fell straight and freely. After more than 10 seconds, the character fell to death under the cliff. The male student and the onlookers felt regretful. In swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country, the light work certainly has many magical functions, but it is also limited by the physical strength and internal strength of the player's character attributes. It is indispensable. The game character that just saw the male student is about to climb at the top of the cliff. The internal force is empty, and the light work has no internal force support. Naturally it can no longer play its magical effect, and it can only fall down. A white light flashed, and the male student had no choice but to return to the teacher's gate. Hey, this classmate, it's late, it's time to go back to sleep. Someone behind him patted the male student's shoulder and pointed to the clock. It's still early. The male student looked at the clock, and said disdainfully, it was just after 9 o'clock. Hey, you shouldn't be an adult yet. Have you played more than 10 hours this week? Another person asked. What are you doing? The male student was playing happily, and was interrupted frequently like this, with an unhappy expression on his face. So, brother, I will cover your internet fee today. I want this account. Anyway, you just finished. Register another one next time. What do you think? A man who has been watching for a long time and has been itching for a long time, said Temptation. The male student said, oh, it is no wonder that these people tried every possible means to let themselves go home. They all wanted to play Jianxia love, loyalty to serve the country. No, I haven't played enough yet. The male student decisively refused. Hey, classmate, you don't give me too much face. The rejected man's face was displeased. Why, threaten me? I'm not afraid of you. If you want to say it again, I will shut down. The male student ignored the man behind him and said counter-threatening. The people all around felt anxious. How could they still log in after the shutdown? Now it is because swordsman love, loyalty and retribution only opens 170,000 online players. They have the sorrow that they have a computer but cannot play. This threatening male student also wants to enter the game. He shut it down, and it was a waste of effort. Ended up with a notoriety for bullying the small. This kind of situation is being staged in internet cafes all over the country. It is difficult to find an online game for Jianxia King Yuan, loyalty to the country, which is beyond everyone's expectations. But tonight, 170,000 players are on the same server, and the game has set a record that shocked everyone. Boss, it's getting late, it's almost 10 o'clock. You can go first. I'll just stay here. Kuxin checked the time and reminded Lin Feng. Today is the first day of the public beta of Swordsman Love, Loyalty to the Country. As the head of game design, Kuxin will naturally not leave. After all, as players go deeper into the game, a large number of players meet to complete the plot together. No one can say whether there will be any data overflow, etc. He naturally wants to stay here, just in case. Lin Feng looked at his watch and found that it was indeed late, and there were 2 girls in the family who caused her headaches. She didn't know what happened. After thinking about it, he hurried to the house after saying hello to everyone. When he arrived home, it was quiet, letting Lin Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Lin, I'm back. Have you eaten or have soup? Lisa approached and took over the briefcase and jacket for Lin Feng. Let's have a bowl of egg fried rice, and another bowl of soup. You know, I have a special affection for your egg fried rice and soup. Lin Feng touched his stomach and ate lunch at the company collectively in the afternoon. After Lisa cooked the food by himself, he was really not used to the food outside, so he didn't eat much. Now when Lisa reminded him, he felt hungry. Thinking of Lisa's egg fried rice and meticulously boiled soup, I salivated. Hee, Brother Lin, wait a minute, it will be fine soon. After Lisa kissed Lin Feng's face lightly, he hummed a song and walked briskly to the kitchen. Not long after, a bowl of fragrant egg fried rice and a bowl of carefully boiled old duck soup were served in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng sniffed the scent deeply, and moved on with Lisa's triumphant smile. By the way, friends, sit down and eat with me. Lin Feng said while eating, I know you stay in shape and don't eat to midnight, but if you don't eat, watch me eat, you'll accompany me. Eating is very fragrant. Lisa listened for a while, and Yin sat beside Lin Feng obediently, not to remind him to take a sip of soup. The appearance of a good wife and mother, but a few moments of grievance flashed in his eyes. By the way, friends, Avril ... is she awake? Lin Feng thought for a while and asked. No, Avril is still sleeping, exhausted, and she will hold a concert tomorrow, so she has to replenish her energy tonight. A strange color flashed between Lisa's eyebrows and said. Lin Feng answered, and continued to eat without asking any more questions. It's never too late to ask at night anyway. Wow, so full, so delicious. Lin Feng yelled contentedly after eating. Later, when Lisa was cleaning up the mess, Lin Feng took a shower with a happy mood, and when he went to bed at night, he would ask Lisa well and talk with him again. At least Avril is living in now, although it is only for the time being, but Lisa's mood should be soothed. Unexpectedly, before going to bed, Lisa returned to his room instead of Lin Feng's room. You, what are you? Lin Feng was a little puzzled, afraid that Lisa would have a cold war with himself because of Avril's relationship. But when she ate just now, the deep affection between her eyebrows was not like the Cold War. Brother Lin, I have reached an agreement with Avril. We are playing fair. Whoever loses will leave. Therefore, I cannot have an intimate relationship with Brother Lin now. Lisa said a little helplessly and a little firm. What? Lin Feng yelled out of silence. He didn't expect that he would go to the company once, and when they came back they reached such an agreement. And that girl, Avril, actually asked Lisa to agree to this agreement. Lisa was also helpless. Avril made a strong invasion and threatened to compete fairly with him. She could only agree to leave if she lost. At least in this way, a victory or defeat can be decided, and this entanglement will not continue. What's more, she is also sure, she doesn't believe that Lin Feng will leave her, even if Lin Feng wants to leave. Is his stomach willing to leave? Big Brother Lin, good night. Lisa left after a soft kiss goodbye. Lin Feng was speechless and could only watch Lisa leave. After living a happy cohabitation life, Lin Feng found sadly that he was about to lead a sad monk life again. Lying on the waterbed, thinking that there was always a fragrant carcass next to me in the past, I felt a burst of heat, but unfortunately, now I can only guard the boudoir until dawn. After falling asleep, halfway up, Lin Feng vaguely felt that a person touched his bed. Before Lin Feng resisted, Her moist lips kissed him, while his hands were teasing on Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't slept well enough, and immediately responded with enthusiasm under some teasing. However, in the confusion, I felt that this person was not Li Zhu. His figure was not as tall as Li Zhu, and he lived together for so long. Li Zhu's body was already familiar with Lin Feng, and the Chu City aphrodisiac incident suddenly flashed in his mind. Instinctively scared, he can't do it at this time. If this happens again, clap your hands quickly and light up the lights. Lin Feng was taken aback when he saw the visitor clearly. Avril. Lin Feng pointed to a looming Avril in a sexy nightgown, a little surprised and speechless. Lin, do you want to do it now? Avril said seductively. Think. Lin Feng wanted to enjoy the blessings of the people. Didn't he have a famous saying, raw ice to cook mature ice? Avril has such a strong personality. Maybe she will compromise after she has an intimate relationship with her. The beauty you think. Avril rolled her eyes, got up and left. Avril, are you leaving now? Lin Feng was taken aback, before screaming out. Of course, I and Lisa have 3 chapters. We can't have an intimate relationship with you before we decide the victory or defeat. Otherwise, whoever violates the agreement will be out. Avril nodded and said, then why did you come in? Lin Feng said painfully, holding his head. Let's see if she breaks the agreement, and by the way, see how she feels when she usually has sex with you. Of course, punish you by the way. Avril hid the door with a mischievous smile. Lin Feng looked at his brother and sighed. Sooner or later, my brother was played by these 2 girls and couldn't survive or die. Insomnia all night. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 468 Human Mechanics System. The next day, Lin Feng got up with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Unexpectedly, getting up is more headache. The kitchen has become a battlefield, and both girls are rushing to make breakfast for themselves. Originally, just let Lisa make breakfast. It was delicious and beautiful, and the efficiency was high. But now I join an Avril, although she can cook. But they are all Western food. Western food is simple, bread, cheese or something, then put it in the microwave. It will be ready for a while. Unexpectedly, I saw Lisa's rich Chinese breakfast this morning, and learned that Lin Feng was eating fried dough sticks and millet porridge every morning, and Avril was also angrily making Chinese breakfast. Naturally, there is now a messy kitchen. Of course this is not the key. The key is that Lin Feng looked at the 2 breakfasts in front of him, crying without tears in his heart. A nutritious breakfast of love prepared by Li Zhu with complete color, aroma and taste. One portion is a black food specially prepared by Avril, which is black, burnt, or paste. Brother Lin, let's have breakfast. You didn't sleep well yesterday and just had chicken porridge. Lisa gave Lin Feng a bowl of chicken porridge with a trace of pride. Lin Feng sniffed and moved his index finger. Look at the black food on the other side, a bit hesitant. Lin, I know that my Chinese breakfast is poorly cooked. It looks dark, smells weird, and tastes awful. But this is the first time I personally made breakfast for you. No matter how bad, it must be eaten. This is my intention. Avril also knows that she has done poorly, but her intentions cannot be wasted, at least in front of Li Zhu. Today's breakfast gave Avril a feeling of shame for the first time in her life, which made her, who had always been extremely confident in herself, a little suspicious of herself. I sing really well and I can create songs, but can I be a good wife? No matter how successful a woman is, she must at least take care of her husband, otherwise she will not be a good wife. Lin Feng also heard the lack of self-confidence in Avril's tone, and sighed in his heart. In Lisa's distressed gaze, Lin Feng quietly and calmly finished 2 breakfasts. Avril, I'm going to the company. By the way, Avril, I will definitely be there for your evening concert. and I will give you a surprise then." Lin Feng kissed in the ears of the two. It was also the first time for the two to be kissed face to face by Lin Feng like this. Although the two were not used to being kissed in front of their rivals, they did not want to make trouble after 3 chapters. Not to mention the war, but it has just begun. Seeing the look of the two people, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Then, putting aside the trivial things at home, Lin Feng went to the company. "Minister Ku, how was the game last night?" Lin Feng asked with concern as soon as he joined the company. "Boss, according to the data, but so far, 170,000 online gamers, except for more than 100 people who quit the game due to disconnection. 120,000 people are still fighting in the game. Since they went online at 1900 hours last night, it has not been offline. Of course, a large part of the players hang up. People rest, computers do not rest, but this is enough to prove the success of Jiangxia love, loyalty to serve the country," Kuxin said excitedly. Lin Feng was deeply pleased when he heard it. Players would rather hang up to waste electricity bills than go offline. It can only explain one point: swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country is too fun. Moreover, in the next 3 weeks, swordsman love, loyalty and retribution will only accommodate 170,000 players online, and 170,000 players can play on the same server. Although it sounds extremely exciting, it is also extremely bitter. Nowadays, domestic online games, as long as they are not too bad, are usually online with more than 200,000 players. For example, the newly launched Swordsman Online has 280,000 online players, and Miracle has more online players, close to 500,000. Several other games of Second World are all online with millions of players. Therefore, these 170,000 online places are absolutely unable to satisfy players' desires for gaming. Once offline, I am afraid it will be difficult to come up again. Since I can't go offline, I won't go offline. Don't I have to pay for the electricity? Many players are the upper limit has the limit, the lower has the countermeasure. Most players go to sleep, the computer continues to work, hangs in the game and does not go offline. Moreover, the internal strength training of swordsman love, loyalty and retribution mainly relies on meditating and normal use of internal strength to increase proficiency, and meditating is the gospel for these players who hang up. Run the game character back to his home in the martial art, go to the Kang head, set to meditate automatically, and then go to sleep with peace of mind. Although the increase in internal skill proficiency of meditation is relatively slow, it is better than nothing. It is naturally good to be able to increase a little internal skill while hanging up. Of course, according to martial arts theory, haste is not fast. You can only meditate for up to 8 hours each time. If you exceed 8 hours, you will be in danger of becoming demonized. Once you become demonized, the player's internal strength training will drop sharply. Of course, there is still a 1/10th chance that internal strength may advance by leaps and bounds. What an adventure! This A2 meditation setting also restricts players from hanging up for 24 hours to automatically practice, and at the same time, there are 2 possibilities for involvement. Let the game add a little unexpected factor, increase a little luck, and add a little gambling fun. Of course, with the exception of internal strength which can be practiced through meditation, other martial arts techniques cannot be on hook. This is also to prevent swordsman love, loyalty and return to the country from turning into a hanging up game. Therefore, before going to bed, these players hang up meditation and wake up to check the time. If they go home for lunch at work, they will continue to meditate. If they don't go home, they will let the characters lie down in the home to restore their physical strength and vitality. Go home at night to continue the game at full state. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled helplessly. But this is also the cuteness of domestic players. They are more obsessed with a game. Of course, this obsession is sometimes not good, but when you play a game, you can devote yourself to it, whether it is to become the best in the world or to Hongyan, or for other purposes. A few years later, this will be a precious memory. What is youth? It is used to squander, and only this kind of youth can be memorable in every possible way. Boss, did you know that besides the player hanging up and refusing to go offline, several interesting things happened? Cooksin said with a smile on his face. Oh, what's the matter? Let's hear it. Lin Feng handed Cooksin a cup of coffee, who also had dark circles under her eyes. Ha ha, boss. Some players have already discovered the hidden remove system in the game. Cooksin sighed. Lin Feng was also taken aback. He didn't expect Chinese players to be so powerful. He discovered the continuous move system on the first night after opening the server. This is unimaginable in other countries. In other countries, most of them are more orthodox. They will first follow the formal process to play, and then start to carefully study the hidden things in the game. Only the Chinese players are different, and they will research from the beginning, trying to find out the secrets that others don't know. Of course, this is also related to the large base of Chinese players. After Cooksin's explanation, it turned out that last night a player named Bang Hong Xiao Chen madly learned all the introductory skills that can be learned. Of course, he was often despised during his studies. After all, martial arts has a realm, and the official website also introduces it. The higher the martial arts realm, the greater the power. And only when the introductory skills reach a certain level, can you complete the advanced tasks and learn the June of Jiangwu among them. Learning all the introductory skills from the beginning, this is undoubtedly looking for abuse. No matter how much you know how to do it, and the power is small, you will be fine with the 10 tricks of others, and you will hang up with the other one. In the Legend of the Condor Heroes, Hong Kai Gong said when he taught Go Jing martial arts more greedy than choose, martial arts are no longer good. Amidst the ridicule of everyone, Booming Xiao Chen was also fierce. Through a night of hard practice, he learned the palm, boxing, fingering, swordsmanship, and knife skills of the sects he worshipped to the second stage of the rough fist and foot realm. On the 7th floor, equivalent to the 17th level of traditional online games, each has realized a move. During the training session with the Golden State veteran, I accidentally used palm and boxing techniques, and finally ended the life of the Golden State veteran with fingering. As a result, a 3-hit number was displayed on the screen. For this number, all fans of the King of Fighters and fans of similar fighting games are very clear, which represents a stroke. Can swordsmen love, loyalty and serve the country even move? Thinking of this, Boom Xiao Chen was excited, and quickly found another Golden State veteran to try again. After some attempts, it turned out to be the case. Swordsmen love, loyalty and servicing the country can carry out combos and combos. After that, the power will have a certain stacking effect. After receiving this exact news, Boom Xiao Chen couldn't help being excited, and immediately posted it online. After a suspicion of disbelief and doubt, Boom Xiao Chen proved his own by using stickers. It was found that he finally raised his eyebrows, and the people who had despised him before finally shut up completely. Afterwards, all the players of Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty and servicing the country returned to the division to re-practice all the martial arts that can be learned, and try to combine moves. Many people are powerful. Under the attempt of 170,000 players, this continuous move system hidden by Cooksin was unearthed by the players. It made Cooksin admire and helpless. He didn't expect that an Easter egg, the stuff hidden in the game, to be discovered, called an Easter egg, that he prepared would be cracked in this way. The sequence system of swordsman love, loyalty and retribution can be freely combined by players, but it follows a principle of human mechanics, and it is impossible to make a combination of moves that violate human mechanics. Otherwise, if you use the wrong move, it's not that you can't use it, but it may not only be unable to defeat the enemy, but it will cause your own internal injury. Of course, there may also be the possibility of Wu Yang Feng in the Legend of the Condor Heroes, and the wrong combination may also cause harm to the opponent. Of course, the odds are as small as the middle 6 lottery. And this set of human mechanics principles is Jed Raymond's suggestion. To this end, the Second World specially hired several human mechanics experts to be responsible for the character mechanics recommendations for swordsman love, loyalty to the country designed by Kuxin. Therefore, in swordsman love, loyalty and retribution of the country, you can have any combination, as long as you think of it, you can use it. The human body mechanics system almost exerts the combination to its limit. Of course, this human body mechanics system is still in its infancy, and Jade Raymond is still optimizing it. Now the human body mechanics system applied to swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country is still relatively simple. Only simple palms, arms, feet, legs, torso. More detailed human body parts such as complex elbows, knees, calves, and thighs are still under development. However, only this first stage of the human mechanics system has made all players hooked, and various combos have emerged one after another, exerting unimaginable magical effects. And this is also the beauty of the official non-announcement, allowing players to explore on their own. Human thinking is qualitative and logical. If the Second World officially announces its set of theories and several sets of combo systems, most players will have a fixed formula in their minds, and there will be no such diverse innovations as they are today. It's like, if you ask an adult any weird question, 100 adults will not give you 100 answers, and most of the answers have a certain connection and logic to each other. But if you ask a child who has just learned to speak and understands the world slightly, he will give you strange answers to that question. This is what Kuxin wants, allowing players to innovate and play endless combos. After hearing this, Lin Feng sighed, human mechanics system, this Jade Raymond is really a talent, and he actually uses the human mechanics system in online games. Hee boss. Because of the emergence of the continuous move system, there has also been an unexpected change, and now there are two genres among the players. Kuxin said in surprise. Lin Feng was taken aback, thought for a moment, and then instantly understood. Director Ku, is it a flow of technology and a flow of power? Lin Feng said deliberately. Boss, it's great, you can get it right with one guess. However, in the game, the players will call them Qizong and Qianzong, which is modeled on the faction dispute of Huashan in Mr. Jin Yong's Swordsman. Kuxin sighed. The so-called Jianzong and Qizong are the two schools of Huashan school in Jin Yong's Swordsman. Qizong believes in using qi to control the sword and to practice Kai Gong. No matter how fists or swords are used, there will be no disadvantages. Jianzong believes that the way of martial arts should be based on swordsmanship. If you learn the best swordsmanship, you should be proud of the world and kill your opponents. In the original Swordsman, the Huashan Jianzong and the Qizong fought a battle for power and spirit. In the end, the Qizong won, but the Huashan faction has since declined. In Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Servicing the Country, the so-called Qizong represents those players who firmly believe that the value of martial arts is not too much and that one martial arts is enough. The representative argument is 18 palms of the dragon descending. The moves are not too subtle, but they have a strong internal strength as a backing, and they can be used to open mountains and gravel. Jianzong refers to those players who admire the continuous move system, who firmly believe that as long as they can flexibly apply consecutive moves according to different opponents, although the martial arts realm is low, they can still defeat their opponents. Its representative is the Duganine Swords. Learning Duganine Swords should break all martial arts in the world. Jiang Long 18 palms versus Duganine Swords. A headache topic. Boss, now the two factions can fight in the game incomparable. And they are also debating on the internet, and they think they are amazing. Kuxin sighed. Lin Feng smiled. Whether it is the sword sect or the qi sect is powerful, it is our second world that will ultimately benefit. This is not the Huashan faction in Swordsman. The more fierce the players argue, the more our popularity will be higher. Lin Feng said with a smile. Kuxin smiled too. Nowadays, in the game Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Servicing the Country, the two factions of players have already quarreled together, but due to the fact that they are restricted by their factions, They cannot compete using NPCs to test their respective strengths, but there are too many accidents. Whether Sword Sect kills the enemy quickly or Chizong kills the enemy quickly, neither can be convincing, so the dispute between the two parties is even more fierce. The direct consequence is that many unconvinced players have switched to wicked or neutral sects, ready to practice martial arts and then come to a decisive battle with decent players who hold opposite opinions. Therefore, swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country will only become more and more heated because of the dispute between Sword Sect and Chi Sect, and it will never decline. But if there is good news, there will be bad news. Boss, the first game plugin has appeared at 7 o'clock this morning. The function is to provide players who don't want to go offline to practice martial arts proficiency on the hook. Since Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty and return to the country has no traditional experience value, only martial arts practice. The degree of martial arts training can be increased as long as there are enemies feeding moves, so this plugin program itself is extremely simple. Kuxin frowned. Block. How many blocks? No matter what plugins, they are the enemies of online games. The automatic meditation of internal strength is enough to help players save a lot of time. Another off-hook practice martial arts proficiency will not break the balance, but it will reduce the player's sense of substitution with the characters in the game. Blocked. Lin Feng said coldly. Kuxin nodded. Also, I will let Kevin Mitnick cooperate with you. If you want to make a plugin, just wait for the computer to be hacked. Lin Feng said instead. Yes, boss. This would be great. After all, no matter how you block it, the game and the players will still be the victims. Only fighting those who make plugins is the root cause, Kuxin said with a fist. Later, after discussing some details, Lin Feng called Kevin Mitnick and asked him to cooperate with Kuxin. Kevin Mitnick is bored, attacking the internal networks of IBM, Intel and other companies, trying to steal information about supercomputers. But there has been not much progress. The internal networks of these companies are extremely hidden, and he has not been able to find them. Although the port is still being carefully searched, this kind of thing is in a hurry and can only be done slowly. It happened that Lin Feng called and asked him to hack the computers of those who made plugins, which was just what he wanted. What's more, the Second World has invited all the major hackers in China. They are not here for plain rice. Now is the time to come in handy. If you want to disrupt the balance of my game, I will let your computer do not die. Lin Feng has absolutely no favorable impression of these plugin manufacturers. They are not only the enemies of game makers, but also the enemies of most players who really love games. Boss, I have a problem with the supercomputer. I want to tell you. Bruce also has dark circles under his eyes. Yesterday was the first time that 3 supercomputers were loaded with such a large amount of data. He also stared at it all night, but fortunately nothing happened. But it also made him discover some problems. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 469, Breaking Moore's Law. Bruce Allen sat across from Lin Feng with a cup of coffee. What's wrong, Bruce? Is there any problem? Lin Feng asked. Boss, there is a problem with the supercomputer. I'm afraid things are not as simple as we thought. Bruce sighed. What's the matter? Lin Feng frowned. Boss, it's still an old problem. The player's hardware configuration is not enough. Bruce sighed. What do you mean? Now 50% of the player's 3D pixel processing data is not taken over by the supercomputer. Lin Feng asked in surprise. Indeed, but we still underestimated the demanding requirements of swordsman love, loyalty to serve the country. In the early hours of this morning, the supercomputer had reached the edge of 99.99% load collapse. Bruce frowned. What's going on? Lin Feng was startled. It's the same reason. The player's computer configuration is too bad. Seeing Lin Feng's confusion, Bruce explained quickly, with the development of the game, the players gradually grow in the game, and the types of equipment and martial arts they own will increase, as well as the development of various continuous move systems and the gradual opening of large-scale tasks. the game will have higher and higher requirements for the player's computer configuration. With the current player's configuration, we can only rely on us to run smoothly. Supercomputer. Bruce sighed. He didn't expect this game to be so demanding on computer configuration. After all, Bruce was just a computer hardware super enthusiast before, not an online game enthusiast. He had never played online games and had very few games. Therefore, he underestimated the demanding requirements of Jiangxia King Yuan Zizong Baogo for computer hardware. Boss, theoretically speaking, with the current online rate of 170,000 players, a 70% supercomputer load rate is ideal, so that sufficient resources can be left to prevent large-scale tasks from being launched when more than 100,000 players are at the same time. The geometrically multiplied data flow and voxel image data generated by the map. Bruce explained in detail. Lin Feng listened and nodded again and again. Nowadays, the player's computer is really poor, and as the game progresses, players increase in various martial arts. In large-scale battles, especially the epic battles that follow, the data traffic generated at that instant will be thousands of G hard disk capacity unit. 1 G equals 1024 M, 1 M equals 1024 kilobytes, 1 kilobyte equals 1204 bytes. A Chinese character occupies 2 bytes to calculate, although there is cloud computing, but also for the Second World supercomputers a severe test. In particular, the three-dimensional pixel image data generated at that time will be geometrically multiplied. The player's computer is absolutely impossible to load, and can only rely on the Second World supercomputer. But now the load of the three supercomputers has reached 97%. Once a large-scale battle starts, the three supercomputers are bound to collapse. Also, boss, I have calculated carefully. It is ideal for 4 supercomputers to load 200,000 online players. If this number is exceeded, for every 20,000 more players, 1 supercomputer will be added. This will be very cost-effective. Bruce reluctantly said. Seeing Lin Feng frowned, he comforted, if the player's computer can be upgraded, whether it is to add a memory stick or change to a better graphics card, if it can be replaced collectively, the load capacity of the supercomputer will increase by 20%. Bruce's words are not difficult to understand. With the increase of online players, the load of their supercomputer is not only the data traffic of 20,000 more players, but the data traffic of 220,000 players. To put it simply, the original 4 supercomputers can load 200,000 players, but for every additional 10,000 players, for the supercomputer, it is by no means only calculating the additional data of 10,000 players, but also calculating the original 200,000 players and this data generated among 10,000 players. Calculated in this way, the data flow is definitely a geometric multiplication. As a philosophy says, when the quantity reaches a certain level, a qualitative change occurs. And 200,000 players is the tipping point for 4 supercomputers. Now, Jiangxia King Yuan's loyalty and serve the country has only 3 supercomputers, not to mention the load of 200,000 players, even the existing 170,000 players. It is a bit reluctant. Now, swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country must add a supercomputer before many players start large-scale battle missions, otherwise the 3 supercomputers will definitely crash by then. However, adding supercomputers requires money in addition to time. Only 4 supercomputers can load 200,000 players. The average price of a supercomputer is now around $9 million, and 4 is $36 million, which is close to 300 million yuan. The hardware investment is as high as 300 million yuan, and the monthly rent, water and electricity, plus labor, the monthly additional expenditure is about 1.2 million yuan. This cost is too high. According to Kuxin's plan, Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty and servicing the country will adopt a point card fee system, similar to Legend, at 35 yuan for 120 hours. In terms of conversion, 1 hour point card is approximately equal to 0.3 yuan. However, according to such a charging standard, 200,000 players, with the popularity of Jiangxia King Yuan Zizong serving the country, there is no problem in keeping 200,000 full places online 24 hours a day. Then the card charge for one player per day is 7.2 yuan, and 200,000 players will create a gross profit of 1.44 million for the second world a day and a gross profit of 43.2 million a month. Except for taxes and monthly fixed expenses, the net profit for about 1 month is more than 34 million. But even with such amazing profits, it would take at least 10 months to recover the 300 million yuan hardware cost. But fortunately, the game life of swordsman love, loyalty to the country is definitely more than 10 months. But all this is only theoretical data, but it is a lot of trouble in practice. First of all, the game setting of swordsman love, loyalty and retribution originally cancelled the setting of adding blood and adding magic in ordinary online games. Players are injured in the game, except that they can use gold sore medicine and other items to stop bleeding and treat trauma. And there is no medicine that can directly add blood. After all, there is no such medicine in China. In order to restore a real martial arts world, Kuxin also imitated the cancellation of this setting that can directly increase blood. The same is true for internal forces. The internal injury can be treated with medicine, but the player's internal strength is empty and can only slowly recover through meditation or automatic recovery. This setting is a bit uncomfortable for most players, but it is very fresh and interesting. It also reduces the kind of drug-mad bosses. It has no technical content and depends on the existence of players with more drugs. Swordsman love, the essence of loyalty to serve the country. More attention is paid to operability than before, and to a certain extent the influence of RMB players from disrupting the balance of the game is reduced. However, correspondingly, there is a lot of time for players to meditate to restore their internal strength in the game. With Chinese players' madness in the game, card points absolutely cannot meet the needs of players, and they will definitely call for the second world to launch monthly cards. Although the second world does not launch monthly cards, and the charm of swordsman love, loyalty to the country will force players to continue the game, Lam Feng's concept of managing the second world is to build a game empire. If you want to build a game empire, you must have a large number of loyal players. This is also a disguised destiny for Lin Feng to not be as barbarous and rude as other online game companies for listing money, and then regardless of the players' interests, the game operation will change to continue to operate the game. It's so terrible that I've been retired, and even the company's name has been changed. This kind of hastily made games, hurriedly listed, and quickly reversed behavior is one of the fundamental reasons why there are few independent games in the domestic game market today. The second world absolutely cannot take this path. Therefore, if Lin Feng wants to take care of the interests of domestic gamers, he will inevitably introduce monthly cards, and the price of monthly cards must not be too high, which directly affects the decline in profits. Another point is that large-scale assembly of supercomputers will inevitably sweep away a large amount of liquidity in the second world, which is also a hidden danger. Bruce, can you think of ways to increase the load capacity of the supercomputer? Lin Feng asked expectantly. Boss, unless we develop our own supercomputer operating system, the performance will be improved by about 50%. After all, the supercomputer operating system we use now is based on the operating system I previously designed for an entertainment company. Adaptation is not suitable for the actual use of the company now. Bruce thought for a while and said, however, the owner of this operating system also knows that with our campaigners' existing technical strength, we can't study it on our own. We can only hope that Kevin will steal data from other companies' supercomputers. But without being noticed, it takes time and patience. Bruce said, of course, there is a Moore's law in the computer world. Computer performance will double every 18 months, and our server load will naturally double by then. Lin Feng frowned, and waited 18 months for the player's computer to be automatically upgraded. Obviously, He didn't know what Lin Feng wanted, and he said smugly after some thought. In this way, Bruce, you continue to assemble the supercomputer and try to improve the operating system. As for the player's hardware, I will find a way. The 18-month cycle of Moore's law is too long. I want to change Moore's law cycle, Lin Feng said slowly and firmly. It seems that it is time to talk to several major computer hardware manufacturers in the industry. I used to have no strength, but now the popularity of swordsman love, loyalty to serve the country and the madness of its players. Lin Feng believes swordsman love, loyalty to serve the country can definitely bring players' demand for computer hardware performance, driven by profits. Lin Feng does not believe that these computer manufacturers will be unmoved. Bruce was taken aback for a moment, wondering what Lin Feng could do to break Moore's law, but now he does his job first and assembles more supercomputers. Anyway, unlike personal computers, supercomputers will be eliminated so quickly. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 470 The Emerald Controversy? Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 Chapter 470th Jade Controversy. After muscles, Lin Feng called Moza Orpu. Mobile phone quick reading. Point 1. The text version was first released to allow it to allocate funds to Bruce again. One more supercomputer. Fortunately, Second World. I have been making money. Last month's quarterly net profit was $100 million US. Apart from various expenses, the company's accounts still have liquidity close to US which is enough for a short time. At this moment, Cooksin and Min Yuili pulled in and walked in. Boss, there is something I want you to judge. Minutes Yuli looked angry, and pulled Cooksin in. Lin Feng was stunned. Looking at the two of them, both had an angry expression. Their cheeks were bulging, and it seemed that the two of them were very popular. However, the two of them are almost years old together, and they are still wrangling like elementary school students, asking for their own ruling, which is really fun. However, looking at the expressions of the two of them, it should be a work dispute, which has nothing to do with personal relationships. This made Lin Feng relieved. What's the matter? What's the matter with the two of you? Why is there a dispute? Lin Feng felt as if he was working as a teacher to mediate disputes among elementary school students. Boss, you have to be fair. At the beginning, we said that Jed was just designing a brand new action system for him, and then came to help me develop World War. Now that it's good, he won't let Jed go. It's unreasonable. At first, it was Jed who I found, but I found her. Minutes Wu Li said indignantly. Lin Feng was taken aback, and he was a little dizzy. Boss, I did have such an agreement with Minwu at the beginning, but you also know how popular Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty serve the country is now, and this human body mechanics system has only completed the initial development, and subsequent development is more important. What should I do if Jed is gone? Also, boss, Minwu's World War production cannot be completed this year or next year. It will arrive at the earliest. Let me borrow it now. It doesn't matter. What's more, whether the design of World War will be the same as Jiangxia King Yuan's Zong Bao Go, the player's computer can't run, then there are two more to say. Therefore, the first to develop this human body mechanics system in the Wu game department, Cooksin also hurriedly explained. Min Wu Li was annoyed on the spot when he heard Ku Yuping hit his own World War of husbands. Boss, that's not what I said, because the scale of World War is unprecedented, so the funds are unprecedented, so the best technical talents must be transferred to my department, otherwise the development fails and the company loses money. What's more, isn't there a famous saying in China that people don't stand without credibility? Cooksin, you promised me that swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country will be listed, and you will return people to me. Now you are relying on not to return them. It is unreasonable. Li shouted indignantly. What? During the quarrel between the two, Lin Feng finally figured out the whole story, and shook his head helplessly. Well, You two should stop fighting," Lin Feng said soothingly. The two senior executives were arguing like this, and they were not afraid of their employees watching jokes. But this is also the cuteness of game developers, who are obsessed with game design, not like other companies in society. It is better to resolve conflicts face to face than to be conspired behind the scenes. "Boss, who do you think Jade belongs to?" the two asked Lin Feng, looking at them with arms akimbo. Lin Feng was helpless. No matter which game development department Jade belonged to, the other one would definitely be dissatisfied, and it would definitely be noisy then. Lin Feng scratched his head. It was really troublesome. Got an idea. In this way, no matter where I judge Jed to belong, the other person is definitely not convinced. So, you two wait a moment. I will let Jed choose by himself, Lin Feng explained. When the two heard this, they also felt that the idea was good, so they waited for Lin Feng to call Jed over. Not long after, Jed walked in with a look of Fanran. "Jed, you came to our department first. You can't betray me." Minwoo Lee saw Jed coming in. Before Lin Feng could speak, he rushed over and took Jed's arm and pleaded, "Hey, Jed, you also know that the human body mechanics system can't do without you. Besides, you are also very interested, aren't you? If you continue to work in our department, you are all familiar with colleagues, so why bother to change to an unfamiliar department?" Cookson hastened to say. The enthusiasm of the two made Jade know what happened, but both of them were her superiors in name, and in fact, she did not dare to offend them, so she had to look at Lin Feng helplessly. Lin Feng shook his head amusedly. The two of them are like kids fighting for toys. They are really funny. "Well, you two are senior executives of the company, and you are making trouble like children. What does this make the employees below think? How to set an example?" "Be quiet," Lin Feng yelled softly. I have to say that Lin Feng is very majestic in the company. Although he is younger than the senior executives of these companies, the miracle he has created makes everyone awed by 3 points. With this shout, the two immediately calmed down and stopped talking. But the two did not look at each other, and occasionally they looked at each other in the air, and both made a muffled hum. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Jed calmed down slightly, and asked with a hint of tension and doubt. "Jade, your name also means Jade in English. Now you are really Jade. Look, the two senior managers of our company are fighting for you. And they are almost fighting Lin Feng." Minwoo Lee and Cooksin laughed at the arrogant Minwoo Lee and Cooksin. Jed looked at the two of them and chuckled. Although Jade didn't have the oriental softness of Lizu, nor the elf of Avril, this smile gave people a sunny and hearty feeling, which made people feel happy. "Jed, now, Minister Ku hopes that you will stay in his department and continue to develop the human mechanics system, Minwoo. And he hopes that you will return to his department and help him design World War. Both of the two departments are important departments of the company, and both are very important. I can't make a choice. So I want to ask you, where do you want to work in all departments?" Lin Feng said, pointing to the two still groaning. Jade looked at Minwoo Lee, then at Cooksin, pursed his lips, and asked, "Boss, can I really decide by myself?" Lin Feng nodded. If Jade is not allowed to decide for himself, he will put a stick in the middle. It's not a hassle to let Jade go anywhere. "Boss, I have a suggestion. It is better to set up a separate blade engine department. For example, now, in fact, the relaxation engine of swordsman love, loyalty to the country and World War can use the human mechanics system, but the two game types, they are not the same. They are quite different, so they must be professionally modified. However, the two game departments are now designing their own engines and action systems, which is extremely easy to cause a waste of human resources." Jed thought about it and suggested. This idea has existed since Jed entered the Second World, but it was inconvenient to talk about it when the internet entered the company. Now when Lin Feng asked, she mustered up the courage to say her own idea. Since Ku Department and Minwoo both need action systems, it is better to gather talents from the 7 game departments of the company who are responsible for participating in the development of the engine to establish a new department of engine development, full-time research and development of the relaxation engine, so that you can concentrate on the development of different relaxation engines for different games. And each game department will no longer consider the problem of game engines, just concentrate on designing games. Jed said excitedly. Lin Feng, Kook Sin, Minutes Wu and Lee nodded one after another. This proposal is not bad. Now that Second World has different game types from each other, they all design their own relaxation engines, so it is inevitable that there is a waste of human resources. Okay, Jed, it's yours. The company established the Quickbow Engine Development Department and you are the minister. By the way, we are working with Blizzard Entertainment, jointly develop a concave engine, and you are also responsible for communicating with that side. After Lin Feng pondered for a while, he made a final decision. Minister Ku, Minutes Wu, now you two should have no opinion. Lin Feng winked at the two of them, jokingly. The visitors looked at each other and nodded. Thinking of the two people's blushing and thick neck, it feels funny. However, a 3-engine development department was created, but it was not bad. Assemble talents from the 7 major game departments of the company, and take full-time responsibility for the development of relaxation engines, including concave engines. I believe this will only benefit the company and no harm. At this time, Wu Zhaopu came in. Boss, it's almost time for the press conference. It's time to go to the press room. Wu Zhaopu looked at his watch and said. Lin Feng nodded, got up and left. This press conference, first, like the industry's report on the results of Jiangxia Love, loyalty to serve the country last night, of course, to all walks of life, mainly to prove the strength of their company to other members of the New Era Alliance. Second, they also go to the players to explain swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country will be released in the future. After all, it was originally promised that all players will play on the same server, but now it is impossible. The best number of online users on a server is only Luan, so it is naturally necessary to explain to players who are looking forward to a joint game across Asia. Regarding the press conference held by the Second World, whether it is the media, the Four Circles, or the direct competitors of the Second World, they are extremely curious. Yesterday, through a notice on the official website of Second World, it was learned that the number of online players in Swordsman Love, loyalty to the country was 10,000 people, and then no more online places were opened, which made many players infinitely disappointed and frustrated. But what is the reason why the Second World no longer opens more places? Naturally, people from all walks of life are curious about it. Another point is that thousands of players are on the same server. This is also the first of the Second World. Now other online game companies do not have this ability. Will the Second World transfer it? There are chapters. I will try my best to update 2 chapters. Thank you for your support. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. The mixed-race female anchor forgot to turn off the camera after the live broadcast. The video of her life was exposed. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 471. 440 times gap? Question mark. Many reporters came to the press conference early. Everyone knows that the popularity of Love Under the Sword, loyalty and servicing the country last night, with 170,000 players playing on the same server, ushered in a new era of online games. 170,000 players in a server, a map game. Thinking about it is a very crazy thing. It feels like this should appear in an Unreal or sci-fi movie, but yesterday, 2002, May 23rd, 19th p.m., the dots are happening in front of everyone, and all reporters are proud that the online game company that created this miracle is not from the game kingdom of Japan, nor from the United States, the originator of computer games, nor from Europe, the fertile soil of the modern game industry. It is a third world country. a 50-year-old developing country in Europe and the United States after weak civilian technology, and an online game company from China, the Second World, which was established only 2 years ago. Thinking of this, many Chinese journalists in the press conference hall looked proud. Yesterday, when Swordsman Love, Loyalty and Servicing the Country hit 170,000 players online at the same time, the world's major media exclaimed with incredible and horrified faces. 170,000 players are in the same server game. The data traffic in this game feels terrifying when you think about it, and the number of 3D models generated every second is even more terrifying. In today's computer configuration, major European and American media and game companies all have absolute doubts and disbelief in the declaration of millions of players playing on the same game server called out by the Second World. Think it must be talking big, bragging. Just like the previous Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet, it just changed the appearance of the Battle.net instead of the true meaning of Asia Internet. Unexpectedly, last night, the Second World really created this miracle, allowing 170,000 players to play on the same server, and it was extremely smooth. And it developed a new online game upgrade system and a new martial arts combat system. All of this shocked the foreign devils and the little Japan. Why can a Chinese online game company create such a miracle? Not their Americans, not their Japanese, not their Europeans. Many foreign gamers have expressed difficulty in understanding this. There were many foreign colleagues at the press conference today. When Chinese journalists were chatting with them, they heard the incredible faces and the exclamation, and many Chinese journalists felt proud in their hearts. This is the first time that when interviewing the IT industry at the same time as a foreign reporter, a Chinese reporter held his head high and looked at these foreign colleagues with a trace of contempt. What? Don't believe there are game companies in China? Let me tell you, that was before. And now China has a Second World. What? It is said that Chinese game companies are not good at making games. I will tell you, that was before. And now there is a Second World. What? Saying that Chinese games can't make money? Hey, who said that? Cut him off. Tell him before he died, that was before. Now there is a Second World. Amidst the excitement of many Chinese journalists and the confusion of foreign journalists, Lin Feng and Wu Xiaopu arrived at the press conference hall. As soon as the two arrived at the press conference, many Chinese journalists gave a round of applause. For nothing else, it only created the absolute technological innovation in the history of online games for this Second World, winning face for all Chinese game companies and for the Chinese people. At least when I go out and talk to people about game companies, American players say that their country has EA, Japanese players say that they have Nintendo, European players say that they have Ubisoft, and now mainland Chinese players can also support it. Raise his chest and say we have a Second World. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then bowed slightly to express his gratitude to the applauding Chinese reporters. Everyone, first of all, on behalf of all the management and employees of the Second World, I would like to thank you all for attending today's press conference. Thank you. Next, Vice President Wu will introduce to you yesterday's Jiangxia Love, Loyalty to the Country actual operation situation. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Wu Xiaopu gave a light cough before speaking. On May 23, 2002, at 1900 hours, the large-scale 3D role-playing online game developed by our company Swordsman Love, Loyalty to the Country was officially launched. For the first time, the number of simultaneous online players reached 100,000, 20 at the point. It reached 150,000 online players, and at 2030, it reached 170,000 online players. As of now, the highest online player is 170,000, and the average online player is 170,000. Wu Xiaopu briefly introduced. Although many reporters knew this data for a long time, they still heard from Wu Xiaopu's mouth at this moment. The highest online is 170,000, and the average online is 170,000. That is to say, From 20:30 last night to 10:30 am now, the server of Jiangxia King Yuan Zizong Baogo has been full without any vacancies, even if it's the early morning or when the online game server is most idle in the morning, and it is still full, which really surprised many reporters. Why? However, thinking about the grand occasion that major internet cafes were waiting for the opening of Jiangxia King Yuan Zizong Baogo yesterday, the expressions of desire and dissatisfaction on the faces of many game players, many reporters expressed their understanding. Indeed, the game is very well made, whether it is a server game with 170,000 players, or the brand new martial arts combat system. It is fascinating. Of course, all reporters are more concerned about the question, why doesn't Jiangxia King Yuan Zizong Baogo continue to open more online player slots? Is it because of technical issues, or is it for other reasons? If more places are not opened, will new game servers be added? In the expectation of many reporters, Wu Xiaopu explained the doubts of many reporters regarding the question of when all players are looking forward to opening more online slots. I will explain here first. Since the current configuration of the player's computer cannot meet the requirements of Jiangxia love, loyalty to the country, our company adopts the latest technology. Thematic screen system and the cloud computing function reduce the load on the player's computer. The number of 3D models that are part of the player's computer needs to be processed is assisted by our company's 3 supercomputers. However, under the processing of this massive amount of data, 3 supercomputers are overloaded, which will affect the fluency of players' games. Our company will add another supercomputer within a week to serve the first area of swordsman love, loyalty and return to the country. At the same time, 30,000 online places will be opened again, reaching the quota of up to 200,000 players online at the same time, which is also the quota of online players that can be hosted by the final server in the first district at the same time. Wu Xiaopu explained. Wu Xiaopu's voice fell to the ground with a buzzing sound. No one expected that the second world would use the mysterious cloud computing to help players process some data, and it was unexpected that the 4 supercomputers could only load up to 200,000 players online at the same time. The 4 supercomputers, according to previous industry estimates, are worth about $40 million. A supercomputer with a value of $40 million can carry 200,000 players, and the number of players that can be carried is too small. An ordinary game server that can host 5,000 online players costs no more than RMB 20,000. Loading 200,000 players will cost 800,000 RMB at most. 800,000 RMB versus $40 million. The gap between this difference is 440 times. This data makes all reporters speechless. Vice President Wu, is what you said is true? The 4 supercomputers can only load 200,000 online players, not 2 million? A reporter from Popular Software couldn't help but ask questions, and then remembered Lin Feng's rules. I am sorry to say, I'm really sorry, I forgot the rules, but this news is really amazing. Lin Feng smiled and motioned to the reporter not to care too much. Yes, you heard that right. Our company spent more than $36 million to develop 4 supercomputers. Under the premise of ensuring the smooth flow of players, it can only accommodate up to 200,000 players online. Wu Xiaopu nodded and said in a deep voice. The audience exclaimed. At this press conference, Director Zhao of Shanghai Oriental Television took into account the miracle created by the Second World last night and decided to broadcast the press conference live. Therefore, many domestic players and IT professionals, as well as countries in Asia and Southeast Asia that can receive Shanghai Dragon TV, watched the live broadcast. It is conservatively estimated that the audience rating exceeds 30 million. After listening to many domestic players, there was nothing at first, and they didn't feel much surprised. However, there was a netizen called Coke drinking 7-Up on the internet, who claimed to be a veteran of the industry. After the prices of ordinary servers and supercomputers were announced, all the players who watched the live broadcast were speechless and did not understand why the difference was so big. Why is the ordinary game company 800,000 renminbi capable of carrying 200,000 online players, while the second world cost $36 million US? Players do not understand, but many domestic IT companies do. The 440-fold difference lies in the fact that an ordinary group of game servers can only host up to 5,000 players, and the 200,000 players are shared by 40 groups of servers, so the cost is naturally low. However, the second world allows 200,000 players to play on the same server. The gap is like diamonds and charcoal, and that 200,000 players together on a server is an astonishing millions of megapascals atmospheric pressure. The CEOs of the remaining 12 online game companies in the New Era Alliance were naturally happy. Chen Xiaoai, the president of Nine Towns, carried a trace of complacency and a slight chuckle of "Fortunately to cause trouble isn't your second world very good. What do you do now?" Is to continue to add supercomputers to allow more players to join a server game, or just like us, each group of servers only hosts up to 5,000 players online. Humphrey, Linfeng, talking big and bragging is a price. If you continue to assemble supercomputers, all online game companies dare not imagine the price. And this investment is too great. It is like the miracle of 9 cities. Up to 500,000 people are online. They only need 100 sets of servers to ensure the smooth operation of players, and the investment is no more than 2 million yuan. In the case of the Miracle Point card, the monthly subscription card is 60 yuan, which is only calculated by 300,000 players, and it is 18 million yuan in income in 1 month. And the server investment is earned in 1 month. Second world takes 10 months to recoup the cost of 4 supercomputers. Continuing to add supercomputers will only exhaust the liquidity of the second world. Chen Xiaoai and others saw this clearly, and naturally they were extremely refreshed, with a triumphant expression on the second world and Linfeng's self-defense. If the second world chooses the same as them, each group of servers carries 5,000 players, and multiple groups of servers carry more than 1 million players, it will naturally make the players who join the game later uncomfortable, spend the same money, but enjoy different service, which is absolutely bad for the reputation of the second world. This dilemma choice naturally excites Chen Xiaoai and others. Wu Xiaopu's words spread abroad. Many game companies originally helped to learn from the second world how to get hundreds of thousands of players on the same server technology. Of course, many game companies are willing to pay a certain price to obtain this technology authorization. Now I heard that 4 supercomputers can load 200,000 players online, and I immediately retreated. This price is too high, the cost is too high, and the price-performance ratio is too uneconomical. Of course, many foreign companies are also looking at how the second world chooses next. However, these foreign game companies, like domestic online game companies, are ready to watch second world jokes and see how Linfeng justified his claim. Millions of players are online. I see how you blow your hide. At this time, there are also experts on the internet explaining the powerful relationship to all players. After listening to it, all the players of Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty to serve the country, were anxious. If the server subsequently opened by the second world really can only host 5,000 players, even if 10,000 players are online, they will be disappointed. Think about it, 200,000 players over there are very happy to play. In a large-scale battle, there are hundreds of thousands of players participating, and the maximum number of people on my side is 10,000. They spend the same money but experience different games. Service. This naturally makes many players who still haven't tasted the taste of the game of swordsman love, loyalty to the country game. At present, all over the country, the number of players who clicked on the client of Jiangxia King Yuan Zizong Baogo to try to log in suddenly increased by hundreds of times. Damn, there are so many people, it's not easy to go online, I can't get off the line if I can't go. So everyone thinks. But it's a pity that the login button is always grey, and occasionally flashes a little green, but in less than a second, before most players fail to respond, it immediately turns grey. Seeing that the login button turned grey in a blink of an eye, many players who failed to log in again cursed. But at this moment, his eyes were placed on Wu Xiaopu again, hoping that he would not tell the decision that made all players painful. Wu Xiaopu sneered in his heart, knowing what many competitors are thinking now, but they are doomed to be disappointed. Indeed, if you continue to choose to use a supercomputer to start the service, the cost is too huge. But I am very embarrassed that the second world is not bad for money now. Yes, we don't have much money, but we are richer than you. Nothing today, sorry. Work hard tomorrow, strive for 4 changes. I wish you all a happy Lantern Festival in advance. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. The 472nd chapter is waiting for the show. According to the 2001 China Game Industry Report published in March 2002. There were only a few online games such as Stone Age and King of Kings in China in 2000. At that time, the number of domestic online game players was less than 1 million. Since Lin Feng established Second World in 2000, after the official public beta of Legend on November 1st of the same year, until March 2002, the number of domestic online game players has doubled geometrically every year. Less than a million to 31.1 million people today. The number of players can soar from 1 million to 31.1 million in just 2 years. In addition to the charm of the game, the most important reason is that the Audition All-Star lineup under the Second World pulls it with millions of celebrity female fan players. The army of online game players has skyrocketed in an instant. Of course, this does not count as the foreign players of several games under the Second World in Southeast Asian countries. If counted, the number of online game players will exceed 50 million. As for large-scale 3D online game players, there are more than 10 million players in China. How does the Second World developed by Second World can satisfy the game desires of these 10 million players? There are only 170,000 people in one district now, and if we add another 30,000 online places in the next week, there are also 200,000 players. So where do the remaining 9.8 million players go? What kind of service do they enjoy? The reporters are waiting, the players are struggling, and many competitors are sneering. They have to see how to choose the Second World. It is for the benefit of compromising to the cruel reality, or for the sake of face, but no matter what, it is good news and a dawn for other online game companies. Wu Xiaopu looked at the many reporters below and smiled slightly. Our campaign is sword under the sword. The essence of loyalty serve the country will add a supercomputer within a week and open up 30,000 online players, and then we'll open more game areas at the rate of opening a new area every month. Wu Xiaopu speaks slowly. Many game players looked overwhelmed in front of the TV. The legendary millions of players online at the same time is impossible to achieve, and more game areas will be opened at the same time. I am afraid that the subsequent servers will not be like the first server now. That way, it can hold 200,000 players online. The expression of regret overflows unreservedly on the player's face. Although this has been expected by many players, after an analysis by an industry veteran named Cola Drinking 7-Up, he explained in detail that the difference between the supercomputer server and the ordinary game server is 440 times gaps. Players also deeply understand the technical differences. Moreover, another person who claims to be a game technician, Eagle Falcon Gao Xiang, also said that after the number of online players on the same server reaches a critical point, each additional player will generate more data than before. 100 times. 1,000 times. Under the analysis of these two veterans, many players can also understand the helplessness of the Second World, but they are always a little unhappy in their hearts. Naturally, I am more envious of the players who are still fighting in the Jiangxia King Yuan, loyalty to the country. What they enjoy is that 200,000 people are online, and the number of players thereafter may be at most 10,000 online. Many competitors sneered, and secretly said so, and at the same time secretly rejoicing, so that they still have a chance of survival. No matter how well swordsmen love, loyalty and servicing the country is produced, but it can only accommodate 5,000 people online. The so-called large-scale battle and the huge map will be fatal to swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country. After all, if there are not a large number of players playing on the same server, and 5,000 players are on a huge map that can accommodate 200,000 players, it is not much different from a standalone game. Quickly, when the Second World Press Conference is over, it will be announced that Miracle will launch a new expansion and open to higher levels. Chen Xiaoai ordered. She wants to grab more players when the players are disappointed with Jiangxia King Yuan's loyalty serve the country. However, Chen Xiaoai was faintly puzzled. Wu Zhaopu said that the launch of a district every month is too slow. Do you want to modify the map, shrink it? Under Chen Xiaoai's thinking, Wu Zhaopu announced the final decision. Here, due to technical reasons and other reasons, our campaign is swordsman love, loyalty to serve the country failed to promise the previously promoted millions of players online, but our company will do our best to let players experience more gamers in one game. The joy of server games. Therefore, all the players of swordsman love, loyalty and serve the country players, please rest assured that the game area opened after that will be the same as the first area. Each area will use 4 supercomputers as servers and will also support 200,000 players play online at the same time. Wu Zhaopu said with a fist. After Wu Zhaopu finished speaking, many reporters in the audience were taken aback. I originally thought that the Second World had compromised with reality and made the most profit at the least cost, but suddenly announced that it would still use 4 supercomputers as servers, which would be too irrational. The purpose of online game companies is to make profit, to make money, but not to do charity. The many players in front of the TV were slightly stunned, and suddenly cheered. Although the desire of millions of players to play on the same server cannot be realized, there will be 200,000 players online in every district opened, which absolutely makes all the players are excited about it. Of course, there are also sane players who are worried about whether the Second World can withstand such a huge investment. But think about the future, each district will be able to accommodate 200,000 players online, so all the worries and doubts are wiped out. And the rest is the only thing left is the expectation of the opening of the second game zone. Nine Town's president Chen Xiaoai and others are a bit at a loss. She originally thought that the Second World had compromised. After all, this is a very realistic society. No matter what company it is, making money is the most important thing. But I didn't expect the Second World to do the opposite. This is incredible. Vice President Wu, may your company use supercomputers as servers, which will definitely increase your company's operating costs. With such high operating costs, can your company guarantee the interests of the company's many shareholders? A reporter from IT Times asked. IT Times Weekly is a news-oriented business magazine with the information industry as the platform. High starting point and internationalization. Report important events and figures in the information industry as soon as possible. No. Although the use of supercomputers as servers will increase our company's operating costs, we believe that its profits can absolutely guarantee a balance of payments. After all, the company does not make money, and we cannot continue to operate, Wu Zhaopu explained. Then, how do you protect the interests of players? Will it become 200,000 players online like the previously boasted million players online? And in the future, 200,000 players online will become thousands of players online? A reporter asked. This question is extremely sharp and even mean. Everyone looked and saw its logo, which was the Asahi Shimbun newspaper from Japan. For the Second World, it set a record of 170,000 players online, which shocked the entire Japanese gaming industry. The game data of 170,000 players. The second world has a supercomputer that can naturally load it, but how does the player's computer load this huge data? Obviously, there is a very important technology among them, which is probably the cloud computing that has been relatively mysterious. A Chinese company created a new era in the game industry, which naturally made the Japanese game companies uncomfortable. Today, the reporter of the Asahi Shimbun went to the press conference hall with an unwilling attitude. Wu Xiaopu frowned and wanted to continue to explain and report the company's operations and funds to all walks of life, but was interrupted by Lin Feng. Everyone, I would like to reiterate that our second world is determined to build a top game company in the world in China, so we will never do anything that will harm the interests of players. Also, our company will never be like this. Like game companies in some countries, if a game sells well, they continue to launch expansions or foreign games of successive games, defrauding players' money. As for the interests of our company, I believe that although it makes a little bit less, it is absolutely will not make money by damaging the interests of players. Therefore, there is absolutely no need to doubt the strength and promise of our company. Lin Feng dismissed the Asahi Shimbun reporter with a glance and said. Lin Feng's remarks naturally received applause from all players and domestic reporters on the scene. This is a straightforward statement, especially insinuating that Japanese game companies are just making money, and a game is very popular. Then he changed the content a little and changed the protagonist and launched it. Its sequel Oruma does not take into account the player's feelings for a game. The reporter of the Asahi Shimbun newspaper couldn't hear the meaning of Lin Feng's words, and his face was flushed red, but he couldn't refute it. This is normal in the Japanese game industry. The company's interest is to make money. No matter how bad a game is, as long as it can make money, why not sell it? Humphrey, just blow. I think you run out of liquidity. How to end it? 9 Towns Chen Xiaoi sneered. 4 super servers maintain the online operation of 200,000 players, which is more than $36 million. One zone is launched a month. With the popularity of Swordsman Love, loyalty to serve the country, at least 10 zones are needed to meet the needs of players. 10 zones are $360 million in supercomputer expenditures, not counting other network bandwidth, etc. Cost support, a conservative estimate, would require an investment of about $380 million in the second world in 10 months. $380 million is not a small amount. I am afraid that most of the domestic online game companies have a combined market value of less than $380 million. Now a company in the second world has to spend $380 million on a server, and it has spent such a huge sum of money for an online game, which is really shocking. Of course, whether Chen Xiaoi is willing to admit it or not, Swordsman Love, loyalty to serve the country is an extremely successful domestic large-scale 3D online game. Whether it is its unique upgrade system or the incredible martial arts combat system, it has created a new online game style. This game is conservatively estimated to be able to operate for 3 years. But the premise is, how can the second world spend $380 million in these 10 months? During this period of time, the second world has continued to make major moves. Although its net profit for the first quarter of 2002 just announced reached an appalling $107 million, Chen Xiaoi does not believe that the second world still has enough liquidity to come. The expenditures on supercomputer hardware that load these 10 gaming zones. Yes, Lin Feng is indeed the richest man in mainland China. He personally owns $4.11 billion of funds, but most of them belong to real estate and stocks. He does not personally have so much cash turnover unless he sells stocks or shares in other companies in his hands. But is he willing? Of course, Lin Feng has a good relationship with President Jiang of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and the loan is absolutely no problem. However, just recovering the hardware cost will take 810 months, which is too long. Now domestic online games, From development to cost recovery, it only takes a few months at most. It took 16 months for the Second World to develop swordsman love, loyalty and servicing the country alone, not counting the development time of Kuxin and others in the Jinshan Company, plus 10 months of operation, 2 years in order to recover the cost. This cycle is too long. In Chen Xiao's view, it is irrational. No one can say what will happen in this, and the investment is so huge. It is too rash. I will see how you play. Chen Xiaoi looked on coldly. Of course, she can only watch with cold eyes now. Under the impact of swordsman love, loyalty to serve the country, the future popularity of Miracle does not need to be considered. Of course, other 3D role-playing online games are inferior to Miracle, such as Swordsman Online and Swordsman Love. Loyalty to the country are the same style, but far inferior. Nowadays, it may be difficult for players to play Swordsman Online. Fortunately, the operating cost of Miracle has been recovered, and Nine Towns has also made a lot of money from this, not to mention Nine Towns and Magic Baby. Magic Baby has been officially relaunched. It is conservatively estimated that the net profit in the first quarter was also RMB 70 million. With the income of Magic Baby, Chen Xiaoi can naturally stand up. Now in the domestic online game industry, there are 13 online game companies. Except for a dominant Second World and Tencent, which is mainly focused on small online games for the time being, Nine Towns is the most profitable online game company. What's more, Magic Baby is a 2D turn-based online game. I am the only one in China, and there is no online game that can compete with it for the time being. This is also the reason why Chen Xiaoi went to Japan in person and won Magic Baby. But then, Chen Xiaoi couldn't laugh anymore. Among the slight discussions of many reporters, Lin Feng announced a piece of news that would cause the entire Chinese online game industry to shake up and reshuffle the cards. This news made all online game companies surprised, stunned, delighted, and angry! Exclamation mark. Bastard, how can you do this? Shame on you! Dash. Chen Xiaoi drank 3 bottles of mineral water angrily after hearing Lin Feng's speech, but still couldn't get rid of her anger. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 473rd chapter drives away tigers and devours wolves. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 chapter 473. Kawado is now the domestic online game market structure. Read the full text novels in Shilu literature net. Lin Feng is clearer than anyone else. The Second World is the only one. But the strength of the Second World is in Audition's all-star lineup. Online games for leisure and entertainment. The first-person shooter online game of anti-terrorism Jinxu, the young role-playing online game of Legend, and the fighting online game of Fist. And now the Jiangxia King Yuan Zizong Baogo launched on the internet, large-scale role-playing online games. However, the Second World has 2 weaknesses. One is concave turn-based online games. At present, the domestic 9 cities is dominated by Magic Baby. The other is online minigames, which Tencent relies on huge users. In particular, the ranch has become an amazing profit point for Tencent. But online minigames will never be a dinner, not to mention Lin Feng personally owns old Tencent shares. For the online minigame market, Lin Feng doesn't care about it. Therefore, the Second World currently only has Magic Baby from the 9 towns, which is not too strong in the country. However, with the status of the Second World, it is impossible to have extra energy to develop a turn-based system. Online games, not to mention the opponent that Lin Feng really values, is another Snow Entertainment Company. Although Blizzard Entertainment Company is preparing to launch Warcraft, Reign of Chaos on July, the world has detonated an online game frenzy ahead of time because of its arrival. Lin Feng dare not guarantee that Blizzard did not make the Reign of Chaos in advance of World of Warcraft. In order to deal with this most powerful enemy, Lin Feng did not have the energy to make a concave turn-based online game. But this does not mean that Lin Feng will always tolerate the provocations of Nine City Chen Xiaoi and others, and will not allow Nine City to slowly develop and grow, and then become a powerful enemy of his company. The enemy must be killed in the cradle. Lin Feng has always believed in this sentence. Everyone, here I want to announce one more thing. Second World. In the future, it will focus on leisure and entertainment online games, large-scale role-playing online games and first-person design online games, and will not develop, operate, or represent any concave turn-based online games. Lin Feng smiled slightly, then looked at each other with Wu Xiaopu and smiled knowingly. After listening to many on-site reporters, they were in an uproar. They did not expect that the Second World would give up such a big piece of cake. Nowadays, Magic Baby is the only one in China. The turn-based online game is recognized by many players through its relaxed and leisurely game method. Therefore, its profits and future potential market make the industry extremely optimistic. At first, everyone was still speculating when the Second World would enter the game market, but now the Second World suddenly announced that it would give up the big cake of the turn-based online game market, which is intriguing. Many players are also slightly surprised, but for players, Second World does not develop a turn-based online game, but YY is a bit regretful. But for many online game companies, this news is extremely shocking. Most online game companies are extremely happy that the Second World does not develop small operations and represent concave turn-based online games, so that they can find a lot of vitality in today's harsh domestic online game competition market. Competing with the behemoth of the Second World is really a little overwhelming. A small number of online game companies are extremely disdainful, believing that the Second World is hypocritical, and they do not believe that the Second World will give up such a big piece of cake. Of course, if they really give up, they are naturally extremely welcome. Only Chen Xiaoi of Nine Towns and Ma Huag of Tencent really saw Lin Feng's evil intentions. Now, Second World includes almost all areas of online games, except for concave turn-based online games and online minigames that are not dinner. In each field, Second World games are in terms of graphics, gameplay, and the number of players. They all have an overwhelming advantage. And the many online game companies that have been forced are out of breath, racking their brains to innovate, hoping to find a way to survive. But it's easier said than done. Today, Lin Feng has announced that he will no longer enter the turn-based online game market, so these online game companies that were struggling to survive will naturally flood into and out of the turn-based online game market. Now the Magic Baby of Nine Towns has a conservative net profit of 10,000 yuan in a quarter, and this is still the profit after deducting the dividends handed over to the Japanese Square Enix company. Such a huge profit is naturally it has attracted the coveting of many online game companies who want to survive. What's more, now the domestic online game market, the Second World has grown, and other domestic online game companies have been unable to shake the dominance of the Second World. The Second World is now willing to give up the turn-based online game market and give other companies a way out. These online game companies are naturally happy, and it is natural to enter the concave turn-based online game market. Although the concave turn-based online games now dominate the Magic Baby of Nine Towns, compared with the strength of Second World, Nine Towns is much weaker, and the funds are similar to other online game companies. It is better to compete with the 9 cities and fighting a war with no chance of victory in the Second World. But is this really the case? Will Lin Feng kindly give up such a big cake market for concave turn-based online games? Of course not. Chen Xiao, I can imagine that when Lin Feng's declaration comes out, how many turn-based online games will emerge in the country at the end of the year. At that time, 9 cities will face the pressure of competition that will be no less than that of Miracle facing the Jiangxi Love, the pressure of serving the country. Nowadays, domestic online game companies are not considered Second World or Tencent, and there is also a well-known online game company. If this online game company is squeezed into this small market, its competition can be imagined. Damn it, what a trick to drive a tiger and devour a wolf is so despicable. Chen Xiaoai scolded secretly in her heart. Naturally, Ma Huang also saw the power of Lin Feng's trick to drive tigers and devour wolves, but he didn't care. Anyway, Tencent can prosper for a long time as long as it clings to it. What's more, Lin Feng owns shares in Tencent, and coupled with the cooperation between the two parties, Second World's online game voice communication only supports voice chat tools. Ma Huang has no worries about the tragic battle of the domestic concave turn-based online game market in the future. Boss, we will be able to watch a play in the future, and watch a good one. Wu Xiaopu was deeply impressed after hearing Lin Feng's plan to drive the tiger and devour the wolf. Yes, Lin Feng's drive the tiger and devour the wolf is a conspiracy, and Wu Xiaopu believes that all online game company bosses can also see it. But what can be seen? They will not eat the big eggs under the premise of knowing that the second world will give up the big cake in the door game market. Big egg 2 is obviously impossible. So, Lin Feng here, no matter how insidious the trick is to drive the tiger and devour the wolf, the other online game company bosses know it well. But they have to jump into this battlefield and compete with other online game companies for this cake market. Therefore, it is not so much a conspiracy as a conspiracy set in broad daylight and in full view. However, these online game companies had to follow Lin Feng's plan to stage a good show of the fight between the clans, and Wang Wen gains a profit. Lin Feng smiled faintly. This trick to drive tigers and devour wolves is also in the art of war deliberately set aside a way for all online game companies to survive, but this way of escape is also a dead end. I just don't know who died in the end. It is indeed time for the domestic online game market to reshuffle again. Many online game companies shuffle the cards, but it is their own second world that manipulates the shuffle. If all companies flood into the concave turn-based online game market, the pressure on other games in the second world field will be greatly reduced. At the same time, Lin Feng can rest assured that the company will officially launch the Asian strategy and focus on the Asian market. Blizzard Entertainment's World of Warcraft is global, and its own second world games must also be global. Of course, the second world abandoning the concave turn-based online game market does not mean that Lin Feng will give up personally. Future Domestic 2. The king of the online game market is NetEase's fantasy westward journey. This quarter, the king of concave turn-based online games set an amazing record of tens of thousands of dollars. Lin Feng had no reason to give up. At present, NetEase has been suspended from the US Nasdaq. Dingle is having a headache. The online game market is the life-saving straw of NetEase. But Lin Feng has now announced that the second world will withdraw too. The turn-based online game market has brought many hungry online game companies into the turn-based online game market, which will inevitably bring tremendous pressure to Dingle. Call Dingle after the World Cup to discuss financing. I believe Dingle will compromise at that time. Lin Feng thought about it. If you can finance NetEase by then. So now the four major domestic portals, NetEase, So, Tencent, and Baidu, own shares in 3 of their own companies. What a delightful thing. What's more, Chen Xiaoai of 9 towns at that time knows what she will look like when she learns that she owns shares in Fantasy Westward Journey of NetEase. Lin Feng is extremely looking forward to this. Mr. Lin, may I ask, your campaign is self-developed and operated. Jianxia Love, essence of loyalty to serve the country, can carry tens of thousands of players online at the same time, in addition to the hardware facilities of the supercomputer, according to the introduction of the vice president of the network. Cloud computing. And that line, automatic screen shading, does the system also play a key role? A reporter from the famous American magazine Plain stood up and asked. Lin Feng nodded, expressing his approval. Then, Mr. Lin, now is the era of sighting century, global cooperation. Will your company make this cloud computing for the advancement of mankind? Will the source code be made public? After the reporter finished speaking, Chinese reporters evoked scolding, but foreign reporters applauded one after another. 4 Chinese companies are in control of industry-leading technology in the high-tech industry. This is something that many reporters who claim to be developed countries are very upset. If it can be made public, it would be great. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Why don't you say that the high technology possessed by Western developed countries is provided for free to developing countries like us? We finally have a leading technology, but we want to make it public. Damn, be stupid. I also want to use human progress to press me down. I babble. This, sir, if Microsoft, the company, can disclose the source code of its stove, Windows operating system, and I am willing to disclose the code of cloud computing, Lin Feng said lightly. The choking reporter was speechless for a long time. The domestic reporters at the scene clapped and applauded. Well, today's press conference is over. Thank you for your attendance. Then, Wu Zhaopu announced the end of the press conference. In the midst of whether the decision of the Second World to abandon the concave turn-based online game market was correct, the sky soon darkened. The third stop of the Avril Global Tour, the concert in Shanghai, China, is about to open. Old Night, Feng Fen, Lin Feng took Li Zhu, Algra, Lin Yikan, Yuan Xianglai and several senior executives of the company to Shanghai Hongkou Stadium. The position of everyone is naturally in the first row. This position can be seen more clearly. Lin Feng looked around and had to say that Avril's influence is global, and her fans in China are also crowded with Shanghai Hongkou Stadium. She was worried about the cold field before, but now she has nothing to worry about. However, most of the scene was girls and very few boys, which made the beauties around Lin Feng look less glaring. But also because most of Avril fans are girls, the appearance of linfeng.com has been recognized by many Avril fans. Suddenly, there is a rebuke, reprimanding Lin Feng for his floweriness and cruelty to Avril. This Lin Feng was embarrassed and helpless. Lin, deserve it. Who told you to step on 2 boats? It was the ship of the queen of the global epidemic. Algra said a little fortunately. Lin Feng frowned helplessly. Boss, it's the hardest to accept the grace of a beautiful person. Haha, this is your own self-inflicted feeling. Aside, Liu Yinying snickered, and also secretly rejoiced that she had wisely exited, otherwise the situation will be even more chaotic now. Lin Feng glared at Liu Yinying with an angry look. Fortunately, no matter what happened, Li Zhu never tempered himself in front of outsiders, which moved Lin Feng even more. Of course, they are also more presumptuous men. Sometimes they are used to them. By the way, boss, now dingdong.com. The existing e-commerce business has begun to sell large home appliances, and the situation is good. I want to wait for a while to open up the Asian market. Liu Yinying leaned into Lin Feng's ear and said softly. Lin Feng nodded. The domestic market is huge, but if dingdong.com can become a multinational company, like a global company like Amazon, it will naturally be Lin Feng's hope. No one does not want the company to be bigger, and this can also give back to Liu Yinying and Wang Juntao, who have made great contributions to the dingdong.com warriors. After waiting for the World Cup, you give me a plan, and we will discuss the feasibility of it, Lin Feng said. Liu Yinying nodded and was affirmed by Lin Feng. Although she is sitting in Shanghai Hongkou Stadium at the moment, her thoughts have drifted to the Asian market. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Cup actress Idol's First Avenue wins the championship. Watch online. Please follow the WeChat public account. Main my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 474, Fragrant Kiss. 75 Chapter 474 Fragrant Kiss. Rose Year. 1. C sorts out the moon spots and nights. Point them to the right. At the second stop of the Fenway Kangball concert, the lights were dimmed. Just as all the Avril fans were waiting for Avril to appear, a firework suddenly flashed out of the sky. A big heart appeared in sky. Everyone exclaimed. Then, there was another loud noise, and the word mouth appeared in the sky. At this time, people naturally understand that this is the countdown to Avril's global concert, which is the opening battle that has not been seen in the previous concerts in Toronto, Canada and New York. the United States. All the Avril fans in the venue cheered for a while, excited for Avril's generous gift to Chinese fans. Flying was another loud noise, accompanied by the fireworks ascending to the sky, and the countdown of all the audience in the venue. 76. Boss, it seems that this should be your masterpiece. Liu Yinying saw this scene and knew that it would not be Avril's masterpiece. If the fireworks were put down, it would be impossible without millions of renminbi in one night. Avril opened the scene. How much money can I earn from concerts? How can I have such a big deal? Lin Feng smiled, remembering how many minutes left before the concert. He was curious to touch the backstage, and wanted to see what the star was doing before the concert, but was snatched into the locker room by Avril. It's really a handy, so barbaric. Lin, you said it surprises me. What about surprises? Avril did not give her an explanation, not letting Lin Feng go out. Although Avril only stayed in Lin Feng Villa for one night and had breakfast, and was preparing for tonight's concert, he found that Lizu was almost full of gifts from Lin Feng, which made Avril very much taste. Women are jealous, and Avril is no exception. Lin Feng was startled. There was a group of dancers outside, and Avril pulled herself in like this and was not afraid of gossiping. Don't worry, they are all members of our company and won't gossip to reporters. What's more, we Westerners have a different outlook on love from yours in China, Avril said with a cold snort. Don't worry, you'll know later. Lin Feng reluctantly flicked Avril's nose and said. At this moment, Avril, who was waiting for the automatic lifting platform under the stage, naturally heard that huge explosion of fireworks, and saw the huge fireworks in the sky through the gap. Naturally, she understood that this was the surprise Lin Feng gave her, and she was full of surprises in her heart. Sweet. No matter how rich Lin Feng is, at least he can spend so much money for himself, which also represents his heart. As for the competition between himself and Lizu, this mystery, Avril has been put behind his head. After the countdown to, the scene was dark, and then violent rock music rang at Shanghai Hongkou Stadium, several pink neon lights were played, and the four dancers appeared, and all the fans on the scene shouted in exclamation. When Vale rose from the elevator platform, all the fans in the backstage stood up excitedly, chanting Avril's name. Better than throwing Chinese friends, you guys, I love you. Avril greeted all the Chinese fans in the stadium in Mandarin with shackles and weird accents, which evoked crazily screams. Lin Feng had to admit that the craziest among the fans were female fans, and Avril had more female fans. Moreover, as a punk princess, a little witch in the music industry, the vigorous rock music is indeed easy to drive the atmosphere of the scene. Avril did not hold a concert to other singers. The clothes are gorgeous and eye-catching. On the contrary, Avril's clothes are extremely simple, with a black sleeveless upper body, a shirt, and a pair of jeans on the lower body. They are as simple as the girl next door, but not what I deny is that Avril's simple pretense shows her puny style, and it is easy to draw the distance between her fans. The music gradually strengthened, and as soon as Avril came on stage, she began to sing. The first one is Si Ji Bi Cheng Si Shan Ba from Avril's second album Kshan Jiao To Ka. What do you want to save? This is a very popular, dynamic rock song, as the opening song cannot be better. In Avril's crystal clear and heartwarming singing, all the fans on the scene went crazy together. I have to say that Avril's singing really touches people's hearts, especially women. It sings that women are independent and do not rely on Anon's singing to gain the approval of all women. Even if Lizu is a rival in love, he is moved by Avril's singing at this moment and dances with him. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. But look at the former by, except for myself, almost all girls. Originally, Lin Feng invited Wu Zhaopu and others, but they didn't come because they were old and not suitable for such a scene. Therefore, Lin Feng sat in front alone, like a wooden stake, really eye-catching. Avril naturally saw that Lin Feng was so uncooperative, and gave Lin Feng a fierce look. However, Avril's natural desire to perform on stage was extremely strong, and he quickly forgot about it and began to dedicate his singing to all the fans. The first one after another of Avril's classic songs made all the fans fascinated by it. With the singing of Buy and Close Your No, tonight's concert will also reach the first climax. The second ruling to the extreme, as Avril yelled "One Heart." At this moment, Lin Feng felt the feminist atmosphere on the scene. Afterwards, Avril took a short break and played a duo drum on duo, which made Lin Feng admire even more. Pianos, guitars, and drums are so versatile. At this time, after playing the drums, Avril saw Lin Feng sitting right there alone, biting his silver teeth, turning his eyes, and paying attention. I hope a fan will come up to cooperate with me. I don't know, Avril shouted loudly, and the audience suddenly raised their hands. Many people in the sound field understand English, and those who don't understand can also understand when others look at it. What is Avril talking about? Hearing that Avril needed someone to cooperate, Lin Feng felt bad. Avril's sly eyes aimed at him from time to time, and it was bad at first sight. Really? Hey, this handsome guy, come up. Avril ran to Lin Feng and stretched out his right hand. Lisa's mouth murmured as soon as he saw it, but now that tens of thousands of people watched her, she couldn't object. Lin Feng didn't want to go up, but with a vigil's sweet smile, Lin Feng looked at him with fear. I know that Avril must be irritated by the rigidity of his net talent, but he is a big man, and the chairman of a listed company, Starting Point fast food restaurant. He is as crazy as a group of little girls. It would be a bit embarrassing to be photographed. Avril snorted when Lin Feng did not come. Go up, go up. At this time, other fans also saw who Lin Feng was, and it was Avril's rumored male lead. Seeing this, they naturally made a fuss. Lin Feng had no choice but to take the stage. Everyone, do you know who he is? Avril asked at the fans. No, everyone replied. Then I have a request now, I don't know if he can agree to it. Avril smiled mischievously. Many fans were also taken aback, wondering what Avril wanted to do. Did she think, hee, I don't know, Lin, can you help me dance with me? Do you want it? Avril called. Lin Feng started to sweat after hearing it, and he didn't know how to accompany the dancer. However, everyone in the audience was happy, and even Liu Yinying and others clapped their hands in applause. They have never seen Lin Feng dance, and no one dares to ask for it, and only Avril dares to do so. Can you not dance? Lin Feng said in a low voice with embarrassment on his face. Okay, then you kiss me. Avril took the opportunity to threaten to say. Lin Feng was taken aback. On stage, under the gaze of tens of thousands of people in the crowd, kiss the protagonist Avril tonight? This is too bold. However, Avril was looking at Lisa provocatively at the moment, apparently taking the opportunity to demonstrate to Lisa. This is really terrible. Lin Feng's forehead was sweating. However, everyone in the audience didn't know why they were still shouting for Lin Feng to accompany him. As the chairman of a listed company and the richest man in mainland China, Lin Feng is naturally very interesting to be able to dance here. Dance. Lin Feng can imagine that tomorrow's major newspapers in global magazines will definitely be photos of himself dancing awkwardly on stage. Lin Feng didn't want to be ugly. Then you kiss me, Avril threatened. Really want to kiss? You are not afraid of damaging your reputation? Lin Feng helplessly persuaded. I confessed to thousands of people in front of the United States. But you are on two boats. Do I still have a reputation? Avril pursed her mouth, and said that her eyes were slightly red, as if she was about to cry. Okay. How can Lin Feng make Avril cry? She wants to cry on stage, and the newspapers and magazines tomorrow will become her own personal poster. In fact, you just have to kiss the cheek lightly. Avril turned to a mischievous smile. Lin Feng, who got it, was horrible. You said it earlier. This handsome guy doesn't know how to dance, and I don't have trouble for him. But he said that waiting for the end of the concert will surprise all the fans. Avril smiled slyly. Lin Feng's heart tightened again, and he almost didn't choke. Fortunately, he was prepared, otherwise he would be killed by this girl. But she was too able to toss herself. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. However, This toss also brought infinite surprises and surprises to Lin Feng's plain love life. Lizu is too submissive. As long as he is by her side, everything is not important. This is warm and happy, but men are greedy. After getting used to the warm and calm happiness, he always hopes to have some excitement. Brings unlimited excitement to Lin Feng. In order to thank him for the surprise he brought to everyone later, I kissed to express my gratitude, Avril said proudly. There was a lot of laughter at the scene. Lin Feng instinctively wanted to pinch Avril's nose, but when he thought of this at the concert, he stretched out his hand, but put it down helplessly. Afterwards, with a smug in the corner of Avril's eyes, he gently moved his mouth. Lin Feng instinctively turned his face to kiss his cheeks. Unexpectedly a pair of jade arms hooked his neck, and then a moist lips came to him. On his lips, a slippery scented tongue stuck out. Lin Feng was shocked and wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that Avril would lose face when he was rejected. Jiang Jixian knew how Zhong Minyao's newspaper would write. The delicious tongue in his mouth. There are two scenes on the scene. But it gave Lin Feng a strange excitement. Fan Chang kissed, and in the scene of an exclamation, Avril let go of Lin Feng blushing. HMPH, Lin, I said, you are mine. No one will take you away. You better understand this. Avril then pushed Lin Feng off the stage, not forgetting to give Lizu a provocative look. At this moment, Lizu was full of grievances, watching how his boyfriend kissed others under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. Lin Feng wanted to explain, but didn't know how to explain it. But the waist hurts, knowing that this is Lizu venting his dissatisfaction. Lin Feng turned his eyes to the culprit in the stands, and smiled smugly. It was also the first time that Liu Yinying met Avril. Although I knew Avril's maverick and went her own way, it was too bold. Kissing her lover at a concert is really incredible. Isn't she afraid of fans' dissatisfaction? Algra really appreciates Avril's character. Once, she was so unruly, but after carrying the important task of the future head of Versace, she put her whole mind on design, and her behavior was also considered everywhere. The influence of Versace made her very envious of Avril's frankness. At this moment, Avril looked at the surprised fans under the stage and smiled slightly. Judgment is my personal affair, so in order to thank everyone for witnessing my love, I will sing for everyone tonight. Avril fell to the ground, and the fans screamed. Although the net was only delayed for a while, but I could hear the mouth. For a full 4 hours, the fair tonight is worth it. In Toronto and New York, Avril is the most energy in a concert, but today she sings for 4 hours, which really makes their fans happy. As for the sweet kiss of Avril on the internet talent stage, the fans also kindly forget it. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Avril looked bold but extremely clever. It is extremely clever to repay the dissatisfaction of fans and internet talents by increasing the singing time. Afterwards, the concert reached its climax again. Under Avril's crazy music, all fans spent a night of infinite leaks. After 1 o'clock, the sky lit up fireworks all over the sky, and all the fans who watched were intoxicated. Especially the last one was the firework with the head of Avril, which drew the cheers of all the fans. At this moment, when Avril finally thanked the fans and was about to leave, Lin Feng took the stage. Avril was taken aback, and all the fans were taken aback. It's time for me to withdraw a little interest just now for playing me like that. Lin Feng smiled slyly, and then snatched the microphone from Avril. In order to reward all the fans for disrupting your enjoyment of Avril's concert because of our network talent, our campaign's second world audition all-star lineup will be launched tomorrow. Avril Kai Character Simulation Model. Today all live fans can buy the Kai Character Simulation Model at half price with the ticket. Avril, Lin Feng announced loudly. At the scene, there were a lot of Avril fans, many of whom were players of Audition's all-star lineup. Hearing this, he immediately applauded and applauded. Okay, you use me to promote your campaign's games, Avril yelled softly. Lin Feng really smiled. Then, in the reluctance of all the fans, Avril's concert ended. On the second day, the covers of 18 world-renowned newspapers and magazines around the world used pictures of the kisses from Lin Feng and Avril's concerts as their covers. and the media were even more commenting on this. Some said that Avril was bold and some said it was ridiculous. But for the fans, there was naturally no complaint when they could hear the concert during the divination. But then, Avril announced that because the World Cup in Korea and Japan is approaching, in order not to affect her fans to watch the World Cup, her global concert will be suspended until after the World Cup in Korea and Japan is over. Continue to the next stop in Little Tokyo. This declaration evoked a lot of discussion. The American media criticized Avril for acting rashly, believing that this is not good for her singing career. However, the European media praised it a lot. After all, the World Cup is about to be held, and Avril is going to compete with the fans for the market, which is undoubtedly irrational. After all, South Korea and Japan are the host countries of the World Cup. Avril has 3 stations in South Korea and Japan, and 2 stations in Japan. During the World Cup, there can be no stadiums for Avril to use. Although the media commented on Avril's shrewdness, Lin Feng knew that Avril had entangled himself. I am ready to take this opportunity to have a showdown with Lizzo. In the past few days, Lizzo's gentleness, virtuousness, and the cooking skills she praised made Avril feel deeply threatened. Therefore, she has to fight quickly. In Lin Feng's headache, on Mayblade, Lin Feng, Lizzo, Algra, and Avril arrived in South Korea. But when I was off the net, I ran into a man asking for directions in South Korea. When Lin Feng saw this man, he was taken aback. He actually came to Magic Bird. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Thailand's busiest female anchor brand new exciting love video exposure fell to the male lead so hungry thirsty. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Chapter 475, The Source of Magic Power of the Magic Bird? Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 Chapter 475 The Source of Magic Power of the Magic Bird. Men pointing and asking for directions. Easy reading on mobile phone. Organize. Gray shirt, black suit. The grey windbreaker that was later known to the world is clamped on the left arm, and the short white but very flowing hair on the temples, and of course, the handsome face with great personality. Yes, this man is exactly Jose Munino, known as the Madman, and the Chinese fans kindly call him Musinian or Magic Bird. Lin Feng did not expect that Marino would come to South Korea. In his memory, the news did not say that Marino also came to South Korea to watch the World Cup. But then I think about it, now Munino took over Portugal's Porto team halfway through last season, leading Porto from a bad halfway to the brink of relegation, all the way to the 2nd place at the end of the season. Although this record has been very impressive, but Porto is after all a strong team in the 2nd-tier league. Now Munino has not attracted people's attention. What really arouses people's attention is next year's Porto 3 Crowns Portuguese Super League, Portuguese Cup, UEFA Cup, and the following year's re-election of the 3 Crowns Portuguese Super Cup champions, Portuguese Super League champions, Europe Champions League champion. At that time, Marino began to rise to the ranks of the world's top football coaches. Munino is Lin Feng's most admired football coach. His humorous and distinctive personality, as well as his aloof and unobtrusive character, make those who love him go crazy, and those who hate him gnash their teeth. An extremely extreme man, but also an extremely handsome man with a unique personality. Don't say I am arrogant. But I am a European champion. I think I am a special person. This is the first sentence Marino said to the British media when he first arrived in Chelsea, England, and held a press conference. Words full of personality. But in front of him, this young football coach, who is full of personality and who has only recovered his age this year, looks helpless at this moment. This time, the Korea-Japan World Cup is held in an Asian country for the first time. Munino was born and proficient in 5 languages: Portuguese, Spanish, English, Dutch, and Italian. However, it is extremely difficult for him to ask directions in South Korea. The popularity of English among Koreans is far lower than those of travel magazines. The publicity on TV is high. As long as you can speak English, you will be unimpeded in Korea. Thinking of the propaganda about tourism in South Korea in a certain magazine, Munino can't wait to scold his mother. I want to go to the Seoul World Cup Stadium. Is there a cheaper hotel nearby? Munino switched to a young Korean woman who looked more fashionable, hoping she could understand English. Unexpectedly, the other party finished speaking Korean for a while, turned and left, leaving behind a blank look of Munino, a look of sullen expression. What a trash magazine! Munino tore a travel magazine in his hand to pieces, and put it into the trash can. Brother Lin, let's go, otherwise we won't be able to leave if we are seen by the reporter after a while. Lisa pulled Lin Feng and said at the moment. Among the 3 girls who walked with Lin Feng, Lisa is very popular in Korea, and Avril is a popular queen, but also has good popularity in Korea. Only Algro is not popular. But if any one of Lisa and Avril is recognized in South Korea, the 4 of them don't even think about leaving! Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He ran into Munino by accident, and Lin Feng wouldn't just miss it in vain. What's more, this trip to Korea and Japan was also for the purpose of getting a vote. Wanting to be victorious in all battles, Lin Feng relies on the memory of rebirth, but he can't explain it to others. But if there is Mourinho's guidance, everything is different. Hi, this gentleman. I wonder if there is anything I can do in a hurry. Lin Feng smiled and walked over. But what flickered in his eyes was a trace of the hunter's gaze when he saw the prey. Munino, be my military division this time. Munino was worried that no one could ask for directions. Hearing Lin Feng's pure American English, he greeted him with gratitude. Sir, I'm really sorry. I am Portuguese. I came to your country for the first time and wanted to go to the Seoul World Cup Stadium to watch football, but I haven't found a place to live yet. I want to find a cheap hotel. Ask out the map. Lin Feng smiled. Now Munino is still the head coach of Porto, with an annual salary of tens of thousands of euros. Not more than 10 won. The price of hotels in the World Cup in Korea and Japan has increased by more than 3 times. Even if the expenses such as tickets are included, the current Munino does live. Can't afford too expensive hotel. Ha ha, Mr. Munino. During the World Cup in Korea and Japan, if you don't book in advance, it's hard to have a hotel available. Lin Fengshun yelled badly, and called out his name by himself, which is not easy to explain. But on second thought, Mourinho is a football coach. It's also a public figure, but I know him well and explain it well. Of course, an Asian knows the head coach of a second-tier European League team. It's far-fetched. However, Mourinho's reaction was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. You know my name is Munino. Munino deserves to be a football coach, with rigorous thinking and logic. I immediately heard the problem. But Mourinho was a little taken aback, not waiting for Lin Feng to explain. Instead, explain for Lin Feng himself. Are you a Porto fan? Surprisingly, there are also Porto fans in South Korea, but look at it. Next season, under my leadership, Porto will surely attract the world's attention. Munino said it for granted, as if he said it like an upcoming screenplay. Lin Feng smiled secretly. Seeing is better than hearing. Munino is indeed confident enough. Perhaps others will say his arrogance, but his arrogance is based on his absolute confidence in his own strength. Ha ha, Nano Jingxing. I am indeed the goalkeeper of Porto, and I am half of the coach of Mourinho. I admire him for his strange coaching ability. I also believe that Porto will become the champion next season. When I came to Korea and Japan this time, I also came to watch the football. I wonder if Coach Munino can walk with me and watch the game together. By the way, he would also give me some advice. Lin Feng borrowed the donkey from Po and slapped him flattery. By the way, he invited. Munino frowned for a while, then nodded in agreement. In South Korea, where I am born and where English is not popular enough, there is a catty. Korean is a good companion. This gentleman, thank you for your invitation. But you don't need to call my husband, just call me Jose. And I don't know your husband's surname. Munino glanced at Lin Feng, frowned, always feeling Lin Feng. Where have you seen the wind? Haha, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Feng and I am Chinese. This is Miss Algra, an Italian. This is Miss Li Ju, a Korean, and this is Miss Avril, a Canadian. Lin Feng introduced Lisa to Munino. Munino was taken aback, but he did not expect that Lin Feng was not a Korean, but a Chinese, a mysterious Oriental. Fortunately, one of the girls is Korean, so there is no need to worry about getting lost in Korea. But Munino always feels where Lin Feng and Avril have met. Ah, now I remember, you are Lin Feng, the richest man in mainland China. This is Avril, the American pop queen. Munino yelled suddenly and took out a football magazine from the accompanying gift. Amazingly, it is the photo of the kiss between Lin Feng and Avril at the Shanghai Station concert. Originally, as an avid football coach, Maurino did not know the popular weather Avril. Naturally, he didn't even know Lin Feng. It can be said that, except for the people and things in the football circle, he doesn't care much about other things. But by coincidence, as the World Cup approached, the picture of the kiss between Lin Feng and Avril was on the cover of various European media magazines, including many football magazines. When referring to the World Cup's stronger strength, when mentioning the Chinese team, Lin Feng was also mentioned. By the way, a complicated relationship with Avril. This gave Maurino a little impression of it. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly, and Avril took the magazine and looked at it with interest, but Lisa's mouth was pouting. Avril's provocation at the last concert made Lisa vinegar for several days. He was taken care of by causing Lin Feng to accompany him, but he did not expect that the wound was not healed, and he was uncovered by Munino. While Lin Feng carefully comforted Lisu, Li Ru and others rented an extended Lincoln for temporary transportation in South Korea. Originally, the president of a domestic group in Hwangyi said that he would arrange everything for Lin Feng, but Lin Feng politely refused. I'm here to make money this time, so some people have lost too much. If you are in a hurry to do something against you, it is better to be careful about everything. Maurino frowned slightly at the sight of the extended Lincoln. In the car, Lin Feng thought for a while and decided to test Munino's current level. Of course, I also want to use this to win a relationship with Muangnio. Jose, which team are you optimistic about winning this World Cup? Lin Feng asked. After a period of meditation, Munino said slowly, Lin, I personally like two teams, Italy and Germany. Where is Brazil? Lin Feng was taken aback, but he didn't expect Maurino to be optimistic about Brazil. Munino shook his head, looking helpless. Lin, no matter how Brazil plays in the qualifiers, as long as it enters the World Cup finals, Brazil will always be the most popular team for the championship, so usually I don't count it as the winning team. This is common sense in football! Munino explained. But the last sentence was a bit sarcasm. Lin Feng was choked by Munino for a long time and was speechless but not angry. Munino is this kind of personality. You can tolerate his kind of personality. Can become friends with him. Intolerable. Mostly the enemy. In Munino's dictionary, there are only two relationships between enemy and friend. Easy to understand. Algra giggled when Lin Feng was embarrassed. She still feels a little bit about Lin Feng in her heart. In particular, I have witnessed the entangled relationship between Lin Feng and the training player and Avril. I feel wronged when I think about it. She was very happy to see someone run Lin Feng. When Lisa heard this, his face suddenly sank. She doesn't like others running on Lin Feng like this. But she doesn't understand football, and she doesn't know how to refute it. But she has listed the man in front of her as unwelcome. Avril frowned when she heard it. Jose, you are also a football coach. But why do you just watch the football instead of leading the team? Although Avril was dissatisfied with Lin Feng's attitude towards the relationship between him and Lisu, he did not allow others to bully Lin Feng. She can only bully if she wants to bully. Munino was stunned on the spot, stunned for a long time. Nana said, don't worry, I will lead the national team to win the World Cup. Lin Feng looked at it and shook his head helplessly. The two ran into each other, but Avril retorted. However, Lin Fengwen's slight embarrassment was resolved. No matter how generous, he was run on by Maurino. It's not always a pleasant thing. He squeezed people with his mouth, enough to embarrass people with shame and indignation. The two girls next to each other were also secretly surprised. Algra admired Avril's sharp words very much. Actually leave this confident football coach speechless. Lisa has a complicated mind. She was grateful that Avril had sided for Lin Feng. But she was not afraid that Avril would go on like this, and sooner or later would completely occupy Lin Feng's heart, and she could only helplessly get out. However, Lisa suddenly warmed his hands. Looking around, Lin Feng held his jade hand tightly. At the same time, Lin Feng too gave a comforting look. This made Lisa feel warm. It's just that I'm always weak. How can I win many wars of love? Zuyaliu Avril's strength and aggressiveness made Lisa almost out of breath, even a little panicked. You should fight back, or sooner or later your big brother Lin is robbed by that Avril. It seems that Lisa's panic was sensed, and Algra leaned into Lisa's ear and bit. Lisa nodded heavily. Indeed, she should fight back. Later, in order to resolve the slight embarrassment in the car, Lin Feng talked about the current status of football in the past and the future development trend, which immediately aroused Maurino's interest. And what made Maurino surprised is that the tennis player also made him look down on the Porto fans who lacked basic football knowledge. He actually knew the development trend of football well, and it coincides with his point of view. The center of world football is Europe, but the center of Europe is no longer the Italian Football League, once known as the Little World Cup, but La Liga and EFL Premier League. Especially the EFL Premier League. It will probably be the most successful league in the world. This exchange greatly changed Maurino's attitude towards Lin Feng. In particular, many of Lin Feng's views have been cited as a confidant by Maurino, especially Lin Feng highly admires the Premier League and the Premier League. It is also Mooney, the league where Neo wants to coach the most. But he does not have the qualifications yet. But Maurino believes that in a short time, he will be able to show off in the Premier League arena. To conquer the planet's number one league. When a man talks about football, there is no end to it. Among the three girls, Avril didn't know football at all, and didn't like football. Seeing that she couldn't talk in, she didn't say anything. She flipped through the magazine for herself and wrote a few clues with her pen from time to time. A flash of music score, enjoy yourself. Although Lisa knows a little bit of football, he doesn't like it very much. I couldn't say anything. Didn't say a word, and silently took Lin Feng's arm, watching Lin Feng and Munino discuss, with a well-behaved face, and occasionally a trace of blind worship flashed in his eyes. Algro is an avid football fan. After hearing a few words, he joined the topic. But she is an avid fan of Wang Milan. Expressed dissatisfaction with Lin Feng and Maurino's belief that Italian football is beginning to decline. According to the classics, the glorious history of tired Milan is used to refute Lin Feng and Maurino. However, without Lin Feng's refutation, Maurino, a professional football coach, has refuted Algra with a few words. Just shouting Milan threatened that the Milan dynasty will surely be restored again. Munino looked and shook his head again and again. Family harmony and world peace are much more important than football. Compared with love, family affection, and friendship, football is just a game. Don't take it seriously. Munino persuaded. Algra was choked and speechless. Hemhor said, "Look, one Milan will definitely win the European Champions League next year." "Yes, that's because I didn't join Jose Mourinho, but the following year, the UEFA Champions League winner must be my team." Mourinho retorted immediately, "Come on, Porto has only won the European Champions League once and can compete with our great Milan." Then, Algra said with disdain, "However, Porto has won the Portuguese league titles, the Portuguese Cup champions, the Portuguese Super Cup champions, the UEFA Champions League champions, the European Super Cup champions, and the Toyota Cup champions twice." Although the record is slightly inferior to Milan, it is also a European giant. Mourinho said confidently. Algra choked again. She was just a fanatical Milan fan. Although she could also name several important titles of better than Milan, she was definitely not as clear as Mourinho. My Milan has it. Algra got stuck for a while. Mourinho raised his brows, although arguing with a little girl like Algra was a bit out of status. But this is about the honor of Porto and the honor of his football coach. Moreover, football has no nationality or age. Waiting for you to win the championship. I will go to Porto to be the coach. You didn't win those honors, Avril added in due course. When Algra heard this, he immediately replied. However, I saw that it was Avril, although he was slightly dissatisfied, but at the moment he was still bitter with the enemy. Well, there is a Chinese saying that if you don't practice fake handles. Lisa finally seized the opportunity to give Lin Feng a bad breath. Mourinho was speechless for a while. Being attacked by three little girls, no matter how mad he is, no matter how indifferent he is. I wouldn't be serious with three little girls either. Now, I can only think of mold. However, I secretly vowed in my heart that I must win the European Champions League and prove to the world that he is not just talking about not practicing fake style. Lin Feng looked at and shook his head. A Mourinho, an Avril, plus an Algra. All three are very personal. This World Cup is really interesting. Fortunately, my friends are very gentle. They are much gentler than Avril and Algra, otherwise that would be really fun. In the midst of the quarrel, several people arrived at the 5-star Xiao Hotel in Seoul booked by Lin Feng, which is less than a minute's walk from the Seoul World Cup Stadium. Very convenient, of course. During the World Cup, the house price is also very expensive. Lin Feng booked the presidential suite. The price of one night is not less than $10,000 per night. Seeing such a luxurious room, Mourinho's brows furrowed tighter, and he hid his pockets meaningfully. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Thailand's busiest female anchor brand new exciting love video exposure fell to the male lead so hungry thirsty. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Chapter 476. Meeting of old and new enemies. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 Chapter 476 Meeting of old and new enemies. Nino looked at the luxurious presidential suite, and he wrinkled secretly. It was not so expensive. This book is reprinted on 1literaturenet.6. Although Lin Feng invited him to come, he would naturally pay for him. But when the two met for the first time, Lin Feng and Mourinho are not friends. Although Mourinho is not happy now, nor will he be greedy for such small bargains. Of course, if Lin Feng said that the Porto who sent Mourinho to a strong center, such as Mourinho's salivation, but was preempted by Marseille Drogba, Mourinho would definitely not say anything, immediately accept the favor of Lin Feng, and then tell Lin Feng that we will be friends in the future. Lin, this room is too expensive. I don't have the money to live in this presidential suite now. Maybe I will be able to pay the expensive house price in the future, but not now. Mourinho also did not shy away from his current poverty, pulling Lin Feng step aside and say, Jose, you are welcome. I have ordered a lot of sets on our website, and I can't return it. Just let it live for you. Lin Feng waved his hand and said with a smile. Mourinho shook his head. He is not a 3-year-old. How could the room be overbooked and not refundable? Isn't this nonsense? What's more, during the World Cup, when the official rooms are the most tense, it can be said that the hotel is eager to check out, and they can sell it to temporary renters at a high price. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't expect Mourinho to be so insistent. But he was such a man, a paranoid. He has his own insistence on everything. But after another thought, Lin Feng's mind flashed, and he thought of a way. Jose, if you want to refuse, you might as well do me a favor. The house price will be my payment. Lin Feng snapped his fingers and said. Mourinho wondered what he could do for this year's light rich man. I am just a football coach. Jose came to Korea and Japan this time. In addition to watching the World Cup, I will also take a small gamble. You are the head coach of Porto, So use your professional football experience to help me predict the outcome of each team. And how about all the tickets and hotel accommodations during the World Cup as my reward to you? Lin Feng said. Munino thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Every big game in Europe is basically a fun activity for all fans when watching football. But obviously, Lin Feng is an underground sex. But this is also extremely common in Europe. Besides, he is not the coach of the national team. It is okay to give Lin Feng a little advice, and he is not afraid of causing any trouble. Seeing Mourinho's point of agreeing with Lin Feng was overjoyed, so that he had a reason to make a fortune, without worrying about being suspected of being able to guess the result of the game every time. Soon after Lin Feng arrived at the Xi King Hotel, Huang Yi rushed over. "Boss Lin, you are finally here. But I have been waiting for you for a long time." Huang Yi saw Lin Feng's enthusiastic expression, and he stepped forward to give Lin Feng a hug, but was blocked by Lin Feng's polite handshake. "Hug me, you are a scumbag, you are not worthy." Lin Feng shook hands and parted. Looking at the yellow wing in front of him, the blade is many years old, and at first glance, the extremely vicious person is an old river and lake. While Lin Feng was looking at Yellow Wing, Huang Wing was also looking at Lin Feng. He is extremely curious about the youngest man in China, the richest man in the mainland. I don't know what the secret of this young man's success is to become the richest man in the mainland in 2 years. The accumulation of his wealth is really amazing. But it seemed that Huang Yi didn't notice any difference in Lin Feng, except for that confident smile. Besides the faint coercion formed by staying at a high position for a long time, it is not much different from ordinary people. But what made Huang Yi care about was that Li Ru and the others around Lin Feng could tell at a glance that Li Ru and the others were of military origin, and they were definitely not ordinary soldiers. "Are they the security guards of the Lania Security Company?" Huang Yi looked at it and coveted it secretly. The quality of Li Ru and the others really surprised him. He looked at the bodyguards next to him in a blink of an eye. Although they were better able to fight among the gangsters, compared with Li Ru and the others next to Lin Feng, the gap came out. Huang Yi had long wanted to invite several elite veterans like Li Ru to be bodyguards. But for one such veterans, it is not easy to come, and secondly, even if one occasionally finds one and invites the other party may not be willing to come. After all, he is a gangster, and these veterans look down on him as a gangster. "By the way, Boss Lin, please come on time for the opening ceremony tomorrow." This time my boss also invited several big bosses in the industry to watch the game, such as Japan's President Yoichi Wada, South Korea's Ju Woo Kim, and others. Huang Yi, while chattering to introduce the guests present, he didn't notice the flash of cold light in Lin Feng's eyes. "Humphrey, they are here too. Good to come. Boss Lin, there will be a small entertainment show at that time, and I hope that Boss Lin can come on time." Huang Yi just came to say hello today. After confessing to Lin Feng for a few times, he agreed to meet Lin at the Old Point tomorrow night. After Feng waited for others, he left. Lin Feng sneered and watched Huang Yi leave. "It seems that this time we can forget the old and new hatred together. See how I squeeze you out this time." Before Lin Feng came to Korea this time, he did some investigation. Since the end of the year, the group in Asia has become bigger and bigger. In the 4 European Cups, the amount in Asia has exceeded $400 million. This time the World Cup in Korea and Japan, the industry is expected to exceed 100 million. Stakes around the dollar. This is definitely a big cake, a super big cake that is enough to make the Asian group instantly grow. It is naturally impossible for Lin Feng to let it go. There is no reason to bargain these harmful vampires for nothing. Now, in the next few months, his company, Jiangxia King Yuan Zijing, loyal to serve the country, will need to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to assemble 0 sets of supercomputer servers and each set of supercomputers. In addition, the current global personal desktop computer hardware configuration is seriously unable to keep up with the requirements of its own company's games. A swordman love, loyalty to the country needs its own supercomputer to undertake half of the 3D image data calculation, Not to mention the future World War. The requirements for the player's computer are several times higher than that of Jiangxia King Yuan. Loyalty to the country. With the current development of computer hardware configuration, Lam Feng can be sure that even if the computer configuration of the knife years before his rebirth is compatible with World War, he must speed up the development of personal computer hardware in order to make World War available for public beta within 3 years. After preparing for the World Cup, Lam Feng invited these computer manufacturers in the industry to talk about holding a summit, but with the consistent style of, it may not give himself face. If you want RU to modify its production plan and promote product replacement in advance, you must have an opponent to stimulate. Shun is undoubtedly the best opponent. But if you want to go to his to challenge, a very simple question, for poor money. Lin Feng has calculated, at least about $100 million in funds is needed to get closer, and in a short period of time. The gap is only narrowing, not flat, let alone surpassing. At the most salaried festival in Wei, Zanpa's Hua has just been mouthed by Yang Sunzobi, and Bai Anga has realized his wish with no wind and hope to collect part 3. However, bad money. What's more, the Second World plans to set up European and American headquarters to incorporate esports players from the European Union and the United States into their gaming kingdom. Esports players in Europe and the United States obviously cannot attract them only by relying on a competitive game of Fist. The esports league that Lin Feng previously shelved is bound to take this opportunity to launch, and it also requires money. All need money, but Lin Feng has no money now. Nor does the Second World have any money. This 4-year World Cup in Korea and Japan is the best opportunity to make money. If you don't get a vote, I'm sorry for the parents of heaven and earth, and I'm sorry for my conscience. Besides, it seems that both the new and old friends have met this time. Just take advantage of this opportunity to do a good job of calculating the old accounts. In Lin Feng's plan for the future, Lisa and others have also been placed properly, and they have come out after a little dressing to cover their appearance. Brother Lin, let's go to dinner, we are all hungry. Lisa pointed to the sky and said. Lin Feng looked at his watch and found that it's time for dinner at 6 p.m. by Beijing. Jose, we're going to eat. Are you going? Lin Feng knocked on the door and asked. Forget it, Lin. You young people go. I will take a break. The jet lag hasn't arrived yet, Munino said with a tired face. Isn't it right? Lin Feng, Lisa and others don't need a jet lag from China to South Korea, but Maurino has an 8-hour jet lag from Portugal to South Korea. Tomorrow will be the 4 World Cup openers. Maurino must be as fast as possible. Reverse the jet lag. This time he came to South Korea and Japan, not just to appreciate a high-level football feast, but to examine the players who are high quality and inexpensive and fit his tactical system. Who let that damn Marseille snatch him? Drogba, my sweetheart. Lin Feng shrugged and stopped bothering Munino, and the 3 of them went to the hotel restaurant for dinner with Lizu. By the way, where are Huang Meixi and Lin Ziyui? Friends, have you contacted them? Lin Feng thought about Korea, but did not see Huang Meixi and Lin Ziyui. They did not come to pick up the plane and did not come to the hotel. It was really strange. The 2 have been back to South Korea for a while, only to make a few calls occasionally. This anomaly is almost the same as when 2 people are about to quit. However, even if the 2 of them are going to quit, there should be news about them. But there is no news. There is no news at all. It seems that the 2 are living in seclusion. This is really weird. I called them before getting on the plane, and they said they came to the hotel to see us, but I don't know why. Lisa frowned, picked up the phone and dialed. The phone was connected quickly, but after a call, Lisa reluctantly shrugged and told Lin Feng that the 2 of them could not come because they had something to do. He said that he would come again in a few days. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, not knowing what the 2 girls were doing, but they were fine. As for job hopping, Lin Feng is not afraid. Everyone has lived together for so long. Lin Feng doesn't believe that Huang Meixi and Lin Ziyui are the kind of city-painted people. Not to mention the treatment that other companies can't give them. At this time, Huang Meixi's hometown, Lin Zhui and Huang Meixi both looked sad. Meixi, it's no way for you to go on like this. Are you going to hide in this country for a lifetime? Xilin Wisdom frowned and said. A hint of worry flashed across Huang Meixi's face, but it was more helpless. Meixi, why don't we go to see him now and explain things to him clearly? Then see how he does it, Lin Zhui suggested. Huang Meixi thought for a while, her face moved, but in the end she shook her head helplessly. You, alas, do whatever you want, but you can't stay here forever. For this World Cup, while he is in Seoul, I must make it clear that Lin Zhui is a bit anxious. But in the end he sighed helplessly and persuaded him tactfully. Huang Meixi nodded blankly, but she couldn't decide what to do. At this time, Lin Feng and others had finished their dinner, took Avril and Algra, who had first come to South Korea, and after strolling around several landmarks in Seoul, they returned to the West Side Hotel. Originally, Algra and Avril didn't have a lot of fun. But Avril and Lisa are both public figures, and it is really troublesome to get in and out of public places. Once recognized by their fans, they won't have to go back to the hotel tonight. In the end, Avril and Algra could only return to the hotel with a trace of regret. What? Back at the hotel, when passing by Muninho's room, Lin Feng accidentally defended his room and cast a gleam of light. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Feng knocked on the door. Not long after, Munino wore the grey shirt during the day and opened the door with the grey windbreaker that never changed. Hi, Jose. Don't you go to jet lag? Why haven't you slept yet? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Entrusted by others, loyal to others. Munino let Lin Feng in, pointed to a data sheet on the table and said, Lin, you just came here. This is my one night about tomorrow's France and France-Senegal analysis of data and results. Lin Feng picked up the data report on the table and looked at it. It listed in detail the possible lineups and possible formations of France and Senegal tomorrow, as well as the analysis of the coaches of both sides, their usual formations and employment habits. On the fourth paper, Munino has written more than 4 hours, and it is full of old sheets. Jose, are you doing this all night? Lin Feng said in a shock. Munino stretched out and nodded in approval. Lin Feng was dumb, expressing respect and admiration for Munino's professionalism. Originally, Lin Feng was just a joke. After all, Lin Feng knew the result of tomorrow's game, but Maurino took it seriously, sacrificing his sleep time, analyzing France and Senegal for himself, and with such details, Lin Feng was a little bit emotional. This is a professional coach. Regardless of whether Mourinho's personal character is likable or not, but only from his serious and rigorous attitude towards football, he is a good coach. However, Lin, because my assistant coaching team is not here, I have no way to get a lot of more detailed data. I checked many of the information on the internet, which is not very accurate. You can only refer to it, Munino said cautiously. Lin Feng nodded and hurried to see Mu Huangnio's final results. After reading Lin Feng's surprise, Maurino predicted Senegal, 0 wins against France. Ha ha, Lin, you don't believe me a bit, but I think this is very likely to happen. The world underestimates Senegal, and my brother estimates France too much. I dare to predict that this time Senegal will definitely give the world one. Maurino surely said surprise. Lin Feng nodded his head, and indeed there will be a big surprise tomorrow. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Tongyan giant ruins sense sweat dripping Bigfoot degrees double the ball is almost overflowing out of the Bigts video online to watch. Please follow the WeChat public account. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 477 The oldest family in the world? Question mark. Reads 75 Chapter 477 The oldest family in the world. Mengan Xiozi passed on to the team. Mobile phone quick reading. Point 1. The text version is first released. However, Lin Feng believed it. Subsequently, the two had a chat. The more he talks, the more speculation he has. There are many crazy ideas of Maurino, and they are often unacceptable to his assistant coaching team. Lin Feng is extremely recognized, which makes Mao Nino regard Lin Feng as his confidant. That's why Mao Nino advises Lin Feng as a mature married person. Lin Feng sighed, and the two net talents had serious expressions. It's not like lying, it's serious. Do you really have to make a choice between the two? Lin Feng shook his head. Afterwards, the breakfast was a little dull, but at this time, Mao Nino showed a humorous side. After talking about a few anecdotes in the stadium, the embarrassment was diluted. Hey, Jose, I didn't expect you to look so dull, DSK. Tusk, if you go to coach Milan, those supermodels in Milan must be crazy for you. Algra praised. Everyone snickered. Munenha's face was strange. He did not expect to be teased by a girl like Algra. Time passed by every minute. During the period, the Korean Football Association called 3 times and invited Lisa to be a guest, but they were all rejected by Lisa. This puts a little more pressure on Lin Feng's heart. She gave too much to herself. This time rejected the request of the Korean Football Association. I am afraid that it will have a big negative impact on Lee Ji-woo in Korea. After all, other stars in the show business have arrived. But Lisa can't, and he won't go there for 3 requests or 4 reminders. Afterwards, one can imagine the criticism of Lisa from the South Korean media. But, friends, shrugging, I will never let you suffer this kind of sin. Lin Feng swears secretly. As night fell, Lin Feng took Avril, Lisa, and Algra, and, think tank. Munina went to the luxurious box of the Seoul World Cup Stadium. Ha ha. Boss Lin, you are finally here. Huang Yi enthusiastically wanted to come over for a hug, but was blocked by Lin Feng again. It was blocked by Lin Feng twice. This made Huang Yi very shameless. A faint color flashed naturally on his face. But now Lin Feng is their big customer and can't offend him, let alone he can't afford to offend him. Lin Feng's eyes were naturally seen by the faintly different color on Huang Wing's face. For this person, Lin Feng has sent someone to touch his bottom, and he will be cleaned up after the World Cup. Of course, Lin Feng is a good citizen. Obligation to organize illegal elements to state agencies. Boss Lin, come, let me introduce you to my boss. Huang Yi led Lin Feng into the lobby of the luxurious box, pointing to a Japanese man sitting firmly on the sofa, and said, "This is the best in Japan." Mr. Shiro Yeju, the overseas representative of the construction company Jinwang Group. The King Kong Group is Japan and the oldest family in the world. It has been passed down to this day. Huang Yi has a respectful face, and a face of admiration for foreigners. Although Huang Yi's flattery is annoying, but these words surprised everyone. Looking at this middle-aged Japanese man in his 40s, he did not expect that he came from a family with such a long history. Europe has always been known for its long family history. But the oldest family in Europe he owned in France. It was also established in the old year of the ad. It made a living by operating the Pug Garden, museums, and butterfly collections. It has only been in dumb years until now. It is really surprising that this King Kong Group was established in the year of Yan. In the astonishment of everyone, Shiro Yanagi was enjoying the horrified expression of the outsider, and he slowly got up very arrogantly, and nodded slightly towards Lin Feng. His attitude immediately made everyone dissatisfied, and he was too arrogant. Who does he think he is? On Lin Feng's side, although Algra was most surprised by his prominent background, but Algra is the future head of Versace. Will he be afraid of her? You are just an overseas representative, and Algra is Versace. As the head, with the status of Versace in the global fashion industry, Algra can at least be equal to this, the president of the King Kong Group. This little overseas representative is a ball. Avril is known as the little princess of punk. It is a wonderful killing of all traditions. People who are from this ancient family and always look down on others are even more disregarded. Only one old antique. Lisa, it doesn't matter. No matter how prominent your background, I only need Brother Lin. As for Munino, he respects his opponents, but he is not qualified to be his opponent. Munino raised his head, his mouth was crooked, and his face was disdainful. He said that as much annoyance as he is, it is as annoying as he is. Shiro Yanagi's countenance changed, and he didn't expect that these people in front of him would not put him in his eyes so much. Fortunately, he was born in the oldest family in the world, so he could hold his breath. There is still such a little demeanor. Yellow Wing, I'm not entertaining guests yet. Shiro Yanagi gave a soft drink. Yes, yes. Boss Lin, please sit down. All beauties, please sit down. Huang Yi smiled. Lin Feng saw Huang Yi's flattering face, and said sarcastically, Boss Huang really took refuge in a good boss. Jin Wang team, with a long history. By the way, Boss Huang, where is your hometown? Huang Yi was taken aback, not understanding what Lin Feng meant. Subconsciously replied, my hometown is Nanjing. Nanjing. Boss Huang, your ancestral home is from Nanjing? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Yeah, Boss Lin, are you from Nanjing too? Huang Yi almost said with a full face. No, my hometown is Chu City. I'm just wondering, if your ancestors knew that you were so pleased with you today, would they survive from the grave? Lin Feng sneered. When Huang Yi heard this, his face was hot, and Lin Feng pointed his nose to the face and cursed Chong Yang. He has forgotten his ancestors, how he felt it. Lin Jun, this is a terrible statement. Huang Jun, this is a person who knows the current affairs as a master and works for our King Kong team. That is the best beauty in the world. Moreover, it has already cited the grievances of centuries and a few years ago. It has long since disappeared. Didn't your government always hope that China-Japan friendship? Huang Jun, but the corresponding government called on Shiro Yanagi to sneer and relieved Huang Yi's embarrassment. Yes, yes, China-Japan friendship, China-Japan friendship. Huang Yi laughed again and again, but looking at Lin Feng in his eyes was even worse. Lin Feng sneered and sat down. It seems that this group is the Golden Net Group of Japan. It is manipulated behind the scenes. No wonder the police and Interpol of Asian countries have not been able to wipe out the group in Asia. The oldest family in history is behind it. It's strange to be able to sweep clean. But it's a pity that you met Lin Feng, especially you shouldn't offend me. The oldest family in the world. Knowing that Lin Feng wakes up early on the second day of the year, the opening of the Korea-Japan World Cup is. Weeping is also the first time for Lin Feng to feel the charm of the World Cup up close. For a fan, there is nothing more exciting than to watch the World Cup in person. The only pity is that it was not the injury year of the World Cup in Germany, otherwise you could hear Huang Jianxian's terrifying roar. Not alone in the fight. It is a pity that he is not fighting alone. This kind of publicity is not suitable for the domestic environment. Of course, Lin Feng's excitement is not only about the opening of the World Cup. Today is the day when the old and new enemies meet. The president of Square Enix, Ichi Wada, has always coveted his second world. The plot is wrong, but also his slave girl Eri Kazama has always coveted it. This is all to make Lin Feng want to teach him harshly. The reason for Wada Ichi. Thinking of Risa Kazama, Lin Feng hasn't seen each other for almost a year. Thinking of Kazama Erisa's promise to be a slave girl voluntarily, Lin Feng had to cipher Kazama Erisa's cleverness. At least take refuge in yourself. Not only did she gain a decent identity, but she also found a way out for her daughter, and she gave only that night. However, Lin Feng is still quite grateful to him. At least she handed over some of the information previously seized in Enix to the company, which also made Second World. The Japanese branch did not suffer from some radical remarks by Lin Feng, and the Japanese government was conspired. Although the Japanese side the small movements are constant, but they do not affect the operation of the Second World Japanese branch. Kazama Erisa is indispensable, whether it is for the company, for himself, or for Kazama's painting of Risa. Lin Feng must repair Wada Ichi. As for the king of Daewoo Company, as early as the establishment of Second World, when Lizhu.com had just signed a contract with the company, when his agent was Cheng Jiamo, this young man wanted to get involved with Lizhu, but was found out by Wang Meng and others, and Lizhu was not allowed to go to Korea to participate in Daewoo Gold. The son's birthday, otherwise Lizhu might not be able to escape the clutches. Although time has passed. But today I will meet again. Lin Feng's temper has come up again. Your own woman will never allow others to interfere. But when Lin Feng went to the living room, he saw Li Biyu wandering around the living room with a tangled look. What's wrong, Yu? Lin Feng walked over gently, and asked Li Zu with his arms around. Brother Lin. Li Zu frowned, with a look of embarrassment. After hesitating for a long time, under Lin Feng's repeated urgings, Li Zu continued. Brother Lin. That's it. The Hanxian Football Association called me just now, hoping I can serve as a guest performer tonight. Go and cheer for the Korean men's football team. Lin Feng frowned. This time, in order to achieve good results in the local battle, the Korean Football Association invited a lot of stars from the showbiz world to perform. In Korea, football is a very popular sport. Therefore, this performance was supported by many stars in the show business. The Korean Football Association learned that Lee Ji-woo had also come to Seoul and sent an invitation to him. According to reports, many of the Korean men's national football team love to play games. So many people are fans of Lee Zu. Lee Zu is also embarrassed. She didn't want to agree, but heard the Korean Football Association is willing to help her find her father. After hesitating for a while, she wants to agree. After all, this was just a performance, but I was afraid that Lin Feng would be unhappy. Lin Feng is naturally unhappy. The South Korean men's football team is indeed level and capable, and is better than the Chinese men's football team. But it does not mean that they can despise Chinese fans. It is quite the usual contempt of South Korean men's football towards Chinese football and the ridicule of Chinese obsessive fans. Lin Feng Yue will go up. What's more, now I have to let my own woman perform for them. Delusional. Yu, I tell you, you are not allowed to go to Lin Feng to speak arrogantly. However, seeing Li Zu's expression on his face, instead, he comforted him and said, rest assured that after the World Cup is over, I will let someone search for your father again. We must find him. This time, Lin Feng gently hugged Li Zu's shoulders. Li Zu nodded after hesitating for a moment. For the father. She really doesn't know what feelings are now. At the time, her father owed a gambling debt and left her a high school student to run away. Li Zu almost didn't faint. Fortunately, when Li Zu was arrested as a princess by those gang members, he was rescued by Lin Feng. Lin Feng even helped her pay off her gambling debts and gave her work, making her a star in the world today. This made Li Zu full of gratitude to Lin Feng, both love and kindness to Lin Feng. And this is one of the important reasons why Li Zu has tolerated Lin Feng's heart. Cough, cough. At this time, Avril also got up and walked out, and saw Lin Feng and Li Zu hugged early in the morning. Although he was slightly unhappy, he didn't care about it. Humphrey, she doesn't care about the hug for such a short time. But when he passed by Lin Feng, he stretched out his hand and pinched Lin Feng violently, and Lin Feng grinned in pain. Brother Lin, is it painful? Li Zu kneaded Lin Feng's tender waist with distress. It hurts. Lin Feng nodded, looking for some comfort, but the pain hadn't disappeared yet. And there was another heartbreaking pain from the place where Avril was pulling. Friends. Lin Feng took a sharp breath, screamed. Brother Lin, no matter what, you'd better decide quickly. I and Avril, who do you choose? I don't want to be entangled anymore. Li Zu said with a hint of sorrow. One night last night, Algra spoke in her ear for a long time to make her be tough. She can't continue to be as weak and entangled as she is now. Otherwise she must be the one who suffers in the end. So now Li Zu mustered up the courage to say this. Of course, the more important reason is that Avril is too strong. She was really scared. Friends. Lin Feng was taken aback. Yes, Lin, you must give us an answer as soon as possible. I, or her, you have to choose one. Otherwise, you will regret it. At this time, Avril also walked out and said with a serious face. Brother Lin, we will not force you. But before the World Cup is over, you must make a choice. Li Zu nodded and said. After speaking, Li Zu and Avril went downstairs to the restaurant one after another, leaving Lin Feng with a stunned look. Ugh. After a long time, Lin Feng let out a long sigh. Lin, let's go and have breakfast. I'm all hungry. At this moment, Mao Tina walked in and put his hand on Lin Feng's shoulder. It's normal for a man to be bothered, but his wife only has a catty to choose who. You have to be clear about France's prediction for Senegal. Mourinho did not expect Lin Feng to accept his prediction. This made Mourinho very surprised. In his opinion, anyone who sees his conclusion will probably sneer at it. France is indeed not in good shape, but it is the European Cup champion and World Cup champion, with the double crown. How could it lose to Senegal? Exclamation mark. The mixed-race female anchor forgot to turn off the camera after the live broadcast. The video of her life was exposed. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Exclamation mark. Chapter 478 The Backbone of the Country? Question mark. Readks. 75 Chapter 478 The Backbone of the Country. Schweifing and others sit down, read all the novels in Schiller Literature Net. Then there is a beautiful waitress who will give everyone red wine, exquisite snacks and refreshments after the second queen. Looking at the red wine, the 8 Pian Lafite, and the desserts are also extremely exquisite. The reception of Hoja alone is staggering, but it also proves the ambition of the host Yana Jushiro. Although the arrogant attitude of the internet talent Shiro Yanagi is unsatisfactory, Algra does not reject this year's red wine. According to her, regardless of the relationship between the host and the host, before the banquet is over, it is for the host not to enjoy the host's hospitality. Disrespectful. Algra tasted the Lafite of the year in a calm manner. The manner is extremely elegant, as if an artist is performing. Westerners like to drink red wine, and Munino is no exception. Although he was extremely disgusted with this Jushiro, he did not have any disgust with wine. As Munino said when drinking, "I hate his people, but I don't hate the wine." Avril does not like to drink red wine. On the contrary, when she is in a good mood, she likes to drink some whiskey or tequila. The little punk princess hates pretending to be noble. But Lisa doesn't care what Lin Feng drinks, what she drinks. She has become accustomed to everything Lin Feng dominates. Of course, this time between her and Avril, Lin Feng had to choose a pound. Although Lin Feng hates the elegance that disgusts him when he drinks red wine, the wine is good, especially when he sips this bottle of Lafite, which has a market value of about $4. The feeling of sipping thousands of dollars in one sip is especially fascinating. People feel refreshed all over. Jose, come, learn from me, and drink. When drinking whiskey, don't have a taste. Lin Feng swept aside and sipped Nian Lafite, not at all like the madman Munino, persuaded with an evil smile. Munino looked at Lin Feng, and then at the red wine in his hand, frowning. This gulp was too bad. It was thousands of dollars. However, he is not a pedantic, hesitant person. Anyway, he doesn't need to pay for it himself. He also tries to take a big mouthful. After drinking, he licked his tongue in his mouth and nodded secretly. Drinking red wine, although the mellow aroma is missing, the aftertaste after the sudden pouring is really different. Come on, cheers. Lin Feng laughed, and filled the two of them again, clinking their glasses and drank them in one sip. Algra looked at the two of them and shook their heads. This way of drinking really abused Lafite this year. Two laymen. Not far away, Shiro Yanagi saw Lin Feng and Munino drinking Nian Lafite like this, and was speechless in shock. It was the first time he saw Lafite who had been drinking like this. Had it not been for Lin Feng's worth of billions of dollars in assets, he really doubted whether Lin Feng was drinking red wine for the first time. In Yeju Shiro's consternation, a bottle of anti-Yar Lafite had bottomed out for a few minutes. At this time Algra drank so few sips, and the rest was poured into his stomach by Lin Feng and Munino. Miss, another bottle. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. It was the first time that the beautiful waiter saw someone drinking Jugnian Lafite like this. Seeing that Lin Feng needed a bottle, Liu frowned and looked at Shiro Yanagi. Shiro Yanagi was also anxious, so no one poured a bottle of Lafite in the Year of the Dragon in a few minutes. But he is the organizer and cannot be stingy. Besides, Yaitong's Lafite in 2 years was worth more than $4, which is not expensive. In desperation, Shiro Yanagi waved his hand depressed to let the waiter continue to deliver the wine. However, he still made a gesture secretly, so that he would have a lesser share this year. Although a bottle of Lafite in a short year is only $30,000, Lin Feng can also afford to drink a dozen. But this year, Lafite drank one bottle less than one bottle. It is really distressing to be abused in this way. Not long after, Lin Feng took the opened red wine, continued to fill it up for himself and Munino, and ate it all in one gulp. After drinking, Lin Feng smashed his mouth. "Miss, this wine is wrong." Lin Feng looked at the wine bottle, frowned, and complained, "It is actually the Lafite of the New Year." Alas, the Lafite of the New Year is not as good as the Lafite of the New Year. It's so stingy! After Lin Feng said this, Algra couldn't help giggling. How to drink this way and how to taste the vintage of the red wine. This shows that Lin Feng is in the year Yuzu Shiro. Shiro Yanagi listened to Lin Feng's words with an angry expression on his face. It is true that Lafite is not as good as Lafite, but it is also a mature wine in the old year. The market price is also thousands of dollars, and it is not cheap. If you abuse it like this, you still complain. Well, indeed, but the wine is too expensive. It's okay to drink something cheap, lest the last stingy owner ask us to pay for the wine. Muino is also unambiguous, knowing that Lin Feng is deliberately discovering Liu Sheng Shiro. He is very cooperative. After hearing this, Shiro Yanagi almost did take the wine bottle to death. After drinking a bottle of short-year Lafite within 3 minutes, he said he was a stingy person. But don't look at Lin Feng complaining, but he doesn't drink slowly. Seeing a bottle, he has to bottom out. "Miss, here's another bottle." "Don't lie to me this time with the 9-year-old. Don't worry, Mr. Liu Sheng is rich," and Lin Feng, who paid, stretched out his hand and continued "Yayu." Shiro Yanagi's countenance changed. After thinking about it, he sighed, and the waiter was replaced by Kiaonian Lafite. Drink it, I see how much you can drink, and sooner or later I will earn it back from you," Shiro Yanagi said angrily. Lin Feng smiled secretly. He just wanted to irritate Shiro Yanagi. Anyway, the two were wrong, so it's better to be angry with him now. Regardless of whether there is any benefit in irritating Shiro Yanagi, at least letting him lose his composure is not a bad thing. After waiting for the waiter to deliver the red wine this time, Lin Feng did not drink like that again. Although the red wine is not intoxicating, the way of drinking it is intoxicating. When Lin Feng and Marino find quality Lafite in 1985, when discussing today's game, Huang Yi greeted another person. "Haha, President Houghton, you are finally here." Seeing the visitor, Shiro Yanagi stood up, got dressed up, smiled. "You Shiwa just had a good mouth." 8.0 closed, heavy salary. Xiaojin, the same name is one, the 7th elementary school. "Liu Sheng-jun, if you invite me, how dare I not come? What's more, Mr. Lin has also come, and I want to come." "Hushin Yani," I said, and went straight to Lin Feng. "President Hushin, I am lucky to meet him. I didn't expect to see Mr. Hushin again in Korea." Lin Feng didn't get up, just toasted the red wine in his hand to Ichi Hushin slightly. Tan Yang's expression changed slightly, and he whispered a rude Chinese. I glanced at the few people around Lin Feng. Taste Nian Lafite carefully. The elegant Algra knows that Versace is the future head of the game, but he is the game industry, and he doesn't care if you don't get to the side. The other is Lin Feng's girlfriend, Lizu, a star. In Hushin Yani's view, he is Lin Feng's little lover. Not to mention it, there is also a foreign man who looks unfamiliar, doesn't know, and has never heard of such a person round Lin Feng, and Hushin directly ignores it. But when he looked at Avril, Wada Yang's eyes lit up slightly. Avril is now the most popular pop queen, and there are many young people in Japan who support Avril and are her crazy fans. This time, Audition's all-star lineup launched Avril's relaxing simulation figure dolls, which became a big hit in Japan, and the number of Japanese players in Audition's all-star lineup surged. The appeal of the star is huge, and Avril's help to Lam Feng's game company is also obvious. However, I heard that Lin Feng was on a two-day boat, which made Avril very dissatisfied with the popular queen. Thinking of this, Wada Yang changed his eyes. Mr. Lin, I often hear that Miss Arisa Kazama, the president of your company's Japanese branch, misses you very much. When we meet by chance, she always walks to me and mentions that Mr. Lin often complains that Mr. Lin does not attach importance to the Japanese branch, nor does she talking to her on the phone to learn about the company's situation. Tan Yang said in a tone of injustice for his friends. This is that Yoichi Wada is ridiculing, and Arisa Kazama can't wait to die. How can I talk to him about this? But no matter whether Wada Yoichi talks nonsense, women are always jealous. Whether it is fact or not, you will always be jealous when you hear that your man has a relationship with other women. As long as Li Zhu or Avril had a little doubt and dissatisfaction with Lin Feng, his goal would be achieved. But what disappointed Wada Yang was that Li Zhu and Avril didn't respond at all when their expressions moved. This disappointed Wada Yang and went to chat with Liu and Shiro instead. He is here this time to witness how Japanese football has performed miracles in the World Cup. Of course, Feng Shi also wanted to hit Lin Feng. By the way, there is a gambling game today. In his career, he has no way to attack Lin Feng for the time being, so he can save some face in the gambling game. Besides, Lin Feng doesn't have much cash in his hands, and he is very young. If he loses extremely, anything can happen. Hushin Yanai was looking forward to the possible accident. However, as soon as Hushin Yang turned his head, Lin Feng felt that the fat on both sides of his waist was severely pinched by two small jade hands, and the painful Lin Feng forehead was cold and sweaty. Damn it. Yoichi Wada, you are playing tricks, and see how I clean up you this time. Mo Feng looked at the two beauties around him with a smile, thinking about how to explain the matter of Kazama Arisa. Not long after, Huang Yi welcomed a few more people in. Coincidentally, they were acquaintances. Mr. Liu Sheng, this is Mr. Zheng Jiaqing, the second son of Hong Kong jeweler Zheng Yutong, and this is Mr. Zhu Zhengyai, the richest man in Shanghai. Huang Yi introduced respectfully. Shiro Lushing stood up to welcome each other respectfully, but when he introduced Lin Feng and others to Zheng Jiaqing and Zhu Zhengyai later, he clearly saw Zhu Zhengyai's face. Originally, Zhu Zhengyai had always been the richest man in Shanghai before, but Lin Feng suddenly emerged as the richest man on the mainland in 2 years. Of course, at the time of introduction, Zhu Zhengyai is still the richest man in Shanghai, and Lin Feng is the richest man in the country. But now, Lin Feng is right in front of Zhu Zhengyai, and Lin Feng's company is headquartered in Shanghai. This introduction says that Zhu Zhengyai is the richest man in Shanghai. Lin Xianliu, I didn't expect you to be here, Zhu Zhengyai said in a weird tone. I'm also very surprised to meet a fellow from Shanghai in a foreign country. Lin Feng said with a ha-ha smile. Zhu Zhengyai muttered a few words and then stopped talking. The auction house in Shanghai was rectified by Lin Feng last time, which kept Zhu Zhengyai on his mind. This time he unexpectedly met him again. After hearing about Lin Feng's name, Zheng Jiaqing patted Lin Feng's shoulder with enthusiasm. Mr. Lin, I often mention Mr. Lin's deeds by Li Zikai's English name. It's really impressive to achieve such performance at such an age. Admire. By the way, I didn't expect Mr. Lin likes football too. When he can play, I hope to give some pointers. For Lin Feng, Zheng Jiaqing has long heard of it, and has long had the heart to get acquainted. I ran into this accidentally and got acquainted. As for Zhu Zhengyai, he and Zhu Zhengyai are just ordinary friends, and they don't know their grievances. This time, the Korea-Japan World Cup, the two people on the plane accidentally met. They made an appointment to watch the game together. There is a gambling game here. Zhu Zhengyai also wanted to get to know the richest people in Asia. Zheng Jiaqing brought Zhu Zhengyai to come. Otherwise, how can Zhu Zhengyai be qualified to enter this gambling game and sit on this seat? A few minutes later, a man of about 30 years old walked in. After entering, he swept his eyes around the box. After seeing Li Zhu, his gaze stopped moving. He stared at Li Zhu intently, with a drooling face. Li Zhu was uncomfortable and turned his head helplessly. At this time, Shiro Yanagi walked over. I would like to introduce to you, this is Mr. Kim Taejung, the third son of the former president of South Korea's Daewoo Group, Jin Woo-young, who is also the current president of South Korea's Daewoo, and one of the organizers of this gambling game. Shirol said. Everyone exchanged greetings, but Kim Tae-jung always focused his attention on Lee Soo, the model he had coveted but failed to get. At this moment, Kim Tae-jung saw that Lee Soo was no longer a virgin, and he was slightly disappointed when he asked the then Lee Soo's agent Cheng Jia to arrange for Lee Soo to go to South Korea to participate in his private. Lee Soo was still a virgin at that time, and Kim Tae has a special preference for virgins. However, Lee Soo, who has experienced the incident now, makes Jin Tae-sing even more coveted. Although today's Lee Soo is a bit less youthful and simple than before, he has a bit more mature and sexy charm, which makes Lee Soo even more attractive. Kim Tae-jung has always been worried about this woman who had not been able to get it by herself. I must get her this time. Kim Tae was secretly speaking. Lin Feng stared at Lee Soo as soon as Jin Tae-sing came in, already guessing who he was, and stepped forward to stand in front of Lee Soo. I heard that Mr. Jin Yas-hong, the president of South Korea's Daewoo Group, has disappeared strangely. And I heard that Daewoo Group is now in a serious financial crisis. I also have the ambition to invest in the automobile manufacturing industry. I wonder if I will be fortunate enough to invest in Daewoo in South Korea, Lin Feng said contemptuously. When Lin Feng said this, Jin Tae-sing's face suddenly sank. This is too prickly. Everyone at the scene knows that South Korea's Daewoo has filed for bankruptcy in the court last year because of its debt back to billions of dollars. As for his father, Jin Yas-hong, who fled overseas from China on the eve of bankruptcy, Lin Feng said that the strange disappearance is not harsh. In particular, Lin Feng's words also implied that Jin Tae-sing was unable to hold this gathering now. Ha ha. Junlin joked. Mr. Jin is now the president of Daewoo in South Korea. Besides, how could the Korean government bankrupt Daewoo? Daewoo is one of the pillar companies in South Korea. Seeing everyone frowned, Shirol quickly came out to explain. South Korea's Daewoo was the representative of South Korea in the minds of the South Korean people before it went bankrupt. This time, due to the Asian financial crisis, the turnover was unsuccessful, and Shimoda's debts of billions of dollars had to be declared bankrupt, which shocked all South Koreans. However, it is extremely difficult for this kind of pillar enterprise to truly go bankrupt, even in capitalist countries. When an enterprise is entangled and penetrated into all levels of society, even if it goes bankrupt due to a mistake in decision-making, the government will come forward. This is the case of South Korea's Daewoo today. Although it has filed for bankruptcy, the South Korean government secretly recorded Daewoo's main profit point, South Korea's Daewoo automobile production line, from its assets and handed it over to Kim Tae-jung's third son, Kim Tae-jung. And Jin Yas-hong's price is a bizarre escape. The bankruptcy of South Korea's Daewoo has a wide range of implications. In South Korea, political and economic collusion is common. Lieutenant Kim Woo has developed a small company into a national pillar enterprise, and it is natural that political and economic collusion is indispensable. However, the bankruptcy of South Korea's Daewoo exposed everything to the public. If the investigation continues, a large number of officials in the political circles of the country may be implicated. Under various trade-offs, Jin Tae-jung could only flee in a strange way, in exchange for his third son, Jin Tae-jung, to continue in charge of South Korean Daewoo Motors. Jin Tae-sing glared at Lin Feng fiercely, but instead, Lee Soo's coveting appeared more in his eyes. Lin Feng was extremely upset with Jin Tae-sing's naked eyes. No one likes a woman who looks at her unabashedly like this. Lin Feng snorted coldly, pulled Lee Soo to sit down, hooked Lee Soo's waist, and let him sit on his lap, with the protruding clinging to him, and then gently sucking Lee Soo's fragrant tongue. Lee Soo was ashamed. Intimacy in front of so many people made Lee Soo really shy, and the entire pink neck was full of attractive blushes. Kim Tae-jung's eyes are red. Look, if you look at it this way, this woman is mine too, and only belongs to me. You can only see, not touch. Lin Feng had a very provocative look in the past. HMPH, looking at my woman, there is a price to pay. The Daewoo automobile manufacturing line in South Korea is not bad. Wiping Feng coldly smiled, with a mocking look on his face. Ginseng's expression changed. Then he snorted, turned his head, and stopped looking at Li Zu. However, he did not know that his nakedness to Li Zu has completely angered Lin Feng, and Lin Feng has already directed his idea to the automobile production line of Daewoo, South Korea. The heavy industry is the backbone of a country. Although Daewoo's automobile manufacturing industry in South Korea is not the strongest in the world, it is not weak in Asia. China needs this backbone. At this moment, Shiro Yeju pulled Kim Taejong aside. Jin Jun, how is it? I don't know if Mr. Zheng Mengshun has arranged everything, asked Shiro Yaniju. Mr. Ryu Sheng, rest assured. This time, Zheng Mengjun will bet all his chips on this World Cup in order to compete for the president of South Korea. As long as South Korea can perform miracles, he will be able to earn enough political capital. Moreover, his father also reached an agreement with him. As long as the World Cup can perform a good show in accordance with our plan, the forces and friends of my father in the country will vote for Zheng Mengshun in the next bidding. Kim Taejong said confidently. This time he is willing to cooperate with the Japanese GoldNet team that controls Asia's largest group. He gambled on this World Cup to get a vote from the sea and then revitalize South Korea's Daewoo. After the company went bankrupt, after liquidation, it is expected that South Korea's Daewoo will be able to regain its brilliance as long as the state B's capital is about US dollars. The 4 Fury World Cup is the biggest opportunity to make money. There are hundreds of billions of dollars in gambling, and tens of billions of dollars in Asia. This cake is really big. What about the referee? Shiro Yanagi asked softly. Kim Taejong smiled mysteriously. Thailand's busiest female anchor brand new exciting love video exposure fell to the male lead So Hungry Thirsty. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 479, Suleiman Al-Fahim? Reads. 75 Chapter 479 Suleiman Al-Fahim. Io Yanagi, you should know that before the Korea-Japan World Cup, Blatter 26 chairman of the Xiji Football Federation. This book is reprinted on Shilu Literature Net, said Kim Taejong. Shiro Yanagi nodded. This matter is a big deal in international football. After all, before, FIFA was a reversed voice, based on the anti-Blatt alliance front with the 3 cores of Johansson Hayat and Zheng Mengshun. It is full of momentum, giving people a kind of obligatory ousting of Blatter. The feeling makes everyone think that Blatter will not be re-elected as FIFA president this time. Unexpectedly, the result was a big surprise to everyone, and Blatter was successfully re-elected as FIFA president. The most important reason for Blatter's re-election is that the chairman of the Korean Football Association, the vice chairman of FIFA, a member of the Korean parliament, and the largest shareholder of high and heavy industries of South Korea, Zheng Mengjun, suddenly turned to support Blatter. And Zheng Mengshun's unexpected reversal also succeeded in making Blatter turn defeat into victory in the final Shiksuan. This move turned back, and directly caused Zheng Mengshun and UEFA to have a bad relationship, almost the same. Although Zheng Mengshun offended the entire UEFA and put the Korean Football Association in an awkward situation against UEFA, it was the greatest benefit for Zheng Mengshun. South Korea and Japan co-hosted the World Cup, and the name ranked ahead of Japan, called Korea-Japan World Cup instead of Japan-South Korea World Cup. This made the Korean people very satisfied. Second, Blatter promised that referees from Asia, Africa, and Latin America will be used extensively in this World Cup, and gave a high-sounding reason that referees from the same continent cannot enforce matches of their own teams. As we all know, European referees have always been known for their fairness and strictness. For example, in the last World Cup in France, the most typical Anglo-African referee was Nelson from Europe, and Nelson did not favor England in the law enforcement process, and even beat Beckham. The red card was sent off. The referees in Asia, Africa, and Latin America are known to be poor and easy to buy. This is what Zheng Mengzhan wants. The Korea-Japan World Cup in the year of the guardianship was jointly held by South Korea and Japan. The two hosts, coupled with the national hatred between South Korea and Japan, did not want their national football teams to lose to each other. The desire of the people is Zheng Mengzhan's motivation. He wants the South Korean football team's performance in the World Cup to overwhelm Japan, create the history of the Asian team, and obtain the largest political capital for him to run for the president of South Korea. The reason why Blatt agreed to Zheng Mengzhan's request was because Zheng Mengzhan's final counterattack allowed him to be re-elected as FIFA president. The other is because the strength of the enemy football association is too strong in world football, and the strong Let Baratal was restless day and night, just to take advantage of this World Cup in Korea and Japan to teach UEFA. Let them know that this planet, international football, is still his home. Blatter. Third, Blatt's biggest enemy is Rufinen, and Rufinen is the Secretary General of FIFA and the Chairman of the FIFA Referee Committee. He is also one of the people who often oppose Blatt. He often plays Blatter. There are many crises. Blatter wanted to kick him out of FIFA. This time Blatter has already finalized the referee candidate, but the person in charge of the referee is Rufinen. Blatter couldn't be more clear about Zheng Mengzhan's thoughts. As long as the referee scandal broke out this time, Rufinen was bound to step down, and he would be able to sit back and relax without having to kick Rufinen's notoriety on his back. As for Zheng Mengzhan, once the referee scandal broke out this time, South Korea, as the host, could not get rid of the relationship. Zheng Mengzhan's influence in FIFA will also disappear, not to mention that Zheng Mengzhan's goal is the president of South Korea. It can not only fight the arrogance of UEFA, but also get rid of the big troubles. This is the game that Blatter used Zheng Mengzhan's hand. What's more, this World Cup referee has such a big loophole. Blatter believes that those groups must be very satisfied, and the result of this multi-party game directly led to the World Cup in Korea and Japan becoming the most turbulent World Cup in history. Since the opening, it is destined to be unpopular. However, without the knowledge of many players in the game, a forest wind appeared unexpectedly, a person who had memories of the next 10 years after Rebirth. What is the direction of this World Cup and whether it can continue as everyone expected? No one, not sure. After Ginseng briefly told the whole story, Shiro Yanagi nodded in satisfaction. It seems that this time, the global industry will usher in a bumper harvest. I am afraid that in addition to UEFA, they will get the rewards they want. At this time, the opening ceremony of the 4 Korea-Japan World Cup had begun. When the opening ceremony was held in Korea and Japan, Shiro Yanagi smiled and walked towards the crowd. Everyone, the most exciting game of the year is about to begin. I think all of you here are people who are crazy about football. They must be gambled to add to the fun while watching football. Everyone will not object. In the first opener, France played with Senegal. France, due to Zidane's injury, originally allowed France to concede 2 goals, but now France concedes the hemisphere. France wins, lose 4, Senegal wins, lose 2. Please place your bets on Shiro Yanagi and look at everyone with a smile. I bet that the old one Mike can't win the country. Hashin Yani, I said first. I also bet that the old one Mike cannot win the country. Zheng Jiaching said with a smile afterwards. I also bet that the old one Mike can't win the country. Zhu Zhengyi, I said extremely boldly. Mr. Lin, how about you? Liu Shengshiro looked at Lin Feng with a smile. The purpose of company setting up football, of course, is not to provide entertainment. The most essential purpose is to make money. To achieve this goal requires 2 necessary conditions. The first is a deep understanding of football thieves and an accurate prediction of the game based on this. The basic premise of Fenkiankian. The other condition is to predict the resultization, for the punter's reference when betting. This is the technical guarantee of profit. To some extent, it can also be said that is an important means of making huge profits. The method of company setting is very complicated. The general principle is to reserve basic profit handling fee or commission based on the probability of the appearance of the match result and the ratio of betting. The purpose is to adjust the betting distribution through the height of the, to ensure that can fully balance the risks under any result and remain invincible. This can be regarded as an ideal situation, that is, and the player play fairly. Therefore, should be regarded as a fair game in terms of its essence and general meaning. But driven by the purpose of maximizing profits, it is not surprising that it crosses the boundaries of fairness. And in the face of hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in the world, in the face of such an attractive market, will they compete with the idlers? On the contrary, they will do their best to use the technical and non-technical methods of the industry in order to achieve the maximum profit. The so-called technical means are mainly through the setting and changes of match and, in conjunction with pre-match public opinion and news, to induce bets to fall to the wrong result. The use of this method depends on the success of non-technical methods. It goes without saying that non-technical means are more decisive. Spying on key insider information, buying players or referees, and spreading false news to induce public opinion are all very effective methods. The purpose is only one catty, so that the game will be staged according to the scheduled arrangement of there. Sometimes this kind of scheduled arrangement is useful for acting quite high requirements, in addition to controlling the final win-loss ending, sometimes even the half-time and full-time scores and even who scores the goal. This sounds very shocking, but it is true. And Shiro Yanagi has never done such a thing less before. In this France vs. Senegal, although Francis Zidane could not play, according to the normal, France will never open the hemisphere cheap to all betting gamblers. And this was released, only Asian bets on France mega Senegal exceeded the billion US dollars, among which the strong bet was on France to win. Of course Yasuhiro was happy. After this battle, his group can make all the old billion US dollars. It is too easy. Under Shiro Yanagi's pass, Lin Feng smiled. And just as Lin Feng was about to place a bet, he broke in alone. "I haven't come, how can the gambling start?" An Arab came in. Everyone was taken aback when they saw it, and then a little surprised, but they didn't expect this person to also come. Shiro Yanagi's eyes lit up. One of the most important figures in this game was the man in front of him. Of course, the other man was Lin Feng. The remaining 10 are just rounding up. After seeing this person, Lin Feng was slightly surprised after a brief period of thought. Lin Feng had already recognized this person, but he did not expect it to be Suleiman Al-Fahim. Suleiman Al-Fahim is known as Trump's New York real estate magnate in the Middle East, who has devoted himself to the business world and created his own business. But don't think that he joined the business world when he was a young man. He has no academic qualifications, but he is wrong. Fahim graduated from the American Business School with a doctorate in real estate investment and a Peng degree in finance. At the same time, Fahim minored in real estate at the Kang Private Business School and also obtained a Peng degree. It can be said that he is a real genius, and more importantly, he is very young as Lin Feng, and he was just ugly this year. Of course, what Suleiman Al-Fahim really makes all Chinese remember is because he is the owner of the Premier League team Man City Club. After entering Manchester City with a huge amount of money, he brandished petrodollars to buy talents, and one of them threatened to buy Luo for 200 million British dollars. Rumor has it that his assets at the time were times those of Chelsea boss Abramovich, and he could control more than 400 million US dollars. Looking at this person, Lin Feng breathed slightly tight. This man is a true legend. He relied on Rebirth to lay the foundation today. He relied on himself. Of course, behind him is the support of the entire Arab Oil Consortium, which is also the key to his success. However, Lin Feng and Suleiman Al-Fahim are equally young, and the same future is limitless. The two shining stars of the future world will meet here unexpectedly. Although Suleiman Al-Fahim was educated in the West, he was dressed in West Asia, wearing a white robe and a regular headscarf. After Suleiman came in and exchanged simple greetings with Shiro Yanagi, after sweeping a circle, he walked straight to Lin Feng. "You are Mr. Lin of the Second World, right? I often see you on TV." "Yes, good job, Suleiman boasted after hitting the Statue of Liberty. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Although Suleiman Al-Fahim was boasting about himself, his tone was as if his elders taught him to praise the younger ones, which made Lin Feng unhappy. I heard that you bought us our team, but unfortunately, we Arabs like football and don't like basketball. Otherwise, maybe we can play on the football field. By the way, you are said to be the most promising new star in the financial industry in the future. But I don't think so. After Suleiman Al-Fahim boasted a few words, the conversation turned. The future world will be controlled by me, Suleiman Al-Fahim. Gates is only tens of billions. Where it can also be called the world dialect, to Suleiman Al-Fahim, a tone of contempt. The people in the box that Suleiman Al-Fahim said frowned, but the Arab Oil Consortium has money, which is recognized. If the wealth of the crown princes of Arab countries is really included, Bill Gates will not even be qualified to lick the soles of their feet. Those crown princes who let the wealth of the entire country belong to them. As long as the oil economy does not cross, these oil consortia are the most wealthy people in the world. Lisa frowned. No one had ever said that to his brother Lin. But Suleiman Al-Fahim's aggressive aura. Lisa couldn't say anything to refute. He just held Lin Feng's hand tightly and gave Lin Feng invisible support. Although Algra does not like the attitude of Suleiman Al-Fahim, he is rich and has a background. Besides, there are also jokes in the industry that he is richer than the Arab crown princes, which is stupid. But everyone knows that oil will not last for many years, and when there is no oil, only one of these Arab countries will collapse. What about rich? It's just a nouveau riche. Avril jumped out. Suleiman Al-Fahim glanced at Avril, with a sneer on his face. Avril, the popular queen of fashion, the little punk princess Avril is slightly proud. It's just a little star. I'll give you billions of dollars. If you want you to get down, you won't let me get down. Suleiman Al-Fahim turned his face into disdain, and said in a very insulting language. Avril's face suddenly changed. Lin Feng was also furious when he heard it, and immediately stepped forward with a poison, and punched Suleiman Al-Fahim with his fist. However, Shiro Yanagi, who stood in the middle, blocked him and separated the two. Lin Feng's fingertips only slightly swept Suleiman Al-Fahim's hat. Mr. Lin, if you have something to say, everyone is a civilized person, so why bother? Shiro Yanagi obviously favored Suleiman Al-Fahim. At this time, the bodyguards outside heard the sound inside, and they all rushed in. Liru and the others were sharp-eyed, saw Lin Feng angrily, and hurriedly guarded Lin Feng. Boss, what's the matter? It's okay, just a little misunderstanding. Shiro Yanagi explained repeatedly. He really fought horribly, and today's game is over. Although today's game was no surprise, he could make $800 million, but that was earned by the entire consortium, not by him. The money he made from the gambling game tonight is his own. Mr. Suleiman, Avril is my girlfriend, and I will never allow anyone to insult her. If you don't apologize, I think you can't get out of this door. Lin Feng ignored Shiro Yanagi, his eyes fixed on Suleiman Al-Fahim. Suleiman Al-Fahim was surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Feng would care about a star so much and would not hesitate to use force directly with him. Originally, the reason why Suleiman Al-Fahim deliberately provoked was because of Lin Feng's upset. He became famous at a young age, became a rising star in Arab countries, and was hailed as one of the most powerful people in Arab countries in the future. But because of Lin Feng's appearance, he was compared with Lin Feng everywhere. Lin Feng saw time to become the world's richest. Although the world's riches are nothing in Arab countries, the speed of making money is really shocking. It also makes many consortia in Arab countries look at Lin Feng differently. The same young fame, the same miracle, Suleiman Al-Fahim and Lin Feng are naturally compared by everyone. Originally, the two were both geniuses in their respective fields. It can be said that they are both geniuses. However, Lin Feng's eye crashed the Statue of Liberty in the United States and was about to bring down the White House, which made the Arabs, who have always been restrained by the United States and popular with the United States, regarded it as a hero. This convinced the self-confident Suleiman Al-Fahim. So after coming in, he deliberately provoked Lin Feng. Suleiman Al-Fahim, if you don't apologize anymore, don't blame me for being impolite. I will ask you for justice for my woman's reputation. Lin Feng said viciously with infinite anger in his tone. At this time, Li Ru and the others still couldn't see what happened. The Arab dared to humiliate the boss woman, that is to humiliate them. Suleiman Al-Fahim was immediately surrounded. The 4 bodyguards of Suleiman Al-Fahim also hurriedly protected Suleiman Al-Fahim, but the aura of Li Ru and others was really shocking. Moreover, in terms of the situation in the field, it seems that Suleiman Al-Fahim is at a disadvantage. At the venue, Zheng Jingqing and Zhu Zhengyai are both Chinese, and Lin Feng is 3 Chinese. On the side of Suleiman Al-Fahim, there are 4 of them, including Kim Massage and Wadoichi, as well as Yeju Shiro. Everyone brought a few bodyguards, and it seemed that Suleiman Al-Fahim seemed to have the upper hand. However, East Asia and West Asia have always been at odds. If they really want to fight, it is still uncertain who Shiro Yanagi and others will help. Suleiman, you are indeed a bit wrong with the internet talent. It is better to apologize to Mr. Lin. Seeing that the situation is wrong, Lin Feng seems not to give up, so he can only ask Suleiman Al-Fahim to apologize. Suleiman Al-Fahim's face changed a lot, and after seeing the faces of everyone, he reluctantly bowed his head! Korean female anchor's private secret video was exposed. Cute and full! Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Chapter 480 Women's Revenge? In the box. The atmosphere is solemn. Suleiman Al-Fahim looked around. Zheng Jingqing and Zhu Zhengyai stood beside Lin Feng. Their faces were stern, they looked at themselves with bad eyes, and they were obviously on Lin Feng's side. As for Jinsing and Wadoichi, the president of the Japanese game company, they looked at the show, and I was afraid that they would have a fight with this Chinese. As for one of the organizers, Shiro Yeja seemed to be partial to himself, but his attitude was hard to tell. After thinking for a long time, Suleiman Al-Fahim reluctantly bowed his head to apologize. Those who make big things, pick them up and put them down. What's more, heroes don't suffer from immediate losses. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I was the one who said nothing just now. Suleiman lowered his head and bowed slightly. Mr. Fahim, it is not me that you should apologize, Lin Feng said coldly. Suleiman frowned and asked him to apologize to a star, which was too much of his identity. But now, as the tiger fell, Suleiman could only turn around and apologize to Avril. I'm sorry, Miss Avril, Suleiman whispered. Forget it, don't just apologize insincerely. But Avril stepped away, without looking at Suleiman, walked to Lin Feng's side and gave Lin Feng a soft kiss. Lin, thank you, Avril said shyly. Just now, Lin Feng came up with her and said that she was his woman. At that time, Avril couldn't help but be intoxicated by the aura of being a rosy face. This is also the first time in her life that Avril has the kind of happiness of being protected. HMPH, no matter who it is, whether it is a human or a ghost, whoever bullies my woman, I will be anxious. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Suleiman, and missed a glance at Jin Taejung, who has never forgotten Lizu, and Yoichi Wada, who still has nasty thoughts about Kazama Erisa. Suleiman's face changed, gritted his teeth, resisted the humiliation, and turned to ask Shiro Yanagi. As for Jinsing and Wadoichi, they just snorted coldly. Mr. Liu Sheng, how is the gambling situation today? Suleiman's tone was extremely cold, and he was obviously forced to apologize to Avril just now, but was rejected, which made him extremely annoyed. Shiro Yanagi smiled. He is very satisfied with the current situation. The 2 most important guests are grudges. Only then can his gambling game be the most enjoyable, and he can make the most profit from it. Mr. Suleiman, France gives the hemisphere. France wins 1 lose 1.4. Senegal wins 1 loses 2. Shiro Yanagi said with a smile. I personally like Zidane the most and France the most. I bet $1 million in France to win. Suleiman finished speaking, glanced at Lin Feng frivolously. Mr. Lin, it seems that when I came in just now, you were about to betting. It's better to vote. I just don't know if Mr. Lin has this spirit. When everyone heard it, they knew that Suleiman and Lin Fengmao had come on. However, the two most dazzling young giants in the world are now competing against each other, which is indeed exciting. I just don't know who can have the last laugh. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, not knowing how Lin Feng would take it. Personally, I also like Zidane very much. But there are people I hate to bet on France. The so-called hate Uganda, it makes me sick. I will take Senegal to win. Lin Feng gently swept the crowd. At a glance, when Lin Feng's words came out, the faces of several people on the court were all wrong. Jinxing, Wadoichi, and Suleiman's expressions changed a few times. But Lin Feng didn't name them, and they were not easy to attack. Isn't it just not confessing? These days, no one wants to find someone to be scolded. The three snorted inwardly. During the past 2 days with Mourinho, Lin Feng was also influenced by Mourinho a little bit. As Mourinho said, for an opponent who knows he is the enemy, he must be despised, beaten, humiliated, and valued psychologically. This is exactly the same as old Mo's. Strategically despising opponents and tactically attaching importance to opponents. Lin Feng is now just learning and selling now. Shiro Yanagi frowned when he heard that Lin Feng was betting on Senegal, but he still said with a smile, I don't know how much Lin Jun bet. It's better to play casually, just the first game. There will be more exciting games later. Shiro Yanagi persuaded Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng would be able to charge less. Senegal loses 1-2, and Lin Feng has been betting too much, and he can't afford it. This is not the outside market, it is a private one, and he is solely responsible for winning or losing. Lin Feng smiled. Shiro Yanagi thought how he didn't know. Lin Feng glanced at Munino. Jose, are you playing? Munino frowned and shook his head. I'm a football coach. I analyze the team, but I don't know how to bet. Munino has his own insistence. If he gambling as the head coach, sooner or later he will be ruined by gambling. Bet once, there will be twice. In the European League, gambling turmoil has continued, and the buying of players and coaches has also occurred from time to time. He does not want to ruin his football because of material greed. Everyone was slightly surprised. They didn't expect that this handsome man in front of him was actually a football coach, but he looked strange, and he was not a coach of a wealthy team. Everyone looked at it and ignored it. Only Zheng Jingqing took a closer look. Munino, look at Lin Feng again. If he has any gains. Ha, Mr. Liu Sheng, right, just play, there are many exciting games later. I'll just bet a little bit. I bet $10 million on Senegal to win, Lin Feng said in a very relaxed tone. At first, Shiro Yanagi heard that Lin Feng was playing casually, and he was relieved. Unexpectedly, when he heard Lin Feng bet $10 million, he was shocked. Lin Jun, you bet $10 million? Shiro Yanagi was speechless in astonishment. In the box, Hushan Yang and the others were also surprised when they heard it. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so bold, and actually bet $10 million in the first game. As a supporter of Hushan, he naturally knew that Senegal had a better chance of winning in this game, so he took the lead in betting on France. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng was betting on Senegal, and his bet amounted to $10 million. This heroic is much better than Suleiman. The faces of everyone in the box were different. Zhu Zhengyi vomited blood after hearing it. He claims to be the richest man in Shanghai, and now he is far from Lin Feng. He only bet $100,000. But Lin Feng easily bet $10 million. Although Lin Feng was not targeting him, he felt that Lin Feng was sweeping his face, severely sweeping his face. Ginseng frowned. He didn't expect Lin Feng to escort Senegal for $10 million. However, this private gambling game was set up by Shiro Yeju and had nothing to do with him. He cared about the entire market. Lin Feng's $10 million has nothing to do with the market, but he doesn't care. It's just that the look in Lin Feng's eyes is more unkind, especially seeing Li Zhu always close to Lin Feng's side, and the look of worship made him vomit blood. Suleiman is the most annoyed person among them. He bet $1 million and Lin Feng bet $10 million. Just now, the two of them were upset again, which shows that Lin Feng is humiliating him. Isn't your royal consortium rich? You only bet 1 million. I now bet 10 million. I am 10 times richer than you. But at this moment Suleiman is not easy to raise again. Not to mention that although he is rich, he is not stupid. This is the first game. The $1 million bet is already amazing enough. It's just that he met a lunatic who bet tens of millions of dollars in the first game. It was still unknown Senegal. Zhang Jingqing secretly took a breath. Others in the field may think that Lin Feng is fighting, but he has a deep friendship with Li Zikai. He has long known Lin Feng's character from Li Zikai's mouth. It is true that Lin Feng became famous at a young age, and sometimes he is more publicistic, but this is also the characteristic and advantage of young people. And from Li Zikai's understanding, this Lin Feng has always been more confident in doing things, never fought a battle of uncertainty, and now bet $10 million. He is so confident that Senegal will win. The most shocked and calm one is Mu Ino. Senegal has a greater victory, which is within his analysis. But Lin Feng actually believed him so much, which was beyond Ma Rinho's expectation. Is my former analysis worth $10 million? Mu Ino himself didn't believe it, but Lin Feng convinced it. This gave Mu Ino a sense of life confidant for Lin Feng. As for the three girls, Li Zhu admires Lin Feng to the extreme. She has no opinion on what Lin Feng does. Although the $10 million is a bit more than $10 million, she thinks Lin Feng will definitely win. Avril secretly smiled, showing her charming smile, and kept smiling. She thought it was Lin Feng who was helping her get revenge. Suleiman Al-Fahim, who claims to be the richest in the world, is holding only an 1/10 of Lin Feng's. Lin Feng's move undoubtedly severely compromised Suleiman's face. Algra was surprised by Lin Feng's multi-million-dollar bet, but she was also confident in Lin Feng, and Suleiman had humiliated Avril just now, which made Algra extremely dissatisfied. Although Algra was dissatisfied with Avril, it was an internal matter and could not be bullied by outsiders. Thinking of this, Algra raised his brows and snorted. Wait, I also bet Senegal to win. I still have a personal deposit of $300,000. I bet Senegal to win. Algra took out all his private money. When Avril heard it, her eyes lit up, and she glanced at Suleiman coldly. I have earned more than $50 million in the past 6 months. Originally, I wanted to go all in, but in the first game, just played casually. Like Lin, I also bet $10 million on Senegal. AI Veil glanced contemptuously at Suleiman. You say I'm just a star, so get down when you give me money, and I'll let you see if I will sell myself for money. Let you see the attitude of this lady towards money. I also bet, but I only have a $150,000 deposit, and I also bet Senegal. Li Zhu pouted slightly, hating his lack of money. Her money was saved except for her own use. There was still a lot of money, but before she came, she ordered a gift for Lin Feng, which consumed most of her savings, and now there is only so much money left. The box was stuffy for a while. Zhuzhengyai, Hashan Yang first class. Don't mention how wonderful their faces are. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 481, Comparison Between Men. Question mark in the box. Everyone looks at me, and I look at you with impressive expressions. Originally, they are all well-known wealthy people from all walks of life. and they often spend huge sums of money to support celebrities and models, and enjoy the envy of others. It's good today. They, the rich and powerful, only bet a mere $100,000, and Lizu, the most despised car model here, also bet $150,000. As for Avril, who was severely humiliated by Suleiman just now, he even put out a tens of millions of dollars as a bet, making a man almost ashamed, especially Suleiman, almost wanting to go away with anger. But they are not the most angry. After all, Suleiman and the others are just a little bit frustrated. The one who is really angry is Shiro Yanagi. Lam Feng 10 million, Algra 300,000, Lizu 150,000, and Avril 10 million. It is $20.45 million. If Senegal wins, he will pay $40.9 million. In this gambling game, Suleiman and others' bets amounted to a mere $1.3 million. Bajialu, are all women so rich nowadays? Shiro Yanaja cursed secretly. This time he might have to pay for it. But he opened the game, and he couldn't stop it, so he could only hold on. Fortunately, as the head of the Asian handicap for the 2002 Korea-Japan World Cup, he can get a 10% dividend every time he makes a profit, which can make up for today's loss. Pap Munino applauded and sighed. I heard a Chinese saying women don't let their eyebrows and eyebrows be shaved, and when I saw them today, I didn't really know what a female Chinese hero is. Mu Inho's words are purely running against Suleiman and others. Suleiman's arrogance and the theory of money supremacy just now made Mu Inho very disgusted. He naturally wanted to take the opportunity to help Avril to vent his anger. The faces of Suleiman and others were worse. However, at this time, with a whistle, the 2002 Korea-Japan World Cup opening match France vs Senegal officially began, also resolved everyone's embarrassment. Everyone, just watching the game is a bit boring. Why don't we take a gamble? I believe you all know how to play Texas poker. This is currently the most popular poker tournament in Europe and America. Shiro Yanagi pointed to the other side already, said the prepared huge gaming table. Zheng Jingqing, Suleiman and others all took their seats. In addition to watching football, they came here today for a small gamble. In the past, people like them don't have time to gamble. It is a good choice to gamble while watching the World Cup. Mr. Lin, sit here. I know that Texas poker is not very popular in the mainland. I will introduce you to it. Zheng Jingqing waved to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled slightly and sat next to Zheng Jingqing. Lin Feng is no stranger to Texas poker. Although this kind of poker is not popular in China, before Rebirth, linfeng.com has also played it, and the rules are still known. Texas Hold'em is referred to as Texas Hold'em in Chinese. It is a player-to-player public card game. A table can accommodate as few as 2 people, and as many as 22 people, and usually 2 to 10 people participate. There are a total of 52 playing cards in Texas Hold'em, and there is no trump card. Each player is divided into 2 cards as the whole card, 5 community cards issued by the croupier one after another. At the beginning of the game, each player will be dealt 2 face-down whole cards. After all the betting circles, if the winner still cannot be distinguished, the game will enter the showdown stage, that is, let the remaining players show their whole cards to a higher level, and the big card holder wins. Texas Hold'em is a very skillful poker game with a certain element of luck, but the players mainly rely on fighting intelligence, playing with their wrists, and using their brains. The rules are very simple and relatively easy to master, but there is a certain degree of difficulty in reaching the state of proficiency. To become a successful Texas Hold'em player, you must not only master the basic offensive and defensive strategies, but also recognize the opponent's various playing tricks, and adopt different strategies according to different opponents. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. In the long run, playing Texas Hold'em is like a marathon. Whoever has the patience and skill level will win. Unlike other casino games, winning is mainly based on luck. Because of the technical nature of Texas Hold'em, It has now replaced stud and blackjack as a poker game that has become popular all over the world. After everyone took their seats, there were a total of 7 people at the gambling table. Lin Feng, Zheng Jingqing, Zhu Zhengyai, Kim Taejung, Wadaoichi, Suleiman and Shiro Yanagi. Everyone, for the first opening ceremony today, we are also free to play. Anyway, there are more games later, so we will take a limited bet. The first bet is $2,000. Shiro Yanagi said. All limited bets refer to the minimum bet amount of the first 2 rounds of $2,000, and each round of raises can only be increased 3 times. The first player is called $2,000, and the second player can only bet $4,000. The third player raises $6,000. And the fourth player raises $8,000. In this case, no more bets are allowed. The rules in the first 2 rounds are the same. The third and fourth rounds can double from the first round, and can raise up to $16,000. Of course, since there is limited bet, there is also no bet, and no bet is a more risky but more challenging and exciting game, which will definitely make any player frightened. After Zheng Jingqing kindly gave Lin Feng a brief introduction, the game began. But unlike the others, Zheng Jingqing, Zhu Zhengyai, Suleiman and others are all alone, but Lin Feng is accompanied by 2 beauties. Lisu and Avril don't like football. The only Algra who can talk is Crazy Fans. They are chatting with Munino about the match between France and Senegal. They are boring. Very curious about this Texas Hold'em. He sat next to Lin Feng to observe and observe. However, the sitting of the 2 of them made the others uncomfortable. They all came alone, and Lin Feng would be better off, hugging left and right, and there was an alternate next to him, which was nothing. Originally, this man had 3 things in the world: money, power, and women. Here are the sons of the Hong Kong jewelry king, Shanghai's richest man, Arab upstarts, the president of Japan's largest game software company, and the president of South Korea's Daewoo, all alone. Lin Feng is on the left and the right. One is pure and sweet, the other is arrogant, and there is another noble and elegant. 2 of them are stars, especially Avril is a global pop queen, and the other is Versace in the future. Master, how unpleasant everyone is this. Although Lin Feng didn't mean it, in the eyes of everyone, it was showing off. Why are you, Lin Feng, able to hug left and right and enjoy the blessings of all people? There was a murmur in everyone's hearts, especially Jin Taejung, whose eyes toward Lin Feng were full of jealousy and resentment. Lin Feng didn't care about everyone's gaze, but rather faintly proud. But I don't know if it's the love and the frustration of the casino. At the end of the first half of the match between France and Senegal, Lin Feng lost more than $300,000. Regardless of this bet up to $2,000, but each round is added to the upper limit. It is normal to win or lose tens of thousands of dollars in a round. In the gambling game, Zheng Jingqing lost more than $30,000. Ginseng was not protected by Lin Feng, and lost more than $100,000. Zhu Zhengyai won a little bit, Yanaju Shiro tied, Wadaoichi and Suleiman became big winner. This gambling is also skillful, and not everyone can play it. Suleiman did not forget to mock Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't care about Suleiman's irony. This is the first time that Lin Feng has bet on Texas poker face-to-face, and it is normal to lose money. Lin Feng didn't care about this in the first place. What he cared about was the whole World Cup gambling. Moreover, although Lin Feng lost at the gambling table, Lin Feng was extremely proud on the court. In 29 minutes of the first half, Senegal scored a goal from number 19 Diop for France. On the other hand, France was weak in the first half. Although he organized several attacks after conceding a goal, it was either too soft or too weak. There is no threat at all. Faced with this result, the French Suleiman and others were stunned in the box. They never expected that the world champion France would play like this, especially listening to the absolutely arrogant celebratory movements and shouts of Algra and Munino on the side. It was even more harsh. Shiro Yaja has the most complicated mood, that is, he is happy for Senegal to perform according to the predetermined script. and he is also sad for Senegal's win. Today, he wants to pay Lin Feng and others $40.9 million US, which is $40.9 million US. Lin Feng only lost more than $300,000 US at the table, and he didn't have enough hair. With a whistle, the game started again, and everyone sat on the card table again. But this time, Avril couldn't stand Suleiman's intentional or unintentional provocation at the poker table and played in person. But the result was dismal. Texas poker is easy to learn but difficult to master. It looks very simple, but it is no less complicated than any complicated game to play. Especially this is still face-to-face with people. The opponent is Suleiman and Yoichi Wada, veteran. In just 45 minutes in the second half, Avril, who wanted to win for Lin Feng, lost the worst, losing more than $4 million US. Everyone at the poker table, except Zheng Jingqing, who looked at Lin Feng's face, put a few hands of Avril in some rounds, and made a tie. Everyone else won. Ha ha, Miss Avril, thank you for your kind gift. Although I lost the gambling, I won the gambling table, Suleiman said with a sneer on his face. Avril's face changed. But the fact was that she lost and she had nothing to say. Accept the bet and lose. Avril lost. Lin Feng looked at Avril, who was clenching her teeth and looking unwilling, shook her head helplessly. This little punk princess threatened to avenge herself just now. Lin Feng thought she was very powerful, but unexpectedly she was better than herself. Although Lam Feng's skills are not good, he deeply overshadows the rules of Texas Hold'em. He only plays the 10 largest hands. He only plays AA, KK, AK, QQ, JJ, TT, 99, 88, AK, 77. This is also a must-win game for junior players. Of course, the so-called must-win is just a metaphor. Only if you grab these 10 decks of cards to play, basically, novices will not lose. Of course, if the opponent is a veteran player like Suleiman, plus the lifting bar in the middle of Hushan Yania and others, it is normal to lose 300,000 in 45 minutes. With Lin Feng playing so cautiously, he lost more than 300,000, and Avril's outspoken character lost more than $4 million US, which is also reasonable. First of all, Avril made a big taboo, seeing cards too much, and she followed almost any card. According to her method, Bill Gates' assets will be lost by her. After being bluffed once by Suleiman and others, Avril became impatient and learned to bluff. But Avril bluffed for the sake of bluffing, and often to see other people's cards, and follow it persistently. The iconic mentality of the rookie. And the most important point is that although Avril's psychological endurance is considered good for a novice, no matter whether it is a good card or a bad card, Avril will always have a little action. According to Lin Feng's 45-minute observation, when Avril got a good card, the two pinky fingers of his right hand would unnaturally beat on the table, and the melody should be heard "Don't Tell Me." When it's not good, her mouth will be slightly wrinkled, and then her hands will overlap, rubbing her thumbs. Although these few movements are extremely subtle, Suleiman and others are veterans in the gambling world. After a few rounds, they have figured out how Avril's small movements don't win. In addition, Avril can't stand the anger of others. Suleiman and others casually said it is normal for women to not bet on poker, and it is normal for you to be a woman, and it is normal to lose. They easily let Avril follow up with large amounts. In the gambling game, with a few people secretly calculating, it is not too much to lose more than $4 million US in 45 minutes. Seeing Avril's angry look, Lin Feng shook his head secretly, stepped forward and gently hugged Avril, comforting him in a low voice. Jinzing also won a small win. He looked at Lizu. At this moment, Lizu was looking at Lin Feng and Avril with a taste of his mouth. His mouth was slightly tortuous, his hands were playing with the corners of his clothes, and he brought a cuteness in his anger. Jin Tae is getting more and more itchy. Miss Lee Ji-woo, hello, my next person is Kim Tae-jung, the current president of Korea. Daewoo. Is it an honor to invite Miss Lee Ji-woo to have a drink? Kim Tae-jung bowed gracefully and invited. Lee frowned. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Lisa refused directly. She hates this person very much. Hee. It's a pity that Miss Li's boyfriend is making out with another woman, and it seems that she has completely forgotten Miss Li. Alas, there is such a beautiful woman by her side, but it shouldn't be done with other women. Kim Taejong is not discouraged. Instead he clings to his face, pretending to sigh. Lisa felt sour after hearing this. Isn't it right? She is Lin Feng's real girlfriend, but she is left alone now. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 482 The Shame of the National Football Team? Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 Chapter 482 The Shame of the National Football Team. How spicy lips and eyes are. Easy reading on mobile phone. You can see Li's dissatisfaction at a glance. Anseven, telling the drama Miss Li. You must know that I have been your admirer for a long time, and I have long hoped that the raccoon would see it. Miss Lizu, unfortunately, has never had a chance to see Fang wrong. Jinxing saw the corners of Lisa's mouth pursing slightly. He was overjoyed, and he immediately took a step forward and wanted to pull Lisa's hand. Unexpectedly, Lisa flashed past him. This gentleman. Please respect yourself. Lisa scolded. Jinxing's face was embarrassed for a while. He did not expect that he would be pounded. The car model refused, thinking about him as the president of Daewoo Korea. I don't know how many stars he has been in. Miss Li, are you worth it for a man who is bothered? Jin Tezing's voice inevitably rose up. At this moment, Lin Feng also comforted the depressed Avril, who was so depressed, and walked over after hearing this. Mr. Jin, Lizu is my girlfriend. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Kim Taejong ignores Lin Feng. Miss Li, I have a heart of admiration for you, and I ask myself that it will not be less than what Lin Feng gave you. Jin Xing said in a loud voice, but before finishing speaking, he was angrily interrupted by Lizu. Enough. What qualifications do you have to compare with my brother Lin? He loves me, pity me, and gives me everything I want. How can you compare? No matter what he does, he is far better than you. It is 1,000 times better, 10,000 times better. Lisa pointed at Jin Tezing angrily. This curse was like opening up the world, like Pangu opening up the sky. The cursed Jin Tezing was ashamed and faceless, and he almost wanted to find a place to get in. Good point. Algra clapped his hands and laughed. Mr. Jin, don't leave yet. Lin Feng walked over, hugged Lisa lightly, and said smugly, farewell. Jin Xing's expression changed, and he walked away angrily. After Kim Tae is gone, Lisa suddenly turned around and threw himself tightly into Lin Feng's arms, and said softly, Brother Lin, I hate you, so please don't let me hate you. When Lin Feng heard the words, his whole body trembled slightly. Know what Lisa said? At this moment, Shiro Yanagi came over. France lost to Senegal. Although he won the whole catty and the market, he personally lost everything. Mr. Lin, a check for $10,000 in chemical fertilizer will be delivered to your hotel. 7 days later, Argentina will be interested in the focus of the battle with England. I believe Mr. Lin must still be interested. See you in Sapporo, Japan, said Shiro Yanagi. Lin Feng smiled. Mr. Lin, goodbye. This is my phone number. If you have time to watch the game, please call me. Zheng Jingqing handed Lin Feng a number with only Zheng Jingqing's name and phone number. This is an absolute private phone, and it is usually turned on at the hour. Lin Feng nodded, and then exchanged his business cards. Zhu Zhengyai was unhappy about Lin Feng's winning of $10,000. He wasn't because he had lost, he was just unhappy after seeing Lin Feng. Jose, thank you for your suggestion. I won a lot of money. Lin Feng walked over and patted Munino, who was interested in you. Munino shrugged indifferently. Indeed, the result of the game was not unexpected, but Lin Feng's ability to win so much money depends entirely on his guts and has little to do with him. Hey, I won 10,000. Not bad. Not bad. Algra clapped his palms and exclaimed. Now she doesn't have any income, and she relies on her Algra brand store to maintain all her expenses. But her Algra brand store has long wanted to expand, but she has no money. This time, she took the opportunity to expand her Algra brand store. Okay, Avril, don't be depressed. Although you lost more than $10,000, but you bet the game to win a full $10,000. Lose small money, win big money. It's time to be content. Lin Feng walked over to shoot, pat Avril on the shoulder and said, Avril didn't care about losing millions. After all, she now owns her own record company, and the money for her record sales belongs to her and Lin Feng. She still loses this amount of money, not to mention the first day also won 20 million. What she was not reconciled to was Suleiman's run, especially that the casino was a man's world, which made Avril, who has always been more feminist, angry. No, we are going to play Texas Hold'em tonight. I must take revenge next time, Avril shouted. That night, Avril held a gambling game in the room, but Munino refused directly. He didn't want to play with these little girls. It was too boring, and it was easy to be run by the three little girls, especially when he was dented and run by three little girls. He couldn't sneer and scold him back. It's better not to play at all. As for Lin Feng, he was originally the escort object, but in order to make Avril happy, Lin Feng deliberately lost and made it too obvious. When Avril saw it, he kicked it away. Only Lizu and Avril were left in the room, fighting with Algra. Jose, who are you optimistic about tomorrow? Ireland and Cameroon. This should be the team you value more. After Lin Feng was kicked out, he ran to Munino's room and talked about tomorrow's game. Well, this time I am here mainly to watch the matches of several African teams. As you know, although Porto is also a wealthy team, it has won the European Champions Cup, Toyota Cup and other major championships, but it can't compete with Manchester United financially, compared with top teams such as Real Madrid. I can only find cheap and useful African players. This time, I am mainly looking for a good center. Munino nodded and said he and Lin Feng are already very close, and he is not afraid to tell Lin Feng these confidential information. By the way, there is a center Drogba in Ivory Coast. What do you think? Lin Feng thought of this little post-generation Munino's most important center, and proposed to ask. After Munino listened, he was taken aback. Hey, Lin, you also know Drogba. This Côte d'Ivoire is really good. He has height, strength, excellent physical fitness, strong explosive power, and good speed. The most important thing is that he has no fancy moves. Simple and effective action, but great impact. Mourinho said that Drogba's eyes are shining. Someone has recommended this Ivorian striker to him, but it is a pity that Porto has spent a period of club history. In the worst years, there was no extra money to buy him. On the contrary, Drogba has just transferred to the Ganit's team in Ligue 1, and played imported balls in half a season, and has become the main centre of the Gans. Before the World Cup, Mourinho had consulted about Drogba's worth, but Ganwang offered a sky-high price of $10,000, which made Mourinho depressed for a while. 6 months ago, Drogba was a free transfer to Ganwang. Listening to Mourinho's complaint to Porto, Lin Feng smiled slightly. It seems to be the case. No matter what kind of championship Porto wins, for Mourinho, who is pursuing the big scene, Porto will always be a stepping stone. He was born to a rich family, a big scene. A touch of wind commented on Mourinho. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart suddenly moved. He already has a Zhao team, why can't he have another football team? Especially today Suleiman Al-Fahim's arrogant attitude made Lin Feng extremely unhappy. Didn't you buy Manchester City? I also buy a Premier League team. As for money, this World Cup is enough to allow Lin Feng to transfer the funds to buy the team. Not to mention, with the memory of the future, Messi, Kaká and other geniuses were included in the bag ahead of time. With the addition of Munino, a gold medal coach, Lin Feng believes that no matter how much money the damn Suleiman spends, he will be riding himself in the Premier League. By the way, Jose also bought a team and invited you to coach. What kind of team do you think is good? Second tasting of red wine and looking at Maurino playfully. Munino didn't care at first, but after listening to the aftertaste several times, he was stunned. Lin, do you want to buy a football team? Munino looked at Lin Feng up and down, with a look of astonishment, but thinking about it carefully, Lin Feng did have the financial resources. If Lin Feng can buy a team, with the relationship between the two, he will coach, as long as Lin Feng delegates power. He is enough to build the best team of this century according to his own mind. Thinking of this, Munino's mind started to move. Lin, the Premier League. If you want to buy a team, you must buy a Premier League team. The Premier League is the most exciting league in the world, and it is also the stage I am most yearning for. And don't buy the giants that are now popular, such as Manchester United and Arsenal. Nah, it doesn't make much sense. But buying a team that is too weak makes it difficult to buy players that you want. The attraction of giants is also extremely important for players. For the same price, players usually choose giants. Maurino analyze and say one by one. Lin Feng smiled slightly, just a suggestion. But he didn't expect Maurino to be so excited. It seems that Porto is really too small. In the Premier League, there are a few good teams. Tottenham Hotspur has won 2 league championships, 8 FA Cup titles and the Rainbow League Cup. There is also Newcastle, the 4 Premier League champions. He has won the English FA Cup 6 times, the UEFA Cup champions, and of course the Rodingham Timberwolves, who used to win the Champions League, but have been lonely, and are now mixed in the first division. Maurino has set his goal in a few words. Tottenham Hotspur and Newcastle. Of course, Lin, you don't have to worry. It is not that simple to acquire a Premier League team. Take your time, because I want to lead Porto to the European Championship, otherwise I will not leave Porto. Maurino looked conceited. Lin Feng was stunned, not knowing why Munino insisted on this. Although historical did lead Porto to the European Championship, there is no reason to persist in this way. Lin, I definitely can't let people say that I just talk about it. I can be looked down upon by anyone, but I can't be looked down upon by the 3 little girls, Munino said with a helpless and angrily look. Lin Feng was speechless. Unexpectedly, the 3 girls, Avril, Algra and Lizu, are so powerful, and Maurino, who actually ran on, vowed to win the European Championship, otherwise he would never leave Porto. Although Maurino will definitely lead Porto to the championship, but now he has a bit more utilitarianism in his heart. Will he still win the European Championship? No, I must have some insurance. Jose, the World Cup is over. I must give you a surprise. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. Munino was taken aback, smiled, and didn't care. He has already begun to study the lineups of tomorrow's Ireland and Lomeron, and draw a little bit on the few people he wants to observe. Afterwards, Lin Feng said goodbye. At this time, Li Ru and others had also returned. There is no group in South Korea. Most of the gambling games this time are underground gambling games. So Lin Feng can't bet too much at once, because that would directly expose his identity. When gambling with Shiro Yanaju, the $100,000 in milk was already big enough. If it was revealed that he had bet a huge amount of money off the court, Shiro Yanagi would doubt himself, and Munino would definitely not be able to dispel the other side's suspicion. Not conducive to the gamble behind. Boss, the account has been fully recovered. This time, the detention and detention were divided into Japan and South Korea. A total of $10,000 in credit and $10,000 earned were earned. Li Rui said. Lin Feng sighed secretly, earning too little. However, it can only do so now. It is not easy to attract people's attention because of scattered stakes, but the amount is also small, and it is good to earn 4 million songs. Thanks, I'm going to Japan tomorrow. Take a rest early. Lin Feng patted his shoulder and said. After parting with Li Rui, Lin Feng replied to the room that the game of the 3 Jin girl is at the end, and Lisa has already been out. watching Avril and Algra fight on the sidelines. Li Zhu was out in Lin Feng's expectation. She was more cuisined than Avril. Whether she took a good card or a bad card, it was clearly written on her face. She lost all her chips early in the morning and is now watching the battle. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Regardless of them, let them continue to make trouble. Perhaps such a few people can increase the relationship. Maybe, Lin Feng thought secretly. In the next few days, Lin Feng and Munino ran around and followed Munino to watch the game. I have to say that watching the game with the gold medal coach of Maurino, Lin Feng learned too many things that he didn't know before, and he could also see many things that he couldn't see in a game. I also understand the difference between watching a game on the spot and watching it on TV. In addition to the atmosphere, watching the ball on the spot can better see the running of all the players, and you can also see what the goal is conceded or scored. Of course, Maurino also accompanied Lin Feng to watch the Chinese team against Costa Rica, Brazil and Turkey. Although Lin Feng knew that the national football was bad, but as a Chinese fan, he always hoped that the national football could rise. Therefore, Lin Feng came to Munino to watch the Chinese national team game together, and hoped that the famous coach of Munino can give pointers to the Chinese team to see if there is any hope and how to save it. But after reading it, Maurino had a headache. Lin, although this is your national team, please don't let me watch this kind of game next time. Munino said bluntly, look, what the newspaper says is that it will win against Costa Rica and tie Turkey with a small loss. Brazil, at this level, dare to blow it like this? Munino held the newspaper and shook his head repeatedly. Lin, it's not that I am conceited. You let the Chinese national team play a serious match with my Porto. My Porto can completely defeat your national team's face. Maurino ignored Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng was said to have no self-confidence by Munino, but it is not. If you really want to fight Porto with real swords and guns, it is a fluke that the national football team is not defeated. Porto in the Munino era is definitely a strong team. Of course, Lin, this is not what I am really angry about. What I am really angry about is the 4 terrible defeat to Brazil. Your national team players are still laughing and looking for the other party to exchange their jerseys. Oh my God, what kind of player? There is no shame in this way. Heart. This is in my Porto. My players dare to be so shameless. Lima kicked him out. Maurino said that Lin Feng's face was blushing, ashamed. Such a player really embarrassed Lin Feng. Fortunately, there is another Saudi Arabia, 8 defeated to Germany, otherwise the Chinese men's football team will definitely be the last place. Lin Feng said with great luck that it is also fortunate that Saudi Arabia is at the bottom. Otherwise, Maurino's mouth would not know what it was like. Then the Chinese men's football is still saved? Lin Feng had the last glimmer of fantasy. Yes, Munino said categorically. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Replace this group of players, spend a lot of time. No, in the old years, start from the 7-year-old doll to retrain them. Let them accept the most advanced football concept, the most systematic practice, and go to the leagues of various countries to accept the most brutal competition. There will be a future. Munino said, adding at the end, I want them to learn what shame is. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Cup actress Idol's First Avenue wins the championship. Watch online. Please follow the WeChat public account. Main my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 483. Famous mouth Huang Jianxiang? 75 Chapter 483, Famous mouth Huang Jianxiang. Zhuolano's rich judgment on the national football made it possible for Lin Feng to retrain, but didn't. Jian Labao's young player Li Jianiu and others were sent to Brazil to train for 5 years. When they returned to China, the group led by Li Jianiu performed extremely amazingly, participated in the French Toulon Cup. In the International Football Invitational, he won 3rd place. Once gave people unlimited hope. Unfortunately, in the following years, it quickly fell. Under the domestic environment, it instantly transformed from the 4 little swans to the ugly duckling. The domestic environment remains unchanged, and Chinese football has no hope. If you want to change the domestic environment, you must first change the Football Association. Thinking about the Football Association, Lin Feng shook his head. This is not something he can intervene. Besides, it is not thankful. It is better to play with his own Houston Rockets and buy a Premier League. Big deal. If there are good players in the country, there is nothing wrong with this. Getting used to the training of your own team can also count as your own heart of Chinese football. Mr. Lin, you are here. Today is the highlight. In the eighth finals, South Korea size Italy. Italy pays x8 for half oak, and South Korea pays x3. Shiro Yanagi welcomed Lin Feng with a smile. During this time, Shiro Yanagi held a total of 5 gambling games. In addition to the first land win bet to win Senegal, there is the focus battle between England and Argentina, the drama battle between the Allah against Senegal, the conspiracy battle between Italy and Croatia, and Spain against South Africa. The 5 games in the weird battle are intriguing. Except for the first game, it was a big upset. The remaining 4 battles are incredible. For example, Uruguay vs. Senegal. The of tends to Uruguay. However, Senegal's strength made all gamblers optimistic and bought them to win. Unexpectedly, Senegal scored 3 wildly in the first half. Suddenly lost 3 in a row in the second half, making all the fans stunned. As for Italy, it seems that it is destined to be a pound of cups. The group match against Croatia, Vieri and Inzaghi's 2 goals were invalidated. Italy quickly lost under the referee's harmony. Once again, all gamblers lost their hearts. Although Italy finally appeared in the team, but it also seems to be doomed to the tragedy of Italy's current World Cup. Mr. Lin, I don't know how much you bet this time, Liu Shengshiro said with a grin. In these 5 games, except for Lin Feng, together with Avril and others, who won Guan's $10,000. Lam Feng has been losing the remaining 4 games. Uruguay vs. Senegal. Lam Feng bet $10,000 to win Senegal, but Senegal lost. England bet on Argentina, and Lin Feng bet on Argentina, with great strength. As a result, Argentina lost. Italy and South Africa, which was subsequently bet on, also lost $1 million. Lin Feng personally lost $US. Avul and others also lost more than $1 million with Lin Feng. This made Shiro Yeju a long sigh of relief. Although Lin Feng still won, it was the beginning of the real excitement to enter the knockout round at the end of the group stage. Lin Feng smiled. Losing deliberately during this period of time caused Shiro Yanagi to relax his vigilance. If you bet on the court, it would be too unbelievable and arousing suspicion. What's more, the in these games is not high, far inferior to South Korea and Italy today. Of course, although Lin Feng loses here, but it made a lot of money in the outer disc. However, due to scattered betting. In addition, Lin Feng's memory only has the results of all the matches of Italy, England, Brazil, France, and the Asian teams. So far, also earned only $1. The number that Lin Feng predicted is still far away. That's right. I also forgot to introduce Liu Shengjun to a bookmate. This is Mr. Huang Jianxian, a famous football commentator in my country. I also invited him to watch the game. Lin Feng smiled and introduced a man next to him. Speaking of Huang Jianxian, it was also a coincidence. In the previous commentary on the game between Italy and Croatia, Huang Jianxian slightly mentioned the referee's misjudgment of a goal against Italy by £2. As a result, the game ended and a call from a senior official in Beijing ordered Huang Jianxian to shut up. Therefore, Zhang Bin, the head of CCTV stationed in Japan and South Korea, can only let Huang Jianxian rest for a day in the focus of the battle between South Korea and Italy, and the famous host Han Kieshing will explain it instead. Originally, Zhang Bin had looked for Huang Jianxian before the game, asked if he can restrain his emotions. After all, Huang Jianxian is the best football commentator in China, and he knows the Serie well. With him explaining the Italian team's games, the fans can be more interesting and exciting when watching the football. Regarding Zhang Bin's request, Huang Jianxian shook his head helplessly, saying that if he could restrain his emotions, it would not be Huang Jianxiang. What's more, football commentary needs to miss points. If there are no points, it is better to watch table tennis. In this case, Huang Jianxian can only be abandoned. In order to watch the football, he can only come to the Dacian World Cup Stadium at his own expense to watch the match of his favorite Italian team on the spot. Unexpectedly, when preparing to enter, Lin Feng met him outside. When you Huang Jianxian, Lin Feng admired it very much, especially when he injured the World Cup when he was not fighting alone. He was so handsome. And Huang Jianxian also recognized Maurano at a glance, the Porto coach. Originally Huang Jianxian's strengths were in Serie A, but Mourinho's background and experience are very interesting. Huang Jianxian once watched the Champions League between Barcelona and Juventus. When chatting with friends in the bar, he mentioned that Mourinho was now the Bishop of Porto. He also knows Muri and Lin Feng. He also knows that although Lin Feng has nothing to do with football, he acquired the Houston Rockets and got on the sports news of CCTV5. He naturally knew him. Besides, the youngest and richest man in mainland China, as a newsman. Although they are not in the same field, they are also considered to be the young and richest in the limelight. For Lin Feng's invitation, Huang Jianxian readily agreed. Can watch a game with a new coach from the European giants. It is a very pleasant thing, not to mention that both of them are more optimistic about Italy and have common topics. Mr. Lin, you lost miserably the first few times. Why don't you bet on Korea this time? Pay 3, bet X-Quan, and earn it back in one go. Suleiman has won a lot these few times, and he is very happy. He saw Lin Feng teasing and said, by the way, what about the big star? Why didn't I come today? I won a lot of the previous bets. Lin Feng glanced at Suleiman and smiled coldly. In these gambling games, Avril tried to prove that women can also beat men at the table. In the end, although she was specially scratched, her opponent was Algra. The effect of specially scratched was naturally limited. So how can I compare with a casino expert like Suleiman? In 5 games, Avril lost X $10,000. Fortunately, the Dyron Field Avril bet Senegal to win $10,000. And overall he won. But what made Lin Feng extremely admired was that, although Avril is still unconvinced, she understands that she is not an opponent of Suleiman and others at all, and she has already lost a lot. If she continues to gamble, she will be a gambler, and she can stay in the hotel with great control. Lin, I am optimistic about Italy today. How about you? Still have to escalate power with me? Stake South Korea. Suleiman hugged 2 hot models on the left and right, and looked at Lin Feng sarcastically. Since the first day I have followed Lisa by my side. After Avril and Algra, from the second gambling round, there were beauties around these super rich, apparently responding to Lin Feng's first day of embracing. But today, Lin Feng didn't bring Avril and the others here. These Zhao ran around to watch the ball. The girls were exhausted and they were all resting in the hotel. Only Algra, the super Italian fan, followed. Mr. Lin, let's bet on Italy. This year's favorite to win the championship, although the group stage is not smooth, but the referee factor is relatively large, and Italy has always had a tradition of slow heat. Today the opponent is the South Korean team. The South Korean team has appeared. History has been made. Zheng Jingqing came out to relieve Lin Feng and said, in the past few days, Lin Feng and Suleiman fought. Suleiman bet on one team, and Lin Feng bet on the other. As a result, the others have lost or lost. Just Lin Feng lost 4 games in a row. Liu Shengjun, I bet Italy and make $10,000. Zheng Jingqing took the lead. It was also to give Lin Feng a step down. Shiro Yaniju, Uchi Wada, and Kim Tae Masao glanced at each other and smiled knowingly. I also bet $10,000. Zhu Zhengyi also said boldly. This time he came. He won a lot. Lin Feng saw that the woman next to him is still the Asian sister Yang Gongru. Obviously Zhu Zhengyi loves this Yang Gongru very much. I also escorted one. Italy must win. Wada Uchi, bewildered at the right time. Small kind, hosting the World Cup in Asia, this is the first wife. and I don't know when next time. If you want to bet, you can bet more, and you can't be stingy with your favorite team. I bet $10,000. Suleiman is extremely said boldly. After speaking, he glanced at Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, how about you? Shiro Yanagi was happy in his heart. It seemed that he was going to be bigger in this round. However, he was worried that Lin Feng really fought with Suleiman and went to escort South Korea. If Lin Feng really bet South Korea, he would cry to death. Hee. I seem to support Italy. Lin Feng smiled and glanced at everyone, then said slowly, Mr. Fahim is so generous with the winners. I cannot be too stingy as a loser. In this way, I also bet $10,000 in Redmouth. When Lin Feng said this, he stopped. Deliberately, he looked overjoyed, but he didn't know which team Lin Feng was betting on, and smiled faintly. But I bet on South Korea, not Italy. The audience was shocked. Lin Feng actually bet on South Korea to win. It is still $40,000. Yes, South Korea is the home court, but the opponent is the favorite Italy, and South Korea has now qualified in the group and completed the task. Especially another host country, Japan, was eliminated by Turkey just now. It can be said that South Korea is now losing to Italy, and no one will be dissatisfied. However, Lin Feng favored South Korea to win. Zheng Jingqing frowned and reminded him kindly, Mr. Lin, the Japanese Open was eliminated yesterday, and the opponent is only Turkey. Today, South Korea's opponent is Italy, which is famous for its concrete defense. Yeah, Jun Lin, you have to be cautious, and warned Tan Yang to remind him kindly at this moment. Suleiman sneered and clapped his applause. Originally, his neck just ran Lin Feng casually. I didn't expect that Lin Feng would really bet on South Korea. This shows that he was betting on him, but he was betting on South Korea. This time it depends on how you lose. Important notice on this site, please use the free app on this site, no ads, anti-piracy breaking. Fast update, members sync bookshelves. Please follow the WeChat public account @Xid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy to download the free reader. Chapter 484, the game has just begun. 75 Chapter 484, the game has just started. Lin Jingxing. Are you sure? Yushing Shiro noodles boiled stiffly. He didn't expect Lin Hu and Suleiman to bet on South Korea. The 1.1.0 text version first appeared in his opinion. Lin Feng was betting on South Korea entirely because of the dispute with Suleiman. Thinking of this, Shiro Yanagi glared at Suleiman secretly, and blamed this young rich man in West Asia for being troublesome and causing him to lose money. Lin, you bet South Korea. At this time, Maurino and others also heard Lin Feng bet $10,000 to bet South Korea to win, and they were shocked. Quickly pulled Lin Feng aside. Lin, I did not quite predict the first few games, but it was due to factors outside the game. It was not my prediction error. I believe that after the knockout, referee problems will no longer occur. Maurino is still so conceited. But indeed, Mourinho's prediction is quite accurate. If it weren't for those off-court factors, I am afraid Mourinho's prediction accuracy this time has been lax. Lin, I don't care. I am an Italian fan. You dare not support Italy? Algra screamed fiercely, clenching his fist. Although the scene looks extremely domineering, but in fact it is for Lin Feng. Ha ha, Boss Lin, we just met and we are not very familiar, but with my personal experience in explaining Serie A for more than 10 years, Italy definitely beat South Korea in terms of strength and physicality. It is impossible for South Korea to win against Italy. You should still consider carefully. Huang Jianxian was also secretly surprised by Lin Feng and others gambling. This also made him a big bet today. However, it is really unwise for Lin Feng to bet $40,000 to bet on South Korea's victory, not to mention the same Chinese. He also doesn't want to see it lost so much money to Lin Feng, especially to the Koreans and Japanese. Everyone's kind words to persuade Lin Feng's heart slightly warmed, but unfortunately, this game will really be determined by off-court factors again. Zheng Meng must make political capital, and the group wants to make money. Blatter wants to eradicate dissidents, but also to fill up the huge shortfall in office. The needs of the three parties are destined to be shady in this World Cup. Thank you for your concern, but I don't care how much money is lost. What I care about is face. Lin Feng deliberately took a provocative look at Suleiman. An arrogant look that wants face and not money. Maurino and others were helpless. Gambling is most afraid of the dispute of spirit. But Lin Feng did not expect that Lin Feng really gambled for the dispute of spirit. However, Lin Feng insisted, they are not good to say anything. Anyway, Lin Feng is not bad for such a small amount of money. Just buy a scratcher. Suleiman smiled faintly. His expression indifferent. He is betting on Italy. You have to take a gamble. Take it. South Korea takes you to death. Seeing that everyone tried to persuade Lin Feng to no avail, Shiro Yanagi made repeated complaints. This time he lost miserably, and Lin Feng contributed $10,000. The $10,000 he was going to lose came out. Counting the bets of Suleiman and others, he still loses $10,000. And because this on-market gambling is not the focus of the battle, the entire on-market gambling is only $1 trillion. He has only 10% of the dividends, and he only called $10,000. Counting this dividend, he has to pay private lousing. This does not count as dividends for the rest of the partners. Bakia Road, this time this Chinese is cheaper. Ikunagi Yashiro cursed secretly in his heart, and now although he knew he was losing money, he had to continue. The referee has bought it, and it is impossible to change his mind temporarily. Even if you change your attention temporarily to persuade $10,000 for this, destroy the entire rules of the game. He will die ugly. Win, and lose you sooner or later. Ikunagi squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Well, Mr. Lin, your big star is not coming to gamble today. I don't know if you are lucky today. And the ringing sounded slightly to the right. Everyone started another gamble. Lin Feng smiled, non-committal. After the game started, Lin Feng's technique was still extremely poor. Fortunately, Lin Feng only played with big cards. Every hand that doesn't call will lose an ante. Suleiman is still extremely strong, skilled and rich, and the rest of the people who are often suppressed do not have the courage to look at his cards. In the knockout rounds, although there is still a limited bet. However, the amount of each bet has been increased to $10,000. If you are not careful, winning or losing millions of dollars is extremely common. This also made everyone start to focus. Haha, it's ridiculous. Such a reasonable pulling action will actually be sentenced to a penalty. Did the referee be dazzled at the time? Haha, look, Totti and others stepped forward to intercede. And the referee actually lacked a maternal love expression. It's really cool. At this time, just 3 minutes into the game, Ecuador's referee Moreno awarded South Korea a penalty. Huang Jianxiang smiled angrily. Huang Jianxiang is a supporter of Italy, and started to ridicule with Huang's humor on the spot. This is not in the commentary booth, facing a national audience. This is a private occasion. And Huang Jianxiang doesn't have to hide his emotions at all. No, Huang, I think the referee's dentist must be bad. So Jinyu has a toothache, and the Italian players pulling may remind him of a toothache. Huang Jianxiang called out in English, and Maurino echoed it. Black whistle. Algra shouted directly. At this time, everyone at the poker table also temporarily stopped the game, with a nervous look on the screen in the court. Thinking of opening Songlan minutes, Italy was actually sentenced to the extreme. However, the magical Buffon bought time for the Italians and blocked Ahan's penalty kick out of the baseline with one hand. Loose. Today's game is already doomed. Of course, Shiro Yaeju thought of this predestined game. It hurts. Damn Lin Feng, bet $10,000 to bet on South Korea's victory. Buffon. The magical goalkeeper Buffon. He not only saved An Jungwan's penalty and saved Italy, but also once again declared to all the world that Italy is invincible. This team is by no means any human factor. It can interfere. At least South Korea can't. Huang Jianxiang saw Buffon save the penalty and stood up and shouted. Maurino looked at Huang Jianxiang, who was so emotional, and he was a little speechless. He didn't expect the Chinese football commentator to miss the point, but it suits his appetite. Football just needs to miss a point. This is enough for men. Then the game continued, but the scene made all those who supported Italy watched. Haha, are the Korean players practicing running boxing? Oh my god, the referee didn't see such an obvious trampling action. Does he really have a toothache? Oh, Mr. Moreno, you should change to a dentist. Mr. Moreno's dentist introduced it to you. Huang Jianxiang said teasingly. Huang, my dentist is great. But this kind of referee can't be saved by my dentist. Moreno did not forget to ridicule. In the box, Huang Jianxiang and Moreno's on-site commentary made the people at the table feast. But the game was wonderful. Suleiman is still the big winner. Lin Feng is still the loser. Wadachi and Yanaju Shiro tied. Zheng Jingqing won a little while Zhu Zhengyai lost a little, and only Jintai was the big loser. One person lost more than 1 million, and this was just less than half an hour from the beginning. Jin Qinxing was puzzled and even a little baffled. When the cards were good, they didn't follow. When the cards were bad, I only wanted to watch 2 rounds. Unexpectedly, after 2 rounds, he lost tens of thousands, which made Jinxing look depressed. Lin Feng is funny. Although Lin Feng only lost a bit less than Jinxing, every time when Jinxing was good, Lin Feng also deliberately put on a good expression, which naturally prevented others from following. Then Lin Feng followed him for a round. Immediately give up. No matter how good Jinxing is, you can't win money. On the contrary, when Jintai was bad, Lin Feng made a desperate raise, but Lin Feng just put on a bluffing expression. Naturally no one was taken in, and everyone followed up and raised. After a few rounds, Kim Taejung's chips were all put in. It's strange that Jinxing didn't lose under Lin Feng's injury. There are also reasons why Lin Feng targeted Kim Taejung in this way. Jinxing has never given up on Lizhu. He sends people to Lizhu all day to send all kinds of rare flowers by air, as well as various Chinese dolls. Lizhu's favorite, although Lizhu didn't use it to avenge Lin Feng's fatigue but simply threw them all into the trash can. But this Kim Taejung didn't give up, and the phenomenon was getting worse. For this kind of fly, Lin Feng is disgusting. Naturally, take the opportunity to punish him at the poker table. Now that his business is booming, South Korea's Ju-woo is in trouble. Since he loses, Kim Taejung cannot afford to lose. At this time, in the first half of the game, Italy relied on Vieira's goal in the old minute. 0 temporarily leads South Korea. The crowd laughed and laughed. Suleiman and others were happy for Italy's lead, and Yanagi was happy for the scene under their control. Naturally, he was not in a hurry. The second half of the game really started. The football game is actually very simple. Although many people often talk about tactics, employing people, etc., in my opinion, football has 4 points: man, team, character and personality. Although South Korea had extremely rude fouls in the first half, the referee's partiality, but Italy has achieved these 4 points, so they will not lose. Moreno patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said. Huang Jianxiang shook his head, but at this time the gambling had already begun, and the bet could no longer be changed. Heng, Lin Feng asked you to buy my Italy. Don't you believe it? Algra's look of contempt. She was deeply fascinated by the masculinity shown by Italy in the first half. But when I thought about Lin Feng's purchase of the Korean knife man to win, she was very dissatisfied. Haha, Jose, Jianxian, have you noticed that Italy had 3 yellow cards in the first half? Lin Feng said with a statistical table. Moreno frowned. He is the football coach. Naturally, I understand the implications, especially the rude actions of South Korea in the first half. If this continues in the second half, Italy will experience a little emotional out of control or defamation in action. I am afraid that the referee's problem is indeed serious. But the Italian coach is very special. Ray Patoni is a gold medal coach. He has rich experience and should remind his players to pay attention. Huang Jianxiang said analysis. Lin Feng smiled without explaining. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Alice hip goddess Jangxin hotting word pants video exposure! Exclamation mark. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 485. Despicable Nation? Question mark. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 Chapter 485. The Despicable Nation. The midfield time was quickly negotiated in everyone's worrying households. Easy reading on mobile phones. After finishing the second half of the second half, South Korea still showed a very fierce defense. The big moves made Hwang Dae-xiang jump with anger. Algra couldn't wait for it. He rushed into the field to beat the Korean and the referee. Mourinho's expression became more and more serious. He was faintly dangerous. Really? In the 88th minute, South Korea's Kisuo equalized the score and made all Italian fans sigh. There is nothing to say about this goal. However, South Korea's actions were outrageous before, and the referee's penalty was booed by thousands of Italian fans at the scene. At the poker table, everyone sighed. It is a pity that Italy lost the ball at the last moment. Also regret for the banknotes that are about to arrive. Overtime. The thing that made all Italian fans maddened, Totti broke through with the ball and was placed in the penalty area, although the action was not enough to award a penalty. But the Ecuadorian referee gave Totti a yellow card instead, and Totti already had a yellow card in the first half, accumulating 2 yellow cards, and was caught on the spot. Everyone is dumbfounded. There were boos all over the field. Black whistle. This is definitely a black whistle. Hwang Dae-xiang patted the thick transparent glass facing the court in the box a little emotionally. Shameless. This referee is too shameless. My Prince of Rome. Algra looked distressed. If not in the box, I am afraid Algra has the urge to rush off the court. Everyone at the poker table looked grim, only Shiro Yanaju and others looked happy. Zan Ren counts as the chief referee and 2 side referees. Add the 4th official. It's better than others. After that, when An Jung-won scored a goal to seal the victory in 7 minutes, the entire Jeon World Cup stadium was boiling. South Korea is boiling. But the whole of Europe was silent, and all the fans who supported Italy were angry. Little it turns out that this is the so-called football sportsmanship. Hwang Dae-xiang sneered. Rough game, ugly referee. But there is a tactical master hidden in South Korea. Without him, he finally replaced 3 defenders and added 3 forwards. South Korea would have long lost. Of course, there is no human factor in the referee. Italy has already eliminated South Korea. Mourinho for a final comment. As the head coach, he still sees the hidden technical content. Of course, without the bias of the referee, South Korea might be sent off early. At this time, everyone at the poker table had different expressions. Although Zheng Jingqing lost the game, he was also happy for Lin Feng's good fortune. What's more, the cards are on. He also recovered a lot of losses. Zhu Zhengyi, I was secretly jealous for Lin Feng's good fortune. You can win $10,000 even this way. The most exciting face is Suleiman. He didn't think that Lin Feng would win $10,000 in vain because of his own reasons. But he lost $40,000. The gap between front and back was nearly $100 million. Although he didn't care about this amount of money, he was very unhappy. Especially lose to this Lin Feng, this catty, as young as him, equally rich. The same Chinese with boundless future. Mr. Lin, see you next game. I want to see if you still have such good luck in the next game. Suleiman walks away, and doesn't want to look at Lin Feng's triumphant expression after winning. Unmannered man. It seems that the nouveau riche is a nouveau riche who wants to be a nobleman. It will be hard for Allegra to lose after 4 more. But at this moment, he does not forget to ridicule Suleiman's face for Lin Feng. Once stiff, he glared at Algra secretly, and walked away. Congratulations, Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Shiro Yanagi walked up unnaturally. He didn't expect the Chinese to win back after a previous loss. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. This time more than just winning here. Lin Feng also bought a lot of outside. It is conservatively estimated that at the end of today's game, Lin Feng won at least the second dollar in the World Cup in Korea and Japan. Losing billions of dollars looks a lot. Buy 2 planes, count the decoration. With more than US dollars left, buying a Premier League team is over. And there was only one South Korea left in the subsequent unpopularity. Spain was eliminated in the quarterfinals, and the country made a historic advance to the semi-finals, but only after beating Italy. South Korea's will definitely go down, and it will not be as high as it is today. Mr. Lin, congratulations. At this moment, Zheng Jingqing came over with a look of excitement. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng and Suleiman would be angry. He actually won 40,000 US dollars, and still angered Suleiman. Although he lost like 10,000, it was worth the fare if Huatian 100,000 could see Suleiman walking away. What's more, everyone is Chinese, which can combat the arrogance of the rich in West Asia. He was also happy. Southeast Asia and West Asia are not on the right path to each other, and it is not a secret. By the way, Mr. Lin, the day after tomorrow, our company has a jewelry fair in Korea. I wonder if I have the honor to invite Miss Lisa to help support the venue. The treatment is easy to say. According to the price of the international top model catwalk, Zheng Jingqing sincerely invited. Li Ju is very popular in Korea. Moreover, the appearance is very suitable for the latest jewelry released by his father's jewelry company. Not to mention that this is also going further to win over He Lin. The relationship between Qilu is the youngest and richest man, and deserves to be as deep as Li Xiu. His Ying Telecom has lost a year. The original title of Little Asian Superman is rapidly dimming, but he was originally a Hong Kong dollar shareholding in the Second World. Now that hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars have been turned into $2, everyone is amazed by it. And it has also reversed the adverse effects of PCC. Zheng Jingqing naturally hopes to make a fortune with Lin Feng's big boat like Li Zeki. Even if there is no money for the time being and the relationship is good, there may be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Merchant. At a certain point, all it depends on is relationship. Then I will thank you on behalf of Miss Lizu. Lin Feng smiled and expressed his gratitude to him. This time, Zheng Jingqing gave himself a clear signal of friendship. After all, Lizu is very popular in Korea, but it is not the most popular, and Zheng Jingqing paid the price for the top international model, and that day was hundreds of thousands of dollars in appearance fees. Although Lin Feng did not value the money, it was enough to help Lizu raise his value, and the endorsement of jewelry also makes Lizu's star taste more full. Mr. Lin, then I will leave first. See you after a game. Zheng Jingqing smiled and said goodbye. Kim Tae is watching Zheng Jingqing leave every day. After slightly stunned, he fought with Shiro Yanagi. After the gesture, also left immediately. Mr. Lin, the check will be delivered to your hotel later. England will end in Brazil. Goodbye. Shiro Yanagi looked depressed and left helplessly. Lin Feng smiled. This time, he made more than 100,000 yuan. And let everyone see the flaws. Think of yourself as just lucky and perfect. In this way, he can continue to win the following field. Jose, Jiangxian, I was lucky to win a lot of money today, so I might as well go have a drink together. Lin Feng said happily afterwards. Wait for me to call the station and ask. Although Huang Jiangxian is off today, he is not free after all. He walked to the side and called the TV station leader. Let's go. Drink. Not long. Huang Jiangxian is back, and there will be no explanation for him tomorrow. Only at the back tip, and now I'm suffocated, just by drinking alcohol to get rid of it. At the end of the game, it was almost 0 o'clock in the evening, which happened to be the time when the bar business was lively. Especially South Korea had just defeated the championship favorite Italy. Break into the quarterfinals. There was joy from all over the country. All the Korean fans in the bar are elated and there is a constant supply of beer. Lin Feng's atmosphere is also extremely warm. However, unlike the neighbors celebrating South Korea's victory, Lin Feng is criticizing the shamelessness of this game. Anyone can see that there is a problem with the referee. Huang Jianxiang's omissions, Maorin's relentlessness, and Algra's unwillingness to dead because of Italy's squanderings, and the loss of South Korea worthless, even more as a shame to Asia. The Korean fans who provoke a side frequently look here. Fortunately, everyone communicates in English, so you don't have to worry about being heard by the Korean fans. At this time, Huang Jianxian called from his mobile phone. Huang Jianxian ran to the side to answer the phone, but after finishing the call, Huang Jianxian became even more angry and sat down to dry a bottle of beer in one go. "What's wrong, Jianxian? What happened?" Lin Feng asked suspiciously. "Oh, Lin, don't talk about it. I will be angry when I mention it." Just now, when the game was over, Liu Jianhong in the Beijing studio couldn't help but criticize the referee's enforcement and said that the Korean team's victory does not represent Asian football. "Victory is not our glorious mouth." Do you know what happened after this sentence was said? Huang Jianxian looked angry, and the wine bottle in his hand was heavily smashed on the table. This despicable and nasty country dares to do it but does not dare to recognize it. Its embassy in my country actually sent a diplomatic note to my country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs not long ago and forwarded it to China Central Television to lodge a serious protest, saying that we are demonizing their country, demonizing their nation, slandering their great victories, and insinuating that our country cannot eat grapes and say grapes sour. Huang Jianxian sneered for a while, and poured another bottle of beer. Now this incident has alarmed the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television and the Central Propaganda Department. Leaders at all levels greeted us one after another. They said that they should pay attention to avoiding such problems in the subsequent competitions, especially Jian Hong. This time it was bad luck. And Han Qiaxing. And because I couldn't help but attacked a few referees in the end, I was warned from inside. Haha, they are really ridiculous. Despicable nation. Huang Jianxian looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Confucianism is sister Confucianism. Even if he stands on the shoulders of giants, he is accompanied by Confucianism. After Maurino listened, he disdainfully said, "But the more ridiculous thing is our leader. Haha, he would actually apologize to the other side for this. We also need to write a review." Ha! Where were they when the other country's commentator insulted our players? Apologies. Our leader actually wanted us. Apologize to this despicable nation. Huang Jianxian roared. But these words can only be said after drinking. If you really complain to the leader, Lin Feng can imagine Huang Jianxian's fate. But after listening to Huang Jianxian's words, Lin Feng also sighed in his heart. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. The mixed-race female anchor forgot to turn off the camera after the live broadcast. The video of her life was exposed. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. The 486th chapter has fought, drunk, is a brother, question mark. Harmonious society. Sure enough, harmonious. You are almost a running dog, for the sake of that official position, for the future promotion. I'm afraid to die for a little thing. Damn. Lin Feng also poured a whole bottle of beer. Let's go. I don't want to be tainted with this trace of filth. Maurino swept the surrounding South Korean fans celebrating with a look of disgust, and got up with that Armani trench coat. Yes, Jose, what you said is so right. I feel dirty sitting here. Korean people, wipe. Huang Jianxian raised his middle finger to the screen of An Zhenhuan's goal being replayed on TV. Hey, Chinese, what do you look at? Are you not convinced? Your stinky national football hasn't beaten Korea in 22 years. Are you jealous now? A Korean fan drank and saw Huang Jianxian's actions, and he was immediately dissatisfied. Lin Feng and the others were taken aback, but this person spoke Korean and the three of them could not understand. Zibo beside Lin Feng could understand Korean, although he was extremely dissatisfied. He was surrounded by Korean fans at the moment, and he didn't want to be troubled. So there is no translation by Xiang Lin Feng and others. Although Lin Feng and others did not understand Korean, they also knew that the other party was not kind. However, the identities of the three of them are very special, and they are not suitable for troublesome events, so they no longer care about each other and prepare to leave together. Unexpectedly, the drunk Korean man stood in front of everyone. Hey, come and see, these two Chinese are jealous of our Korean nation's historic breakthrough in Asian football, and show disrespect to our national hero and Zhenhuan. The drunk Korean man said and did what Huang Jianxiang did just now. At this time, all the Korean men in the bar were annoyed, and everyone drank too much. They immediately gathered around, asking Huang Jianxiang to apologize. Seeing that Lin Feng and others could not understand, a South Korean female fan who could speak English came out and yelled Huang Jianxiang to apologize for what she had done. Let's let it. Li Ru and others hurriedly walked over, protected Lin Feng and others, and squeezed out. Many Korean fans who were a little drunk saw that Li Ru and others were not easy to provoke, so they slowly let go, but they cursed and made a gesture to Lin Feng and others. Chinese football, call everyone in the bar has their thumbs down, and Lin Feng and Huang Jianxiang's faces changed, but the sad national football team made them unable to speak back. Korea football is really amazing. It beats Italy and deserves admiration. Mourinho applauded abruptly. Although most of the South Korean fans do not understand English, some people still understand it. Under the translation, they immediately understood. They were very fond of Mourinho, the European, and praised him for his reasons. Unexpectedly, Mourinho's conversation turned. It is really glorious that Italy, which relies on 15 people to defeat 10 people, is really honorable. Mourinho sneered. Many Korean fans didn't understand why at first, but after hearing the translation, they became angry. And even more drunk Korean fans were excited to come up to beat Mourinho. Jose, let's go. Lin Feng hurriedly pulled Mourinho away when he saw it. For Mourinho, facing dozens of drunk South Korean fans just now, he stepped forward and ridiculed South Korean football for winning by despicable means. Lin Feng really admired his courage and was secretly grateful. However, the hero does not suffer from immediate losses. Although there are 4 people around Li Ru, there are at least 40 Korean fans in the bar at the moment. There are more crazy celebrations outside, and it is not good for them and others to make a fuss. Especially the identities of the 4 cannot be exposed. Mourinho coldly despised the Korean fans in the field, and followed Lin Feng and others to the outside. Hey, Europeans, you must be an Italian, right? Haha, an Italian who can't afford to lose. A South Korean fan suddenly grabbed Mourinho's Armani trench coat. Let go. Mourinho frowned. At this moment, the fan suddenly vomited, and a mouthful of filth spit out Mourinho's trench coat. Mourinho was silly on the spot. This Armani great trench coat was the first time his wife went to Italy and spent a full month's salary to buy it for Mourinho. At that time, Mourinho's environment was not good. His wife gritted her teeth and bought this Armani trench coat in order to let Mourinho not be so shabby in front of others. Oops, Lin Feng secretly said. But before Lin Feng went to Mourinho, Mourinho, trembling with anger, was shaking off the filthy thing on the Armani trench coat. After carefully wrapping it up, he punched the Korean fan in the face. Hit the past. That's it, Lin Feng secretly said, knowing that it is difficult to do today. Bang! With a muffled sound, the South Korean fan who vomited in Mourinho Armani trench coat and filthy fell to the ground. The whole bar was silent for a while, but a few seconds later, the South Korean fans in the normal bar screamed and rushed towards Mourinho with their fists. Mourinho did not flinch, just like an angry lion protecting his territory, rushing into the crowd with his fist raised. Do it. Lin Feng took a look and knew that this matter could not be done well. Now that the matter has become a big issue, it can't suffer. On the spot, Lin Feng ordered Li Ru and others to do it. Huang Jianxiang also drank a bit too much, and talked to Maurino very much. He also heard about Maurino's Armani trench coat. At this moment, he was suffocated again. Seeing Maurino fighting alone, he was also on the spot. Join the battle. A melee in the bar. In terms of numbers, Lin Feng's side counts Li Rui's 4 and only 8 of them, including a female classmate Algra, but Lin Feng's side dominates the scene, and more than 40 Korean fans cried continually. What surprised Lin Feng the most, and not surprisingly, was that Maurino was nicknamed Madman, and he was not merciful. But at this moment, he moved his hands more sharply. One move, although there are no rules, but it is very consistent with his football coaching philosophy. The moves are simple, and take the opponent's weakness directly, especially for the Korean drunk who threw up his Armani trench coat, even more merciless. At this moment, Huang Jianxian, under the influence of alcohol, also took out his passion during the commentary and rushed to Maurino's side to help him block one side. The two men fought with great vigor, and the opponent who fought back again and again. As for Li Ru and others, they are even more powerful. They have one move, and there is no one to meet. The opponent who hits is timid, and the opponent who hits does not dare to shout. On the other hand, South Korean fans, although there are a large number of them, are mostly drunk, so there is no strength in their hands. In addition, Maurino is like a lion going down the mountain. Li Ru and others are more like death, not waiting for Lin Feng to do it. More than 10 rounds, lay down in the bar. At this moment, a man rushed to Lin Feng's side and assumed a posture. Taekwondo. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Kill you Chinese guy. The South Korean fan turned to a whirlwind kick with a Taekwondo move, aiming to kick with the upper body. Lin Feng just sneered, took a step forward, kicked him sideways, and knocked him down. Taekwondo is nothing more than embroidering the legs with fists. I am Jeet Kune Do Chinese Kung Fu. Lin Feng spit in disdain as he looked at the Korean fans lying on the ground. At this time, another South Korean fan rushed over, but it was a woman. Lin Feng frowned and avoided. Unexpectedly, the opponent was reluctant and grabbed with his fingers. Just when Lin Feng was angry and was about to desperate, with a crisp sound, Algra walked over with a sarcasm, holding a wine bottle in his hand. HMPH, a despicable nation, can you do whatever you want because you are a woman? Algra snorted to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. At this time, the stadium was full of South Korean fans, all wailing. Maurino only slightly scratched his forehead. Huang Jianxian only broke his fist, and Li Ru and others were unscathed. In this bar, South Korea versus China. China wins. Boss, hurry up. The South Korean police are here. Li Ru and the others ran back to Lin Feng at the moment, saying a little anxiously. Lin Feng's face moved slightly, and he immediately greeted Maurino and Huang Jianxian who were panting, and hurried to leave. The identities of the 4 cannot be exposed. However, before Lin Feng and the others went out, a searchlight was on outside and the police sirens made loud noises. The bar had been surrounded by groups of South Korean police. It seems we can't leave. Lin Feng gave a wry smile. Great fun now, Lin. One person does something and the other person, you'll fight this. Maurino looked outside and saw that he couldn't leave, so he just sat back and poured a glass of wine. His face didn't matter. Jose, the resistance is also the resistance of the two of us. After Lin Feng was stunned, he smiled and sat down, poured a glass of wine, and touched Maurino. Lin, you. Maurino was shocked. He is nothing more than a football coach. Lin Feng is the richest man in mainland China, and he is in a socialist country like China, which doesn't matter as much as the West. Ha ha, don't worry. I have more experience in litigation than you. Lin Feng smiled and turned to look at Huang Jianxian. Jianxian, you should sit aside, otherwise your commentary career might be. Huang Jianxian shuddered, thought for a while, resolutely sat over, and poured himself a glass of wine. We drank alcohol, fought, and squatted in the detention center together later. From now on, we are brothers, Ha ha. Huang Jianxiang also gave up at this moment and let him escape. He was not so cowardly, it was too unjust. Cheers. Lin Feng and Ma Reno listened for a while, and the three toasted. Wait, there's me. Algra also ran over. Algra, you. Lin Feng was startled. HMPH, catch me. I see how the South Korean police caught us and explained to the international community. Algra was not afraid. She is justified in this matter. Fighting for Italian football, even if it is publicized, it will not have any negative impact on Versace. Europe is the world of football. What's more, she is still the head of the future, not an adult. Cheers. The four toasted. This night will be destined to be an extraordinary night. And this World Cup will also be destined to have twists and turns. The richest man in mainland China was arrested. The famous Chinese football commentator was arrested. The head coach of European giants Porto was arrested. The future head of Versace was arrested. But the reason was that the Italian wasteful failure caused conflict with South Korean fans. This is a lot of trouble. The Korean Football Association is in big trouble. FIFA is in big trouble. And the South Korean government is in big trouble. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 487, National Reactions. Security issues have always been the top priority of large-scale competitive sports events, especially football, this men's sport, the world's #1 sport, and its security is the focus of every competition. In the football game, there are a group of people who are officially defined as football hooligans. They set the goal of making trouble first and watching football second. The team they support will make trouble if they lose, and they will make trouble if they win. They feel that the referee will make trouble if they are unfair. Even if the referee does not trouble them, they will make trouble. And every time it makes a big mess. The world is in chaos. In the Korea-Japan World Cup, Korea and Japan, in order to maintain safety during the World Cup, cooperated with UEFA to obtain a list of UEFA football hooligans. They refused to sign thousands of football hooligans to enter the country, which made the security work greatly lighten up. Since the start of the game on May 31st, there has not been any incident of football hooligans. Unexpectedly, just after entering the knockout rounds, after the match between South Korea and Italy, there was a fan disturbance incident, which made the South Korean government extremely nervous. South Korea has just won Italy and the whole country is jubilant. It should have been a time for national celebration. However, according to the news just received, the FIFA official website received hundreds of thousands of protest emails from Italian fans in just 1 hour. Almost squeezed FIFA's mailbox. At the same time, the Italian Football Association also issued a strong protest, criticizing the referee's execution for unfairness, and requesting the investigation of the referee on duty, Ecuadorian Moreno. At this juncture, fan riots occurred, which is really troublesome. The South Korean government immediately asked the local police to control their power and strive to calm the situation in the shortest possible time and minimize the possible negative effects. At the same time, the local police were ordered to detain the football hooligans who caused the trouble and wait for the World Cup to deal with them. Unexpectedly, when the local South Korean police rushed into the troubled bar, they were stunned. The domestic fans fell to the ground and wailed, but the protagonist of the trouble was only 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, and they actually ignored their existence, drinking and chatting leisurely. "What are you doing?" The police officer who led the team was stunned and asked subconsciously, "You are here, let's go." Lin Feng didn't answer, put the wine glass aside, got up and walked out. Marino, Huang Jianxiang and Algra gave a scornful smile, and then followed Lin Feng to the outside. The South Korean police were a little stunned. This is the first time they have encountered this situation. These people are too calm, and all of them have extraordinary momentum, saying that they are football hooligans. And these South Korean police officers themselves do not believe it. But look at the South Korean fans who have fallen on the ground, Who else besides these four? Witnessing the four of Lin Feng going out, the South Korean police not only hurriedly called for an ambulance, but also went out with them. Seeing that the South Korean police did not carefully search the surrounding area, Lin Feng smiled. In this way, Li Ru and the others can get away. They get away, this lawsuit will be fought, and the videotape of the bar has been taken away by Li Ru and others. Lin Feng is even more confident. Lin Feng and the others just walked out of the bar when a flash flashed wildly, and the flashing Lin Feng and others couldn't open their eyes for a long time. This time the bar fans fight incident, the South Korean police originally hoped to be a loc, but how can it be loc to mobilize police on such a large scale? What's more, this game was already very controversial. Media from all over the world were interviewing their fans, and when fans made trouble, they rushed over. It can be said that the reporters gathered at the scene. The stars are shining. Hey, Lin. The Chinese forest, a reporter exclaimed after seeing the four of them clearly. Later, more and more reporters recognized Lin Feng and slammed the shutter in their hands. I originally thought it was a fan fight, but I didn't expect that the troublemaker was Lin Feng, the man of the world in the past 2 years. Now, it's interesting. All the reporters present shuddered in excitement. Originally, there was a lot of discussion about the match between South Korea and Italy, but this time there is another forest wind. No matter what caused the riot, it will be developed, and now it will be developed. The newspaper must sell crazy tomorrow. Isn't that Miss Algra of Versace? She is here too. An Italian reporter recognized Algra, the future head of Versace. Another burst of flashes flashed wildly. This seems like the head coach Mourinho, who has just taken office in Porto, Portugal. Some Portuguese reporters also recognized Mourinho. The football head coach also participated in this fan riot. Mourinho's sensitive identity made reporters even more excited, and the shutter in his hand kept pressing. As for the other Chinese, many Western reporters did not know him, but just the combination of Algra and Mourinho is already shocking. But everyone understands the relationship between Lin Feng and Algra. But how can this Porto coach Mourinho get Lin Feng together? What on earth are they fighting with Korean fans for? And looking at the ambulance's position, I am afraid that the South Korean fans will suffer this time. At this moment, Chinese reporters also rushed over. Huang Jianxiang, why are you here? The CCTV reporter saw Huang Jianxiang in shock. Ha, something unexpected happened. By the way, please tell Zhang Bin for me. I'm afraid I won't be able to explain it anymore. In the past few days, Huang Jianxiang said very easily. From the moment he rushed into the crowd to fight side by side with Mourinho, to the final decision to share joys and sorrows, he knew that the position of CCTV commentator had bid farewell to himself. Although he felt very regretful in his heart, he did not regret it. If he backed down just now, then he would regret it for a lifetime. As a man, sometimes you have to do things that you know will cause trouble for yourself. This is a man. CCTV reporters were surprised when they heard this, and secretly groaned in their hearts. There was news from Beijing just now, asking him to pay attention to the possible international diplomatic disputes when he explained in the future. As a result, before he finished speaking, Huang Jianxiang actually broke out with South Korean fans. Regardless of the cause, Huang Jianxiang's future is over. And these reporters who rushed to South Korea may also be implicated. At this time, many reporters had swarmed around Lin Feng and others to ask about the cause of the incident. Korean fans are very rude and savage. People who have a good eye for today's game know that there is a problem. But they not only allow us to comment on it, but dozens of people beat the four of us, especially among us there is a weak lady like Algra. I was almost hurt by the rude and savage Korean fans. Lin Feng did not hesitate to push everything to the Korean fans. Now these Korean fans are either drunk or beaten up and can't get up, whatever they say. Now let's describe them first, and no matter how they argue, everyone will have preconceived thoughts, and public opinion must be on their side. Italy lost the game because of the referee, but these Koreans vilely turned this into their own victory. Shameless. Algra shouted, "Long live Italy!" After Lin Feng and Algra talked, many reporters already understood the whole story. South Korean reporters are disdainful, thinking that Lin Feng and others are confusing. After all, South Korean fans have fallen a lot. The four of them are almost unharmed except for Maurino and Hwang Jiangxian, who were slightly injured. It is said that South Korean fans are making trouble. How to explain that in this riot, the four main parties were not injured? On the contrary, South Korean fans fell. This doesn't make sense. Regardless of the explanation or not, the European reporters were extremely excited, and stood undecidedly on Algra's side. And the title had been conceived: Korea, Fraud in the Field. Outside the court, the crowd dominates. At this time, Maurino also criticized, 15 people defeated 10 people, this is also worth celebrating, especially this kind of dirty thing, but afraid of the way people say it is despicable. Many reporters are happier. Maurino is the football head coach. Although he is far less famous than Lin Feng and Algra, his identity is different. A football coach naturally weighs a lot more. Afterwards, Maurino even sent a diplomatic note from the South Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs to protest against the explanation of the Chinese narrator. All reporters were even more upset. The South Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs unexpectedly explained this kind of narrator's explanation of football. They all protested. "Isn't this a place where there is no silver 300 pls? Mr. Maurino, can you say more about your opinion?" Many reporters kept asking Maurino as if smelling a fishy shark. Such a character coach is rare. However, many reporters still want to interview, but the South Korean police dare not let Lin Feng and others go on at this moment. Besides, the Korean Football Association and South Korean fans have become the despicable nation in everyone's hearts, and they hurriedly squeezed the four into the police car and whizzed away. But when people entered the police station, the trouble was serious. The media from various countries reported the incident as soon as possible, and the people from all over the world were shocked and angry when they heard it, and even complained for Lin Feng and others. The most intense reaction, and the most supportive of Lin Feng and others, of course, are the Italian fans. Lin Feng and others complained about Italy and even did not hesitate to use force with South Korean fans. This won the approval of all Italian fans and sent letters to the South Korean government calling for release. As for Algra is called Super Baby by Italian fans, this storm did not discredit Versace, but made its brand more popular with fans. After all, Europe is the world of football, Italy's grievances, and Algra still defends the dignity of Italian football in the face of dozens of rude and brutal Korean fans, and deserves the respect of all fans. Let all the Italian players applaud. Versace's brand is naturally more and more loud. Of course, this is just the argument of the Italian Gazette and other domestic newspapers. As for the truth of the matter, the public doesn't know, and it doesn't matter. In short, the grievance of Italy's loss, this matter just made the Italian people vent. European countries have also received such unfair treatment because of Italy, and they all stand on Italy's side. As for the mother of Algra, Donatella, and the Italian Prime Minister AC Milan boss Berlusconi appealed to the South Korean police for release. In particular, Berlusconi is the current Italian Prime Minister. Although he only let the South Korean police release people with his own famous words, the diplomatic note from the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs was directly delivered to the South Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There is only one condition: release people and let them go immediately. Because of Maurino's participation, the Portuguese fans also gave their support. Although Maurino's speech was extremely sharp, at this moment, the glory of European football has made all fans stand on Maurino's side. Portuguese diplomacy. The ministry also issued a diplomatic note, so that the South Korean government must treat this matter fairly, otherwise the Portuguese government will not let it go. And its Ministry of Foreign Affairs has sent people to the South Korean police headquarters to demand immediate bail. For Lin Feng, the domestic people are divided into two factions. The fans who support Italy stand on Lin Feng's side, giving Lin Feng a thumbs up and admiring Lin Feng's good men. Hozad just said Italy was a bad loser, and Lin Feng was outspoken, but was treated rudely by South Korean fans. South Korea is simply a despicable nation. Cola drinking 7-Up is a strong attack on the South Korean government's shamelessness, and I still dare not recognize it. Especially for Ma Rin-ho's outburst of the diplomatic note of the South Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He was even more furious, daring to commit a dirty act of bribing the referee, but did not dare to admit it, and was afraid that people would say this typical bitch philosophy. You long 1911 inches is annoyed on behalf of the Asian team. This is simply embarrassing to the entire Asian team. We can lose, but those who have to lose have dignity and backbone. The South Korean team's approach makes me disdain the fans who support South Korea and believe that South Korea has created the history of Asian teams, but who win glory for Asia think that Lin Feng and others are too impulsive. However, the number of fans supporting this argument is extremely rare, and it was quickly overwhelmed by the fierce criticism of Italian fans. The country still treats this matter as usual, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also issued a statement. I hope the South Korean police will handle this matter fairly and fairly. The Chinese government has reservations about this matter. However, due to Lin Feng's special status, the Chinese embassy in South Korea has already gone to negotiate. The worst is Hwang Jianxiang, especially after Ma Rin-ho's mouth of the South Korean Foreign Ministry's protest against the Chinese narrator was exposed. Many senior officials in the country were extremely annoyed. This caused a lot of negative effects among the people and made them very angry. Passive. For the first time, CCTV announced that Hwang Jianxiang's interpretation of the World Cup in Korea and Japan was suspended, waiting for the final trial to consider what punishment Hwang Jianxiang would be imposed. Although it literally said that Hwang Jianxiang's punishment should be considered based on the matter, people with a discerning eye know that Hwang Jianxiang's future with CCTV is over. It's tricky, and the South Korean police find it extremely tricky. Unexpectedly, the 4 people who caused the trouble this time are not simple. How do they deal with this? Although the instructions from the top are handled in a local manner, how can they be handled in a local manner now? Especially at the same time, the Ron senior law firm from the United States issued a statement far away from the mountains and rivers, claiming that it would become the defense lawyer of Lin Feng, Algra and others, and would go to South Korea to defend Lin Feng's innocence. This is definitely a tricky task for the South Korean police, because the US government has always been extremely short-sighted. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 488 Blue Speed Internet Cafe? Although the US government is extremely unhappy with Lin Feng, President Bush is eager for Lin Feng to go to jail. But the appearance of Ron and others represented the face of the entire American lawyers. If the lawsuit is lost due to some other factors, Ron and others will never give up, nor will the American Bar Association. At that time, the US government is bound to put pressure on the South Korean government for the sake of American lawyers. After all, no matter how hateful Lin Feng is, for the United States, his own lawyers will never allow the lawsuit to be lost because of unfair treatment. This is also a common idea in a hegemonic country, protecting shortcomings. The Korean Football Association is also in trouble. Originally, the Italian Football Association issued a strong protest to FIFA, reprimanding the injustice of the referee in charge of Ecuador, Moreno, and demanding an investigation. But fortunately, the chairman of the Korean Football Association Jang Mang-jun and Blatter reached a secret agreement. It is enough to ignore the matter. However, at this time, there was an incident in which Lin Feng and others clash with South Korean fans because of the unjust loss of Italy. As a result, the game was brought to the forefront. It is impossible to keep a low profile. In particular, Ma Rin-ho's comments on this game as a European Giants coach gave all fans evidence. As for the diplomatic note issued by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of South Korea to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China, There are no more than 300 tals of silver here. Blatter was extremely dissatisfied with Mourinho's false statements, and even announced a penalty for Mourinho's suspension of 10 games and a fine of €20,000. But what caused Blatter to vomit blood was that UEFA stood up to Mourinho, claiming that Mourinho as a fan is qualified to comment on a game. After all, his argument is as a fan, and he not the Italian coach, but the Portuguese club coach, and claimed that there is no precedent for the punishment. FIFA has no right to impose such a fine on a European club football coach. UEFA subsequently notified the Porto club that the FIFA penalty was invalid. In the face of UEFA's contending, Blatter vomited blood, but UEFA has always been at odds with FIFA, and Blatter could not say much. It can only be claimed that the following is not an example. In the future, any national team coach cannot criticize the referee, otherwise his national team will be severely punished. When a journalist with good news entered the police station to interview Mourinho and asked him what he thought of Blatter, Mourinho scoffed. "If anyone punishes me for telling the truth, it is the end of democracy. We will go back to the Middle Ages." After listening, the media was excited. "It's been a long time since I saw such a character coach, especially British journalists." Ferguson is a famous hairdryer in the Premier League. Arsenal coach Wenger's mouth is also very powerful. What a wonderful world that a coach will be in the Premier League. These reporters will be soft when they write reports all day long. With Mourinho's words, Blatter almost fell to the ground without spitting blood for 3 liters. The South Korean government is also very troubled. The Italian government's tough attitude, the continuous pressure of the Portuguese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the possible short-term protection behavior of the US government all make the South Korean government a headache, even a bit difficult. Let go. That undoubtedly acknowledges the unfairness of the battle between South Korea and Italy, and it also makes tens of millions of South Korean fans dissatisfied, especially those South Korean fans lying in the hospital. The South Korean government cannot explain. The former US ambassador to South Korea wrote a memoir after leaving office. It is mentioned in the book that this is a very united nation, united, tenacious, and very self-esteem. It cannot tolerate others to look down on and mock them at all, but it also lacks the ability to laugh at themselves, which makes them not humorous enough and a little nervous. The characteristics of the South Korean nation also make it impossible for the South Korean government to compromise. But if you don't let go, the trouble is even greater. Evidence. Find evidence for me to prove that Lin Feng and others are guilty. The South Korean government issued an iron order to the police and must find evidence. The witnesses are there. The 42 South Korean football fans who are lying in the hospital with injuries all over the body are the witnesses. However, 42 people surrounded 4 people, including a weak female stream. This evidence is unconvincing. As for the legendary 4 killing gods of injured fans in South Korea, there is no evidence. Material evidence. The videotape in the bar is missing. There is no evidence. However, in order to restore the image of South Korean fans, the South Korean police still used news organizations to do their best to tell Lin Feng and others as a football hooligan through the mouths of those injured South Korean fans, and claimed that the matter was provoked by Lin Feng and others. And no bail is allowed. However, at a critical moment, the videotape taken by Lee Ru and others suddenly appeared on the internet. The picture clearly shows that South Korean fans surrounded Lin Feng and others, and then there was a conflict, and then the scene was chaotic. However, it can be seen clearly that Mourinho and Hwang Jiangxiang are both powerful and they have played against more than 20 South Korean fans. This also explains why the 4 people can injure 42 South Korean fans. The release of this videotape not only made many European media applaud for the bravery of Mourinho and Hwang Jiangxiang, but also allowed Ron to have sufficient evidence to demand bail for Lin Feng and others. At the same time, it also accused the Korean court against 42 South Koreans. The drunk fans beat Lin Feng and others, and even accused the South Korean police of deliberately favoring domestic fans. There was an uproar from all walks of life in South Korea, But Ron had done this kind of thing a long time ago. He didn't really ask the South Korean government to punish these South Korean fans and the South Korean police, but to put pressure on the South Korean police. In the end, under pressure from all parties, the South Korean police had no choice but to allow Lin Feng and others to be released on bail. Lin, it seems that I have to send a full-time lawyer by your side in the future. Ron had already flown to South Korea and said with a smile after completing the procedures. Ron, that's not bad. It's worth considering. Lin Feng smiled. Mr. Lin, what do you think about this matter? At this time, many reporters had already surrounded him. Haha, this time is a victory for democracy. Lin Feng smiled. Jiangxian, I'm afraid it will only hurt you this time. After the World Cup is over, remember to talk to our company. I have a plan. Lin Feng said with a smile. This time, the biggest loss is Huang Jiangxian. If he can't explain, it is really the loss of all Chinese fans. Huang Jiangxian nodded. Algra. At this moment, a woman appeared. Mother. Algra was taken aback. She didn't expect her mother to appear. Her eyes were slightly flushed, and then she threw herself into Donatera's arms. After more than a year of hard work, Algra has matured a lot, and is no longer a wayward child who could not stand the restraint of the family before. What's more, when so many things happened, he wanted to find someone to cry. When Lin Feng saw Donatera, his tongue was slightly startled. After all, I am sorry for her daughter. Mr. Lin, thank you for your care. Algra will go back with me first. As for the Versace China store, after the World Cup, let's see what Algra says. Donatera came over and nodded towards Lin Feng. Take away Algra. Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jose. At this time, another woman appeared, and Ma Rin-ho's wife flew to South Korea with her son and daughter. Isn't it just a coat? Is it worth the effort? Ma Rin-ho's wife reprimanded, but her face was full of tenderness and care. No, it's not a coat, but your affection. Ma Rin-ho also showed the tender side of the Iron Man at the moment, kissing his wife deeply in front of all the reporters. And this photo became the cover of major newspapers and magazines the next day. Lin, I'll go back first. See you in the next game. Ma Rin-ho and Lin Feng hugged his wife, hugged his daughter, and left. Xialin, I'm leaving too. After all, I'm still a CCTV commentator. No matter what happens, I should go back and explain it. Huang Jiangxian then left. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head helplessly. At this time, Li Ru and others came over. Where are you, Yu and Avril? Lin Feng asked concerned. Miss Lisa went to attend Mr. Zheng Jingqing's jewelry exhibition, and Miss Avril seemed to have followed. Li Ru said. Lin Feng nodded. As soon as this happened, when Lisa came to visit the prison, he wanted to dismiss Zheng Jingqing's jewelry exhibition, but this kind of thing was not a big deal in Lin Feng's view, and the South Korean police would definitely release the people. He did not ask Lisa to push him away and let him continue to work. After all, he agreed to Zheng Jingqing, and the other party was also kind, but I didn't expect Avril to be extremely interested in it. Well, let's go back first, and then we will go to Lisa's jewelry exhibition to join in, Lin Feng said with a smile. However, shortly after getting in the car, Wu Zhaopu called. Boss, something big happened in the country. Wu Zhaopu said exhaustedly. Lin Feng's heart beat. Wu Zhaopu's tired voice is rare, but what can happen in China? What's wrong, Mr. Wu? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Boss, a domestic internet cafe called Lanjisu was maliciously set on fire, and 24 people were burned to death on the spot. Wu Zhaopu said in a low tone. Blue Speed Internet Cafe. Lin Feng was taken aback. It's no wonder that the right eye keeps jumping recently. It turned out to be the Blue Rapid Internet Cafe incident. In my impression, this incident directly led to the country's rectification of internet cafes and severely hit the online game industry that was just starting at that time. Lin Feng blamed himself for a while, and actually forgot such a national sensation. In Lin Feng's self-blame, Wu Zhaopu explained the whole story. At 2:43 a.m. on June 16, 2002, a fire broke out in an internet cafe named Lanjisu in the courtyard of number 20 Xueyuan Road, Hadian District, Beijing. After receiving the alarm, the Public Security Fire Department immediately rushed to the scene to fight the fire. However, the fire was too strong, and this Lanjisu internet cafe did not have a safer passage. At the same time, the environment was extremely crowded, which eventually led to the tragedy of 24 deaths on the spot. According to on-site exploration, it was concluded that it was man-made arson. How is the domestic situation now? Lin Feng frowned and asked, "Boss, all the persons responsible for the arson incident in the Lanjisu internet cafe have been arrested. 4 of them are middle school students in Beijing, 13 to 17 years old, Liu 20 male, 14 years old, Song 20 male, 14 years old, Zhang 20 female, 17 years old and Zhang 20 male, 13 years old." According to the police interrogation, the results are extremely unfavorable to our company, Wu Zhaopu said helplessly. "What's the matter?" Lin Feng was taken aback. He remembered that the 4 of them were in conflict with the network manager of the internet cafe. In the end, under jealousy, they set fire to Blue Rapid. How could it be related to his company? To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 489, Lisa's Accident. Boss, these 4 people started surfing the internet at around 1900 hours on the evening of June 15th and logged into our campaign as King of Fighters Online. As a result, because they lost a few games, they dropped the handle and broke the handle because of dissatisfaction. The network manager wanted him to lose money. 2 of the boys thought it was expensive, and 1 handle was 22 yuan, but the network manager received 50 yuan. Finally, in annoyance, the 4 decided to set fire to Blue Hurry and retaliate. Wu Zhaopu said helplessly. After Lin Feng listened, his expression changed, and he smashed the car window with a fist. The first war on internet addiction that has just been quelled. I'm afraid it will make waves again because of this incident. Especially the King of Fighters Online has always been criticized, and now those who criticize it have even more excuses. How about this time? The internet cafe was set on fire for playing games, and 24 people were killed. This is a lot of fun. Boss, I heard that the country has considered increasing the review of online games, and it has also been heard that someone proposed to block the King of Fighters online games that lead to violence. Wu Zhaopu is even more troubled. Lin Feng cursed straight after hearing it. This is another typical irresponsible shirking of responsibility. This incident has something to do with his own King of Fighters Online. The 4 arson students, as Lin Feng remembered, were due to lack of family discipline after their parents divorced, and they often played truant, developed a surly temper. This should be a social education issue, what to do with your company, and what to do with your own games. Also, boss, this time as the summer vacation approaches, especially the promotion of 10 hours of reasonable game time per week, other things have broken out. Wu Zhaopu said. Lin Feng frowned into Quen. A parent injured his son and smashed his computer in anger because his child played Magic Baby for too long. Then he took 9 towns to court, saying that 9 towns did not abide by the agreement and misled the students. Wu Zhaopu said. What's the matter? Lin Feng asked. Boss, this is all caused by Chen Xiaoi. Due to the popularity of our campaign as Jiangxia King Yuan Zizong serving the country, it has greatly affected the number of online miracle. Chen Xiaoi privately modified our company for profit and summer vacation is approaching. The established rules secretly removed the 10-hour game time limit per week from the client of Magic Baby. As a result, many students' game time has increased significantly, and there are more reasons to face the doubts of parents. As a result, this parent is repeating after checking the time. It was found that it was far more than 10 hours of game time. This happened in anger, Wu Zhaopu said bitterly. Also, it is reported that audition player named Xiao met a girl Xiao minutes in audition and fell in love with each other in the game. However, after 2 months of dating, Xiao minutes in reality married to someone else. Xiao decided to kill the groom and take revenge on Xiao Minutes. The new netizen Xiaoxin, who had just met Xiaoxin, became a tool for Xiangkefei to practice murderous courage. The 19-year-old girl Xiaoxin was cut and killed by Xiangkefei more than 60 times. In his own home alone, Wu Zhaopu said helplessly. Lin Feng slapped his forehead straight after hearing this. It was really unlucky. Drinking cold water would stuff his teeth between his teeth. Unexpectedly, so many things would explode at this juncture. Boss, now there are voices against online games in the country. That Yang Ji jumped out again to call for the closure of online games. And there is also a female entrepreneur surnamed Tao, who also called for the closure of internet cafes and the state undertaking the construction of internet cafes, so as to protect the safety of students. Prevent Magic Baby from modifying the internet time privately, Wu Zhaopu said. Boss, in short, there is a lot of trouble in the country now, and there is a voice against online games. Especially, now that the college entrance examination and the high school entrance examination are about to be taken, parents are eager to close the internet cafes, turn off online games. Boss, what shall we do now? Wu Zhaopu asked for help. Lin Feng sighed and thought for a while. In this way, you first come forward on behalf of the company to appease the family of the 24 people who died in the Lanjisu Internet Cafe and the family of Xiaoxin who was killed. Also, find out the details of these criminals as soon as possible, and then publish them. To prove these it happened because of social education issues, not our game issues. Lin Feng said carefully. Where is Chen Xiaoai? Wu Zhaopu said. HMPH. She cleaned up her mess. Lin Feng snorted coldly, but after thinking about it, this matter is related to the entire online game industry, and we can't leave it alone. After thinking about it, she said, you tell Chen Xiaoai to shut up first and wait for me. When I came back, I gathered 13 members for a meeting to discuss how to deal with this matter. Okay, boss. By the way, boss, one more thing. Before you asked me to contact Intel and other companies, except for AMD, VIA, and IDT, who agreed to participate in the hardware development summit we held, both Intel and IBM refused to participate, Wu Zhaopu said helplessly. Lin Feng frowned, but this matter is not in a hurry now. First solve the storm caused by the blue hurry. Lin Feng just hung up the phone when a mysterious phone that couldn't see the call came. Lin Feng's heart was tense, and this call was only answered once. The last time it was Mr. Zhu. Xiaolin, it's okay, the Korean police can do it for you. Sure enough, Mr. Zhu's voice came over the phone. Thank you Mr. Zhu for your concern. It's okay. Lin Feng smiled faintly, and waited for Mr. Zhu to follow. Xiaolin, you should already know the domestic affairs. Mr. Zhu said in a faint tone with a little helplessness. I know these things have nothing to do with your company, but you have to know that the public outrage is difficult to calm. It is a bit mentally prepared. Maybe the country will rectify the online game market in the near future. Lin Feng's heart sank to the bottom, and Mr. Zhu said that to rectify the online game market, I am afraid that some games will be shut down. Now the main profits of my company are in the second world. If the service is closed, the loss will be huge. How to recover those investments? The billions of dollars invested in supercomputers is no joke. There is also the Legend Movie City, as well as the Second World Headquarters building, which cost $1.5 billion US. If the Second World ceases, Lin Feng's loss will be unbearable. Mr. Zhu, can you give me some time? Lin Feng asked anxiously. Xiaolin, the people are angry, and you should know that your company is too good. The so-called wood show in the forest, the wind will destroy it, Mr. Lord said implicitly. Lin Feng frowned, knowing that some people in China covet the earning power of the Second World. Mr. Zhu, I hope you can buy me some time. I may be able to give the country an explanation. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Okay, but fast, I can't delay it for long, Mr. Zhu said after a moment of thought. Lin Feng quickly thanks. At this time, Mr. Zhu can still give himself some time, enough to let himself think of a solution. But what should I do? Now that the country wants to move the online game industry, or its own company, How can it give the country a reason not to move? In thought, Lin Feng returned to the hotel. When thinking about what to do, Avril suddenly called. Lin, something went wrong. Something happened to Lizu. A diamond necklace worth hundreds of millions of dollars was lost by her. Avril said eagerly. What? Lin Feng was startled. Come on, I think this thing is weird. Avril then reported the address. At this moment, Lin Feng could only temporarily put these things aside, and hurried to rescue Lizu. Not long after, rushed to the place that Avril said. Here is a jewelry exhibition. This is a well-known 5-star hotel in Seoul. No, Lin, you were in the police station for 3 days. Then Lisa went to attend the jewelry exhibition, and when he came back, he looked wrong. The next day, his expression was even worse. When I went out today, I accidentally learned that the jewelry display was over, and heard that a piece of jewelry worth hundreds of millions of dollars was stolen. He followed it up, but unexpectedly saw that Kim Tae was appearing here. After he had spoken a few words with Lizu, he forced Lizu to go up. Avril told the whole story in a few words. Said it again. How long has it been up now? Lin Feng was startled. He didn't expect Jin Taejung to be involved. Especially when he thought of Jin Taejung looking at Lisa's expression, he felt irritated and looked at his watch with a look of eagerness. It's only been 3 minutes, Avril said. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was only 3 minutes, which was okay. Which room? Lin Feng asked. I don't know. I only know that it's on the 52nd floor, Avril said. Go. Lin Feng led someone straight to the service desk. Say, what room is Jintai in on the 52nd floor? Lin Feng patted the desk table and shouted sharply. The 2 service desk ladies were taken aback. These gentlemen, we can't leak the guest information, and I hope to forgive me. One said nervously. Stop wordy, come on, what's the number of Jin Xing's room? Lin Feng shouted angrily. Sir, if you make trouble again, I will call the security guard. The other person picked up the phone. Li Rui. Anyway, hurry up and find out Jin Xing's room number. Others will follow me. Lin Feng looked impatient, thinking of what might happen to Lizu. His heart burned with anger. Boss, you go up first and leave it to me here. Li Rui nodded. Then Lin Feng ran to the elevator in a few steps, and opened the guests who were going to get on the elevator. Avril, hurry up, come up. Lin Feng screamed. Avril frowned slightly, and she was dissatisfied with Lin Feng's response to her. But I also know that the gaffe is serious now, and I didn't say much. Although she and Lizu are rivals in love, they definitely don't want to see what happens to Lizu, especially being ruined by that kind of man. The elevator moved up slowly, and Lin Feng walked around in the elevator irritably, thinking that if Lizu was insulted by the brute Jin Xing, Lin Feng would kill him. With a sound of ding, the elevator finally reached the 52nd floor. Lin Feng rushed out first. Li Rui, has the room been found? Lin Feng said harshly. Boss, not yet. Li Rui gasped. At most 3 minutes. Okay, hurry up. Lin Feng also heard the fighting sound from the microphone, resisting the anger in his heart, gritted his teeth. Unexpectedly, 3 minutes later, Li Rui had no news. I couldn't get through when I called. Don't wait, look for room by room. Lin Feng raised his foot and kicked into a room. But after breathing, although there are people inside, it is not Kim Taejung and Lee Jiwoo. Seeing Lin Feng bumping into him, he roared, but under the anger of Zubo and others, he suddenly stopped in shock. Boss, this is not a solution. Zubo reminded him. This is the most famous 5-star hotel in Seoul, where people with identities live in it. Lin Feng's room B room kicks will definitely offend many people. Lin Feng also knew that this was not the way, but now what else could he do besides this? Wait. Avril suddenly made a silent voice, listened to it with her ears erect, and then sniffed with her nose, and then ran to the door of a room 521 in the distance, sniffed with her nose, and after listening for a while with his ear at the door, he beckoned to Lin Feng. Lin, this is the room. There is a vague voice of Lizu, and the smell of perfume she often uses. It must be this room, Avril said. Lin Feng nodded. Zibo and Feng Jun immediately kicked open the door together and rushed in. Lin Feng followed in and rushed into the bedroom. At a glance, he saw Lisa with a panic face, but Lin Feng was relieved that although Lisa's clothes were slightly damaged, there was no other sign of being violated. This made Lin Feng sigh of relief. Yu, are you okay? Lin Feng wanted to scold, but at the moment he couldn't scold anything. Brother Lin. Oh, Lisa saw Lin Feng and threw himself into Lin Feng's arms and started crying. It's okay, you bastard. You have to tell me what happened. Lin Feng patted Lisa on the back, and said sadly. At this time, Jinxing had been subdued by Zibo, and he was frightened when he saw Lin Feng coming. What do you want to do? Jin Tai was looking at Lin Feng's eyes as if he was about to kill, and said in horror, Jinxing, dare you move my woman too? Lin Feng's face was cold. You don't mess around, or my father won't let you go, Jin Tezing said tremblingly. Lin Feng hummed his nose, and was about to step forward to teach this woman who dared to get involved with her own woman. Unexpectedly, Avril rushed forward first. Avril took the lead, with a kick, with the toe of the shoe from bottom to top, hitting Jin's body ruthlessly and accurately. With a muffled sound, Jinxing immediately trembled all over, and rolled on the ground, wailing. Shameless man. Avril spurned, and finally did not forget to put her feet on her feet. Lin Feng, Zibo and others only felt cold in their lower body, and Avril's kick was too cruel and hit the spot directly. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to give Jinxing a lesson before, but now, forget it. With Avril's kick, whether Kim Taejung will be humane in the future is the same thing. Let's go. Let's talk about everything when we go back. Lin Feng hugged Lisa home, going downstairs. At the moment the hall fell to the security guard. Li Rui was also very tired. Boss. Sorry, Li Rui gasped. Forget it, let's go, Lin Feng said, shaking his head. But this is not over, Kim Tae-young. Lin Feng snorted. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 490th chapter is inextricably linked. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 chapter 490. Lin Feng and his party returned to the hotel. Easy reading on mobile phone. Organize. After refusing Li Ru and others, Lin Feng stared at Lisa closely. What's going on? Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly. Looking at Lin Feng's aggressive eyes, Lisa could clearly hear Lin Feng's anger from Lin Feng's tone, and his delicate body trembled slightly. Chucha's poor pupils were misty. Big brother Lin, I'm sorry, I accidentally lost a diamond necklace worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I said and said. Lisa started crying. But I don't know what's going on. I'm not asking you about necklaces. No matter how expensive they are, I can buy it with money, and I can lose it. What I asked was. Lin Feng took a few deep breaths, pressed Lisa's shoulders tightly with both hands, and asked sadly, what I asked was why you were going to see that Kim Taejung. This kind of thing happened, don't tell me. Lisa's lips squirmed. A few seconds later, 2 lines of light tears flowed down his cheeks, twitching to tell the whole story. It turned out that Lisa attended Zheng Jingqing's jewelry exhibition, and Zheng Jing became a fan of Lisa. He also walked towards Lin Feng to show his favor, and handed over a diamond jewelry necklace named Hong Kong Star produced by Wang Wang to Lisa to wear. Unexpectedly, after the first day of display, the Hong Kong Star was being recycled. It became a fake. Lisa was dumbfounded on the spot. She didn't understand why it became fake, but it was indeed significantly different from the genuine one she took over in the morning. Both the gloss and the weight were much lighter. The scene was in chaos, and no one expected that the most precious jewelry necklace would be stolen on the first day of display. In a panic, Jin Tezing told Lisa that he could help her, but Lisa refused on the spot. But when the show continued the next day, Kim Taejung found Lisa again. Miss Lee, you should understand that Lin Feng is not the only woman with you, and the popular Queen Avril. Besides, I think that the future head of Versace has an ambiguous relationship with him. Jinzing cleared Lin Feng early. Relationship with these women around. Li Zu was silent after hearing this. Miss Li, I'm also a rich person and a man. I understand Jin very well. The mentality of a successful man. Indeed, he likes you very much now, but if you always cause him trouble, he will inevitably be a little disappointed in you. Successful men like the women around them not to have so much trouble. What's more, what you lost this time is a necklace worth hundreds of millions of dollars, even though he lost it. But how much of your impression is left in his mind? Besides, this necklace is a gift Zheng Jingqing is going to give to his wife, Jin Tezing said with a hint of evil. Lisa froze for a long time. This is what she is afraid of. She was afraid that her status would be lowered in Lin Feng's heart and that she would only cause trouble if a catty was too small. What's more, there is an Avril next to Lin Feng, another Huang Shuqi. And, I believe Big Brother Lin is not like you, Lisa insisted. But her tone was not so firm, which also made Jin Tezing hear it. Miss Li, my admiration for you has never changed. Of course, don't get me wrong, I don't want to take advantage of others. Although I like you, I am not so humble, Kim Taejung said awe-inspiringly. Then what do you want? Lisa asked in confusion. I have an auto show here. I hope to invite Miss Lisa to attend. The remuneration is the same as Mr. Zheng Jingqing's remuneration, about $10,000 a day. I believe this is enough to represent my sincerity, and I can intercede with Mr. Zheng Jingqing and let him don't tell Mr. Lin about this for the time being, and I can guarantee you. Jinzing has an enthusiastic expression on his face. Lisa is not a fool either. Is this good for Jin Tezing? Ha ha. Don't get me wrong, I just hope Miss Li understands that I really like you, Kim Taejung said sincerely, seeing Lisa want to object, and quickly said, of course. I know you only like Mr. Lin. I don't ask for anything in return. I just hope that we can become friends. That's it. Lisa hesitated for a while. This recovery of Jin Kinzing is like Jesus, making Lisa hesitate. What's more, if it's just a poisonous show, participating in the auto show is also her daily job, and she is also familiar with this industry. I'm not afraid of any pitfalls. What's more, now that Lin Feng is deeply trapped in the police station, she doesn't want to add trouble to Lin Feng, especially Avril threatens her too much. Kim Taejung didn't urge Li Zu, and smiled slightly. In this way, you come to this hotel tomorrow, and we will talk. I will introduce you to a great director in Flanders, by the way, who is the director of Blue Life and Death. He admires you very much. I believe if he can be with you, sign the contract, your reputation will rise to a higher level, and the contract will continue at that time, and you will be able to pay off the jewelry money soon. Jin Tae is continuing to persuade Brother Lin. Then I went today. I wanted to see the director, but Kim Taejung said that the director was waiting for me in the room. Lisa, looked scared. Lin Feng shook his head for a while. Don't you know, no matter how much a man says to a woman, he has only one purpose in the end, which is to trick a woman into going to bed. That's it, Lin Feng said, holding Lisa in his arms. After hearing this, Avril next to him gave Lin Feng a playful glance. You remember, no matter what happens, I will be by your side. So no matter what happens to you, you must tell me. Okay, don't cry. The more you cry, the more distressed I will be. Leave this to me. Don't think about it anymore. Isn't it just a necklace worth hundreds of millions of dollars? Lin Feng comforted Lisa. Lisa nodded obediently. Okay, let's go and take a bath first. Then take a good night's sleep. When you wake up, everything is over. Lin Feng said with a soft kiss to Lisa. Lisa finally showed a sweet smile before taking a peck on Lin Feng's lips. Turn around and take a bath. Soon after Lisa left, Avril looked at Lin Feng playfully. Hey, Lin, you said on the net, no matter how many sweet words a man says to a woman, it's just to have sex with a woman. So what you told me before? Avril asked Lin Feng's chin with her finger. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, but at the moment Avril's slightly angry expression was very cute. Lin Feng smiled, and his right hand gently hooked Avril's slender waist. With a slight force in his hand, he took Avril into his arms, gave him a kiss, and then pressed down on the sofa. Avril, of course, the same. But that's because I love you, so I want to develop further with you. With that, Lin Feng gently bit Avril's upper lip, sucked for a while, and touched his hands. What do you want to do? Avril's face was shy, exhaled like blue, but his hands held down the claws that Lin Feng stretched into his chest. I think. Lin Feng leaned close to Avril's ear and said softly, "Dare you?" Avril's eyes widened, but the Book of Eyes is from Yusha Snotch. 0.8.0. Members makeup on the right side of the hair. There is a bit of hesitation and expectation. Why not dare? Lin Feng used his hands slightly, breaking free from Avril's obstruction. He touched the pair of towering mountain peaks. Avril couldn't help but groan. But then he held Lin Feng's hands. I have an agreement with Lisa that we can't have too close a relationship with you before that. Otherwise whoever fouls will be out, Avril said firmly. Lin Feng smiled. Don't worry, no one will be out. Lin Feng said softly. After the incident of Lisa happened today, Lin Feng was awakened. If it wasn't today that Avril had noticed Lisa's abnormality and followed him, I am afraid that Lisa would have been bad hands. If this happened, no matter how to repair Kim Tae-jeong afterwards, it would not be able to make up for the crime Lisa suffered today. Therefore, this nearly loss made Lin Feng no longer want to hesitate like this. Avril and Lisa must not let it go far. But who do you think Avril is? Avril was taken aback for a moment, and then he understood Lin Feng's meaning and gave a cold snort. You are Avril Lavigne, my woman, Lin Feng said, licking Avril's earlobe with his tongue. This is one of Avril's sensitive points. Jianhui groaned and whispered, stop. How about if you don't stop? Lin Feng said. Then I will, and because I like you very much, I am willing to give you the first time. But afterwards, I will leave you, because you can't make me 100% satisfied. Avril said coldly. I don't believe it. Lin Feng smiled. Then you can try. See if Avril can do what I say. Avril snorted. Lin Feng hesitated for a while. Avril's personality has always done what he said, and Lin Feng couldn't guarantee whether Avril was just talking about it. Avril smiled triumphantly, turned her body, and rode back on Lin Feng's body. His lips kissed Lin Feng's body, as Lin Feng was about to burn. Suddenly withdrew and left. I know you can't do without Lisu, and you want to own me. But I'm not that easy to deceive, Avril. I want to hug the left and the right. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Avril raised his brows. What conditions? Lin Feng was taken aback. Asked afterwards. It depends on your ability to impress me. If you can impress me, I don't mind anything. If you can't impress me, you have only two choices. Either I am together or we are just ordinary friends. Chong Lin Feng made a gesture of pulling the trigger, then turned around and left. By the way, the time is limited to my old birthday. If you can't impress me, either marry me that day, or you will get out of my world. Avril revealed her magical punk princess. Lin Feng laughed dumbly. This Avril was so characteristic, but this made people fall in love with her more and more. This is Avril's betting. She is afraid that if she continues to pester, she will like Lisu. At least her stomach has surrendered to Lisu, so this is her Jedi counterattack. However, it is difficult to impress her little punk princess and let her accept the love of her beloved man. After Avril left, Lin Feng put aside these thoughts, and after some thoughts, he called Zheng Jingqing. Unexpectedly, the phone failed to get through, and Zheng Jingqing and Mo Jing came in with one person. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I'm here to apologize to you this time. Zheng Jingqing walked in with an apologetic expression, and then angrily accused a man next to him. I will not explain what happened to Mr. Lin yet. Boss Lin, I'm sorry, it was all my fault. I was greedy for money, so I took money from Kim Tae-jeong and handed over a fake jewelry necklace to Miss Lisu, and then framed Miss Lisu for losing the precious jewelry necklace. The man explained in horror, at the same time slapped his mouth. Hungry for Lin Feng's forgiveness. No. Don't apologize to me. You have to apologize to Miss Li Bu. Then, Lin Feng called out Lizu, who had just taken a bath. Miss Lizu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I am greedy for money for a while. The man knelt down and kept apologizing to Lizu. After listening to the man's words, Lizu immediately understood the whole story. He didn't expect that he would be scammed like this, and he almost lost his body, and his heart was aggrieved. I'm sorry, Miss Li, this is a little compensation for you on behalf of my company, and I hope you will accept it. Zheng Jingqing took out a zipper with him and opened it to a shining diamond necklace. At a glance, you can see that it is not a thing, at least worth more than 100,000 US dollars. Unexpectedly, Lizu didn't even look at it, bit her teeth, and said to Zheng Jingqing, Mr. Zheng, this gift is too expensive and I can't accept it. Please take it back. After speaking, Chong Lin Feng nodded. Big brother Lin, I went in and rested. Anyway, I don't want to participate in such exhibitions anymore. Lin Feng nodded. Zheng Jingqing was embarrassed for a while. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. This time it was my person who had a problem. I will definitely give you a catty later and confess, Zheng Jingqing said helplessly. Originally, he wanted to make friends with Lin Feng, but unexpectedly, the supervisor under him made such a steal the dragon and turn the phoenix drama to cheat Lizu. If Lin Feng angered him for this, it would be too wrong. Lin Feng glanced at the shivering man on the ground, and snorted coldly, Mr. Zheng, I hope you can satisfy me with this incident. Okay, I won't say more about it. I have something to do, please go back. Zheng Jingqing wanted to explain something, and sighed for a long time. Fortunately, Lin Feng did not turn his face. It can be regarded as a relief to him. After Zheng Jingqing left, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and finally understood the whole story clearly. Everything is designed by Kim Tae-young. Think of Kim Tae-young. Lin Feng burst into flames all over, wishing to tear the catty away! Kim Tae-young, Korea Japan World Cup, Zheng Mengjun. Blatz Blue Speed Internet Cafe. Second Internet Addiction War. NPC Deputy Yan Yi asks to close the Internet Cafe, and Mr. Zilin had a vague touch in his mind. It seems that there is some connection, maybe there is some connection, and I always feel that these things are a bit inextricably linked. Damn, what's the connection in the middle? Lin Feng patted his forehead, annoyed the net talent flashes, but didn't catch it. At this moment, he tried to think back, but he always felt like he had caught something. But nothing was caught. It seemed that there was only a layer of yarn. But there are thousands of mountains and rivers apart. Lin Feng buried his whole person in the soft sofa, lost in thought. The room fell silent. Suddenly, with an exclamation, Lin Feng suddenly jumped out of the sofa. I thought about it. I already thought about how to break the game. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. Then I took a look at my watch. It is now 3 o'clock in the morning on ugly day in June, and there is more! Hours and minutes. Enough time. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Tongyan Giant Ruins sense sweat dripping Bigfoot degrees double the ball is almost overflowing out of the Bigts video online to watch. Please follow the WeChat public account. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Chapter 491, Shocking Layout? In 2002, June 22nd, at 3 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng awakened Li Ru and others. The four of them were professional bodyguards and veterans. It was normal to be awakened in the middle of the night. There was no complaint about this. They just looked at Lin Feng's expression of excitement and a little bit of anxiety. The four of them looked at each other, knowing what happened. What's up? Li Ru, Zibo, Feng Jun, Zheng Za, the four of you have been by my side all the time. So I will tell you if you have something to say. The situation facing our company is extremely severe now. The arson incident of the Lanjisu Internet Cafe just happened in China and burned to death 24 people, and the cause was for arson juvenile offenders because of our company's King of Fighters online game, and several criminal cases caused by online games broke out in the country at the same time. Now the domestic society is attacking and suppressing the entire online game industry. Voice. Lin Feng looked at the four and said in a deep voice. The four of them were naturally aware of this, and did not interrupt, waiting for Lin Feng to follow. It is rumored that the National Government Department will launch a round of rectification actions against the online game industry. Our company is the focus of rectification, and there is also a female entrepreneur named Yan Chi, who threatened to close all social internet cafes, government offices and internet cafes. Although this is more taken for granted, it has proved the country's determination to rectify the network industry. Therefore, we must give the country a suspension of rectification, or give the country a reason or excuse to let our company go. Moreover, there are crises, there are opportunities. This is an excellent opportunity for our company, Lin Feng said excitedly. The four of them remained silent. These were Lin Feng Company's business. They had no right to intervene. They only needed to do what they were supposed to do. Lin Feng smiled, very satisfied with the attitude of Li Ru and others. Look. Lin Feng then wrote down some names and companies on the blackboard, as well as events, and connected them with wires. Buddhism said, all dharmas are empty, cause and effect are not empty. If you want to know the cause of the past life, the recipient of this life is. If you want to know the effect of the next life, the one who does it in this life is. These people, companies, and events seem to be irrelevant. There are connections. Lin Feng annotated all the lines with relevant notes on the blackboard and added his own name next to all the lines. And I am the link, or catalyst, of all these events. Lin Feng threw the chalk into the sky. The company must not collapse, nor suspend business for rectification, so I planned a plan involving billions of people. But this plan is extremely dangerous and involves too many people, so I want you to send Lizu and Avril back first. China, at the same time, also needs to transfer people over. Be sure to transfer as many people as possible before the match between South Korea and Spain in the afternoon. Lin Feng said solemnly. Li Ru and the others nodded. Although Lin Feng has not yet stated his plan, just looking at the dozens of names on the blackboard, the dozens of companies involved, and the amount of money involved are enough to prove that this is a super big conspiracy. Lin Feng then simply told his plan again, and everyone was overwhelmed by the cold. There were too many people calculating this plan. At the same time, Lin Feng himself took a lot of risk. But once successful, the benefits will be great. Well, after daybreak, Zibo and Zheng escorted Lizu and Avril back to Shanghai, China. Li Ru, the person you contacted the company came to South Korea by the first flight this morning. Feng Jun, you go to find out this person currently lives. Where is it? Lin Feng ordered. After everyone responded in unison, they acted separately. Lin Feng looked at his watch. It was at 4:30 in the morning on June 22, 2002. Lin Feng looked at the blackboard carefully, and after thinking about his plan, he took out the phone. Hey, I'm looking for Mr. Zhu. I know it's very late, no, very early, but I have important things to find him. Lin Feng also knows that it is a bit too early to disturb Mr. Zhu, but there is not much time left. Contact Mr. Zhu as soon as possible. After some consideration, the Secretary General had no choice but to wake up Mr. Zhu, who had just been asleep for a while. As Mr. Zhu's Secretary General, he naturally understands Mr. Zhu's importance to Lin Feng. Lin Feng called at this time and his tone was so hurried. There must be something important. If he doesn't wake up Mr. Zhu, he will definitely scold him later when Mr. Zhu wakes up. Hey, Xialin, what's the matter? Mr. Zhu's tone showed a trace of fatigue. Mr. Zhu, I want to make a deal with the country. Lin Feng used the word deal after considering it for a long time. This must be a deal, and there is no reason for him to take many risks to be alive. Lin Feng, he is not that great yet. Indeed, being a citizen of any country needs to be patriotic. But I love my country, and the country will love me too. This is mutual, not unilateral. If the country does not love me, why should I love the country? Mr. Zhu listened to Lin Feng's bargaining chips in detail, and after thinking about it, he smiled and sighed. Xiao Lin, you dare to ask the country for conditions, requests, and transactions. Haha, you are quite brave. Lin Feng also smiled. When Mr. Zhu speaks in this tone, it means that he is not opposed to his transaction. But your bargaining chips are very attractive, and they are what the country needs. But if you donate it to the country free of charge, what do you want? Mr. Zhu said in a calm tone. At the end of the conversation suddenly changed. He said very harshly, Xiao Lin, you are the country, the pride of China. This bargaining chip is also very attractive. But don't want to take the lion's mouth to speak. The country will never compromise for a certain person. Hee, Mr. Zhu, you said it is serious. My request is very simple. There are only two things. First, I hope that the country can speed up the construction of broadband, so that every citizen can enjoy 10M broadband as soon as possible. Of course, if the country is willing, it can be handed over to my company for transformation to ensure fair prices and childishness. Second, I personally think that the proposal of Yanqi's National People's Congress is very reasonable. The state should close all private internet cafes and be managed by the state. But I hope that my company, with the authorization of the state to operate internet cafes, of course I don't want my family to monopolize it, but it must have a certain share, Lin Feng said with a smile. Mr. Zhu was relieved after listening. These two requirements are not excessive, and can even be said to be simple. One sentence. Of course, what is a little bit more troublesome is Yanqi's request to close all social internet cafes, and government offices share internet cafes. There are a lot of people and things involved here, but it is not impossible to solve it. Now that there is a voice of suppression in the country, with this potential, this is nothing. Okay, I will promise you both of these points temporarily. If you can really do it, I will give you a NPC representative qualification. Mr. Zhu did not hesitate anymore. Lin Feng's bargaining chip is indeed attractive. This is the current state of the country. Required. However, if Lin Feng wanted to get this bargaining chip, he had to pay a lot of price and effort. This was regarded as the state's compensation for him. Thank you, Mr. Zhu. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. Haha, but in terms of public outrage, I can talk too much. You must find a solution by yourself. Otherwise, the administrative mandatory intervention can only be temporarily delayed and not cured. Mr. Zhu then exhorted. Haha, Mr. Zhu, I already have a plan for this. Lin Feng smiled confidently. It's getting late. I'll take a nap. By the way, although the country cannot help you in many things, I can help you personally. Of course, it can't be a matter of harming nature or betraying the country. Zhu the husband yawned and said, Thank you, Mr. Zhu. Lin Feng gratefully hung up the phone. No matter how long this promise can last, at least with Mr. Zhu's words, he still has more power. Lin Feng looked at his watch. June 22, 2002. 5 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng thought for a while and picked up another phone. Mr. Wu, I want to develop a game. Well, yes, for this type, and also, develop a set of online education and tutoring system software. Well, you can talk to Cohen and the others. For game software design, you can go to India. Outsourcing, labor there is cheap, and the efficiency is good. I will be back for a while, probably after the World Cup. Lin Feng said. Yes, boss, no problem. Wu's eyes lit up after hearing the software that Lin Feng wanted him to develop. It is said that surfing the internet can only play games. If surfing the internet is more than just playing games, will parents still object to it? By the way, which items are still in the company vault? Help me contact a foreign auction. Be a little more secretive and take one of them out for auction. Lin Feng said. Boss, do you really want to take this to auction? Isn't that good? Wu Zhaopu was surprised and tactfully persuaded him. Yes, but the seller is us, and the buyer is also us. Lin Feng smiled strangely. Boss, brilliant. Wu Zhaopu instantly understood what Lin Feng was thinking, and he was happy, so that the positive image of the company would be better. Afterwards, Lin Feng turned off the phone and saw that the day was faintly bright. After thinking about it, Lin Feng dialed again. Hey, Algra, I'm sorry, I woke you up. Lin Feng looked sorry. Hey, Lin, what's wrong? calling me so early? There must be something. Algra said, haha, it's okay. I just want to help Versace make a little money. Isn't Versace short of funds? I have a plan now. Lin Feng said. Wait, I'll call my mother. After Algra said, he immediately ran to call mother. Mr. Lin, please speak. Donatella said with a little expectant surprise. Haha, Ms. Donatella, there is a World Cup match this afternoon, South Korea versus Spain. I hope you can buy Spain with all your strength to win. And buy it in Asia. Lin Feng hesitated for a while and said firmly. Donatella frowned. Don't worry, Spain will win. There will be no accidents this time. Lin Feng said with a slight trembling in his tone. Okay, Mr. Lin, I don't know what plan you have, but I don't have much funds. Only about $80 million. I don't know if I can help you, Donatella said after thinking about it. Lin Feng was slightly startled. He didn't expect that Donatella was so powerful. He could see that he had a plan, but he obviously didn't see through his true intentions. Otherwise, she would definitely not cooperate with herself. Haha, that's enough. If Miss Donatella has friends, I hope they can buy Spain too. Lin Feng said with a smile. Hee, definitely. But they are definitely not many. After all, they won't believe you like I do. Donatella smiled. Well, by the way, Miss Donatella, I heard that you have a good relationship with Berlusconi, Prime Minister of Italy, owner of AC Milan. I hope you can let him help build momentum. Lin Feng asked expectantly. Giving momentum? You want Mr. Berlusconi? Donatella's eyes lit up. Haha, yes. I won't say anything more. Please. Lin Feng smiled and hung up the phone. When the call is finished, it is already dawn. At this time, on June 22, 2002, 7 o'clock in the morning. Lin, you want us to go back to China? Avril asked with a frown. Although Li Zu didn't speak, he looked at Lin Feng intently, apparently thinking of Avril. Well, it may not be peaceful lately. You should go back first. Avril, don't you have to prepare for the subsequent concert tour? You always follow me around. Not only do you have no time to write songs, you see, you are all thinner. Lin Feng pityingly straightened out Avril's hair, looking distressed. Lin. Avril felt slightly, and then snorted, this can't move me. Lin Feng was speechless. Okay, let's go back to China first. Good. Obedient. Lin Feng didn't want to explain too much, lest they worry. Okay, then I'll go first. Remember, there are 3 months and 5 days before my 18th adult birthday. Don't forget our agreement. Avril shrugged and said indifferently, but reminded Lin before leaving. Wind. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to wait until the World Cup. Brother Lin, then I'm leaving too. So be careful yourself, Lisa said with a look of dismay. Although I don't know what Lin Feng and Avril had agreed upon before, but now Lin Feng looks serious and wants them to go first. Obviously something big has happened, so she naturally wouldn't question Lin Feng at this time. After Zubo and Zheng escorted them away, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Boss, I have found the Egyptian referee Gamar Gundel who presided over South Korea versus Spain. He is in a 4-star hotel in Gwangju, South Korea. Feng Jun called. Well, if you stay there, I will come right away. Lin Feng patted his palm and said. At this moment, Li Rui came in. Boss, our people can be there at 1 noon. There are 120 people, all of whom are elites. Li Rui said. Lin Feng nodded. Asking Li Rui to send someone is also to prevent any accidents. After all, in this game, Lin Feng bet a lot of money on Spain, and this money is extremely large. In history, it was South Korea who won, but Lam Feng wanted to change history and let South Korea stop in the top 8. However, in this way, the interests of the entire gaming group are affected. Although Lin Feng asked Berlusconi to build momentum, provoke the contradiction between the UEFA and the Korean Football Association, provoke the common hatred of the European people, and tried to weaken the large sum of money to buy Spain won. At the same time, he put pressure on Blatter, so that the referee in this game will not be too outrageous, so as to facilitate his own actions. But just in case, It's always good to have more people around. Li Rui, it's just right. We went to Guangzhou and let them fly directly to Guangzhou, Lin Feng said. 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Li Rui arrived in Guangzhou. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 492. The $2.3 billion bet. Readks. 75 Chapter 492. A $2.3 billion bet. With Ernest Dahl, he was appointed to the second quarter of the two of South Korea and Spain, Ding Yuki in this game. The outside world has already made a lot of noise. Reading full-text novels, all in point 1. 1. When Xwinit, after the Italian worst was hacked to death in the last game, some people turned their attention to this game, guessing whether South Korea will make history. At the same time, they are also guessing whether there will be problems with the referee in this game. The attention of this game is no less than that of the World Cup finals. Especially a few hours ago, Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi once again expressed his views on Italy's acceptance of South Korea's game, and once again reiterated his request for FIFA to investigate the referee on duty, and declared that he hopes FIFA can enforce the law impartially, and called for hope. There should be no more incidents similar to Italy's unjust death in the match between Spain and South Korea, and declared with a high profile that he would bet €10,000 and bet on Spain to win. Berlusconi's argument can be said to have won the love of almost all Italian fans. The support rate rose by a percentage point in an instant, and its support rate reached the highest point since taking office for the first time. Italy is a country of football, especially the Italian Ned was unjustly killed. Berlusconi's remarks naturally won the hearts of most Italians. This is also where Lin Feng asks Donatella to let Berlusconi build momentum. Lin Feng believes that Berlusconi must be able to see the stakes. The facts are indeed as expected by Lin Feng. Berlusconi impassionately expressed his doubts about FIFA, and even pressured €10,000 to bet on Spain to win. At the same time, the Spanish Prime Minister also called for the hope that this game can be held in a fair and just manner. At the same time, he also announced that he had bet €4 to bet Spain will win. Suddenly, the people's aspirations, in this European bet on Spain to win the investment amount suddenly rose to about $100 million. In Asia, the bet on Spain to win has also rushed to the second dollar. The world is optimistic about the voice of Spain. After all, Spain's strength lies here. As long as the referee is fair, South Korea is definitely not a Spanish opponent. It's everyone's point of view. Not to mention the protests by Berlusconi and the Spanish Prime Minister, everyone believes that FIFA will be cautious about this game. Indeed, after Berlusconi and Spain made their remarks, Blatter personally called the referee on duty, Gumbel, for a net worth. But Blatter didn't say much. He only said one sentence: law enforcement as you should, and don't be disturbed by the outside world. This sentence can be said to be no more grandiose, and it makes people unable to pick out the slightest fault. But looking at the $10,000 check in his hand, Gumar Gundel shook his head in disdain. At this moment, Gumal Yedioa, who was having a meal, suddenly felt uncomfortable in his stomach. He put down the phone and ran to the bathroom immediately. After the thunder, Gamar walked out happily. When he walked to the wash basin and looked at himself in front of the mirror, Gamal shook his head. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Gamal Yewangdal?" The light man suddenly walked out. Gamal froze for a moment. He didn't know the man from Asia this year. You don't care who I am, you just need to understand. I'm here to negotiate a deal with you. Lin Feng smiled. At this time, the item surface was quickly replaced with a suspended use brand. "These gentlemen, I don't think we know Gamar," and Dole's expression tightened. Li Xuan walked out. "Mr. Gummel, a net worth. Are you satisfied with $10,000? Lin Feng raised his voice slightly. Gummel frowned and stopped. "What do you mean, sir?" Lin Feng smiled. "Nothing. If you feel satisfied with $300,000, please walk out of this door." When we have never seen Lin Feng at this moment, We are not in a hurry. Gummel frowned and Dolph frowned. There is no such a person, half-talking. Mister, can you make it clear? Gummel asked by Dole. Ha ha, Mr. Gamayawangdal, I have a 10,000 illa business. I wonder if you want to talk about it. Lin Feng asked with a smile. Gummel had a heartbeat with Dole. $340,000. He could not make $10,000 persuading him to enforce the law for a lifetime. At this moment, he vaguely guessed what Lin Feng wanted. This gentleman, if you want to be straightforward, Gummel said. Ha ha, it's very simple. I know someone gave you about $10,000, but I have $10,000 here. My requirements are not high, as long as you enforce the law impartially. Of course, there is one premise. Spain must win the game by no more than 0. South Korea, Lin Feng said. Gummel flicked Dole's heart, and secretly said that it was so. However, he has already received $10,000 from others, and it might not be appropriate to collect Lin Feng's $10,000. But he didn't accept it, and his eyes were hot. It is unreasonable to collect $10,000, and don't accept $10,000. Mr. Gummel, rest assured, I can guarantee your safety. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, and then a few people came in from outside. Mr. Gummel, after you finish the game, Ran will escort you from Korea and return to your hometown. I believe you will have $1 million by then. You can go anywhere you want. Lin Feng said with a relaxed smile. Gummel rubbed his hands together, and looked at the $10,000 check in front of him, and his heart was really moved. He can be bought by $10,000, and naturally he can be persuaded to buy it by $10,000. What's more, he only needs to obey the law in this game. That's it. Spain wins South Korea. That's a certainty. Sir, rest assured, I will strictly enforce it. After thinking for a while, Gemelnet grabbed the check, and after a careful look, he put it in his pocket with a surprised look. Right, there is no reason to make $10,000. Not as good as $10,000. Lin Feng lightly patted Gemelgundel on the shoulder and said with a smile, then these gentlemen, I will leave first. Gemelnet left with a smile and humming a small song. Lin Feng smiled slightly when Gemel disappeared before his eyes. Li Rui sent someone to follow him. Remember, don't be discovered. Before the game between South Korea and Spain ends, I need to know who he met and what he said. I must know what Lin Feng told him. Lin Feng looked at his watch at this time, Junqiu Day, at 2 noon. Lin Feng took Li Ru and others to the Gwangju World Cup Stadium in South Korea after a leisurely meal in a restaurant nearby. But in the middle, Lin Feng answered a call, and after listening to the call, Lin Feng's smile became even brighter. Ha, Mr. Lin, you are finally here. You have had an accident in the past 2 days, but unfortunately I was too busy. I don't have time to visit you. I'm sorry. But I know you will be fine. Open your eyes and speak nonsense. Ha ha. Lin Feng didn't care either. By the way, Mr. Lin, how about your head coach friend? Why didn't he come? Where are the 3 beauties? Shiro Yanagi asked casually. Hee, Mr. Maurino has something wrong, so I won't come today. Lin Feng explained with a smile. Today, Lin Feng did not want to drag Maurino in, so as not to harm him. As for the 3 beauties, you have to ask your partner Jinxing to talk about this first, and Lin Feng's face went dark. Shiro Yeju naturally knew what had happened to Lin Feng and Jinxing, so he didn't ask more. At this time, everyone else has arrived. Zheng Jingqing nodded at Lin Feng with a slight embarrassment, and he was embarrassed to step forward to say hello. At this moment, he didn't know whether Lin Feng was angry or not. He was also a man with a good face. If Lin Feng was ridiculed in public, he would not be able to bear it. As for Suleiman, he would not even talk to Lin Feng. 2 of the best of heaven, when they collided together, it was originally Mars hitting the Earth. It is fortunate not to make trouble. The last person to be there was Kim Taejung, but he walked and turned. Obviously, Averil's kick yesterday made him still unwell today. Oh, Mr. Jin's walking today is really weird. I don't know what the trend is. Lin Feng sneered. Jinxing's face was cold, but he didn't care about Lin Feng, and he pulled Liu Shengshiro aside, muttering something. and occasionally hinted at Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored them and sat there alone with a mysterious smile on his face. At this moment, Shiro Yanagi came over. Everyone, since everyone is here, today's gambling game will officially begin. It is a pity that Mr. Lin failed to come last time because of something delayed, and everyone was not able to enjoy themselves. Fortunately, everyone came this time. Korea, Spain, Spain. For half of the ball, Spain lost 7 for a win and South Korea lost a tile for a win. Shiro Yanagi said with a smile. Spanish blade is $100,000 US. Zheng Jingqing said without hesitation. This time the outside world is all optimistic about Spain, especially in Europe, Spain and Italy, as well as UEFA's pressure on FIFA. Zheng Jingqing does not believe that at this moment, FIFA will have problems with refereeing. I also persuade one. This time Zhu Zhengyai followed Zheng Jingqing in such a determined manner. In addition to proving his financial strength, he also moved towards the rich circle of Hong Kong through Zheng Jingqing. I lost a lot in the first few rounds, and I'll bet on Spain. Wada Yang said with a smile. We Arabs, in addition to the Premier League, the favorite is Spain. I bet $20,000 US. Suleiman Halma said. Lin Feng secretly despised. Last time I said that in addition to the Premier League favorite Italy, this time I came to West to hurt my teeth. But the Arabs are rich, so they can say anything they like. Mr. Lin, how about you? Do you also bet on Spain, or go to bet on South Korea? Said Jinte Zheng Yayu. Lin Feng smiled, but his face changed instantly. Jinzing, this time I'll be singled out with you. Do you dare to take it? Lin Feng snorted coldly. I tell you, you dare to make bad ideas for my woman, this matter is counted today. Jinzing's expression changed, but he sneered afterwards. Okay, I will take as much as you bet today. Let's take a single one. Jinzing sneered. Lin Feng snorted contemptuously. This time I bet all of the US dollars in my personal account. Do you have the guts to pick it up? Lin Feng said sarcastically. Quote B dollars. Everyone jumped in the field. Even Suleiman, who claims to be young and rich, and who can throw more money into the sea, was amazed. This handwriting is rare in the world. Jinzing also didn't expect Lin Feng to be so crazy, but after thinking about it, he patted his chest. The surname is Lin. If you dare to charge me, I will dare to pick it up. Well, everyone, you all come to prove that he will take as much as I bet today. Lin Feng yelled, smiled to himself, and the bait was hooked. Yes, you guys also ask you to testify in this gambling game to prevent your family members from losing their debts. Kim Taejung also said arrogantly. Jin Jun, please think twice. After all, Shiro Yanagi is always cunning and always feels something wrong with it. Don't worry, Mr. Yanagi, I'm sure. Kim Taejung didn't care to say. If it is under normal circumstances, if Lin Feng bet BUSD and his single one, he would naturally not dare to accept it. But it is different now. Before coming, he had received news that Lin Feng had secretly met with Egypt's referee Gamar Gundel and offered him a bribe of $10,000 US, hoping that he would help Spain win more than South Korea. In particular, Jin Yao also received news that the mother of Lin Feng's confidant, Algra, and the current acting president of Versace, Donatella, bet $100,000 for Spain to win. All this proves that Lin Feng wants to hack himself by bribing the referee. What's more, after entering, Lin Feng deliberately asked himself to single and threatened to avenge himself for humiliating his girlfriend. With all the incidents corroborating each other, Jinxing could clearly guess Lin Feng's intentions. Want to bribe the referee to get revenge? Don't you know? Gamal Yadioa's family is under our control. Such as 10,000, even if you give him 40,000, he dare not accept it. With this guarantee, Jinxing wouldn't dare to gamble. It's easy to say. I won, but you have to pay me a few $100 million. Do you have so much money? Lin Feng sneered, deliberately biting the pronunciation of the $700 million in his mouth. Yu Jinxing was also taken aback. He forgot about it. He doesn't have so many funds to guarantee him now. Mr. Liu Sheng, I hope you will guarantee me. Ginseng thought for a while and said. Liu Shengshiro frowned and gave a wry smile. Jin Jun, I don't have a US dollar in my current family property. You know, I have lost a lot these days. After saying that, Liu Shengshiro gave Lin Feng a fierce look. During this period of time, his personal wealth has been lost to Lin Feng. Although the dividends of the Korean-Japanese World Cup peripheral gambling will be about $100 million US, in addition to the expenses of his subordinates and top and bottom management, he can also lose his heart by about US dollars. But the money hasn't reached his pocket yet. Now, he naturally has no money. Mr. Jin, even if you don't have money, I'll bet with Mr. Yanagi. Although he doesn't have $1 billion now, I believe that Mr. Yanagi will never fall back on his account. He is a senior officer of the Japanese Goldnet team, even if he has no money. Also, there will be some mortgages. Lin Feng deliberately spoke to Run Ginseng! Kim Taejong gritted his teeth, his heart sullen. There is no reason not to get the US dollar, which is $500 million US. After thinking about it, Kim Taejong yelled, I use my Korean Daewoo automobile production line and its technical data as a mortgage. It's worth billions of dollars. It's enough. Lin Feng smiled, and the big fish finally took the bait. Yes, but in black and white. We write it down clearly so as not to fall back on the account. Lin Feng then took out 2 contracts. It seems that Mr. Lin had planned for a long time. Jin Tezing said disdainfully. Yes, I said that you dare to move my woman, I will never let you go. I'm going to dig out your roots. Refining billions, see how you pay it back. Lin Feng sternly shouted. Jin Tezing's face changed, but he was extremely disdainful in his heart. Okay, sign. Jin Tezing glanced at the contract and signed it immediately. Lin Feng smiled and signed his name. Subsequently, Zheng Jingqing, Zhu Zhengyai, Wada Yuqi, Suleiman and others signed this unprecedented gamble as witnesses. But Suleiman frowned after signing. Look at Lin Feng and look at Kim Taejong. Looks weird. I want to say something, but at this time, the game has already begun. Everyone, let's start another game of ours. This time it will be an unlimited bet. Shiro Yanagi clapped his hands and laughed! The mixed-race female anchor forgot to turn off the camera after the live broadcast. The video of her life was exposed. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Chapter 493, How do you bet on it? Readx 75 Chapter 493 How do you bet it? The level of attention this game has received has surpassed yesterday's battle between England and Brazil under the strong protests of Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi and Spanish Prime Minister Zapatero. Reading full-text novels, all in .1.1.trend.study.com in particular. The off-site bets have exceeded all previous matches in this World Cup, and global bets have exceeded tens of billions of dollars. It's unbelievable that a match between an Asian country and a strong European team will attract such attention. But on the other hand, this proves the uniqueness of this World Cup. In the box of the Guangzhou World Cup Stadium, Lin Feng and others were watching this game. Chapter 493 How did you bet it? And a game of No Limit Texas Hold'em is also going on. But at the poker table, everyone looked different. Shiro Yanagi smiled, and looked at Lin Feng from time to time, with a sneer and playful expression at the corner of his mouth. He Tanyang sneered, and occasionally his eyes swept Lin Feng, all with a sneer. Jin Qin was very excited, his hands trembled slightly, and the whole person was in a state of extreme excitement. From time to time, he glanced at the live broadcast of the game on the screen and kept watching his watch. You will be able to make a profit. Damn Chinese, get ready to cry then. Zheng Jingqing frowned and sighed in his heart. Lin Feng was too impulsive today. It's too impulsive to quote $B all in. Even if you want to avenge your own woman, you don't use this extreme method. There are many ways to fix this. Kim Taejong slowly. There is really no need to take such extreme measures. Zhu Zhengy's complexion was as usual, but his heart was already happy. Therefore, What he hopes most is Spain's loss. Although he bet a field of $100,000 to bet on chapter 493 of Spain. How did you bet it? Wins. But Lin Feng is betting on US dollars. But he would rather lose himself. If Hua persuades one men to see Lin Feng make a fool of himself, he thinks it's worth it. Moreover, there is currently a domestic trend of suppressing online games, and Lin Feng's second world bears the brunt. Without the introduction of a dollar, he would have to see how Lin Feng is going to play. Suleiman, the Toronto of the Middle East, had a thoughtful look and frowned. There was no publicity in the previous games at the poker table today. Instead, he often made mistakes. In just over 10 minutes, he lost millions of dollars. But his mind is still uncertain. Obviously the attention is not at the poker table. Although everyone felt a little strange about Suleiman's anomaly, they did not remind him. Suleiman won a lot in the first few games, although he lost a few on. But the poker table has won back, arrogant and unbelievable. On the contrary, everyone lost miserably. They kept losing and losing at the poker table. Now Suleiman is not in the state. Everyone took the opportunity to take revenge. Lin Feng's complexion was steady, with a relaxed smile on his face. If the hand is good, you can play, and if you don't, you can throw it. The focus is mainly on the live TV game. The first half ended quickly. Spain and South Korea were temporarily evenly divided. However, although Spain's main striker Raul was absent due to injury, he still showed Spain's strong strength and completely suppressed South Korea. Not surprisingly, Spain will be able to score. Haha, Mr. Lin, there are Feng minutes left, but now it is 0:0. Spain has to enter 2 special prizes to win. Otherwise, your quotation of US dollars will be mine. Jin Tae was holding his cigar and hugging his arm around him. A Korean female star said proudly. Lin Feng smiled faintly. The game is not over yet. Everything is possible. Lin Feng said as usual. Really? Then we will wait and see. Jin Tae was laughing. But there was a curse in my heart. I asked you to pretend to me again. And Feng minutes. Let me see how you cry. After a short break, the second half of the game began. In the 5th minute, Spain's Joe Aquin was violated on the right. De Pedro took a free kick. Kim Tae-young competed among the crowd and swept the ball into the far corner. In the arena, in the box, all the fans who supported Spain in front of the TV cheered for a while, but the cheers did not last long, and the referee's whistle was invalidated. Spain chased the referee to question, but the referee calmly let the South Korean team kick off. All the fans who support Spain scolded, but Spain dominated the scene. This goal is not counted. Sooner or later they will have to score. Call. Kim Tae-young's side. The goal of the tennis player is really beautiful, but no matter how beautiful the goal is, the referee is the real god on this small court. He took my money, and he would have to judge whatever I asked him to do. Jin Tae-young smiled intentionally and glanced at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng's face was still as smooth as water, and there was no strangeness. Humphrey, pretend. I see how long you can pretend. Yi Jin-tae is looking at the cards and launching the Huawon chips. Lin Feng looked at his whole cards and stopped playing and continued to stare at the TV. The expression on his face was indescribable. In the first minute, Spain was blown offside once. In the first minute, Spain fouled for a header. Kim Tae-young did not dare to play cards, clenched his fists tightly. His lips squirmed slightly, and his breathing slowly rose. At this moment, the game has been going on for 5 minutes, and the game will end in 5 minutes, and the score on the game is still 0, unless he scores 2 goals in a row in the remaining 5 minutes. He will win the gamble of quoting $1. Lying Yin B. The other people in the box also looked nervous. But what they care about is not their own winning or losing. Although they have all bet millions of dollars, they are undoubtedly insignificant compared to Lin Feng's introduction of $B. Whether Spain won 0, Lam Feng won the Giao billion US dollars, or South Korea won, Kim Tae is winning the second US dollar, making everyone feel distressed. Especially the game is about to end in more than 10 minutes. How are everyone still in the mood to play cards? At the moment, Spain has the advantage. but the referee always struggles with Spain. It seems that the referee is fairer, but at the critical moment they favor South Korea. For example, the South Korean team fouled, Spain continued to hold the ball. According to the offensive principle, should not blow, but the referee blew the foul, giving South Korea a chance to breathe. Of course, there are also offsides, and this penalty is unlimited, favoring South Korea. Spain's single-handed times have all been blown out. Under this circumstance, Zheng Jingqing is not stupid, naturally knowing that the shady scene of the last round of the knockout match in Italy will probably be staged again. With a feeling of depression in his heart, Lin Feng lost this time. Alas, still too young and too impulsive, Zheng Jingqing sighed. If Lin Feng loses this quote, plus what is happening in China today, he had to reconsider whether he needed to have a good relationship with Lin Feng. Witnessing the situation on the court, although Shiro Yanagi slightly regretted that he did not earn the second dollar, he was still happy. This damn Chinese finally wants to wash, and Yang Ichi is also happy. This time he can finally see Lin Feng is moldy. Introduce US dollars. This is US dollars in cash. Under the attention of everyone, with the whistle of the Egyptian referee, the quarter elimination match between Spain and South Korea was tied at 0 within the next minute. Later, the second half will be played in overtime in the old minutes. Golden ball win system. I won, I won, I won. Ha 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 ha, I won. At the moment when the referee's whistle sounded, Ginseng threw the poker in his hand, jumped up violently, and hugged the female star beside him fiercely. I kissed and walked around the place a few times, excited almost out of control. Finally, with the reassurance of Yeju Shiro's smile, he barely calmed down. Ginseng looked at Lin Feng with a sullen face, and pretended to be disdainful in his heart, still pretending. I see how you pretend when you pay. Ginseng suddenly jumped onto the table, walked condescendingly in front of Lin Feng, and squatted down. Mr. Lin, you have lost. Bring the check for $2. Ginseng stretched out 2 fingers, and the female celebrity next to him immediately handed it a cigar and lit it. Jintai was taking a deep sigh of cigar, expelling a puff of smoke, and sighed, damn, this is the first cigar after winning the first dollar. Ha 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 ha. Oh, sorry, I'm a little too proud. I didn't worry about Mr. Lin's feelings. I'm sorry, but I did it on purpose. Ha 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 ha. Ginseng laughed arrogantly. Later, thinking of Lisa, he said with an obscene smile, if you send Lisa to me, I can consider giving you a 100 million reduction, and a woman can exchange billions of dollars in debt. Mr. Lin, it's worth it, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Zheng Jingqing frowned and sighed. Although Zhu Zhengyi is because everyone is Chinese, his face is helpless, but his stomach is full of smiles. Lose you. The audience was filled with laughter that caused misfortune. Only Suleiman had a weird face, watching Lin Feng silently. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, it seems that you have bad luck this time. We are all witnesses, and we are willing to bet, and we will also ask Mr. Lin to hand over the check. Shiro Yanagi stepped forward and said, Mr. Lin, don't hesitate, pay for it. Ginseng laughed wildly. Yesterday, I was caught by Avril, and almost made him irresistible. He has always kept it in his heart, and now is a great opportunity for revenge. However, Lin Feng was uncharacteristically, calmly glanced up and down at the arrogant Jin Taejong, and said lightly, Mr. King, what did you say? I lost. What did I lose? Ha ha. Spain and South Korea drew 0. And this game is based on Spain's handicap. What did you lose? Kim Taejong explained intentionally, but suddenly realized that Lin Feng's expression was wrong. Lin Feng sighed after being calm. No one is as calm as Lin Feng after losing the US dollar. If he loses the quotation of B dollars, he will be annoyed and go crazy. This is quoting the second dollar in cash. He believes that even if Bill Gates loses the quotation of the second dollar, he will feel distressed, and his face will show regret and unwillingness. Mr. Lin, you are a fluke, Jin Tezing asked subconsciously. What's wrong with me? Did I ask if I was too calm? No regrets or regrets? Lin Fengton asked. Yes. Jinzing nodded instinctively. Oh, my god, I've gotten $. I'm fucking losing the $. How did Spain play? Even South Korea can't win. The damn dog referee. How the penalties are all aimed at Spain. Lin Feng suddenly hugged his head and howled wildly. There was a burst of pain and loss of affection, which made all the people in the box wonder for a while, and the gap between before and after the reaction was too big. But when everyone was puzzled, Lin Feng suddenly changed his expression, staring at Jin Tezing and mockingly asked, whether I should be like this is normal. Jin Tezing is not stupid either. This Xuan feels something is wrong. But what was wrong? He couldn't tell. He just felt faint in his heart. Shiro Yanagi also felt that things became weird. After thinking about it, I called quickly. After a phone call, Liu Shengsima frowned. Over the Contrasians bet on Spain's victory at hundreds of millions of dollars. They who bet on the victory of the Falkanian country suddenly poured into the capital of the second dollar just 1 minute before the start of the game. The total bet reaches 10 million yuan. Could it be that Lin Feng's introduction of the second dollar? Shiro Yanagi's forehead sweated coldly. If it was Lam Feng, then Lam Feng would have won the Heartby USD. But there is one thing that doesn't make sense. Why did Lin Feng bet on Spain to win today? Even if the acting is too much, he can bet on Spain to win if he takes 40,000 yuan. Kim Tae-jung knew at the moment that there was a problem with the off-court gambling, but overall the off-court game was still a win. And this is also the sudden influx of $. Into the reason why the group had to accept it. But this has nothing to do with Jin Tae-jung. The group behind him only cares about the achievements of Nali. Of course, this is not divided into. South Korea's Daewoo represented by Kim Tae-young does not have much, about 5. The rest is used to pay for up and down, and the rest will fall into the pockets of Zheng Mengshun and Blatter. Mr. Lin, accept your gambling, and bring in a $. check. Jin Tsing stretched out his big palm with a smug expression on his face. Lin Feng sneered. Why should I give it to you? Lin Feng shrugged. It's written clearly in black and white. Don't deny it. Jin Tsing sneered. Yang started the contract and said, really? Then you see clearly what is written on it. Lin Feng's momentum changed. Jin Tae-jung, I said, if you dare to move my woman, I will never let you go. I will break today. It's your way of making money, it's your roots. Lin Feng vigorously shook his head, pointing at Jin Tae-jung and cursing. Jin Tae-jung's face changed, and he felt bad instinctively. Ignoring Lin Feng's scolding, he hurriedly opened the contract and took a closer look. After reading it, his eyes went black, and it read Lin Feng and Daewoo President Kim Tae-jung have reached an agreement, and Lin Feng bet on South Korea to win. Kim Tae-jung uses Daewoo Motors of South Korea to win. Production line and technical data drawings are used as mortgage and other terms. Jin Tsing sat down on the poker table, rubbing his eyes desperately. His face was in disbelief. It was wrong. No. How could it be Finland? How could he bet South Korea? Jin Tae was roaring hysterically. Shiro Yanagi noticed that Kim Tae-jung's expression was wrong, so he hurriedly walked over and took a look at the contract. His expression changed. He pointed to the contract and cried out, how could you bet on South Korea? Lin Feng sneered. Why can't I bet on Korea? Lin Feng sat down leisurely at this time! Korean female anchor's private secret video was exposed, cute and full! Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Chapter 494 Beauty. Come here? Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 Chapter 494 Beauty. Come here. Then why can't you bet on South Korea? Lin Feng stretched and stretched. Read all the novels in Shilla literature. With a puzzled look on Lin Feng, Kim Tae-jung, Shiro Yanagi and others wanted to go forward and beat Lin Feng severely. Emil. This expression is too disgusting. They are almost broken in fright here, but Lin Feng stretched lazily here, and deliberately made an innocent expression, hateful. Zheng Jingqing and others were surprised. The mouth is wide open. Can't believe that things will turn around in the end. Instead of losing, Lin Feng won. And South Korea's pays 5. Lin Feng bet Yin Yi Jinping is now going to pay out trillions of dollars. Zheng Jingqing took a deep breath, which is equivalent to close to a third of the Zheng family's fortune. However, Lin Feng won in minutes. The market value of South Korea's Daewoo is flying in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Could Lin Feng aim at the property rights of South Korea's Daewoo from the beginning? Zheng Jingqing thought of this, cold sweat on his forehead. Suleiman's face was already sullen at the moment. When he was signing, it was discovered that Lin Feng was betting South Korea. But he doesn't believe South Korea will win, and he wants to see which drama it is actually playing. Therefore, there was no announcement. The net talent table. He became a big loser alone, just thinking about the reason for this. Now South Korea really won, Lam Feng won, but Suleiman couldn't figure out how Lin Feng won. You have always said that you won the loss of Giao billion. You should bet on Spain. How could you bet on South Korea? Kim Tae-jung roared in annoyance. Yes, I mean bet on Spain to win. You pay me Giao billion, but I didn't say I must bet on Spain. Lin Feng shrugged innocently. I'm just talking about it. Just talk about it? Lie to you. Just now I tried to bite Giao billion repeatedly, for fear that I couldn't afford it. But now I just said casually, I really think I am a 3-year-old child. Think of the black and white words on the contract. Jin Tae-jung felt dizzy, and felt that the end of the world had come to an ordinary end. You fucking bastard. Jin Tai was angrily pointing at Lin Feng and cursed. Not bad. That's why you have your dad. Lin Feng said casually. Curse, you are not even my opponent. Before the rebirth, he was a low-level figure. And this kind of verbal abuse couldn't be better. Kim Tae-jung is a young man from his background. How is he an opponent? Jin Tai's righteous eyes widened. He wanted to jump over and dear Lin Feng. Shiro Yeja held down Kim Tae-jung, who was going crazy. At this time, no more verbal abuse would help. He wanted to figure out what was going on. Lin Feng obviously bought the referee. Help Spain 0 win. But why is South Korea bet? Lin Jun? You just took a mouthful of Giao billion. You are misleading Jin Jun, misleading us, and this also caused him to sign the contract without seeing clearly, and we didn't pay attention, right? Also, you deliberately provoked Jin Tai since you came in. Yes, he threatened to avenge your woman at all costs, just to provoke Kim Tae, right? Yanagi Shiro asked in a low voice. Now! Answer. But it's not irritation, but I really want revenge. No matter who it is, you can humiliate me, but don't touch my woman. Lin Fengson said. Shiro Yanagi's expression changed. Zheng Jingqing and the others also had a stiff expression. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng had been doing a show since he came in. Everyone thought they were business elites, but they didn't see through Lin Feng's drama. All were deceived by Lin Feng. Thinking of this, everyone's faces were shocked. Why did you go to bribe the referee and just show it to us? Shiro Yanagi trembled slightly and asked a little bit aloud. Of course, since you dare to control the game and buy off the referees, how could you not stare at the referees out of the hour? No matter how careful I am, as long as I contact the referees, I will definitely be discovered by you. After all, this is your place. Knowing that contact with the referee will be discovered by you. Naturally, I went to play. It's a pity, you guys are too silly. Lin Feng said with a contemptuous smile. But you're so sure. Aren't we afraid that we will do the trick? Shiro Yanagi couldn't believe it. He didn't believe that Lin Feng was so bold in betting that they didn't see through Lin Feng's tactics. Although in fact, they did not see through. But it's after all, $B. If it were him, he must be 100% sure before daring to place a bet. Gambling. Of course you have to bet on luck. Lin Feng explained with a smile. Shiro Yanagi's complexion stiffened, but Lin Feng would not expect Lin Feng to bet on luck with them, and he actually won. This really made Yeji Shiro a little vomiting blood. Lin Feng was secretly funny. How can it be possible to gamble on luck? This kind of thing absolutely cannot believe in luck, especially gambling. 10 bets and 10 cheats. Lin Feng also had absolute certainty before betting on the second dollar when chatting with an Egyptian referee at the hotel. Finally, Lin Feng patted the Egyptian referee Gamar Yuangda on the shoulder, putting a miniature bug on his body for easy monitoring. During the meal, Lin Feng received a mysterious call that the person in charge of monitoring Gamal informed Lin Feng that Gamal Gundal had contact with people, and would maintain the original penalty level to ensure South Korea's promotion. With this news, Lin Feng had absolute certainty to bet on South Korea to win. So then you let Donatella, the president of Versace, buy Spain to win for $100,000. And show us the show, Shiro Yanagi said with a trembling whole body. If this is the case, Lin Feng's mind would be terrible. Yes, that's also a play, otherwise how dare you take my BUSD bet? Lin Feng said confidently. After receiving Lin Feng's confirmation, Shiro Lushing staggered, sat on the ground, and pointed to Lin Feng's fear. Algru is so close to you. According to our investigation, you have been living in your villa. You also helped her open the Algra brand store. You even cheated her. And you cheated Versace, who is in a bad financial situation. Lost $10,000. Shiro Yanagi screamed out of voice. Don't lie to them. How did you lie to you? Lin Feng said coldly. However, there was a feeling of guilt in his heart. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already thought about the aftermath before the layout. I'm not afraid to let Versace fall into a situation where capital turnover is ineffective and eventually collapsed. You are a bit too cruel. Liu Shengshiro pointed to Lin Feng for a while, coughed, and a mouthful of bloody sputum poured out of the corner of his mouth. I'm not to blame, I said. Don't touch my woman. Lin Feng looked at Jin Xing and said. Shiro Yanagi vomited 2 more bloody sputum. Also, let me ask you again, what about the second dollar bet on the sidelines in the last minute? It's yours too? Shiro Yanagi pointed to Lin Feng in horror, hoping that Lin Feng would shake his head. If it is true that all this is Lin Feng's fault, that would be too terrible. Although he did not lose money, but being calculated by a young man like Lin Feng, Shiro Yanagi was unwilling. Especially this World Cup gambling will directly affect his place in the King Kong group. Now it seems that his future is very bleak. The King Kong team will never accept a person who is so desired by others as a core member. Yes, of course it is mine. I deceived everyone, so naturally the more I want to earn, the better. Lin Feng nodded. I'm really sorry for not earning a little more after setting up such a big game. And the more you earn, the more compensation you can give to Algra. Aren't you afraid that the entire group will trouble you? Shiro Yanagi called hysterically. This time, there are hundreds of millions of dollars in the Asian foreign trade. Even if I win, I will take away. You still have 700 million. What's more, if you don't have my layout, this game will attract a maximum of $2 in bets. In contrast, your boss should also thank me. How could he trouble me? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said. You Liu Shengshiro was speechless by Lin Feng Kai. Indeed, no matter how much Lin Feng wins, as long as the group can win, he will not go to Lin Feng's trouble. After all, Lin Feng nor are ordinary people, the richest man in mainland China. If the official background is backed up, these groups will not dare to touch Lin Feng. The purpose of the group is to make money, not to be vindictive. Then you bet the second dollar. I'm afraid from the very beginning, you are aiming at the ownership of South Korea's Daewoo, right? Liu Shengshiro roared. Yes, I have to decide on the ownership of South Korea's Daewoo. A gleam of light flashed through Lin Feng's eyes. South Korea's Daewoo must be won by Lin Feng. This is about Lin Feng's entire layout. However, Lin Feng's purpose is not only in Daewoo, South Korea. This time the layout is not so simple. It is a pity that Shiro Yanagi's status determines that his eyes can only see here. Good means. Shiro Yanagi wailed, collapsed to the ground. This time he was asked by Lin Feng from start to finish, and he couldn't stand the stimulus. At this time, Lin Feng looked at him squatting on the card table with a dazed expression, otherwise he believed that he had lost Jin Taejung, and sneered. Then he beckoned to the female star brought by Kim Taejung. Beauty, come here, your boss is done. This time he will pay me trillions of dollars. Daewoo of South Korea is worth $1. He still costs me $1. Stay by his side and be careful that he wants you to help. Lin Feng mocked when he paid the hotel money. The female star heard what Lin Feng said. Instinctively startled. Back again and again. You stinky woman, what do you want to do? Jin Xing heard it and pointed at the female star and cursed. Beauty, come over, pour me a glass of wine, and I will cover you. Lin Feng waved to the female star again. Do you dare to touch my woman? I will move you, woman, and move in front of you. The female celebrity looked like a distorted face. Alien Kim Tae-jung, with a look of fear, backed away again and again. You are not allowed to go. You are not allowed to go. Jin Tae was angrily and grabbed the female star's arm. Golden Sun, you are out of money, why are you catching someone else? Do you want to be a little white face and let someone take care of you? Lin Feng didn't forget to attack Jin Tae-jung, and said yee with a look on his face. Jin Tae was shaking all over with righteousness. The female star took the opportunity to run to Lin Feng, patted her chest slightly, with an expression of escaping from death. At this time, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and made a gesture of holding a wine glass. The female celebrity saw it, and after a slight daze, she immediately understood. Very pleased and obedient, he poured a glass of wine for Lin Feng, and then handed it to Lin Feng's hand. Then, under Jin Xing's jealous and frantic expression, he gently massaged Lin Feng's shoulders and put Lin Feng's head on his own. On the proud roofing, it was not softly asking Lin Feng whether he was comfortable or not. Oh, here? Yes. Need harder here. It's so comfortable. This female celebrity is so cooperative. Lin Feng naturally wants to take the opportunity to take advantage of Jin Xing, and enjoy the female celebrity's massage with his eyes closed. Yu Jin Xing witnessed the female celebrity he brought, and he actually went to serve Lin Feng, and he was very pleased, especially when he hadn't tried any of these actions. He was short of breath, his head went dark, and he passed out. Lin Feng sneered, dizzy, and Li thought it would be fine if he was dizzy. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Li Ru and others came in. Take this contract to the automobile factory in Daewoo, South Korea. First, I will protect all the technical drawings, lest they delete these valuable technical drawings, Lin Feng ordered. Compared with South Korea's Daewoo car production line, these technical data drawings are more important. With these technical data drawings, the second South Korean Daewoo can be established. Yes, the boss Li Ruin nodded and ordered Feng Jun to protect Lin Feng. He personally took many people to the Daewoo production workshop in Florida to obtain materials. Thank you for helping me verify. I would like to have tea another day. At this time, Lin Feng gracefully stood up and rushed towards Zheng Jingqing. Zhu Zhengyai, Wada Yuqi, and Suleiman bowed. The four people looked different. When Zheng Jingqing was shocked by Lin Feng's grand layout and ruthlessness and determination, he also secretly made up his mind that no matter what he had with Lin Feng before, such a cruel young man must become a friend. Otherwise, it would be terrible to become an enemy. Zhu Zhengyai was full of horror and jealousy. I am afraid that the money Lin Feng made this time is enough to make him the first 10 billionaire in the mainland. And it's still US dollars. He Tan Yang's eyes shot deep resentment. He came with the mentality of watching a play, but unexpectedly witnessed the occurrence of Lin Feng's miracle. How well this made him feel. Suleiman took a long breath at this moment. Mr. Lin, what a clever method. It seems that the future world will be very exciting. There will be a period later. Suleiman smiled slightly, shook hands with Lin Feng and turned away. This is the first time that Suleiman shook hands with Lin Feng. This was not a gesture of goodwill, nor was it polite, but a declaration of war. A mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. Although the world is big, two young people of the same age, the same wealthy and enemy country, are destined to compare each other and prove who is stronger. Not to mention, in this way, life in the future will be more interesting, isn't it? Money. Only desire when there is no money. When there is more money, making money is just a boring trick to kill time. This is just like those lonely masters, It is truly exciting with opponents. Everyone said goodbye one by one. As for Jinzing and Yanajushiro lying on the ground, they didn't pay much attention to them. The money they lost is enough for them to live in the best hospital for a lifetime. Boss Lin, me. The female celebrity was a little timid, and a little dazed, followed Lin Feng for 2 steps. Looking at the female star in front of him, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Wang Kai asked him to come over and give himself wine and massage. It was just to beat Kim Taejung, but didn't have any thoughts about this female star. Although the pair of roofing is very textured, it is far inferior to Lin Ziyui's. Even Lisa's. It's also a bit better than her. In this way, you help me with the task, and you are done. The check for $40,000 is yours. Lin Feng opened a check for Jiang Tan $10,000 and placed it in front of the female star. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. The clothes of the most female anchor in Thailand are almost out of pocket. Watch the video online. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! The 495th chapter, the show has just begun! In this way, you help me with the task, and you are done? This $1 million check is yours. Lin Feng wrote a $1 million check and placed it in front of the female star. Looking at this $1 million check, the female star was heart-stricken, but after thinking about it, she shook her head and refused. Lin Feng smiled, knowing what the female star was thinking. Okay, take it, I'm not Jinzing, and nothing can happen between us. You still don't want to be paranoid, Lin Feng said. The female star's face became stiff, and after some consideration, she resolutely accepted the check. Boss, what do you want me to do? The female star asked. Lin Feng nodded. This attitude couldn't be better. Haha, it's very simple. You go and take this waste to the hospital, and when he wakes up, tell him a word. Lin Feng whispered to the female star's ear. After listening to Lin Feng's words, the female star chuckled, making Lin Feng slightly lost. I have to say that Jin Tae is indeed looking at women with a good vision. This female star is a born beauty. The female star noticed Lin Feng's moment of loss, and she was slightly happy, and bowed to Lin Feng, indicating that she must complete the task, and then handed Lin Feng a business card. Boss, this is my personal business card, which is online 24 hours a day. If you are free, call me anytime and I will definitely be free. Also, I just met Jinzing today. I don't know him at all, it's just the production unit. I want me to accompany him. The female star Choo-Choo said with a pitiful expression. Lin Feng smiled and didn't say much, but accepted his business card. With the gracious farewell of the female star, she took Feng Jun and others out of the Gwanga Stadium. At this moment, outside the Gwanga Stadium, it has become a sea of joy. Just now in the quarterfinals, South Korea eliminated Spain on a penalty kick 53 and successfully broke into the semi-finals. This is the Asian men's football team. It reached the World Cup semi-finals for the first time and created the history of the Asian team in the World Cup. Looking at the big screen outside the field, the South Korean team walked around the field to accept the cheers of all South Korean fans. And Zheng Mengshun stood on the sidelines with a proud face to accept the cheers. Lin Feng smiled. The first round is over, and the second round is about to begin. But before you start, there is one thing to do. This time, in order to attract Jinzing into the game, Lin Feng deceived Donatella and Algra. He must apologize and compensate for the loss. But before Lin Feng arrived at Algra's mother's hotel, Algra called, "Asshole, asshole, asshole. Why do you want my mother to buy all Spain to win? But now South Korea wins, you know. My mother bought all of Versace's working capital to Spain to win, and also let many friends buy Spain. Won, but now it's South Korea. You bastard." Algra scolded angrily on the phone. Lin Feng was helpless. This was also the consequence he had to bear in this matter. For bastards. Good scolding. It's also right. Algra, is your mother still there? Wait a moment, he'll come and explain to you right away. Lin Feng said softly. Well, I'm waiting for you. There is no reasonable explanation. See if I don't beat you, Algra said gruffly. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. This time I am afraid that Algra was really angry. So rude. Not long after, Lin Feng rushed to Donatella and Algra's room. Algra opened the door to Lin Feng, with a look of indignation, waved his fist at Lin Feng, and then pointed to Donatella who was haggard on the sofa. Lin Feng made a gesture to relieve Algra. Miss Donatella, I hereby apologize for letting you buy Spain to win. This is my apology. As he said, Lin Feng handed Donatella a check. Donatella was stunned for a moment, reached out to take the check, opened it, and stunned. This is ... This is. Donatella said in disbelief. This is my compensation to you and Miss Algra, as well as to Versace. Lin Feng said sincerely. But this is too much. I only lost $80 million US. And even less than $90 million US including friends. Donatella frowned. When Algra heard it, it felt weird. He snatched the check from his mother and cried out, 300 ... 300 million US. After taking a closer look, Algra asked, Lin, where did you get so much money? My mother bought 80 million. You must buy more. Where did you get so much money? Although Versace is now in trouble because of you caused, but you don't have to compensate us so much. After all, there is no guarantee of winning in gambling. The concern revealed in Algra's tone moved Lin Feng slightly. Unexpectedly, at this time, Algra still cared about himself. Thinking about it, Lin Feng took a deep look at Algra. Algra, who glanced at him, was flustered inexplicably, and stepped back. Yes, I bet a lot. I bet 500 million, but I am not betting Spain, but South Korea. Lin Feng later explained. What? Algra and Mother Donatella were shocked. You said you bet 500 million for South Korea to win, but let my mother buy Spain to win. Algra said suddenly angrily. Not bad. Lin Feng sighed. You ... You asshole. Algra pointed at Lin Feng and cursed. Then what is your 300 million yuan? Is it compensation? Lin Feng knew that this curse was indispensable, and he didn't justify it. With a sound of pop, Algra slapped Lin Feng. You are shameless. Algra, you are too rude. Donatella was rarely calm, and pointed to Algra and said, so many years of upbringing are all in vain. Look at you. What are you like? Like a small town. Minutes. You can go back to my room. Algra pursed her mouth, eyes filled with tears, gave Lin Feng a fierce look, angrily returned to the room, and closed the door vigorously. Thump. There was a loud noise. Lin Feng was taken aback, touched his hot cheeks, and sighed. He didn't expect Algra to be so magnificent. However, I am afraid that it will be the same for me. Alas, to be taken advantage of and deceived by friends is indeed to be angry. Miss Donatella, I am very sorry that I deceived you this morning, and I hope you can forgive me. Lin Feng bowed sincerely and apologized. No, Mr. Lin, isn't this your situation? What's more, you also gave me 300 million US as compensation, and Versace is now in need of liquidity. 300 million US is enough for Versace to solve today's difficulties. Donatella waved his hand and said indifferently. It is true that Donatella was very angry when seeing Spain win at first, but more annoyed, because Versace was short of money. She believed in Algra's friend Lin Feng and invested all of Versace's working capital in gambling. For this result, Lin Feng should indeed be blamed, but she should be blamed more. If she was not greedy, she wouldn't be like this. Regarding gambling, no matter what reason you lose in the end, it is naturally yourself that is really to blame. No desire is strong, no greed. How can you lose money? Now I see Lin Feng's 300 million US, and Lin Feng personally admitted that it was South Korea who bought it. Donatella is not an ordinary person. Naturally, she will understand everything. Knowing that all of what Lin Feng did was just a business technique, although she was cheated, Lin Feng also made compensation, and she naturally calmed down after understanding this point. At the same time, he was also applauded for Lin Feng's methods. At this age, he could have such methods, which is really admirable. Therefore, instead of blaming Lin Feng, she will make friends with Lin Feng. The future of such a young man is boundless. Afterwards, Donatella and Lin Feng chatted a few words at random, which is also a rare example of Donatella and others. Miss Donatella, can I go and see Algra? Lin Feng pleaded after the chat. For Algra, Lin Feng is always full of apologies, hoping that Algra can forgive himself. You go in. But my daughter is spoiled. If there is anything to offend in the future, you have to tolerate it, Donatella said. But no matter how Lin Feng listened, he felt that it was as if he was trying to pull a match for himself. Although the two have already had an intimate relationship. Algra, can I come in? Lin Feng knocked on the door. There is no sound inside. Algra, I know I shouldn't lie to you, but this is just a business technique. Now I personally come to my door to apologize. I slapped you and paid 3 times the amount of money. It's time to calm down. Lin Feng continued to persuade. Humphrey, you bastard. A cold snort came from inside. Algra looked angry. She didn't expect Lin Feng to lie to her, causing her to worry so much, not only about Versace's future, but also worried that Lin Feng would lose the future because of this. The result finally proved that all of this is a game of Lin Feng. Bastard, bastard. Algra squeezed the teddy bear doll in the room. She felt very uncomfortable. After being deceived by Lin Feng, she was very sad. Although she didn't know why at this time. Algra, if you are really angry, then I will leave today, and I will see you tomorrow. Lin Feng looked at his watch, and there was still something to do, so I couldn't delay it. Inside the house, Algra was in a hurry. This person apologized too insincerely. How could he leave after apologizing twice? Not sincere. I said it was an apology. I just knocked on the door twice and I have to leave. At this moment, the door suddenly opened and Algra pouted. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and walked in. Okay. Look, there are 5 clear fingerprints on this. Go out. When someone sees me scolding me as a pervert, you should calm down. Lin Feng pointed to his flushed right cheek and said. Algra chuckled when he looked at it. Okay, don't be angry. Lin Feng gently touched Algra's forehead and said, Hey, who are you touching? Algra frowned, fending off Lin Feng's hand. His face was slightly red. Lin Feng's actions were too intimate just now, and Algra had never been so close to a man before. Somehow it made her feel like her heartbeat speeded up. Haha, by the way, I have something to do, so we'll leave first. I'm really sorry this time, and you are tired. Lin Feng said sincerely apologized. HMPH, then ask this eldest lady to eat a few plates of dry fried Nayu, otherwise this eldest lady will not forgive you. Algra hummed, but at the end he chuckled. Definitely. Lin Feng wanted to stroke Algra's forehead again, but when Algra looked up to avoid him, he smiled helplessly and put his hand down. I'm leaving. Lin Feng turned to leave. Lin, thank you so much. Algra thanked you, although she is still annoyed that Lin Feng lied to her. But regardless of this, with the $300 million, Versace has solved the problems left over since the death of her uncle Versace. Lin Feng smiled and turned to leave. After leaving the hotel where Algra was staying, Lin Feng received a call. Boss, a total of 300 million euros were bought. In addition to the corresponding manual procedures and other expenses, he also earned 1.48 billion euros. Tang Jun, president of the European headquarters of Lin's Technology Co. Limited, heard the excited voice from the microphone. In this bet between Spain and South Korea, Lin Feng not only won the entire South Korean Daewoo, but also bought $200 million and 300 million euros in the Asian and European markets. In Asia, there is no legal gambling, and Lin Feng can only buy one time. On the European side, through Tang Jun, thousands of people bought 300 million euros in gambling in batches. If you want to earn this time, you will earn enough. Tang Jun, you leave a fraction of 480 million euros, and the remaining 1 billion is transferred to my account. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, Well, I see, boss. The account must be paid within 3 days after the prize is redeemed. Tang Jun nodded. How much money does the company have now? Lin Feng asked again. At the European headquarters, The previous Phantom sales and MP3 downloads were divided into 40 million euros of working capital, plus this time 480 million, which is a full 520 million euros. Tang Jun said excitedly. Although the funds in Microsoft were all calculated in billions of dollars before, the funds needed to be used for approval by Microsoft headquarters. Now, with the 520 million euros of funds, Tang Jun has the right to use the funds to start a business. It is naturally exciting to open up the frontiers and expand the land. Well, that's the case, Tang Jun, then our plan can begin. Now you start contacting that company and must acquire its mobile phone development department. The future is the era of mobile communications, especially with China's economic development. Mobile phones will enter millions of households. And more importantly, in the future, mobile phones can not only surf the internet, watch movies, but also play games. We can't let this market go. Lin Feng said excitedly. I know, boss. I have listed detailed related development plans, and I only wait for the funds to be in place. Tang Jun was also extremely excited. Haha, by the way, when negotiating with this company, I told it that our company may still be able to get the national broadband construction project, and we can seek cooperation with them. Lin Feng reminded. Understood. Tang Jun nodded. Well, then I'll hang up. I don't have any extra time to manage here. The company will ask you and Danzi. Lin Feng said. Boss, don't worry, next time I call you, you are ready to announce this shocking news at the press conference. Tang Jun said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled and hung up the phone. Look at your watch. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The second game is also about to unveil the curtain. The show has just begun. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 496. See the President at Night. A private hospital in Gwangju, South Korea. Jin Tae woke up in a trance, touched his head. A headache. Young Master Jin, you are awake. A sweet voice came. Jin Taezing looked intently, and a sweet-looking woman looked at herself with a smile. Seeing this woman, Jin Taezing suddenly remembered what happened before he fell into a coma, and when he thought that he was caught in Lin Feng's trap and lost all his family business. Jin Taezing was full of savage expression. Why are you here, that bastard? Didn't you follow him away? Jin Taezing thought that this little star would abandon himself in the box and deliberately please Lin Feng in front of him. Fire, grabbed the pillow beside him and threw it over. I don't know that his behavior makes the female celebrity look down on him. Look at Kim Tae-jung at the moment. If you think about Lin Feng, the female celebrity looks like an idiot. It's a pity that Lin Feng only gave her $1 million and refused to give her a chance. An opportunity for her to climb the dragon and attach the phoenix. Even if she is willing to be Lin Feng's mistress, her gain is far more than $1 million. Unfortunately, Lin Feng refused to give her such a chance. Thinking that I met such a young, rich and good-looking rich man, but missed it because of Kim Tae-jung's relationship. The female celebrity looked resentful and charged all the charges against Kim Tae-jung. Jin Gongtsai, Mr. Lin wants me to tell you a word. The female star said coldly. What are you talking about? Jin Taezing asked angrily. Mr. Lin wants me to tell you. He said thank you for your generosity. When his car runs everywhere in the world in the future, the person you should be most grateful to is young Master Jin. The female star covered her mouth and smiled. Say, get out, get out, get out of here. Jin Tae was trembling all over after listening, shouting in his throat. Golden Sun, you don't need to say, I have to go too. The female star sneered and said coldly, by the way, before leaving, I want to say that compared with Mr. Lin, you are far behind. Especially in that respect. You are like an embroidered pillow. This is naturally a female celebrity spludgeoning, but wanting to avenge a man and make him go crazy, undoubtedly saying that a man is in some way not as good as another man. This kind of humiliation is undoubtedly the most cruel and inhuman blow to any man, especially when these two men are rivals. The lethality of these words reaches the limit. You stinky bitch. Get out of my master. Hurry up. Jin Taezong naturally couldn't bear the irony of the female star, hysterically grabbing everything that could be thrown around and smashing it at the female star. The female star smiled contemptuously, the so-called president of South Korea's Daewoo, but before this, she didn't dare to say it even a few hours ago. She was just a little star. How dare to offend the boss in the business world. But now, Kim Tae-jung has lost South Korea's Daewoo to Lin Feng. He is nothing at this moment, and the female star is naturally not afraid. After the female celebrity left, Jin Tae-jung messed up the room, and after venting a lot, did he relieve his frenzy a little bit? Thinking of losing his father's efforts and future, Jin Tae-jung felt a panic of fear. Father knew that it might be possible to drive him out of the house. But at this moment, he had to call his father immediately, otherwise it would be too late to call after Lin Feng took the contract and moved everything in Daewoo, Korea. At that time, everything is really over. Jin Taezong held the phone and called his father Jin Woo-young with trembling hands. He told his father about the loss of Daewoo's ownership in South Korea. Of course, he added fuel and jealousy. He also described Lin Feng as a hatred of Korea and looked down on Koreans. He even looked down on the despicable villain of South Korea's Daewoo, and accused Lin Feng of pitting himself with others. It is a pity that Jin Tae-jung didn't know that his extra oil and vinegar happened to be caught in Lin Feng's trap again. $1 million for this little star to deliver a word is to provoke Kim Tae-jung again and provoke Kim Jong and the forces behind him. Of course, a sentence of $1 million is naturally too generous, but Lin Feng has just won the entire South Korean Daewoo, so naturally he can't be stingy. This also left this little star with a rich and generous impression. There are not many people in this world who have $1 million in their hands. Lin Feng believes that starting from today, this little star will always remember himself. What's more, a female celebrity, especially a beautiful female celebrity, is easy to hear and see some unknown secrets when it is involuntary. And these secrets may be used by Lin Feng someday. With this relationship, Lin Feng believes that he will be very obedient. After listening to the description of his son Kim Tae-jung, he learned that his precious son had lost the South Korean Daewoo he had created to a Chinese. Kim Jong almost died on the spot with a brain hemorrhage without being American. He abandoned all honor, prestige, family, and hid away in the United States without seeing anyone, just to save his lifeblood, Daewoo of South Korea, and wait for the opportunity to make a comeback again. It's okay now. He has only been hiding for half a year. His precious son has lost South Korea's Daewoo. He wants to hide again. If his precious son does not lose him to others. You idiot, idiot. Low energy. Jinyu yelled on the phone in an annoyed manner. After a full 10 minutes. The anger in his heart disappeared a little. Father, if you scold you can't change the facts. Why don't you think of a way? Jin Taezong was scolded, waiting for his father to catch his breath, and quickly persuaded him. Without Daewoo of South Korea, he would no longer be a king, just a poor worm who went bankrupt. Not to mention spending money like before. I am afraid that even 3 meals a day will be a problem. Jin Yuzhong took a few deep breaths. Knowing that what his son said was right, that something had already happened, and no more scolding would help. Well, let me give you a few names. You can contact them and believe that they can help you. Remember, if you want to cause me any more trouble, don't call me Jin Yuzhong's son in the future. Jin Yuzhong warned say. Yes, my father. I will definitely not go wrong again. Jin Tae was looking at the names of several people written on the paper with a burst of joy. After hanging up the phone, Jin Taezong tidied up his appearance and began to visit his father's list one by one. At this time, Lin Feng is counting the harvest of this World Cup. The World Cup has just entered the semi-final knockout stage. 2 days later, on June 25, 2002, in Seoul, South Korea will face Germany and the winner will enter the World Cup final. And so far, during the World Cup, Lin Feng has made a lot of money through gambling. Before the match between South Korea and Spain, Lin Feng won a total of $400 million. After the game between South Korea and Spain, Lam Feng won the next Korean Daewoo ownership, and won $1 billion in the Asian Outer Game. In Europe, he won a total of €1.48 billion. So far, Lam Feng has won a total of $2.88 billion in the World Cup in Korea and Japan, plus a South Korean Daewoo auto industry ownership. Among them, $480 million will be invested in Linfeng's Linshai Technology Co., Limited, as another capital injection. After the capital injection, Linfeng owns 94.5% of the shares of Lin's Technology Co., Limited, Tang Jun owns 3.5% of the shares, and Tanz owns 2% of the shares. Looking at the $2.4 billion in his account, Linfeng excitedly poured 3 cups of Lafite in 1985. But thinking about your future plans, I am afraid that this money will barely be able to promote the plan. Looking at the watch, Linfeng estimated that Kim Tae-jung should have notified his father that the ownership of South Korea's Daewoo had lost to him, and I believe they should also act. After thinking about it, Linfeng called Xing Haiming, the chargé d'affaires of the Chinese embassy in South Korea. Chargé d'affaires Xing, I want to see South Korean President Kim Tae-jung, can you arrange it for me? Linfeng said. Xing Haiming was stunned. He didn't expect Linfeng to meet South Korean President Kim Tae-jung at this time. Linfeng is just a businessman, and his campaign's main fields are in online games and electronic products. And he is not a large multinational company. It is not so easy to meet Jin Das-hong. However, he received a call from Mr. Zhu before and asked him to cooperate with Linfeng as much as possible. Although Xing Haiming didn't know the relationship between Mr. Zhu and Linfeng, since the leader had confessed, he could only do his best. Mr. Lin, it's 21 o'clock in the evening. I'm afraid I won't see Mr. Jin Das-hong at this time, and even if I make an appointment, I'm afraid I won't be able to see him immediately, Xing Haiming said embarrassedly. In any case, Kim Tae-jung is the president of South Korea. The supreme president of a country cannot be met by meeting each other. Haha, it doesn't matter, Xing agent, you just said that I have the ownership of Daewoo Korea, and you want to have an interview with Mr. Kim Tae-jung about Daewoo's ownership of Korea. I believe he will meet me. Linfeng said confidently. South Korea's Daewoo was once a symbol of South Korea and the backbone of its economy. Now that the ownership of its core auto industry is in his own hands, Linfeng believes that Jin Das-hong will definitely meet him. Xing Haiming was startled. He didn't expect that Linfeng would actually have the ownership of Daewoo in South Korea. Although he didn't know how Linfeng could do it, it is not a problem to meet with Kim Tae-jung based on this alone. 10 minutes later, Xing Haiming called. Mr. Lin, President Jin agrees with you. He will meet you at the presidential palace at 22:30. But only 15 minutes, Xing Haiming said. Linfeng smiled. At 15 minutes, it seems that the golden sign of South Korea's Daewoo, regardless of its current situation, can still affect the hearts of the top leaders of South Korea. After some preparations and waiting, Linfeng met the current top leader of South Korea, President Kim Tae-jung. Kim Tae-jung, a symbol of Korean democracy fighters, is known as the Mandela of Asia. During the Korean dictatorship, Lee Syngman, Park Chung-hee, and Chun Doo-won were jailed several times and never gave up the democratic struggle. He was elected president of South Korea in 1998 and won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2000 for facilitating the first meeting between the heads of the two countries. Kim Tae-jung believes in Christianity, likes to read, and loves literature and art. He has won many international awards, such as Letters in Prison, Popular Economy, My Way, My Thoughts, etc. Generally speaking, this is a person who admires democracy and freedom, and is quite clever. During the Asian financial crisis, Kim Tae-jung and his wife took the lead in offering gold jewelry that they treasured at home. Kim Tae-jung also put down the presidency and volunteered to take to the streets to promote South Korea's tourism industry. Kim Tae-jung also used his charm and power to help South Korea weather the Asian financial crisis. After waiting for the secretary to offer strong tea, Jin Das-hong drank the secretary. Mr. Lin, a good method. A set of serial schemes won the pride of my Korean nation Daewoo Motor Company, which is really admirable. but I don't know why Mr. Lin asked to see me at this moment. Jin Das-hong clapped his hands, praised President Kim. I think you should be very clear about my purpose. I hope you can help me to safely send South Korea's Daewoo car production line to China. Of course, there are those talents, Lin Feng said. Although Li Ru and others have obtained all the confidential drawings and materials of Daewoo in South Korea, if they can move the entire production line and technical staff to China, it will naturally reduce a lot of the trouble of reconstruction, and in this way they have a big bargaining chip. Lin Feng won the ownership of South Korea's Daewoo, not to develop the auto industry by himself. Although Lin Feng had thought about it, but now he does not have the strength and financial resources in this area. For the time being, it is good to concentrate on the development of the game industry and the electronics industry. If you have the money to buy a basketball team and a football team to help promote it, Lam Feng, the automobile industry, has no energy and ability. Therefore, the agreement reached between Lin Feng and Mr. Zhu was to give the ownership of South Korea's Daewoo to the country in exchange for Mr. Zhu's two promises: accelerate the construction of national broadband, and hand over part of the project to Lin Feng Company. At the same time, respond to the proposal of the National People's Congress representative Yan Chi to close all social internet cafes, government offices and internet cafes, but this public internet cafe will be taken over by the Second World. The country obtains much needed heavy industry, and Lin Feng obtains profits related to the game industry. Everyone gets what they need. Jin Das-hong smiled faintly. Mr. Lin is really joking. You have the ownership of Daewoo in South Korea. It is up to you to move the entire production line. As for the technical talents, it depends on their own wishes. Although I am the president, South Korea it is a democratic country, and it cannot force South Korean citizens to do things they don't want to do. Kim Dae-jung said flatly. There was a sneer in my heart, and he used a trick to swallow Daewoo, the pride of South Korea, and actually want his own president to help transport it back to China. It is really hateful. President Jin, you should know that without your help, I cannot bring this production line and technical staff back to China. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Kim Tae-jung and Kim Jong will never watch as they move South Korea's Daewoo back to China, and South Korea has always been in political and economic collusion. At that time, it will be difficult to make things happen from the South Korean government without the backing of South Korean President Kim Dae-jung, let alone move South Korea's Daewoo. I am afraid that even your own Second World will be implicated. Jin Woo-young can use the security of the Second World in South Korea to threaten himself to hand over Daewoo South Korea. Oh, will anyone block it? South Korea is a legal society. If someone blocks it, you can call the police instead of calling me the president. Well, Mr. Lin, if there is nothing else, I think you have to leave. After Jin Das-hong finished speaking, he was about to let the secretary in to see off the guests. President Jin, if you don't listen to my bargaining chip and send off the guests, aren't you afraid to regret it? Lin Feng stood up and said. Jin Das-hong frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and the secretary who rushed in to see off the guests waved his hand to let him go out. Mr. Lin, please sit down. I don't know what bargaining chip you have, Jin Das-hong said. Lin Feng smiled and spit out 3 words: Zhengmeng's Han. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 497. Zhengmeng's Han. When the 3 words Zhengmeng's Han came out of Lin Feng's mouth, Jin Das-hong's face changed drastically. Zhengmeng's Han, who is he? The 6th son of Zhang Zuiyong, the founder of Hyundai Group, vice chairman of the International Football Federation FIFA, a member of the Korean National Assembly, president of the Korean Football Association. Of course, there is another title: Leon of the popular candidates for the next Korean president. Mr. Lin, what's the meaning of this? Jin Das-hong took a long breath, exhaled slowly, and asked calmly. Lin Feng had been staring at Jin Das-hong, who naturally couldn't escape Lin Feng's eyes with his slow and long breathing. In my memory, Kim Dae-jung hated Zheng Mengjun very much, and it was also one of the main obstacles to Zheng Mengjun's failure to become the president of South Korea in the end. Looking at the look of Jin Dashong now, Lin Feng knew that he had not guessed wrong, and he was right today. President Jin, before I explain it, it's better to watch this video first. Lin Feng took out a CD and handed it to Jin Dashong. Jin Dashong was stunned, then put the CD into the DVD player beside him. The TV screen flashed, and there was a burst of deafening cheers. The screen showed the scene of South Korean fans standing up and cheering after Korea eliminated Spain yesterday and made its historic World Cup semi-finals. In the center of the screen is the image of the South Korean football team expressing gratitude to the fans who came to cheer. Seeing this picture, Jin Dashong looked smug. In this World Cup in South Korea and Japan, with 4 Asian teams, Saudi Arabia has become a shame to Asia, ranking first from the bottom, and China is a little stronger, second from the bottom. Neighboring Japan, the strong team in Asia, was eliminated in the top 16. Only South Korea, its own motherland South Korea, defended the dignity of Asia, eliminated Italy, eliminated Spain, and entered the semi-finals historically. Long live South Korea! Jin Dashong shook his fist secretly. Lin Feng smiled faintly, wonderfully behind. Sure enough, when the next picture appeared, Kim Dae-chung was no longer happy. His expression gloomy. The screen at this moment shows the president of the Korean Football Association, Zheng Mengjun, cheering with all the South Korean players, with the team leader and other Football Association officials in the center of the stadium thanking the fans for their support. In the screen, Zheng Mengjun raised his arms and greeted the cheers of South Korean fans like a hero, especially the voice of fans chanting Young Mengjun from time to time on TV, which made Zheng Mengjun's image even more magnificent. There are even fans slogans Young Mengjun be the president of South Korea. President Jin, you should understand what I'm here for. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. Jin Dashong frowned and fell into thought. Lin Feng was not in a hurry, drank the tea slowly, letting Jin Dashong think about the power of it. Kim Dae-jung was born in a small fishing village on Hoi Island in the southwest of the Korean peninsula. He is a typical civilian president. What he pursues is democracy, a society ruled by law, and naturally also represents the interests of people at the bottom of society. Zheng Mengjun, a standard rich man born and raised in Hyundai Group, represents the interests of oligarchs. There is an absolute difference and gap between the two in essence. Kim Dae-jung became the president of South Korea at the age of 74. He is 78 this year and will retire next year. Before he completely retires, he hopes that the next president will still be a candidate representing the interests of the bottom of society.